In his previous life, someone treated him exceptionally well, shattering Alpha's pride and bestowing upon him all the kindness one could offer. Yet, every scoundrel has their own vices, and Shu Yiyu undoubtedly possessed several. Eventually, that person never appeared again, for he had died. Fortunately, fate granted Shu Yiyu a second chance. In this life, he vowed to give that individual an abundance of love, surpassing the affection he had previously offered. Chapter 1. Grateful for second chance. In a quiet morning, devoid of wind, the sun had just ascended, blazing like a fierce fire, enveloping everything in warmth. Shu Yiyu sat upon a crimson bench beneath a tree, a brown suitcase emblazoned with a renowned brand's logo resting beside him. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dark circular spots upon him, creating a mottled pattern on his skin. Above him, an ancient tree, rumored to be over a century old, stood tall, a landmark of T University. During his student days, he often awaited Minun beneath this very tree. With one hand in his pocket, he exuded an air of unwarranted nonchalance. But hadn't he died? How could he possibly be here? Shu Yiyu stood, glancing around as the surroundings aligned with his memories of T University. As he pondered, a young female alpha approached, adorned with a red armband, indicating her role in the student council. "Excuse me, do you need assistance?" Shu Yiyu stared at the youthful, spirited alpha, momentarily dazed. Noticing his silence and the suitcase beside him, she assumed he was a timid newcomer and continued, "You must be a freshman, right? The registration area is just ahead on the left. If you have any questions, those wearing armbands are volunteers and can help you." Shu Yiyu grasped the key phrases. Freshman registration to IS today, September 1st, 2023? Yes, it's the first day of school, and the registration area is easy to find. 2023. I really am back. Shu Yiyu murmured in disbelief. The alpha, unable to catch his words, stepped closer and asked, "What?" He gently shook his head. "Nothing. Thank you, senior, that you're welcome. Enjoy your time at T University." "Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll take my leave. There are quite a few students this year." "All right. Thank you for your hard work." The alpha smiled and nodded slightly. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Shu Yiyu whispered, his lips moving softly. Once she had departed, he stepped back and collapsed onto the bench, appearing somewhat dazed, as if he were contemplating or coming to terms with the extraordinary reality of his rebirth. Raising his hand to shield himself from the intense sunlight, he squinted at the nearby white walls and red tiles, the simplistic T-shaped emblem appearing both alien and familiar. Lingering for a moment before slowly solidifying into something tangible, gradually spreading his fingers, he examined his unscathed palm. The wound that had nearly rendered his left hand useless had vanished. He had truly been reborn. Back to 6 years ago, on the first day of freshman registration, before anything had transpired. Shu Yiyu suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his shoulders slumping, a profound sense of weariness clashing with his youthful visage. Leaning against the wooden bench, he raised his arm to shield his eyes from the light. Through the gaps, he glimpsed the flourishing treetops, a pang of nostalgia tugging at his heart. His eyes narrowing as tears threatened to surface, yet his delicate lips formed a faint smile. "How wonderful that I can't believe I'm back." Suddenly, a familiar, exquisite face flashed before him. Minun. The name escaped his lips, a tender murmur filled with longing, immediately followed by a sharp pang of pain, piercing his heart, as if he were being stabbed repeatedly. Unconsciously clenching his fists, Shu Yiyu's breath caught in his throat. Every time he thought of this person, an uncontainable lump formed in his throat, and he found himself obsessively revisiting the past, reminding himself of the egregious mistakes he had made in his previous life. Damn it. Shu Yiyu bit his cheek, muttering under his breath, "I end this life. I shall not repeat my errors. Minun, everything you desire, I will provide. Even if it means offering my very heart, I would gladly present it to you." After a prolonged moment, Shu Yiyu suppressed his emotions. Standing to smooth out his slightly wrinkled clothing and pulling his suitcase toward him, he began to walk in the opposite direction indicated by the senior. Room 601, T University dormitory, the place where he and Minun first met. T University, a bastion of wealth, gathered the offspring of the capital's elite, boasting first-rate facilities and faculty. The dormitory resembled a luxurious subdivision, with small villas and houses dotting the landscape. They resided in a 6-story villa, and Shu Yiyu had initially been captivated by its expansive south-facing balcony, where they had shared countless intimate moments. Shu Yiyu hesitated before the ornate gold-lettered doorplate. He feared that this may merely be a fleeting dream, and that opening the door would awaken him. He also feared that it was indeed real, yet he would be unable to confront the man within. The guilt from his past life still lingered, a chain with barbs tightly wound around his heart. Taking a deep breath, he shook his wrist to ease the stiffness that he needed to carefully consider how to initiate the first conversation, ensuring it would be both memorable and polite. Just as he hesitated, a heavy thud echoed from within the room. Startled, Shu Yiyu quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The room was filled with a potent scent of mint and lemon, overwhelming to the point of making his eyes water. He quickly shut the door and activated the ventilation system. If an alpha's pheromones exceeded a certain threshold, it could trigger an omega's passive arousal, and should any less resolute omegas wander nearby, it could lead to significant complications. Minun leaned against the wall, attempting to navigate the room, but after just a few steps, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Without a second thought, Shu Yiyu rushed forward, cradling him in his arms. Seeing the flush on Minun's face, he paused, recognizing the state all too well. Minun's heat phase had arrived. Where are the suppressants? Shu Yiyu asked, fully aware, but choosing not to appear too abrupt. Minun curled his shoulders, gritting his teeth to suppress any signs of weakness, his voice hoarse yet vigilant. Who are you? My name is Shu Yiyu, your roommate. Here is my ID. He pulled out his identification card from his pocket and handed it to him. Minun raised his hand, gripping the card tightly, scrutinizing it as he recalled the dormitory information he had glanced over upon arrival. Indeed, the name Shu Yiyu stood out, as it was rare for an alpha to bear such a delicate name. With great difficulty, he pointed toward the southern room. All right, the suitcase. Hang in there. Shu Yiyu swiftly scooped him up and placed him on the sofa, his movements natural and practiced, ensuring Minun felt no discomfort. In truth, he had held him countless times before. Each occasion left the man exhausted, preferring to curl up in his embrace like a cat, reluctant to move. Minun, however, was quite delicate, with many demands. Even a simple lift required Shu Yiyu to adjust repeatedly until he found the angle that pleased him most. Minun was taken aback by the gesture, his eyes widening in surprise that it was the first time in his life he had been princess carried, and especially by an alpha. He instinctively drew his limbs closer, ultimately forcing himself to maintain a stoic expression, suppressing any outburst. Shu Yiyu briskly entered the room, acutely aware of the man's habit of hoarding items, that he precisely sought the suppressants nestled within the second compartment of the suitcase, discovering that 3 out of 5 vials were already missing. Clutching the suppressants, he inquired, when was the last injection administered? Minun, discomfort evident, unfastened his shirt buttons, exuding impatience. This morning, Shu Yiyu frowned. The timing was perilously close, and the injections had been administered too frequently. You ought to be aware that there must be a 24-hour interval between 2 doses of the suppressants. Otherwise, it may yield counterproductive effects. Minun, his mind in turmoil, writhed restlessly against the couch, too agitated to heed such warnings. He impatiently extended his hand. Just give it to me. Shu Yiyu pinched the syringe, rolling it between his fingertips. Sighing, he recognized the man's obstinacy. Compliance was not in his nature. Loosen your collar. I will administer it. Minun propped himself up on the couch, pulling aside his collar and bowing his head. Ordinarily, the nape of his neck would be smooth, soft to the touch, without any lumps, slightly swollen during the sensitive phase. Yet now, it was an angry shade of crimson, forming a small, prominent arc. Curiously, Shu Yiyu reached out to touch it, finding the skin to be burning hot. Minun, already feeling overheated, was taken aback by the sudden coolness of the contact and could not suppress a soft, pleasurable sound, laced with an enticing sweetness. His eyes widened in disbelief at the shameful noise escaping him, and he quickly bit down hard on his molars. Damn it. What a disgrace that it was bad enough to receive an injection, but to be touched so indiscriminately was intolerable. With an irritable tone, he urged, "Stop messing around. Hurry up." Shu Yiyu's gaze darkened, reminding himself that this was not the moment for hesitation. Without further ado, he plunged the needle in. The man grunted in pain, wrapping his limbs around himself, as the insatiable craving coursed through him, intensifying rather than abating. Damn it, what was meant to be helpful had turned detrimental. This cursed man had actually hit the nail on the head. The suppressants were utterly ineffective. Chapter 2. I can help you. Shu Yiyu discarded the used syringe into the designated waste bin. Observing him still curled up on the sofa, she realized her efforts were in vain. The inhibitor was supposed to take effect immediately. Yinan was unable to think. His lips trembled, failing to utter a sound. The chaotic thoughts racing through his mind threatened to tear his brain apart, and a sudden explosion of mint and lemon assaulted his senses. "Give me another shot," Yinan exclaimed, the veins on his forehead bulging as he shouted at Shu Yiyu. "Not a chance." She flatly refused. "Damn it." Yinan's eyes turned crimson with frustration. He struggled to rise and seize the syringe, only to be firmly pulled back onto the sofa by Shu Yiyu. Yinan suffered from a glandular disorder, rendering him prone to frequent susceptibility. This condition was not difficult to treat, though it was somewhat troublesome, dependent on the will of the owner. Ironically, Yinan was an emotional purist, drawn to a bohemian crowd while remaining inwardly pristine. Apart from his physical ailment, his psyche was equally warped. He had no affection for delicate omegas. He favored the fortitude of alphas. Thus, the minor ailments of others appeared as grave afflictions to him. As a matter that could have been resolved by merely marking a compatible omega had dragged on for years. Physiological aversion necessitated reliance on inhibitors to manage his condition. Ultimately, it was through his relationship with Shu Yiyu that he experienced an unexpected recovery, completely shattering the myth of incompatibility between dual alphas pheromones. Scholars often asserted that marking behavior could not possibly exist between alphas, as the release of same-sex pheromones would trigger the brain to interpret the signals as aggression, thereby inciting a combat response. Yet, they were mistaken. Shu Yiyu had marked Yinan countless times, saturating him with his scent. Pheromone repulsion? Non-existent. As long as the pheromone compatibility was sufficiently high, as long as one party loved deeply enough and was willing to wholly embrace the other's pheromones, gender became irrelevant. All pheromones would serve as the finest aphrodisiacs. He had validated this repeatedly upon Yinan's form, to the extent that Shu Yiyu remained perplexed about why Yinan loved him. Those countless nights spent entwined, inseparable, were often characterized by his willingness to lower his pride. Both of them were alphas. Natural Shu Yiyu pointed to the back of his neck, mimicking a biting motion. With a muddled mind, Yinan instinctively thought the other was suggesting he should mark him. And in astonishment, he asked, "Are you an omega?" Shu Yiyu laughed. "An omega cannot assist you." "Then how do I mark?" "I will mark you." "Alpha? Are you joking?" Yinan grasped his collar, suspecting the man was playing tricks on him. Shu Yiyu unleashed his pheromones, the scent reminiscent of strong vodka. The two pheromones danced momentarily without any repulsion, seamlessly merging together. Unfazed, Yinan intensified his release, yet the outcome remained unchanged. In fact, enveloped by the vodka scent. He felt remarkably refreshed. Confusion enveloped him. What was this novel species? Shu Yiyu smiled innocently. "You see, we have no aversion whatsoever." Yinan remained silent, fixated on him, his heart in turmoil. Damn that sensitive period. He couldn't fathom why such a foolish physiological trait existed. Shu Yiyu, unhurried, wore an earnest expression, yet his tone was laced with allure. "May I assist you?" Yinan's thoughts twisted into a knot. An inexplicable strangeness lingered. Yet, that face instilled an uncanny sense of trust within him, as if they had met before, strikingly familiar. Yinan found himself at a loss. The notion of an alpha marking another alpha was unheard of, yet he couldn't deny the overwhelming tide of desire within him, which, guided by the man's pheromones, had significantly calmed. "Fine, I might as well gamble on a dead horse. If I can't control myself today, I'll have the guards carry me to the hospital. The young master of the Yinan family cannot afford to lose face. If I fail, I'll make you pay dearly." Yinan warned fiercely. Then, he slightly tilted his head aside, the meaning unmistakable. "Very well." Shu Yiyu leaned in, his dry lips brushing against the back of the man's neck. Minan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes shimmering like water, fixated on the ceiling. Finally, he surrendered, closing his eyes and relinquishing all thoughts. Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, revealing his sharp canines, diligently suppressing the possessive urge surging within. He repeatedly reminded himself to be gentle, to proceed softly, and then gradually transmitted the vodka scent. However, those ingrained habits were not easily altered. When confronted with the person he longed for day and night, Shu Yiyu momentarily lost control. The vodka scent erupted, its intense and stimulating aroma mingling with hints of mint and lemon, surprisingly harmonious. Though both were alphas, and logically they should have an extreme aversion to each other's pheromones, Minan surprisingly felt no surge of combativeness. He could distinctly sense the once intact skin being pierced by sharp teeth, the rich vodka burning, yet soothing, calming the previously uncontrollable nerves in an instant. Yet, due to the overwhelming density of the other S pheromones, his mind began to lapse into brief blankness. Weakly collapsing onto the sofa, he gasped for air, akin to a fish gasping for breath on dry land. Damn it, this was utterly electrifying. Shu Yiyu cautiously supported Minan's shoulder, his heart brimming with ecstatic joy at the regained connection. On the youthful visage, there was little expression, yet the subtly trembling fingers betrayed his current tension. This individual, whom he had embraced countless times and kissed innumerable times, was so familiar that his intimacy with him might surpass even his own self-awareness. Yet now, Shu Yiyu found himself unable to exert even the slightest pressure, his hands hovering hesitantly, merely allowing him to lean against his chest. His gaze fell greedily upon the man's face. Despite his previous struggles to recall the likeness of his youthful countenance, in this moment, that face was right before him, and Shu Yiyu realized it bore no difference from his memories. The inability to remember before was likely due to his own timidity and reluctance. The young master of the Mi family in the capital was renowned for his beauty, hailing from a lineage that had produced numerous award-winning actors and actresses, a testament to the superior genetics ingrained in his being. He gently twirled a lock of his soft, languid black hair, naturally curled and distinctively luxurious. His exquisite features still retained a hint of youthful innocence, with long, curled eyelashes framing lips that were plump and a vibrant red. His face bore an unnatural sheen, more beautiful than an omega, yet devoid of any omega traits. Tall and slender without appearing overly muscular, he epitomized the ideal of looking slim in clothes while still possessing a well-defined physique. Shu Yiyu particularly cherished those long, straight legs. Ultimately, however, he was the one who brought about their ruin. This man either did not love at all, or if he did, it was with all-consuming fervor. The existence of a dual alpha marking harbored a fatal flaw. An alpha who was marked could no longer be marked again or mark another. For within him resided two entangled pheromones that could accommodate no others. Shu Yiyu learned of this only after Nan's demise. That man had endured numerous susceptibility periods, steadfastly refusing to wash away the profound marking, for it was the last trace he left behind. This ultimately triggered a catastrophic mental breakdown, leading to his death. In a state of utter disarray, he recklessly sought Shu Yiyu, only to fall from a height, shattering his leg bones. Even amputation could not save him from the final peril. Shu Yiyu pondered that he must have wished for death, departing in such a cruel manner. He could not comprehend the intense emotions that Nan experienced, for he himself was not a particularly sentimental individual, even bordering on indifference. When Nan sought to reconcile, Shu Yiyu rejected him almost instinctively, without a moment's contemplation. Nan's love was suffocating, and Shu Yiyu was unwilling to be imprisoned within the confines of such a heart. The once lofty young master had lowered his noble head, humbling himself to the ground, pleading tearfully, Can you grant me another chance? I promise. I vow never to monitor your whereabouts again." In that moment, Shu Yiyu was cold and unyielding, merely responding, "Nan, it was but a game. Do not take it too seriously. We are both alphas. Neither of us is indispensable to the other. When the game ends, let it conclude at its most beautiful moment." In that instant, The light faded from the man's eyes. Yet at that time, Shu Yiyu did not grasp the depths of Nan's despair, nor could he fathom the torment and suffering he would endure in the days that followed. Chapter 3. This person will ultimately belong to him. Nan, with his already fragile willpower during this vulnerable phase, ultimately succumbed, allowing himself to relax only once the tension dissipated. He slumped onto the sofa, tilting his head to the side, his gaze utterly unfocused. His limbs lay limp, resembling a figure wholly at the mercy of another. Shu Yiyu, accustomed to his state, instinctively inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" "No," Nan retorted with irritation. Shu Yiyu paused momentarily, asking, "Is there any discomfort?" In their previous life, their pheromone compatibility reached an astonishing 96%. It was exceedingly rare for an omega to possess such compatibility with an alpha, let alone two alphas, a notion bordering on the absurd. Yet, a miracle unfolded between them. Nan roughly tugged at his hair, recalling the moment of blankness he had just experienced, and his mind erupted in chaos. He stiffly lifted his head, turning away, unwilling to utter another word, and growled a stern warning. "Shut up." Shu Yiyu regarded him, thinking of his foul temper. "Let me see your wound. Don't bother me. Your pheromones are still in disarray." Nan rolled his eyes, thinking, of course, this is the result of that previous incident. Mortified by his earlier embarrassing display, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He snapped back. "Why do you care so much? I'll get you a barrier patch." "Why? Otherwise, the entire school will know you've been marked." It was then that Nan grasped the situation. "Damn, military-grade barrier patches work double time, don't worry. Not a trace of scent will escape." Nan, still uneasy, raised his head. "How do you even have such things?" "I have family in the military." "Is that true? I might as well use my own. At least it's imported and more reliable than yours." "Don't worry." "Hey, I haven't even said I want to use it." Shu Yiyu disregarded his resistance. The young master, stubborn by nature, only became more rebellious when treated kindly. He pressed Nan's back, brushing aside the hair that obscured the nape of his neck. The area was smooth, and the wounds weren't bleeding. He began to rein in his pheromones, gently guiding a soothing scent of mint and lemon. Shu Yiyu, still concerned, pressed his hand again to ensure there were no lumps. The gland was delicate, marred by 2 puncture wounds. Even the slightest touch was excruciating. Nan shuddered. "Could you be gentler?" "All right." Shu Yiyu carefully unwrapped the barrier patch and applied it. His gaze fell upon the juxtaposition of black and white along Nan's neck, noticing the abnormal redness at the tips of his ears. Shu Yiyu's gaze deepened. The person he longed for was right before him, and he felt an irresistible urge to touch those delicate, pinkish-white ears. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that this was merely a stranger now, with no right to such intimacy. He could only lower his eyes in regret, fiddling with a small piece of fabric from his pants, suppressing the impulsive thoughts stirring within him. He needed to act swiftly to keep him close, to bestow upon him all the beauty life had to offer. Unbeknownst to Nan, he was being observed, utterly exhausted, sprawled languidly on the sofa. He felt the man's hand still pressing against his back, and, lifting his shoulder with impatience, urged, "Are you done yet?" Uncertain of the man's intentions. Everything he does seems to be done with an exasperating slowness. He administers injections languidly and applies barrier patches with equal sluggishness. Is this how you conduct your affairs? A little diligence never goes amiss. Slowness is simply slowness. No excuses will suffice. Young Master Me possesses a temperament that is as explosive as it is unyielding, seldom considering the happiness of others, focused solely on his own contentment. The only individual he has ever tolerated, one he dares not confront, is likely none other than Shu Yiyu. "Ah, I am slow. I make no excuses." Nan cast a sidelong glance at him, recognizing his awareness. He pressed his stiff shoulders and twisted his neck, and the lingering pheromones stirred within him, coursing through his bloodstream, prompting a desire to hum softly, which he indeed did. Once he regained his senses, however, his expression darkened as he dryly remarked, "Your pheromone scent is rather overwhelming." Shu Yiyu, unaware of his actions, could only respond uncertainly. The scent of alcohol is likely unpleasant, yet he mused to himself that in a past life he would not have uttered such a thing. as he had been utterly enamored with that very stimulation. A man of contradictory words and actions, he was both fierce and domineering, leaving me with a throbbing headache. As an alpha, Michigan Nan had never contemplated the prospect of being marked. The very thought felt disconcerting. Yet, his body inexplicably reveled in the scent of those pheromones, further aggravating his irritation and causing him to regard his partner with disdain. Shu Yiyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that marking could only be accomplished by two individuals, yet he could not articulate the feelings involved, having always been the one to mark me Nan. Removing a cushion from the sofa, Shu Yiyu made space for him to rest. Take a breather. After being marked, there is typically a period of weakness, varying in duration based on individual constitution. However, an alpha should recover swiftly. Me Nan, grumbling, found a comfortable position and soon fell asleep. Shu Yiyu propped the cushion against his back and sat beside the sofa, gazing at the man's youthful and striking profile, quietly reaching out to caress it. This triggered memories of their previous life, where they had marked each other amid a fierce struggle, nearly shedding blood in the process. Both believed themselves to be the dominant one, resulting in a clash of pheromones. Although the young master lacked Shu Yiyu's physical prowess, he was still an adult alpha, and when he exerted himself, his pressure was formidable, nearly overwhelming Shu Yiyu with his reckless approach. Eventually, after a hard-fought marking, Shu Yiyu, unable to restrain his pheromones, inadvertently completed a deep marking. Minen was subdued by the pheromones, languishing in bed for 3 days before recovering. With the experience of their first encounter, subsequent attempts became significantly simpler. Each time, though he would still grumble, he never resisted. In the past, he had failed to comprehend the young master's peculiarities. Now, upon reflection, he recognized them as manifestations of affection. Alphas together are not an anomaly, yet there remains an unspoken understanding among them as leaders. Do not take it too seriously. If they are compatible, they remain together. If not, they part ways, with no one entangled in the other's affairs. Shu Yiyu has always harbored such thoughts, which is why he resisted so vehemently when Minen requested to formalize their partnership. It felt as though his entire life would be ensnared. He loathed this sensation. In his youth, he would forsake everything for the sake of freedom. The Shu family, wielding power and influence in the capital, initially resided in a military compound, only moving out after his grandfather's retirement. Shu Yiyu is the fourth child, with 3 older siblings, all alphas. His father had always hoped for a delicate omega while he was pregnant, even preparing 4 or 5 names in advance. However, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. In the end, he was born an alpha, and his father, lacking the motivation to think of another name, merely selected one from the previously prepared list. As a child, Shu Yiyu's greatest wish was to change his name one day, but with the arrival of his younger siblings, each bearing increasingly ridiculous names, his desire to alter his own name gradually waned. The Shu family, with 2 parents, produced 7 alphas, yet not a single omega emerged. Faced with a household full of demanding little as, his father, in exasperation, eventually sent them all to the military. From a young age, Shu Yiyu lived with his brothers in the army, adhering to strict discipline, leaving no room for error. When one is confined for an extended period, a yearning for what was once unattainable intensifies, making his greatest dream one of freedom. Minen's request entirely struck at what he believed to be his sensitive point, rendering everything irrevocable. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that, in that moment of disregard, he could utter hurtful words and depart with such decisiveness. Shu Yiyu gazed deeply at Minen, who was peacefully slumbering on the sofa. In this lifetime, let him love first, gradually restoring all that was once lacking, piece by piece. Chapter 4. I Can Be Your Medicine Dormitory 601 was quite spacious, approximately 150 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. The decor was not lavish, but it excelled in its simplicity and comfort. The balcony door was ajar, and the white curtains danced in the breeze, enveloping the room in tranquility. Minen slowly opened his eyes, the pheromones within him calming. Turning his head, he observed the alpha tidying up the room. How had he not noticed earlier that this person was rather handsome? With delicate features and defined contours, his physique rivaled that of top male models. Even through his clothing, one could discern the robust shape of his muscles, stirring a flutter in his heart. Though his mind felt hazy, he was not naive. It was rare for alphas to mark each other, let alone achieve a complete marking as they had. His concerns were manageable. With a compatible omega, all would be well. Yet he found himself disinclined. He preferred alphas, ideally one like this man. Peeking through the door gap, he caught sight of the alpha's movements. Occasionally, as he raised his hand, a glimpse of his well-defined waist was revealed, clad in simple casual pants that hugged his firm backside. His legs were long and straight, and mine couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, this was practically a fervent dance upon his very proclivities. Shu Yiyu tidied up the room and glanced at her phone, realizing it was already past 6. Having not eaten all day, her stomach growled audibly. Upon entering the living room, her gaze met the dark, inscrutable eyes of Minen. "You're awake just in time. Are you hungry? I can order takeout for you." Minen, caught peeking, showed no signs of embarrassment. He climbed off the sofa, his complexion slightly pale, yet he exhibited no other signs of discomfort. Thus, he observed her even more brazenly. Shu Yiyu had often been subjected to his unwavering gaze in the past, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. "Is there something on my face? Are you inviting me to dine?" "I suppose. Is it that simple? We are roommates. Helping each other is only natural. So familiar on our first meeting?" Shu Yiyu paused momentarily, thinking to herself, "Who else is worthy of my service but you?" Hadn't he already introduced himself? She tilted her head slightly in his direction. Minen, chewing his cheek in contemplation, regarded Shu Yiyu with a heavy gaze. "Quite remarkable. I desire this person." His gaze intensified with fervor. It was an undeniable truth that he was drawn to alphas, and the reality that his family would never accept this fact was equally undeniable. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to suppress his desires too much, continuously searching for a favored companion. After all, one cannot live in perpetual constraint. Attraction is attraction. Even a complete overhaul wouldn't alter that essence. He found this person's visage captivating, and the scent of their pheromones exhilarating. The fact that an authentic alpha could alleviate his sensitivity during this period felt as if fate had tailored it specifically for him. Strictly speaking, Minen was not a particularly benevolent individual. He preferred to possess what he coveted. With this thought, he felt at ease, breaking into a charming smile directed at Shu Yiyu. "Shu, let's settle accounts. How do you intend to take responsibility for what just transpired?" Shu Yiyu paused, lowering her phone, and uncertainly asked, "You need me to take responsibility?" Minen felt a twinge of displeasure at her words. What did she mean? Did she feel wronged by being with him? Furrowing his brow, he replied, "What? Do I strike you as someone who is easily trifled with?" Shu Yiyu restrained herself from shaking her head, maintaining a calm exterior while her heart danced with joy. She never anticipated such fortunate circumstances. "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "It feels quite sudden," she explained, touching her nose. Initially, she had pondered how to approach him in a reasonable manner, given the young master's capricious nature. His circle of friends was nearly fixed, rarely welcoming new acquaintances apart from those he had known since childhood. Yet, here was an opportunity that had seemingly fallen from the sky. Not everyone could be approached so casually. "Understood." Shu Yiyu gazed back at him, silently adding, "I only wish to mark you." "Responsibility?" Minen regarded her with a neutral expression, his heart racing uncontrollably. Having lived for 20 years without encountering someone who resonated so deeply with him, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Moreover, following the marking, a period of requiring the alpha's pheromones for comfort would ensue. Their connection would not conclude so simply. Though the prospect of romance seems unattainable, the mere thought of familial disapproval over his affection for alphas is trivial. His mother might very well succumb to despair. However, indulging in a fleeting dalliance poses no significant harm. Deep within, secret desires beckon for exploration, even if it is merely a transactional affair. Shu Yiyu, of course, is more than willing to entertain the idea. Regardless of Nan's intentions, securing a title today would be most fortuitous. After much contemplation, he resolves to take the initiative. What need is there for pride when pursuing a partner? For without a partner, pride is meaningless. I am at your command, he declares. Inan leans against the sofa, his long legs crossed, lifting his eyelids. The man stands against the light, his stature remarkably handsome and upright. Although his expression remains obscured, Inan is certain that the man's gaze is riveted upon him, filled with fervor. His heart skips a beat as he moistens his parched lips, awkwardly shifting his posture to cross his legs, maintaining an air of indifference. His lips part slightly, the pink tip of his tongue teasingly visible. Follow me, and speak your desires. Shu Yiyu's fingers curl slightly as he stifles a chuckle in his heart. This beginning is less auspicious than in previous lives. Even if lust was the initial spark, it was predicated on a relationship. Now, with a singular focus on obtaining a title, he finds himself entangled in an underground arrangement. Follow you? Shu Yiyu stubbornly contemplates. Inan gestures towards the sofa, coining a phrase. Mutual benefit. Shu Yiyu stifles laughter, wary of displeasing the young master. Momentarily contorting his expression, internally he curses softly. Mutual benefit? All he desires is Inan. It is a clandestine relationship, he states bluntly. Yinan chakdis lightly. With two alphas, how do you expect us to be above board? What is it that you need from me? I have my afflictions. I am aware, Inan replies. His lips pursed, his expression inscrutable as he gazes at him. Shu Yiyu, feigning innocence, counters. I know you have your afflictions. Damn, I have a glandular issue. I am aware. Yet, I do not fancy omegas. Shu Yiyu nods again, I know. Are you not surprised? Now, it is Inan's turn to be curious. Could he be fortunate enough to encounter a kindred spirit? Shu Yiyu shrugs, I prefer alphas. A lie. His heart belongs solely to Inan. With no interest in any other alphas, Inan's interest peaks further. Although he has never heard of a successful bond between two alphas, he is not averse to Shu Yiyu's pheromones. Indeed, I find it rather odd, Shu Yiyu muses. In truth, their pheromone compatibility is high. As if fate has intertwined their paths. Inan beckons him closer, and Shu Yiyu obediently sits beside him, the coffee table obstructing his long legs. Observing this, Inan steps on the footrest and propels it forward. The two handsome individuals sit side by side, each possessing their unique charm, creating an enchanting tableau. Inan leans in closer, his satisfaction with Shu Yiyu's visage intensifying, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he queries, What do you desire? Money? A house? A car? Resources? To gain something from others, one must inevitably offer a commensurate price. Though those who are able to enter the upper echelons of society are seldom lacking in resources, who among us would ever complain of possessing too much wealth? Shu Yiyu recalls her return from the military not long ago, and the Shu family's customary low profile. The Minun family, uninvolved in politics, renders their unfamiliarity with her quite understandable. I desire you. Shu Yiyu gazes intently at the man's face before shifting her tone. Since we are mutually attracted and you require assistance, I could serve as your remedy. While she harbors a distaste for the title of a lover, she finds no fault in the prospect of close proximity. At worst, she would need to exert a bit more effort to cultivate an intense love that occupies his heart and mind entirely. A surge of exhilaration rises from deep within her, spreading through her limbs and igniting a sense of secret delight. Minun had expected some negotiation, but was taken aback by the straightforwardness of her response. He was not an innocent flower himself. Rather, he was quite perceptive. After all, there exists no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And entangling oneself with a man is hardly a reputable endeavor. Fixing a fierce gaze upon him, she subtly issues a warning. Money and power are negotiable. I could provide those. However, do not even think about anything beyond that. Financial matters are simple. If it pertains to other intangible desires, Minun could only offer his apologies. Shu Yiyu lowers her eyelids, her lashes, though not curled, are thick and dense, concealing the fleeting displeasure in her gaze. She silently asserts, What I seek is you. Can one simply dismiss such intentions? Unmoved on the surface, she continues, We share the same inclinations and are roommates. You are quite pleasing to the eye, so I stand to gain nothing less. Minan, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, scrutinizes her unwaveringly, although he harbors similar thoughts. Her candid confession stirs an inexplicable discomfort within him. Alphas are notoriously unscrupulous. This individual had approached him from the outset with a request for a mark, and who knows how many others he had encountered before. As this realization sinks in, Minan's expression darkens. Should he find himself entangled with a promiscuous individual, he would rather abstain altogether, finding it distasteful. How many have you marked before? None. My patience is limited. I advise you to be honest. You are the first. Shu Yiyu speaks with unfeigned sincerity. In both this life and the last, he has been her sole focus, leaving even her astonished. Minan clearly doubts her. Reaching out to grasp the nape of her neck and drawing her closer, feeling an inexplicable irritation arise, his tone growing impatient. I am particular about cleanliness and cannot abide any filth. Your previous actions seemed quite practiced. Shu Yiyu offers no resistance, lifting her gaze to meet his with a sudden smile. If I were to deceive you, I would be a dog. Whether you are a dog or not is of no concern to me. Of course it is. Shortly, I shall be yours. You don't need to speak. I will decide for you. From now on, I will cover your monthly expenses. How much? 150,000. Shu Yiyu is taken aback. Should she feel pleased at her worth? Such generosity? I can afford it. Do not attempt to change the subject. Clarify your past indiscretions. I truly have none. Shu Yiyu's gaze lingers on the man's light-colored lips. She had long desired to taste them, but had hesitated. Now, the moment presents itself as an opportune one. Dare to test the merchandise yourself. He approached slowly, neither forceful nor abrupt, leaning in tentatively with utmost care, their warm breaths intertwining. Bainan exerted all his willpower to refrain from retreating, for his alpha pride forbade any such action. At times, men can be rather juvenile. Is it permissible? The simple query, almost brushing against Bainan's lips, lingered tantalizingly, igniting a flutter within him. Damn it, he claimed to have never been with anyone else. With such tantalizing allure, who could resist? Bainan pressed firmly on the back of his neck, drawing him closer. Their lips met, a sensation he had never before experienced. Electrifying and stirring. The once tranquil heart of Shu Yiyu surged with tumultuous waves, crashing like a storm. Gentle movements became increasingly difficult to control as he cupped the man's face, leaning in assertively, demanding compliance without a hint of refusal. Bainan had managed to keep pace with him, attempting to compete, only to find himself suddenly pinned on the couch, utterly immobilized. Despite his stubborn facade, he had never encountered such an impassioned kiss. It felt as if a torrent of repressed emotions sought release, each profound kiss hinting at wild, unspoken desires. In the fleeting moment before surrender, Bainan clutched the fabric of the man's shirt, fixated on a singular thought. He must possess this person. In the very next moment of surrender, he couldn't help but wonder how many others this man had kissed to master such skill. Infuriating. Damn it. He could just as well perish. Chapter 5. Come Pick Me Up. Bainan had never experienced a kiss before, leaving him with no basis for comparison. Yet, he could undeniably sense Shu Yiyu's prowess. It was only when their entwined tongues began to ache that his drifting consciousness slowly returned. Bainan tilted his head back, mouth agape, barely managing to swallow before exclaiming, "That's enough." Grasping the man's hair at the back of his head, he pulled away, gasping for breath. Shu Yiyu's face was awash with desire, his eyes blazing with an intensity that was hard to meet. Bainan, feeling awkward, averted his gaze to the man's overly flushed lips, unable to resist licking his own. Damn, they were swollen. This dog of a man certainly knew how to captivate. He needed to rise. Certain matters required clarification. Bainan nudged the man's chest with his elbow. Shu Yiyu leaned in again, stealing another kiss before helping him sit up. Are you certain you wish to be with me? Was my earlier behavior not sufficiently clear? I wouldn't mind indulging once more. I am rather particular about cleanliness, so if you decide to be with me, maintaining your integrity is the least form of respect. Should I discover any infidelity on your part, I assure you, consequences will be severe. Shu Yiyu seemed to draw some unfounded conclusions, insisting he had a sordid past. Bainan reiterated once more, I just left the army earlier this year. there is truly no one else. Nan was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly delicate and refined individual to have served in the military. Are you planning to enlist? No, I grew up in the army with my brother. Oh, then be sure to think carefully before answering me. I harbor no objections. You may place your trust in me, just as I do in you. It is only natural. Minun has no intention of seeking multiple partners. Rather, he is selective, having encountered but one Shu Yiyu over this lengthy period. If you have reservations, why not conduct a thorough examination? Shu, seemingly anxious that he may not believe her, rises to unfasten her belt. Stop it. Don't act recklessly in broad daylight. With a flick of her finger, the drawstring of her casual pants comes undone, and she nonchalantly states, "This is merely to alleviate your doubts. Feel free to verify." Minun's head feels as though it might explode. Verify what? She raises an eyebrow. Isn't it merely a verification? How dare you claim you're not a Casanova? Your mind is filled with nothing but sordid thoughts. That depends on a partner, doesn't it? Don't give me that cheeky grin. Do I seem like I'm jesting? Shu Yiyu retakes her seat on the sofa, placing her hands on her knees and adopting a serious posture. I am listening. I wouldn't dare disregard the words of my future wife. You must not divulge our relationship to anyone. Shu Yiyu's expression grows indifferent, her previously raised corners of her mouth gradually descending. TSK. This young master truly is a piece of work. Shu Yiyu is perplexed about where things went awry, feeling that Minun embodies all that is despicable. Yet, despite her resentment, she feels helpless and can only nod with gritted teeth. Very well. Minun, satisfied with the man's compliance, retrieves his phone from his pocket. Save my number. 158 x times x times x. Mine is 136 x times x times x times x. Remember it well. Should I call you, no matter where you are or what you are doing? You must answer. Otherwise, he raises his fist and gestures ominously. Shu Yiyu has no objections. He is the master, and whatever he says is right. By the way, what is your major? The dormitory at T University does not assign students by major. It is entirely up to their choice. Finance. I'm in computer science. It's not the same major, which is preferable to avoid any awkward encounters. Shu Yiyu finds himself momentarily breathless. Is this even human speech? Awkward encounters? What secrets could he possibly be hiding? His visage, after all, is quite captivating to countless omegas. Is this not the very reason he is attracted to him? What if I miss you? What if you do not return tonight? Minun squints his eyes, his expression menacing. He warns fiercely. Let me reiterate, since you have chosen to be with me, cast aside any fanciful thoughts. If I discover that you have been unfaithful, rest assured, you will not escape my wrath. Shu Yiyu raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. Does he truly appear to be a fickle-hearted rogue? In truth, he is the one who embodies the role of a scoundrel. Such restrictions, you would even grant a proper identity. Shall we dine? Shu Yiyu wishes to divert the conversation from this topic. Minun taps rapidly on his phone screen, shaking his head nonchalantly. I'm heading out. You just passed the sensitive period. You engage once a month. I, 3 or 4 times a week. I'm accustomed to it. Minun, entirely unfazed, rises and stretches lazily. I'll go change. I have plans to meet friends for dinner. Shu Yiyu makes no further attempt to dissuade him. After all, the little paramours do not deserve such attention. Do you need me to pick you up? Inan paused, his hand momentarily halting as he began to undress, then chuckled. Don't bite me. Are you treating me like an omega? No, as your partner in your medicine. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Spare me. I'm not that fragile. Inan slipped into a white t-shirt and moved to the door to change his shoes. Shu Yiyu stood quietly beside him, discreetly observing, carefully concealing his regained joy. I'm leaving. Be careful on the way. Inan waved his hand dismissively and closed the door. Shu Yiyu glanced at the takeout order on his phone, grimacing slightly, deciding to eat alone. The door clicked open again. Inan dashed back in, scrutinizing Shu Yiyu intently. What's wrong? Did you forget something? You must be home when I return. He possessed an innate sense of ownership over what was his, and now this person had been firmly placed within his domain, a right he felt entitled to assert. Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, responding in a tone laced with affection. All right, I'm off. He then closed the door decisively. Returning to his room, Shu Yiyu leaned against the window, watching the man's brisk steps pass by, his gaze softening. Although the events unfolded somewhat differently than in their previous life, this person's character had become even more vivacious. Yet his possessiveness remained unchanged. What once felt unbearable now seemed oddly endearing. People often fail to cherish what they possess until it is lost, only to yearn for what they once had. Shu Yiyu turned to glance at the familiar room, his heart brimming with bittersweet reflections. Their 4 years together in the past were not entirely blissful. Inan's overpowering possessiveness clashed with Shu Yiyu's yearning for freedom, the greatest conflict they faced. One sought to control everything while the other resisted all constraints. In the last year, Shu Yiyu scarcely returned to the suffocating dormitory. Yet he was acutely aware that Inan waited through countless nights. It was merely because he had not cared at the time. Ultimately, the one who loved first bore the greater burden. Shu Yiyu shut his eyes, hesitant to delve deeper into his thoughts. At least now, this man stood vividly before him, offering an opportunity to rectify all past mistakes. Their lives would surely culminate in a perfect conclusion. Shu Yiyu opened his eyes, resolute. Inan sat within a bar booth, the deafening music outside stirring no excitement within him. Clenching an unlit cigarette in his left hand, he aimlessly scrolled through his phone. The residual vodka in his system was unyieldingly potent, mingling with the mint and lemon, occasionally teasing his senses. He missed him. He missed him terribly. Lighting the cigarette, Inan took a deep drag, only to feel an even greater emptiness. Indeed, even if one is marked as a double, a degree of physiological dependence invariably emerges. At this moment, he was racked with anxiety, unable to shake off the incessant yearning. The ease with which he departed in the afternoon now felt like a tangled mess of regret. Frustrated, Inan crushed the remaining cigarette, his face taut with agitation. His gaze repeatedly drifting towards his phone as we chat. Not a single message. Had he really been out for so long without a word? He placed his phone face down on the table, choosing to ignore the world around him. He despised the feeling of being governed by pheromones, yet could not suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, as if two opposing forces were locked in an unyielding struggle. After fidgeting restlessly for half an hour in the private room, Minan could no longer contain himself. Why should he endure when he was the one who had paid for this? A staggering $150,000 each month. It was certainly not a trivial expense. With this thought, he forcefully tapped on Shu Yiyu's profile, his fingers dancing furiously across the screen. Come pick me up. He shared his location without hesitation. And as soon as he sent the message, he quickly exited the app, turning off his phone screen. Grabbing the bottle of red wine from the table, he took a hearty swig. It was infuriating. He was not incapacitated by drink. It was purely an excuse to avoid seeing him. Damn it. This couldn't possibly be counterfeit wine. It hardly had any effect on him. Chapter 6. Why do you smile at him? When Shu Yiyu received the message, he was lost in thought on the balcony, too anxious to sleep. He feared that if he closed his eyes, upon waking, everything would reveal itself as mere illusion. Minan had always been consumed by uncertainty. In the past, he failed to comprehend this feeling, but now he felt it deeply. The cycle of cause and effect. The inevitable retribution. Shu Yiyu looked up in self-mockery, gazing at the vast expanse of azure sky, deep as the ocean. Though nothing had changed, it appeared far more beautiful than before, perhaps due to a shift in his own perspective. Beside him lay an unopened pack of cigarettes, the box slightly crumpled, a testament to its owner's repeated handling. His addiction to smoking was undeniable. It had begun the day Minan died, and since then, it had been nearly impossible to quit. It seemed the only way to alleviate the anguish within. He was like a tragic figure. When he loved, he turned away, and in loss, he yearned. Only after trampling on a man's affections did he learn the meaning of heartache. His every action seemed belated, and he was determined not to tread the same path again in this lifetime. Cigarettes were the first step towards gaining control. Minan had never liked him smoking, yet he indulged in it more than anyone else, especially resentful of the faint scent of smoke on Shu Yiyu. In his previous life, he had always heard Minan's incessant chattering, yet he had never truly listened. Now, he wished to experience it. However, the reality proved far more challenging than he had imagined. It felt as if a myriad of ants were ravaging his insides, an itch that penetrated to the very core. He unwrapped a lemon-flavored candy and popped it into his mouth, attempting to alleviate his anxiety, but it was of little use. He opened the location Minun had sent, revealing a familiar address, the bar he used to frequent, a preference that had remained unchanged. Currently, he had no vehicle. His father, concerned about their modest inheritance, had made it clear that each child must earn their own way. In truth, he was indeed impoverished, relying solely on his 3 brothers for living expenses. While his 2 fathers were practically absent, Shu Yiyu returned to his room to change out of his pajamas, grabbing his wallet and slipping it into his pocket. T University had no curfew, but entry required registration. He signed in at the security desk of his neighborhood, then hailed a taxi at the campus entrance. By the time he arrived at the mint candy bar, it was already past 1 in the morning. Wearing a baseball cap, Shu Yiyu pushed the door open, the deafening music striking him like a physical force. The darkness of the night envelopes the scene, marking the commencement of a young man's life, both decadent and passionate. As he traverses a corridor, the bar inside pulsates with an extraordinary fervor. At its heart lies a dance floor, where revelers sway in a chaotic symphony. The distinctions between alpha and omega blurred, each body moving freely in a celebration that belongs solely to them. Shu Yiyu casts a fleeting glance, his expression indifferent. He is not drawn to such ostentatious revelry. Each visit to the bar leaves him feeling out of place, while on the contrary, Minun thrives in such an environment. He has an insatiable curiosity for all things novel and intriguing, yet lacks fervor. Perhaps the only unwavering devotion from his past life was his love for him. Observing the multitude around him, where loneliness abounds, Shu Yiyu feels no desire to become prey. Lowering his head and pulling down his hat, he hastens through the crowd, oblivious to the delicate male, Omega, approaching him, who weakly lunges in his direction. He stands between 2 tables, and by the time he realizes the imminent collision, he cannot evade it, only able to reach out and grasp the Omega. "Hey there, would you like to share a drink?" A faint floral scent wafts through the air as he speaks. Shu Yiyu holds his breath, politely declining, "Be a good boy and find someone else to play with." "Oh my, your voice is absolutely enchanting. It's making my ears tingle," the Omega exclaims dramatically, initially attracted by his physique, but now utterly captivated by his voice. Shu Yiyu subtly steps back, widening the distance between them. "I'm looking for someone. Please make way." The young Omega clasps his hands in front of his chest, eyes sparkling with admiration, and steps aside to let him pass, trailing closely behind with incessant chatter. "Hand me your contact information, please. I really adore your type. Don't be so aloof. I'm quite sweet." Maintaining the decorum expected of an alpha, Shu Yiyu graciously declines time and again. Clearly, the amiable Omega is not one to easily concede. The bar is already loud and crowded, and the Omega presses closer, much to Shu Yiyu's irritation. "Hey, handsome!" The Omega, determined not to relinquish his desired prey, prepares to make another advance, but is abruptly shoved aside with force. "Yes, looking for me. So scram if you know what's good for you," Minun states, his face taut and his gaze chillingly intense. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, he had ventured out for fresh air, only to stumble upon the spectacle. "Oh, it's young Master Minun. I'll take my leave," the Omega stammers, recognizing Minun's face, panic washing over him as he leans against the wall for support, hastily limping away, not daring to contest with the little king of hell. Shu Yiyu glances at the flushed Minun, offering him a black thermos. "Honey water." Minun crosses his arms, refusing to take it. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten what I told you this afternoon?" His tone drips with impatience, as he detests waiting for others. Yet, this troublesome individual has kept him waiting far too long. "Like what?" Shu Yiyu inquires, genuinely puzzled, utterly bewildered. Minun's tongue brushed against his teeth, and he felt increasingly irritated by the look of confusion on his face. What was he implying, as if he were being unreasonable? "I told you to come over immediately." Shu Yiyu replied, "There's a bit of traffic." Minun cast a glance back, convinced he wouldn't dare to lie. Grabbing the thermos cup rudely, he turned and walked away. Shu Yiyu understood perfectly. It was merely the young master's haughty temperament flaring up again, growing impatient and displeased. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he hurried after him. "Minun arrived late today, parking his car in the underground garage of the mall across from the bar. The two walked along the road, one in front of the other, in silence. Minen was reserved due to unfamiliarity, while Shu Yiyu was too accustomed to the situation. Consequently, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Minen, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, occasionally stole glances behind him. He opened and closed his mouth several times, at a loss for words. The longer they walked, the more agitated he became, until he could no longer contain himself and halted, glaring at Shu Yiyu as if he wanted to devour him whole. "Are you unhappy?" Shu Yiyu stopped in surprise. "I'm not." "Then why aren't you speaking?" "I didn't know what to say." "Do you find conversing with me uninteresting?" "No, I just felt the atmosphere was quite pleasant." "You think this is pleasant?" Minen stared at him in disbelief. "What I mean is being with you is nice, mainly because you seem reluctant to talk. If I don't speak, you want tea either?" Minen's voice suddenly rose. "That's not my fault. I will change." Shu Yiyu quickly shifted his tone, acknowledging his mistake first, as it was always wise to do so. Minen ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a tightness in his chest. "What did you do wrong?" "Why didn't he talk to you?" "Is that really what you mean?" Shu Yiyu struggled to keep up with his line of thought. "What else could it be?" "Damn, are you really that foolish?" "I shouldn't be, right?" "You absolutely are." "Then I am." "You must be insane." Minen felt he was on the verge of madness. Unable to articulate whether this feeling stemmed from the pheromones or from his own discomfort with the fact that this person was slightly displeased with him. "Why the hell am I so irritable?" "Perhaps it was due to the marking. They say it can cause hormonal imbalances," Shu Yiyu suggested thoughtfully. Minen shot him a blank stare, pacing back and forth, struggling with the pressure building in his chest, feeling both out of control and unattractive. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the nearby wall forcefully, leaving a dark footprint behind. Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow. "Well, that's that." I spoke out of turn. "Dysfunction, damn it." Minen felt a bit aggrieved, as if he were no longer himself, losing control and appearing unseemly. "It will be fine once the pheromones metabolize." "So it's just because of the marking?" "Mostly yes, but part of it is his own issue." However, Shu Yiyu refrained from saying more. The young master was volatile, and he might end up getting hurt. "What is the small part?" Minen fished a cigarette out of his pocket, lit one, and took a few puffs before lighting another without thinking. But it was snatched away by Shu Yiyu. "What are you doing? Don't smoke too much. It's harmful." "And now you're starting to care?" "If you were willing, I would gladly take charge." Minen huffed impatiently, pulling his hand away with force. The area where he was pinched now radiating warmth. Strangely, his previously vexed mood began to ease. Clearing his throat, which felt a bit dry and scratchy, he glanced at the thermos in his hand. The other had brought it over eagerly, and he felt inclined to show some courtesy. Thus, he twisted the cap open and took a sip. Ugh, it was overwhelmingly sweet. Only an Omega would relish such a concoction. This led him to recall the small Omega who had just thrown himself into his arms, igniting a fresh wave of irritation. Frustrated, he capped the thermos again and took a deep breath, turning to Shu Yiyu with a frigid tone. "You smiled at him earlier." "I did not. I saw it with my own eyes." "I truly did not. Be more mindful. Don't be so soft-hearted when you should refuse." Shu Yiyu felt a slight flush in his ears, realizing how charming the man was when he was being stubborn. Moreover, the sensation of being cared for was undeniably pleasant. Why had he resisted it in the past? "I understand. I will be cautious." "It won't happen again." "Good," Shu Yiyu replied with a smile, reaching out to grasp the man's arm and pulling him forcefully toward himself, causing Minen to stumble forward unsteadily. Panicked, he clutched at his clothing. "What are you doing?" "I want to kiss you," Shu Yiyu declared, securing his hold around Minen's waist and capturing his lips with precision. The kiss was bold and possessive. Chapter 7. How are you so skilled? The basement had an unpleasant odor, yet it did not deter the two individuals entwined in a kiss in the corner. Minen had completely lost the capacity for rational thought. Under the influence of pheromones and alcohol, he felt almost ensnared. In just a day, which could barely add up to 12 hours, he had surrendered numerous significant firsts in his life. In that fleeting moment of their lips meeting, he felt no resistance, only an urgent desire to connect. This sensation was exquisitely subtle, an unfamiliar craving that was both novel and exhilarating, tinged with a hint of danger. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Shu Yiyu's kiss was intoxicating and beguiling, luring him step by step, a blend of paradise and earthly delight, the boundaries blurred. He could only clutch tightly at Shu Yiyu's clothing to steady himself, fearing he might collapse from weakness in his legs. As the kiss concluded, Shu Yiyu lifted Minan's slender waist, saying, "Let's head back." Minan was unsure whether it was the dizzying kiss or the intoxicating effects of alcohol, but his mind felt hazy, swaying as he struggled to maintain his balance. His beautiful eyes were half closed, glazed, and unfocused. Amused, Shu Yiyu tenderly caressed the man's cheek, retrieving the car keys from his pocket, and cradled them in his arms as he made his way to the car, pressing the unlock button repeatedly. Minan was more diligent in changing cars than he was in changing clothes, even after 6 years together. Shu Yiyu could not recall the license plate of his frequently used vehicle. Fortunately, the shopping mall was not vast, and there were not many cars, so they found it in no time. After settling Minan in the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, Shu Yiyu drove steadily back to the university. The neon lights flickered along the way. The capital's nightlife was never lonely, even in the early hours, the streets bustling with traffic. Yet, it had been a long time since Shu Yiyu visited T University. This road felt both familiar and foreign. After making 2 wrong turns, the man ceased his struggle, expressionless as he opened the navigation app, obediently following the prescribed route back to the dormitory. Inan, inebriated, did not create a ruckus. He quietly closed his eyes. Exquisite as a lifelike doll, Shu Yiyu initially intended to help him freshen up before returning him to his room, but he hesitated, sensing that their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. The young master was accustomed to having his way. His desire to be with him stemmed partly from pheromones and partly from his striking visage. Inan's infatuation with someone was all too clear to him. Presently, Shu Yiyu was merely a source of amusement, and he willingly played the role of a jester. He removed Inan's shoes, tucked him in, released a hint of pheromones for reassurance, and then turned off the lights and exited. In the darkness, Inan opened his eyes, clarity washing over him. He turned onto his back, inhaling deeply the scent of vodka in the air. An unfamiliar sensation surged swiftly from his feet, and before he could react, a shadow crossed his face. He lifted his leg to clutch the blanket, burying his face in the pillow. Damn it, what was all this chaos about? University was not as leisurely as he had imagined. Alpha courses were far more intricate than those for Omega. While the little OS began to revel in the joys of college life, Alphas embarked on a journey akin to purgatory. Both Shu Yiyu and Nam refreshers, occupied with mandatory and elective courses arranged by their families, leaving them little time in the dormitory. As fellow Alphas, they did not share the Omega's constant need for companionship. Yet each night, just before sleep, they would share unspoken moments of tenderness. Inan relished this relationship, taboo, undisclosed, yet thrilling to the point of eliciting goosebumps. When the two embraced fervently in the room, liberally releasing their emotions, he often felt an exhilarating illusion of breaking free from confinement, returning to his true self. Inan was a paradoxical individual, quick to anger, possessive, drawn to alphas, thrill-seeking, and craving control. Yet he was also devoted, candid, and genuine, wholly unreserved in his passions. Shu Yiyu had once felt suffocated by this dynamic, but over the past few weeks, he had developed a new understanding, compelling him to draw closer, ever closer. Inan completely surrendered himself. Vodka permeated his veins, melding with the refreshing notes of mint and lemon. It was simply beyond description. The experience was overwhelmingly explosive. Inan spread his fingers through the man's hair, his breath unsteady as he spoke. "How are you so good at this?" Shu Yiyu murmured softly, nuzzling against the man's shoulder. He understood precisely what this man liked and disliked. Throughout those 6 years, they had been inseparable, exploring each other without reservation. Wherever those hands roamed, flames ignited. It was familiarity, understanding, and the complete dominance of the superior. Inan, after the ecstasy, found his mind a blank slate, utterly incapable of thought, completely lost in the depths of pleasure. He had never had a lover before, nor had he ever tasted the essence of love. Suddenly thrust into a new realm, he was filled with curiosity about everything. "Where did you learn that?" Inan questioned, somewhat skeptical. The notion of self-taught mastery seemed too extraordinary. How could he not have acquired such skills? You, Shu Yiyu murmured inwardly, lowering his gaze to the man's exquisite features, planting delicate kisses. The young master, accustomed to indulgence, had fair and tender skin that flushed at the slightest touch. For a fleeting moment, Shu Yiyu found himself lost in thought, as if two lifetimes were overlapping. The gentle nibbling of teeth transformed into something more fervent. Are you a dog? Inan glared at the bite marks on his abdomen, nearly unable to suppress the urge to kick him. Shu Yiyu caressed the purple ring around his skin and leaned closer to whisper, a dog that bites just for you. Damn! Inan couldn't help but tug at his hair. Shu Yiyu leaned in again. Despite the man's harsh words, he did not resist his closeness, reclining obediently. The man's fingers grazed over his tightly shut lips, yet Inan remained still, unwilling to let him succeed so easily. Open your mouth. I won't. Not going to kiss. I don't wish to. Very well. Shu Yiyu gently touched the young master's lips, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Yet he would not press him further, sitting upright instead. Inan stared at him, bewildered. What was happening? Was this truly the end? He grasped Shu Yiyu's neck, pulling him back with a fierce expression, gritting his teeth as he demanded. What do you mean? Shu Yiyu supported himself against the headboard. Did I not say no? When I say no, it means no. Or what? Inan bit his tongue, rendered speechless. Yet, a sense of irritation brewed within him. They had explored every avenue, yet had not shattered the final barrier. Although Inan was reluctant. If Shu Yiyu truly intended to cater to him, he could be swayed. Perhaps it could be so, had he not experienced this. He might have confidently declared that he could never be subdued. Now, however, uncertainty lingered, for Shu Yiyu was exceptionally skilled. He had never doubted his own strength as an alpha, nor had he imagined a day when another alpha's kiss would render him weak, devoid of strength. He did not feel offended. Rather, he felt an urge to soar. Faced with such a man, Inan lacked the confidence to resist. Shu Yiyu gently pressed his lips against the man's as a form of reassurance, his tone soft. It's late, and tomorrow begins military training. Rest well. Are you certain? Inan doubted he could hold back. Your computer department must have unified military training, right? Huh. I will indeed be training too. All right, then get to bed early, and don't secretly play on your phone. Inan shot an irritated glare at the unamused dogman, his chest heaving with frustration as he rose in anger. This felt more exasperating than being caught halfway through a bowel movement, stuck in an uncomfortable limbo. Damn it, always stirring the flames without knowing how to douse them. How could he justify such poor service with his hard-earned money? Shu Yiyu remained blissfully unaware of the young master's inner turmoil. He genuinely believed it was best to rest early that night. In the previous life, Shu Yiyu's experience with military training remains a mystery, as he was too indolent to attend. This time around, he has no intention of evading it. From what he has gathered, the military instructors at T University are likely to be personnel from the capital station troops, probably under the command of his elder brother. They are notorious for their severity, and it is anticipated that this year's delicate new students will face considerable hardship. Inan, feeling irritated, picked up the scattered clothes from the floor and, refusing to give up, asked once more, Are you really not coming? Shu Yiyu also rose, took the man's hand, and kissed his forehead, feeling a tinge of reluctance. However, today was truly not an opportune moment. Good night. Don't regret it. I won tea. I'm really leaving. Rest well and be good. Be good? Nonsense. Go get some sleep. Inan, in a fit of frustration, shook off his hand and forcefully opened the door, slamming it shut behind him. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed. The remnants of excitement lingered, teasing at his senses. Inan rolled around on the bed for a few moments before sitting up again, staring fixedly at the door. If that infuriating man had any sense, he would come and knock. He might reconsider then. Yet, 5 minutes passed, then 10, and 20 minutes later, his eyes had grown weary from watching, and there was no sign of life from the other side. Damn it! Inan grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at the door, feeling it insufficient. He threw another one. It seemed that sometimes a man's obedience could diminish the thrill of the chase. Chapter 8. The Wheel of Fortune turns though T University is predominantly populated by the affluent offspring of the capital. Its military training is notably more rigorous than that of other institutions, lasting for 25 days, with alphas and omegas undergoing separate sessions. Alphas not only face a more demanding curriculum, but also endure more grueling physical training. As the dominant attribute in society, they enjoy greater social benefits while also expected to contribute significantly to societal value. Naturally endowed with superior leadership qualities and possessing more robust physiques than the other two groups, they are not afforded an easy experience, as the training typically follows the regimen of military academies. Upon his arrival, Shu Yiyu found the finance department divided into 4 squads. 2 alphas and 2 omegas, with him positioned in the first alpha squad. Each squad was assigned 2 instructors, alongside a designated medical tent. As Shu Yiyu made his way to his formation, he inevitably encountered his elder brother. The man, tall and muscular from years of training, wore a camouflage short-sleeve shirt that showcased his well-defined biceps, poised for action. With a narrow waist and long legs, he possessed a perfect inverted T physique. Shu Yin was 5 years older than Shu Yiyu and had largely raised him during their childhood. Despite being blood relatives, he had always been more severe than other peers during training. No matter how many times he was tormented, he had to smile and call him brother, lest he be deprived of meals, a profession of sibling rivalry that would last a lifetime. Thus, feeling somewhat awkward, Shu Yiyu had no desire to engage. "Thank you." Resolutely, he decided to walk past Shu Laosan without a sideways glance. The smile that had just begun to form on Shu Laosan's lips and the hand he had raised froze awkwardly in midair, then trembled as it clenched into a fist. Approaching Shu Yiyu with a forced smile that lacked sincerity, he mouthed a few words. "You're finished." Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "Bring it on." The names of the first 3 brothers in the Shu family are rather conventional. The eldest is named Shu Hang, the second Shu Hai, and the third Shu Yan. However, upon reaching Shu Yiyu, things take a peculiar turn. His 3 younger brothers' names are simply outlandish, best left unmentioned. The Shu brothers are currently engaged in a playful scuffle. But as the training bell rings, the atmosphere shifts. The Alpha's military training commences an hour earlier than that of the Omega, while the little O leisurely applies sunscreen. A group of robust Alphas stands in formation, ready for inspection. Most Alphas possess commendable physiques, and the entire playground is adorned in a uniform deep green, which incites a flurry of chatter among the awaiting little OS. After all, where else, aside from school, could one encounter such a plethora of youthful Alphas? Some Alphas, eager to create fond memories at school, instinctively straighten their backs, hoping to stand out among the crowd and perhaps capture the affection of an Omega. Shu Yiyu, however, harbors little interest in Omegas. Instead, he finds himself glancing sideways in search of a familiar figure. Regrettably, after several rounds of searching, he feels a tinge of disappointment upon not finding the person he seeks. Having paid no heed to his appearance during military training in his previous life, he is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Second row, first in line, step forward. Shu Haiyan calls out, pointing at Shu Yiyu. "Report. What are you looking around for?" He had been fixated on him, and this was a golden opportunity to capitalize on. "Report. I wasn't looking at anything." "Stand at attention." "At ease." Shu Yiyu complies, maintaining a standard posture. "Your stance is slouched. Have you not eaten?" "Stand at attention." "Run 10 laps around the playground." "Execute immediately." With a whistle, Shu Yin commands. Shu Yiyu grinds his teeth, but, upon recalling something, a flicker of joy appears on his face. This is the perfect chance to find out where Mi Nan is. Shu Yin is doing quite well, maintaining a steady pace. Shu Yiyu quickly spots the person who occupies his thoughts within the southern formation. Mi Nan, despite his typically carefree demeanor, excels academically. Every student at T University carries their familial responsibilities, their personal value evident amidst the indulgence. The young master, being fair-skinned, is likely sensitive to the sun. 2 distinct red patches are prominently visible on his face, extending to his neck, which is flushed pink. Nevertheless, he stands resolutely straight, his expression unusually serious. As Shu Yiyu passes their formation, he deliberately slows his pace. Mi Nan squints at the figure leisurely running by, internally scoffing. Getting punished with laps right from the start. Serves you right. The frustration from yesterday still lingers. Even a glance now feels bothersome. Shu Yiyu is acutely aware of the young master's temperament. He had no intention of provoking him, yet he cannot help but be amused by his flustered expression. 2 hours pass swiftly, and after a vigorous run, Shu Yiyu is drenched in sweat just in time for a break. He pulls out his phone and sends a message to Minan. I'm going to buy water. Would you like anything? Minan, crouched in the rest area engrossed in a game, has spent the morning in the sun, his face flushed to an absurd degree, itchy and painful. Upon seeing Shu Yiyu's message, he dismisses it with a swipe. Remembering how pitifully he was left behind yesterday, he feels a wave of irritation. Do you want a drink, or just mineral water? As Minan exited the game, he clicked on his avatar, staring at the messages in continued silence. Shu Yiyu, who was in the school's supermarket, sensed that he had not responded and knew he must be quite upset. She directly purchased 2 bottles of mineral water, intending to soothe the young master. On her way back, she sent him 2 messages. I've bought mineral water. I'm at the small gate on the left side of your formation, south of the playground. Minan absent-mindedly tapped the screen, his gaze lost in thought. Having long since cast aside the ongoing game, Zhang Yang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed nearby, lamenting how their guaranteed victory had been squandered. Frustrated, he slapped Minan's back and scolded, What are you doing? What nonsense is this? You're a liability. Startled, Minan responded, Could you keep it down? The distractions in WeChat are almost unbearable. Zhang Yang craned his neck to see, only to be firmly pushed away by Minan. Mind your own business. Stay away from me. Indeed, there seemed to be a secret. Nan, you've changed. Zhang Yang called out. Suong, come quickly. Nan has secrets. Suong adjusted his glasses, casting a thoughtful glance at me, and before calmly telling Zhang Yang, Yes, Minan is grown up. Grown up my foot. Hurry and confess. Have you been secretly dating without us knowing? Zhang Yang lunged again, attempting to put Nan in a chokehold. Having grown up together, they were well aware of his sexual orientation and thus remained attentive, knowing that love destined for failure required vigilance to prevent deep emotional wounds. Struggling against the chokehold, Minan grasped the nearby railing to avoid falling, extending his hand to claw at Zhang Yang's scalp. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Zhang Yang, sensing retaliation, quickly released him and retreated, running towards Suong while muttering, Brothers in this life, but not in the next. How could you be so dishonest with us? Why are you so annoying? Minan hurled the mineral water bottle at him. Nan, my dear Nan, how ruthless you are. Zhang Yang exclaimed. Suong, look. He actually threw a bottle at me. Suong glanced at his arm, disdainfully trying to pull away, but it wouldn't budge. Could you also keep your distance? Zhang Yang feigned deep hurt, biting his finger pitifully. You all are rejecting me. Muzi, you're all I have left. Muzi. Initially seated quietly beside them, Muzi dashed away at Zhang Yang's call without a moment's hesitation. Determined, Zhang Yang chased after her. The resting area fell into immediate silence. Minan returned to his seat, taking out his phone to fixate once more on Shu Yiyu's chat page. He was torn, his brows knitting into a tight frown, contemplating whether to go or not. That Minan Jr. was a female Omega. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Minan maintained the composure expected of an alpha and inquired in a calm tone. Is there something you need? I just saw that you lost your water, so, please accept this. The Omega extended a bottle of mineral water with both hands. Minan cast a glance, ready to refuse, but before he could utter a word, the other party thrust something into his hands and swiftly ran away. Shu, arriving at an inopportune moment, missed the scene of the forced exchange, only to witness Minan, red-faced, clutching a bottle of mineral water while fleeing with a stunning Omega. Her gaze returned to her phone, where Minan had replied, I have water. Indeed, water gifted by an Omega. Huh. With an expressionless face, Shu Yiyu tossed the bottle into the trash, feeling a tinge of envy. It seemed that granting too much freedom to men was ill-advised. Chapter 9. The perils of a jealous man. The night deepened, and the campus lay shrouded in darkness. After a day of relentless sun, the dormitory was stiflingly hot. The central air conditioning hummed ominously, yet had yet to fulfill its purpose. Leaning against the balcony, Shu Yiyu succumbed to temptation after enduring a fortnight without smoking. Scattered around her were the remnants of cigarettes she had previously carried, their packaging torn and tattered, with ash and butts strewn across the floor, while one smoldered between her fingers. Memories entwined like vines, suffocating her. Each day, since Minan's passing, Shu Yiyu questioned the reasons. Why did he remain silent? Why didn't he reach out? Why did he choose death? Day after day, her will to survive waned, and her body, devoid of any desire to endure, could not last much longer. It felt like self-punishment. Only by mirroring that man's steps could she find a semblance of solace. Yet what was the use? Loss is irrevocable. No amount of regret or pain could resurrect him. To Shu Yiyu, Minan had always embodied strength and dominance, a whirlwind of audacity. Their previous life together was serendipitous. Yet their enduring bond was forged through Minan's countless compromises. From the outset, Shu Yiyu had never envisioned a future. This person simply found a home in her heart, coincidentally filling the void of her own loneliness, only for Minan to ensnare her deeper. Once someone opens their heart to another, the capacity for affection diminishes to a mere pinprick. Shu Yiyu possessed wealth, beauty, and a remarkable physique. His family's prominence in the capital ensuring that countless Omegas longed to forge connections with him, regardless of status. Even a fleeting mark could grant one a year of pride in the circles they traversed. Although he had no desire for other Omegas and maintained a virtuous path after being with Minan, he did not shy away from the admiration and pursuit of others. To Shu Yiyu, those affections belonged to others, beyond his control, and thus not worthy of his concern. However, Minan was different. He detested even the slightest warmth Shu Yiyu extended to others. There was a time when their relationship was fraught with conflict, though it could more accurately be described as Minan's unilateral outbursts, with Shu Yiyu often remaining silent. He was at a loss for how to soothe an alpha, resorting to methods that could not merge their beings in any other way. Minan incessantly inquired, "Why can't you turn back and look at me?" Shu Yiyu's responses were cruelly chilling. One day, everyone must return to the right path. Return to the right path? On what grounds do you believe you can still retrace your steps? Minan's laughter was steeped in mockery. From that moment onward, he ceased to ask. Their eventual separation was a foregone conclusion. Two alphas, if they were ordinary individuals, might have had a sliver of possibility. Yet each bore a distinct mission, sealing their fate from the very beginning. The man exhaled a plume of white mist, which dispersed slowly, blurring his vision. As he squinted slightly, a thin veil of vapor rising. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species, Shu Yiyu mused quietly. The instant negative emotions surged forth. They could obliterate all prior efforts. He had never deemed himself so juvenile, yet at this moment he yearned to indulge in such immaturity. He felt compelled to do something to vent his frustrations or to conceal the deep-seated anxieties within. Illuminating his phone screen, it read 12:25. Minan had yet to return. Most likely, he was at the bar with his childhood friends once more. Unlike his usual habit, he refrained from calling or messaging to remind him to drink less or to return early. Internally, he engaged in a silent contest, wishing for Minan to yield first. The man's obstinacy was inexplicable, and his irritation was unfounded. Only Shu Yiyu carried the weight of their past love and hatred, and it was only fitting that he should endure greater torment. This was something he had prepared himself for from the outset. Yet here he was, fretting over an inconsequential Omega. What fault lay with that Omega? What could a bottle of water possibly signify? Yet Shu Yiyu found himself unable to restrain the insidious thoughts that flourished in the depths of his mind. Perhaps it was not a matter of inability, but rather a refusal to exert control. Since his rebirth, he had appeared remarkably composed. In truth, it was merely a facade. He was profoundly afraid. The tribulations of his past life had faded, while the circumstances of this existence remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shu Yiyu felt a wave of panic. He questioned whether he could still capture Minan's attention. Numerous changes unfolded in the unseen realm, such as their encounters and the inception of their relationship. The path of love is arduous. In the past, he was oblivious to this truth. Now, he could fully comprehend the uncontrollable rage that had consumed Minan upon witnessing him greet another Omega. for he too had lost his senses. The mint candy bar remained vibrant, filled with thematic festivities, a chaotic whirlwind of revelry and lamentation. Minun wore a sullen expression, appearing somewhat eerie and foreboding beneath the dim lighting. His phone spun incessantly between his fingers, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He dominated the 3-meter-long main sofa in the VIP room of the bar, with all adjacent seats left unoccupied, as none dared to sit beside him. The room itself was not devoid of patrons. Over 20 individuals huddled on the smaller sofas flanking either side, creating a stark division between two contrasting atmospheres. One side thrived with merriment, while the other languished in silence, refusing to intermingle. Today, the young master's temper was frightfully volatile. Even Zhang Yang, typically the most audacious among them, refrained from provoking him. Muzi, being the eldest among their group, was relatively composed and, upon witnessing Minun's demeanor, resolved to disperse the gathering early. The time has come. Let us return, for there is military training tomorrow. Muzi patted his shoulder. With a distracted response, Minun simply replied, "Oh." Muzi sighed and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "If you have anything on your mind, just share it with the brothers." "Nothing, just feeling irritable after a day in the sun." Minun stood up, glanced at his phone, and saw nothing new, his expression darkening further. Muzi draped an arm over his shoulder, swallowed hard, and chose silence, merely guiding him outside. Their group dared not let him drive. Instead, they found a sober alpha to take them back to T University. Minun, pursing his lips, stood at the door, hesitating to enter. He sensed that Shu Yiyu was displeased but could not fathom why, as he himself was the one who ought to be upset. Anxiously pacing back and forth, the door opened on its own. Shu Yiyu regarded Minun with an impassive expression, his pupils a deep brown, nearly black. The silent gaze inexplicably reminded Minun of a serpent. "What are you doing?" The young master was already irritable. Seeing his demeanor only heightened his agitation. Shu Yiyu's lips curled into a smile, devoid of warmth. He seized Minun's hand, forcefully shutting the door behind them, and then leaning in closely, silencing any chance for words. A fierce kiss ensued, akin to a ferocious beast ready to devour its hapless prey. Minun attempted to resist, but his wrist was firmly grasped and twisted behind his back, rendering him immobile. As he turned his head to evade, his jaw was seized, leaving him no choice but to endure. After a few rounds, all Minun felt was a suffocating absence of passion, as if it were merely an act of release. A fire of indignation ignited within him, and he loathed this emotionless kiss. He retaliated, biting down hard, the metallic taste of blood filling the air as he pierced Shu Yiyu's lip. "TSK so fierce," Shu Yiyu remarked, wiping the blood that trickled down his chin. Minun glared with bloodshot eyes, pushing against his shoulder with force. "Have you lost your mind?" "Perhaps," Shu Yiyu admitted, licking his lips. He grasped Minun's hand and placed it against his chest, this time softening his touch, drawing him into an embrace. Minun struggled in irritation, but he tightened his grasp, leaving Minun with no choice but to glare at him in annoyance. This dog of a man vented his frustrations on him when he was upset. What did it mean to soothe him afterward? "If you have grievances against me, just voice them directly. Don't resort to this." Minun's anger surged. Why do you have to be angry? He questioned himself, realizing he was the one truly fuming. Shu Yiyu held the back of Minun's neck, feeling the pulsing of his glands beneath his palm, and spoke pitifully. "You drank Omega's water." Minun clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Where were you at that moment?" "I happened to see it." "Damn, I had no intention of taking it. She just tossed it at me." "You wouldn't drink the water I bought for you." "Where the hell is the water you bought?" "Oh, you seem to be upset." Minun fell silent, staring at Shu Yiyu with a perplexed gaze. "What are you doing?" Minun lifted his hand to hook around the man's neck, his previously angry expression now replaced by playful mockery. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are you feeling jealous?" Shu Yiyu, with both hands delving into his clothing, grasped his waist and murmured, "Did you just notice? You didn't allow me to see it. Now that I have." Minun's eyes sparkled in the darkness. His restless heart, which had been anxious all night without a single message from the man, suddenly calmed. He leaned in with great initiative and asked, What would you like me to do? Shu Yiyu affectionately nudged his nose and replied, I want to kiss you. I don't want to like before. Before the last syllable faded, Shu Yiyu gently pressed his lips against the man's. Gone was the previous frenzy, replaced by a delicate exploration, each touch imbued with profound affection. Min found himself utterly defenseless against this version of Shu Yiyu. The minty lemon scent of his pheromones began to unconsciously emanate. Chapter 10. Alike yet entirely different Nan was not a poor student. Learning from the man, he could not only defend himself, but could also turn the tide. Occasionally, a few enthusiastic advances would excite Shu Yiyu immensely. Yet, the fundamental distinction between teacher and student remained, and after several exchanges, Min felt as if he might explode. His legs weakened, and he ended up clinging to the man like an octopus. Shu Yiyu hooked his leg, and, in his past life, he rarely took the initiative to kiss. Most of the time, it was merely a fleeting moment of passion. Now, however, his lips seemed to be coated with poppy nectar, enticing him to draw closer repeatedly, as if nothing could ever be enough, a delightful addiction. The faint taste of smoke danced between their lips, transitioning from bitterness to astringency and finally to sweetness, ultimately consuming them both. Min, slightly shorter than Shu Yiyu, found his back pressed against the wall, his waist held firmly, creating the perfect posture for a kiss. The delicate kisses fell like scattered petals, and Min felt a tingling sensation creeping up from the soles of his feet, an unprecedented experience. Damn it, Shu Yiyu, Min tugged at the man's hair, pulling him back slightly, his voice husky and low, concealing a tide of emotions about to burst forth. Have you thought about it? What? Shu Yiyu rested his forehead against the man's, feeling the warm breath brush against his face, a refreshing lemon scent. Min licked his unusually vibrant lips and raised his knee to nudge him. Shu Yiyu momentarily lost himself in thought. He had always enjoyed such collisions. Are you sure? What's there to be sure about? I'm not a wooden block, I can feel. How much better can you possibly be? You've been getting on my nerves for a long time. Min, a hedonist at heart, found no reason to refuse someone he didn't dislike. Who's in control? Shu Yiyu's hand slipped under the hem of his clothing. The alpha's physique was exceptional, with a smooth waistline and a pleasantly firm texture that was hard to resist. Min, sensitive to ticklishness, turned to evade but was firmly pulled back into captivity. Gripping the man's clothing tightly, he lowered his gaze, his curled lashes trembling slightly. This rests on you, he said, the answer already evident. Whoever can shall. Shu Yiyu lowered her head and boldly kissed the alluring man, leading him to her room. With a swift motion, she kicked the door shut and pushed him down onto the deep gray sheets, creating a pronounced indentation. Her actions were marked by an eagerness that resembled that of an inexperienced youth, even causing the drawstring of his pants to become hopelessly knotted. Inan had previously experienced fragmented dreams, yet never imagined he would find himself in such a situation, which made him particularly anxious. However, upon seeing the tangled belt, he relaxed completely. Fortunately, their feelings were mutually understood. He was not the only one flustered. As she pulled away from the clumsy man, she grasped the thoroughly knotted pants, bemusedly questioning his lack of finesse. Shu Yiyu's handsome face stiffened, glaring at the golden drawstring in frustration, feeling as though her initial opportunity had been squandered. She seized the string and yanked it with force, causing it to snap into two pieces, triumphantly spinning it in her hand before making a perfect shot into the wastebasket. Inan silently deemed her childish, lamenting the damage done to the pants he had eagerly awaited for half a month, wearing them for the first time today. Shu Yiyu pressed him back, whispering softly against his ear, promising to buy him 10 pairs next time. He retorted, "You are indeed generous, but no other style compares. I love this one." She teased him about leaving him with nothing to wear. Inan perceived this boastfulness and couldn't resist provoking him, stating, "You can talk all you want. We shall see." Shu Yiyu rummaged through the nightstand, producing various bottles and small packages. Inan's face darkened at the sight of his preparedness, exclaiming, "Do you really carry these around with you?" Shu Yiyu looked up in surprise. "After all this time together, shouldn't I be prepared?" Inan scoffed, "What nonsense! I never considered such things. I'm more meticulous." In a swift motion, Inan flipped him over, gripping his collar fiercely, demanding, "Are you planning to fool around behind my back?" Shu Yiyu retorted, "I only wish to hold you." He then maneuvered their positions, but Yinan still felt uneasy, asserting from now on, "This must only be kept at my place." Shu Yiyu had no objections, as the focus was on use, regardless of where it was stored. "Fine, just promise to behave." Shu Yiyu raised his hand to cover Yinan's mouth, surrendering. "Shu, don't speak." "I must speak," Yinan replied. "You'll find yourself unable to speak soon enough." Upon realizing what Shu Yiyu meant, Yinan's face flushed crimson. Having witnessed the actions of others, he understood the implications, and though Shu Yiyu did not seem coarse, there was always a possibility of pain. Feeling uncertain, he hesitantly asked, "Do you know how to?" Shu Yiyu was stiffly reiterated, "Ido." Yinan desired to relax. Yet this was not something one could simply will into being. "Damn, I'm so nervous." "What are you afraid of?" "You certainly don't fear it. It won't harm you." The young master became agitated. "It's not that serious. Then I'll be the one to poke you." Minen's entire body was taut with tension. Shu Yi could only delicately kiss him again, softly reassuring, "Do not fear." "It's all right, I understand." Minen, summoning his courage, shouted a couple of times. Since his rebirth, Shu Yi had predominantly exhibited a languid demeanor. However, the essence of an alpha inherently harbored a domineering desire for control. This had been true in the past, and it remained so in the present. It was merely a facade of gentleness, a pretense for ulterior motives. When the prey lowered its defenses, he would seize the moment unexpectedly. Yet, once it truly commenced, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. Minen's mind was ablaze with a kaleidoscope of thoughts, rendering everything insubstantial. Shu Yi required minimal effort, effortlessly stirring every nerve within him, as if he intended to unveil all the suppressed emotions accumulated over the years that very night. Even in silence, the weighty affection he harbored was vividly expressed in the minutiae of their encounter. Minen was relentlessly overwhelmed. Once a man tasted the sweetness, he could not restrain himself. His ears seemed to have gone deaf, no longer registering any words of refusal. At the conclusion, after 20 years as an alpha, Minen was so exhausted that he could barely lift a finger, drifting into unconsciousness. Following his indulgence, Shu Yi felt no inclination for sleep. Instead, a subtle excitement filled his chest. This man was finally his once more. He reached out to trace the contours of Minen's sleeping profile, a vision akin to a dream. It felt as if they had returned to a previous life, lying side by side on the bed, sharing countless intimate nights. Everything seemed unchanged, yet there was an undeniable sense of difference. The past version of himself would never have engaged in such tender gestures. Perhaps the term heartless was meant for him. Shu Yi bit his tongue, suppressing the itch in his throat, embracing Minen in his arms, turning off the lights, and surrendering to sleep. The following day, Minen's biological clock was impeccably punctual. Regardless of fatigue, he awakened each morning at 7 o'clock. Upon observing the ceiling light, so dissimilar to his own room, he scanned the pale gray curtains and wardrobe. This was not his space. Raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light, he attempted to sit up, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Memories of the previous night slowly began to resurface. Ugh, that was a bit too exhilarating. Hearing the commotion, Shu Yi rubbed his eyes and sat up, asking, "What's wrong?" Minen sat up only to fall back down again, his face a canvas of vivid expressions. Indeed, what was once thrilling had now morphed into a relentless ordeal. While the experience had been enjoyable, he now felt as though his body had been dismantled and reassembled. Unlike the flexibility of an omega, most alphas had rigid bones. After being forced into several extreme positions the day before, Minen struggled to rise. His feet touching the ground, feeling weightless, knees trembling uncontrollably. His expression darkened immediately. It was all this damned creature's fault. Just when he thought it was nearly over, this rascal had a way with words, charming him into a stupor. In the end, he could hardly distinguish between the directions of east, south, west, and north. Everything felt permissible. Glancing back at the man sleeping soundly, Minen felt a surge of anger, squeezing out 3 words through gritted teeth. "Shu Yiyu." After a restless night tossing and turning, He ultimately succumbed to sleep just as dawn broke. When he called out, Shu Yiyu, still in a haze, responded with a vague hum. This only fueled me, Nan's irritation further. It was a shared predicament, yet Shu Yiyu appeared utterly unbothered, while me Nan felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. I could just kill you. Huh? What nonsense? Me Nan exclaimed, I'm the one who's dying. In an instant, Shu Yiyu's muddled mind cleared, as if he had flipped a switch, and he sprang from the bed, striding towards me Nan. He seized his arm with such force that his nails nearly pierced the skin, exuding a wild, uncontrollable energy. Fixing his stormy gaze on me Nan, he spoke in a low, menacing tone, Do not utter such words. Do not speak of death. Me Nan stumbled forward, the pain causing his heart to race. A surge of anger ignited within him, and he instinctively grasped Shu Yiyu's wrist to retaliate, his fist poised before the man, yet hesitating to strike. You won't die. Me Nan. Shu Yiyu's palm enveloped his hand, a plea evident in his eyes, revealing a deep-seated fear that he could not conceal. Me Nan's chest heaved violently, yearning to pull away, yet the man's grip was surprisingly strong. Let go. Me Nan, you'll not die. Damn it. Of course I want to die. Shu Yiyu, seemingly terrified, pulled me Nan into his embrace, tightly restraining him. Me Nan felt as though his face might be squished flat. He wanted to break free, but felt a pang of compassion. He couldn't fathom why Shu Yiyu was so distressed. It was merely a careless remark, yet it seemed to weigh heavily as if he were truly on the verge of death. Damn, this embrace is far too tight. I am suffocating. I'm so exhausted. Chapter 11. The annoying me Nan suddenly. The sun leapt over the horizon, lazily streaming through the window and illuminating the room. The once gentle warmth gradually escalated to an unbearable heat, and even with the air conditioning on, the two men began to sweat in their embrace. Shu Yiyu observed his hands trembling as they encircled me Nan's back, discreetly clenching into fists, forcing himself to remain composed. Me Nan's face pressed against Shu Yiyu's chest, his head being pushed down, distorting his features, yet he maintained a rare patience, patting Shu Yiyu's back. It's stifling. Shu Yiyu pressed a kiss to the top of his head, loosening his grip slightly, his gaze intense and unwavering as it lingered on me Nan's face. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Me Nan brushed a strand of hair from his eyes. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me like that. Me Nan. What? I'm sorry. Those three simple words had previously remained unspoken by Shu Yiyu. It felt as though acknowledging his fault meant admitting that he was the reason for me Nan's suffering. In a past life, he had held his tongue until death, never uttering an apology. Truthfully, he should have said it long ago. From beginning to end, Shu Yiyu owed me Nan a heartfelt apology. At first, there was a hesitance to speak, followed by a deep-seated fear, ultimately culminating in a profound reluctance. It was only upon encountering this man, once more, that a flicker of humble courage was ignited. Me Nan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the man's apology and the anguish that marred his expression. Why apologize? Shu Yiyu's smile was tinged with melancholy as he caressed the man's cheek, murmuring, Did I hurt you? I am truly sorry. Was it as simple as that? Indeed. Me Nan regarded the peculiarity of Shu Yiyu, an unsettling feeling that he was being kept in the dark. Have you committed some misdeed? No. I warn you. Those who betray me face dire consequences. I won't. I detest ambiguity. Speak plainly. Shu Yiyu leaned his head on his shoulder, softly inquiring, Me Nan, if you're not weary of me, can we remain together indefinitely? Me Nan thought to himself, how could he possibly tire of this moment? He reached out, affectionately ruffling the man's strong hair, and begrudgingly reassured him. As long as you obey and refrain from actions that displease me, I wouldn't mind being together forever. Yes, I shall be very obedient. How obedient? I will heed your every word. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Yesterday, when I told you to stop, what were you doing? Well, except in that regard, I could curse you. No foul language allowed. I'm going to scold you. Would you dare? Scolding you one tea cost me a thing. I'm feeling overwhelmed. Am I your ancestor, to be treated like a fragile treasure? No, you're my ancestor. Me Nan, with his tongue grazing his teeth, mused on how adept this man was at flattery, only saying what he wanted to hear, He was not particularly skilled at this sticky, sentimental atmosphere and shrugged, addressing the man draped over him. Get off. I'm in pain all over. Obediently, Shu Yiyu stood upright, clinging to his waist, unwilling to let go. Aren't you going to shower? Later, I need to do some stretches first. Shu Yiyu glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was getting late, and with military training scheduled for 9, he would indeed be tardy. I'll go first. He retrieved a t-shirt from the cupboard and playfully slapped Nan's backside as he passed. Startled, Nan nearly fell into a split, bellowing, If you're going to shower, then do it. Just don't get handsy. Shu Yiyu swiftly darted past him and closed the bathroom door. The dormitory bathroom was spacious, pristine and bright, with clear glass fixtures. The man in the mirror possessed striking features and an undeniable charm, currently adorned with a faint smile. Shu Yiyu turned on the faucet, splashing a handful of water onto his face, obscuring all reflections and unable to suppress the curve of his lips any longer. Anxiety, guilt, fear, a tumult of conflicting emotions tore at him. With trembling hands resting on the sink's edge, he bowed his head, unwilling to meet his own gaze, breathing heavily. A persistent ache gripped his heart. He could not bear to hear Nan utter a word of death. The unspoken sorrow seeped into his eyes, a painful reminder of their last separation in a past life. This time, he would rather depart first than bid him farewell. Shu Yiyu was engulfed in fear, his fragile heart cautiously reclaimed. As he turned on the shower without adjusting the water temperature, a refreshing chill cascaded down, and he found it just right. He needed a moment of tranquility. In the room, Nan was stretching, biting his back molars, his limbs twisted from daytime military training and nighttime special exercises, his body aching to the extreme. No matter how careful he was, a strong discomfort persisted, making both standing and sitting unbearable. He grumbled while stretching, occasionally grimacing as he inadvertently tugged at his wounds. Damn it, softly coaxing during meals, but once finished, left to ignore me. He endured the irritation, finally limping over to knock on the door. Shu Yiyu, are you planning to skin yourself in there? The door opened, revealing Shu Yiyu, dripping wet. Water droplets clung to his hair, tracing down his sculpted torso before disappearing into the towel wrapped around his waist. Nan maintained his knocking stance, momentarily forgetting to lower his hand, his eyes gleaming with a dark, greenish light as he swallowed hard. Shu Yiyu, grabbing a towel to dry his hair, casually draped it around Nan's neck, pulling him closer. What are you staring at? You've got quite the physique. Noticing Nan's lecherous gaze, Shu Yiyu guided his hand to rest on his chest. Do you like it? Nan looked up, meeting his gaze, his palm pressed against the firm muscle, feeling the vigorous pulse of his heart beneath flesh. His voice turned hoarse. It's just average. Shu Yiyu wrapped his arms around the back of Nan's neck, his palms warm from the lingering heat of last night as shallow bite, their pheromones intertwining thickly. His gaze fell upon Nan's exposed collarbone, speckled with a few marks. With a gentle caress, he asked, Should I apply some ointment? No need, it's not bleeding, Nan replied dismissively. You just didn't control your strength. Not control. More like didn't he want to? Nan retorted without a hint of courtesy. He felt an urge to make Shu Yiyu beg for mercy, but he knew it would only end with him being vigorously rubbed down. Shu Yiyu offered no rebuttal, gazing at Nan's vibrant face, a dull ache stirring in his heart. The warmth and intimacy of the previous night lingered, an infinite descent into temptation. Primarily, it was the secret whispered close to his ear that only they knew. Nan wanted to laugh, but suppressed it, twisting his expression as he lifted his head. His eyes clear and youthful, his chin raised like an arrogant peacock. TSK, why are you so eloquent today? Just as he had expressed his heart, now this. Who doesn't enjoy sweet words? Nan particularly relished them. His hands roamed over Shu Yiyu's body without a shred of shame. After all, he belonged to him. So why not indulge? Two young, vigorous men, one shamelessly groping, the other showering him with affection, unconsciously tumbled together, ultimately missing the grand assembly and being punished with 10 laps around the playground. For Shu Yiyu, 10 laps had merely been a warm-up during his time in the army. It hardly felt like punishment. Nan appeared to be somewhat strained. Had he been in good health, it would not have mattered, but yesterday both had let themselves become reckless, relying on their alpha status and exhausting their energy. By the fifth lap, he gradually felt his strength waning and began to slow his pace. Shu Yiyu, who had been following him at a leisurely speed, noticed his deceleration and hurried to catch up, concern etched on his face. They ran side by side, whispering, "Are you feeling unwell?" Yinan was plagued by a severe ringing in his ears, his mind a muddled haze. He pressed his lips tightly together, his complexion as pale as parchment. "I'll go ask for a leave for you," Shu Yiyu said, glancing at him and sensing the gravity of the situation. And he turned a dash toward the instructor. Yinan urgently called out to him, his voice barely above a whisper, "Stop. Don't worry about me. Just run. Your complexion is quite alarming." In truth, Yinan did not want to speak. His throat felt parched, and he struggled to swallow. The sensation of wanting to retch clawing at him. "Leave me be." "Reason," Shu Yiyu said, his expression impassive as he regarded Yinan, baffled by his stubbornness. Yinan's breaths became ragged, and he began to breathe through his mouth, yet his chest felt constricted, with no easy passage for air through either his nose or mouth. He clumsily tugged at his collar, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The world around him began to spin and distort, the only sound in his ears being his own labored breaths. Sensing something was amiss, Shu Yiyu quickly moved to support him. Yinan slumped weakly into his embrace, gripping the sleeve of his shirt and muttering through clenched teeth, "We cannot let our relationship be exposed." Shu Yiyu's actions froze, his back stiffening as he struggled to maintain his composure. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming frustration towards Yinan. Just throw him down. Chapter 12. The Ill-Tempered Drama Queen. Yinan's sudden fainting caused quite a stir. After all, despite the stringent military training, it was unheard of for an alpha to lose consciousness. When a medical team arrived, they were momentarily taken aback, instructing the volunteers to carry him on a stretcher directly to the infirmary for a thorough examination. Shu Yiyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. The infirmary at T University was well equipped, comparable to a small hospital, occupying an entire research building with comprehensive diagnostic facilities and a professional medical team that regularly attended to patients. Students from the medical and nursing programs began their internships from their fourth year. As Shu Yiyu accompanied Yinan, his friends, who had not completed their own projects, rushed over, assuming he was merely a volunteer, showering him with gratitude. The man wished to keep their relationship a secret, so he offered no further explanation. He cast a distant glance towards the examination room before walking away. Finding a discreet spot, he waited until Yinan finished his examination and was taken to a ward for an drip. Shu Yiyu located the on-duty doctor's office and knocked twice on the door. A gentle male voice responded from within, "Please enter." "Hello. Is there something I can assist you with?" "I would like to inquire about Yinan's condition." "Are you his classmate?" The on-duty doctor was an attractive male Omega, tall and with refined features, busily recording case notes without looking up. "Yes. Specific details about the patient's condition can only be shared with family members, but your classmate is not in serious trouble. He merely has a common high fever. I'm aware of his glandular condition. It appears that your relationship is quite amicable." The attending physician suddenly set down his pen, raising his gaze with keen interest toward Shu Yiyu. "We are roommates," he replied. "Classmate Minan's glands have been in a state of underdevelopment, but recent indications suggest they have begun to mature normally. However, he has yet to be marked as Omega. According to the results of the glandular fluid analysis, there is indeed alpha pheromone present. Do you understand what this implies?" Shu Yiyu fell silent, contemplating the inevitability of the truth being revealed. He lightly tapped the seam of his trousers, turned to close the door, and returned to the desk, confessing to the attending physician, "I have marked him." The physician crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in disapproval, his voice dropping several degrees. "Young Master Shu, marking an alpha is not a trivial matter." "I am aware." "Then why would you dare?" "Brother Sheng," Shu Yiyu addressed him earnestly. Yin Sheng closed the medical record. "What exactly is going on?" "Just as you see it." "Have you lost your mind?" "No." "Are you aware of the consequences?" "It was merely a light marking." "Is this merely about marking or not?" "You are all alphas. Such behavior is unacceptable. I desire him. I would like to have the stars in the sky too." I can pluck them for you. Yin Sheng tapped his fingers on the table. Stop joking. In the case of a normal alpha, a superficial marking can be metabolized, but Minen's situation is different. He cannot metabolize it. Shu Yiyu, slightly taken aback, inquired, why? His glands are incompletely developed. Should you stimulate them with pheromones, they will remember your pheromone as their own. And then, a person cannot simultaneously possess 3 types of pheromones. Whether alpha or omega, they influence one another. Now, he cannot interact with anyone but you. I'm aware of that. Yin Sheng, growing agitated, slammed his hand on the table, standing up. You know this, yet still proceed. Are you out of your mind? What is the nature of your relationship? A legitimate romantic relationship. I cannot believe you. The Minen family has only one heir. Can you afford to jeopardize him? Shu Yiyu clicked his tongue in annoyance. We are indeed together. Yin Sheng shot him a sidelong glance. I will not concern myself with anything else. But while there is still time, you must bring him in to cleanse the marking. Is there no alternative? Yin Sheng felt he had not adequately conveyed the gravity of the situation, reiterating, Shu Yiyu, this is no jest. You may endanger his life. Can we cease the marking from now on? His glands have already begun normal development, and he will frequently encounter sensitive periods until they stabilize. If the marking is not cleansed, no one but you can assist him. Is that so? Shu Yiyu lowered his head, his slightly long bangs casting a shadow. As he rubbed his fingers together, a terrifying thought began to take shape, only to be shattered by his own resolve. He could not harm Minen. Yin Sheng seemed to perceive his dark thoughts, admonishing sharply, Shu Yiyu, I understand, Brother Sheng. Please do not inform my brother of this matter. If you cannot handle it properly, I will tell him. Yes, for now, do not mention it to him. However, I will fully inform Minen of the specifics. Shu Yiyu lowered his head, gazing at the table, and emitted a nonchalant HM. Do you like Alpha? Yin Sheng inquired. Not really. Is that brat me, Jia, and Omega? I just like him. Shu Yiyu had no intention of concealing his feelings, as he would eventually have to face his parents. Yin Sheng, representing Shu Hang, was a suitable substitute for an early introduction to an elder brother. It won't work. How will you know unless you try? Shugo, I know my limits. Don't act foolishly. Shu Yiyu stood up and placed a finger to his lips, signaling, don't tell him I was here. Yin Sheng hesitated, but ultimately refrained from further prattling. The alphas of the Shu family were known for their stubbornness and were unlikely to heed advice. Shu Yiyu was no longer a child and should take responsibility for his actions. Waving his hand in annoyance, he recalled the messages in the family group and reminded, Third brother is waiting for you in the training room. What does he want with me? Look at the time. Shu Yiyu sighed, realizing he had forgotten about military training. I'm off. Yin Sheng stared blankly at the glandular fluid test report for a moment before tucking it away in a drawer. Picking up the folder on the table to find me Nan. The sooner such matters were clarified, the easier they would be to manage. Shu Yiyu hurriedly made his way to the gym's training room, where his third brother was busy hitting a punching bag. To be honest, he feared no one in the family except for Shu Yan when it came to dealing with his younger siblings. Shu Yan was as relentless as he was with that punching bag. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and spar. Brother, got some skills, huh? One kick all day long. Shu Yiyu retreated a step, attempting to defend himself. Brother, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I just want to hit you. Is there no reasoning with you? Not a chance. Let us see if you've gotten lazy since returning home. I haven tea. The tasks you assigned are completed on time every day. Without another word, Shu Yan bent his knees, clenched his fists, and charged forward. Shu Yiyu quickly discarded his backpack and raised his arms to block. For the next few hours, he found himself either on the brink of death or on the path to paradise. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Minan lay on the bed, his complexion worse than before he fainted. Zhang Yang carefully peeled an orange, slowly breaking off a segment and bringing it to his mouth, chewing with painstaking slowness, hardly daring to make sound. The three of them exchanged glances, eventually designating a representative with their eyes. Su Ong adjusting his glasses, Su Ong asked, Nanzi, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Not really. Seeing him willing to speak, Zhang Yang quickly offered the half-eaten orange. How about some fruit? Minan shot a light glance at him, prompting Zhang Yang to immediately fall silent. Su Ong, feeling at a loss for words, rubbed his hands together and continued to make conversation. "Nanzi, would you like some water?" Me Nan, feeling a swell of grievance, turned to Su Ong and asked, "Was anyone else here when you arrived?" The three exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "No." Me Nan's expression darkened, veins faintly visible on his forehead. Yes, he had indeed insisted before fainting that they keep their relationship a secret. But now he was at least lying in the infirmary, receiving 4 fluids, wasn't he? Even if it is merely an ordinary classmate taking a glance, is that too much to ask? Moreover, they could easily use their roommate as a pretext. This despicable man is truly something else. He can't even be bothered to show up. "Nanzi, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Yang observed the growing pallor on his face, his expression brimming with concern. The turmoil within Bai Nan was suffocating, a surge of violent thoughts rising within him. His visage cloaked in frost. "Where's my phone?" Bai Nan searched frantically, but found nothing. Su Ong swiftly retrieved it from his backpack and handed it over. "I had it, fearing it might get lost during the afternoon check, so I tucked it away." Bai Nan accepted it with a murmured thanks, his face dark as he opened WeChat, gazing at the empty chat interface, letting out a cold snort. Excellent. Not a single greeting. Undeterred, he clicked on messages and calls. Equally barren. Bai Nan, infuriated, began to tremble, his eyes fixated on the screen, and in the next moment, he hurled the device far away, shattering it into countless pieces. Zhang Yang jumped in surprise, his orange falling to the ground, and he instinctively seized Muzi's wrist, pulling him close to shield him. He was anxious, fearing that he might incur the brunt of Bai Nan's wrath and meet an untimely demise. Su Ong astonished. Grasped Bai Nan's wrist. "What's wrong? Why such a foul mood? I'm so enraged I feel like committing murder. Who do you wish to find?" Muzi suddenly recalled the volunteers stationed here in the afternoon. He had encountered them a couple of times while visiting the restroom. He instinctively thought Bai Nan might be inquiring about them. Bai Nan narrowed his eyes, momentarily contorted with emotion, his voice icy. "I seek a corpse." "Nanzi?" Muzi gazed at him, uncertain, as his expression seemed more akin to that of someone seeking revenge. "What?" "Bai Nan, quickly suppress your pheromones." Zhang Yang suddenly covered his nose, shouting in alarm, interrupting Muzi's words. The other two were also caught in the indiscriminate assault of the pheromones and hastily retreated. Su Ong and the others, having grown up together, were well aware of his glandular condition, which made him susceptible during this period. They hurriedly pressed the alpha-specific medical alert, sealed the room, and activated the circulation system. However, Bai Nan, who had just entered a sensitive phase, appeared wholly unaffected, merely staring with bloodshot, terrifying eyes. In truth, Zhang Yang held the respiratory mask tightly, muttering, "It's not that I'm afraid you'll suddenly go berserk. Once the doctor arrives, we will leave immediately. By the way, should we inform the old master? What good would it do to tell him about your usual issues? You hardly resemble someone in a typical vulnerable state, who exhibits such a grand spectacle during a sensitive period." "I'm fine. You all go wait for me outside," Zhang Yang asserted, though the mask slipped slightly, revealing a peculiar scent that was both overwhelming and commanding, reminiscent of mint and lemon. "This scent seems off. It almost carries a hint of alcohol. Has your lemon mutated?" Zhang Yang cautiously released a trace of pheromone, only to be abruptly pushed back by an unexpected force. Something was amiss. How could there be 2 distinct pheromone signatures? Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, Inan clenched his jaw in frustration, instinctively placing a hand on the back of his neck, and silently cursed Shu Yiyu. "Alphas are truly no good. Yesterday, during the marking, he clung to me like a precious gem. Now that it's over, he treats me like refuse, neglecting my very existence. I shall remember this. Help me buy a new phone." Inan suppressed the overwhelming desires flooding his mind and addressed Su Ong. Su Ong sensed a significant increase in pheromone concentration and cranked the ventilation system to its maximum. Irritated, he retorted, "Were you thinking about a phone at a time like this? It's essential. I'm going to take down that shameless scoundrel." "Understood. But what's the situation now? The pheromone levels are nearing a breaking point. Who the hell knows?" Inan felt as though he might explode, his eyes reddening as he began to struggle violently. Seeing this, Su Ong hastily urged Zhang Yang, "Hurry, go check. Nanzi is about to lose control." Where's the doctor? All right, I'm on it. As Zhang Yang opened the door, Yin Sheng hurriedly descended the stairs. How is it? Conscious but in a dire state. He.S. about to go out of control. Su Ong and Mu Zi, overwhelmed by the stifling pheromones, followed suit. I'll go in first. Yin Sheng donned a respiratory mask, flanked by two robust alphas. A single alpha could not manage the sensitive state by himself. Zhang Yang removed his mask, sliding down against the wall to catch his breath. Su Ong grabbed a neutralizing agent nearby and sprayed it around the entrance to disperse the odor, then sprayed on all of them as well. It was suffocating. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, recalling the faint hint of alcohol. I think something is off with Nan. What do you mean? There are two pheromone signatures. How could there be two distinct pheromone scents? Did you accidentally trigger something? Su Ong pondered before responding. Zhang Yang, displeased, leaned in closer. Smell it. Take a good whiff. I'm not that incompetent. If there's nothing, then why get so close? Su Ong pushed his head away in distaste. You know he has a preference for alphas. Zhang Yang glanced around to ensure no one was watching before dramatically forming words with his lips. Mu Zi, who had remained silent, recalled the so-called volunteer from the afternoon and grew increasingly suspicious. Do you all remember that volunteer from earlier? What volunteer? Zhang Yang replied, looking utterly bewildered. Mu Zi, disinterested in him, remarked on his fish-like memory, which lasts merely 7 seconds. She explained to Su Ong, the alpha who accompanied Minun for the examination this afternoon. Do you recall? He was quite close to Minun at that time, and it would be unlikely for a volunteer to sit by the bedside. Later, when I went to the restroom, I even encountered him nearby twice. They arrived in haste, and at first glance, seeing someone by Minun's side naturally led us to assume he was a volunteer. Upon further reflection, he didn't quite fit that description. Mu Zi had a strong impression of him. It was rare to see a man who was so strikingly handsome. More importantly, he had an impressive physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, quite aligned with Minun's preferences. Zhang Yang quickly grasped the implication of Mu Zi's words, his expression one of disbelief. No way. If that's the case, what kind of alpha is he? Though he often appears unreliable, he's actually a freshman at the medical school to join Minun's class for military training. He pestered his father for days and provided numerous advanced medical devices to secure his transfer. Zhang Yang was well aware of Minun's issues, given his temperament. Getting him to mark an omega would be more challenging than training a dog. Zhang Yang was nearly certain of his suspicions. I mentioned before that he wasn't quite normal. He and been out socializing for quite some time. It's highly likely. He bit his finger in distress. I'm doomed. When I get home, my father will surely skin me alive. Not only did I fail to keep an eye on him while he was hospitalized, but he also got marked by some inexplicable alpha. This is absurd. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and slumped in his chair. I'm finished. Su Ong adjusted his glasses and patted his shoulder. Let us not jump to conclusions. Keep quiet for now and wait for Nan to tell us. This situation cannot be fabricated. Zhang Yang, suppressing his voice, cradled his head in his hands, feeling utterly perplexed. He was instructed not to say anything, as if he were unaware of the situation. Su Ong shot Zhang Yang a glance, a subtle warning implied. Mu Zi was honest enough, so there was no risk of her speaking out of turn. Zhang Yang sighed in despair, making a gesture for silence. He felt as though he was on the brink of being cast out. In the hospital room, Yin Sheng first administered a sedative to Minun, followed by an injection of a stronger suppressant. The effects were unsatisfactory. It merely provided temporary relief from symptoms, causing an unsettling feeling in his heart. Shu Yiyu was a high-tier alpha, as was Minun. Their powerful combination might signify a situation more severe than he had anticipated. After much contemplation, Yin Sheng concluded that a direct removal was the most appropriate course of action. As you can see, the current situation is dire. The suppressant is essentially ineffective. We cannot continue administering it, as his glands are in a normal developmental stage, and excessive medication may hinder progress. Minun stared at the ceiling light, his gaze wavering. His temples throbbed incessantly, and an indescribable yearning surged within him, coursing through his limbs and igniting an insatiable desire. You are a doctor. There must be a way. He licked his parched lips, his voice hoarse. Yin Sheng had no intention of withholding information, promptly outlining the current situation. I recommend immediate removal. Manon, already suffering from a high fever, now finds himself in a vulnerable period. His hair, damp with sweat, clings together, and his complexion is ghastly pale, rendering him both disheveled and pitiable. After listening, he displays no particular expression, merely pursing his lips while trembling uncontrollably. Whether from anger or frustration remains unclear. After a lengthy pause, Manon turns his head to Yin Sheng, his voice chillingly calm. What will happen if I do not eliminate it? You will be unable to mark anyone else or be marked by another. The pheromones from others will assault you indiscriminately, asserting dominance. In essence, only he can mark me? Indeed, while the marking is not yet deeply entrenched, the removal process will not be excessively painful. Manon suddenly smiles, a strangely sorrowful expression. So, I have only two choices? Yin Sheng feels a gnawing unease within, sensing that matters will not unfold so smoothly. Nevertheless, he dutifully explains, you may either cleanse the mark or be marked yourself. You have at most 1 hour to deliberate, as the next vulnerable period will soon commence. For reasons unknown, his previously pallid face now bears an abnormal flush, and his voice has taken on a lighter tone. I understand. Manon, this is not a trivial matter. I hope you can consider it carefully. All right. Manon responds with a compliant nod, his long eyelashes casting shadows as his lips inexplicably curve into a smile, evoking an unsettling flutter in the heart. Chapter 14. Only if you soothe me will I feel better. As an Omega, Yin Sheng cannot linger in the hospital room for too long. After assigning an Alpha to guard the room, he returns to his office to prepare. If Manon decides to cleanse the mark, it would be straightforward, for he has the solvent readily available. However, he must contact an anesthetist. After some contemplation, he decides it is more reassuring to rely on someone he knows. Pulling out his phone to call his peer, Lu Ling. Hello, this is Yin Sheng. Lu Ling, what did the leader say? I may have a surgery at T University that requires an anesthetist. Are you at school? Lu Ling, I am. What type of surgery? Mark cleansing. A 20-year-old male, A-grade alpha. Lu Ling, are you sure about the gender? It is indeed peculiar. Lu Ling, understood. I will prepare and come up in half an hour. Thank you. Yin Sheng hangs up the phone and hesitates before opening the WeChat conversation with Shu Yiyu. Should Manon choose not to cleanse the mark, the suppressants must not be used again. It would be prudent to have the instigator come over just in case. Yin Sheng. Manon is in a vulnerable period. Please come over as soon as possible. In the training room, Shu Yiyu lies on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes thoroughly soaked. Shu Yin hands him a bottle of water. As Shu Yiyu takes it, he accidentally brushes against his wound, causing a sharp sting. Brother, don't hit the face. Shu Yiyu opens his mouth, feeling an intense soreness in his jaw. Shu Yin touches his brush-cut hair, smiling sheepishly. It was an accident. Had you been in the military, you surely would have dodged that. It seems a few days of comfort have made you lazy. Shu Yiyu shoots him a glance, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of his logic. Unable to retaliate, he begrudgingly gulps down the entire bottle of water. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall continue our practice next Saturday, and I will not come to spar with you. Shu Yin, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, waved goodbye and prepared to jog in place. Shu Yiyu pressed his lips together, clutching his still painful abdomen, contemplating alternative activities for next Saturday. Perhaps a visit to elder brother or a search for second sister would suffice. Even seeking out the younger brothers would be preferable to lingering with Shu Yin. I understand. I am leaving. In the infirmary, Yin Sheng, having not received a reply from Shu Yiyu, grew impatient and called him directly. Hello, Shengge. Where are you? In the training room. Minin has just entered a vulnerable period. The inhibitors have failed. I have informed him of the specific handling plan, and he is currently deliberating. I will come over. Encourage him. Cleansing the marks will be beneficial for both of you. Shu Yiyu habitually ground his fingers, remaining silent. Yin Sheng was uncertain of the nature of their relationship. If they were merely ordinary acquaintances, he would not feel compelled to play the villain. However, given that Mi Nan was the sole cherished one in the Mi family, it was better to sever ties sooner rather than later to prevent further harm. Come over, and we can discuss it. All right. Shu Yiyu hung up and hurried towards the infirmary. Su Wang, Zhang Yang, and Mu Zi awaited in the lounge, surprised to see him. Shu Yiyu had rushed over without changing clothes, having just completed intensive training and running for over 10 minutes, appearing as if he had just emerged from water, with a cut at the corner of his mouth, exuding a somewhat disheveled appearance. The four exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for introductions. Su Wang adjusted his glasses and stood to greet Shu Yiyu. Hello. Hello. Are you here to see me, Nan? Yes, Shu Yiyu replied tersely. Nan was evidently sensitive about their relationship, and as Su Wang was his friend, it was wise to say little to avoid complications. What class are you in, brother? Zhang Yang moved closer to Shu Yiyu, casually draping an arm over his shoulder and feigning indifference as he inhaled the scent that lingered on him. Zhang Yang had a natural sensitivity to pheromones. He would never mistake a scent he had encountered before. He immediately confirmed that this man was indeed the one. Shu Yiyu glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and subtly stepped aside, prompting Zhang Yang to release his grip. Class 2 of Finance, Shu Yiyu. I see. Zhang Yang suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming loudly with an expression of enlightenment. Shu Yiyu silently shifted further away. In his previous life, he had not shared a good relationship with Minan's friends, and after Minan's passing, their animosity only intensified, particularly with Zhang Yang. You are Minan's roommate. I saw your dormitory card when I helped him retrieve something before. Yes, Shu Yiyu did not deny it. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? We thought you were a volunteer. Zhang Yang, now quite curious about him, approached for a closer look. To be honest, he was indeed handsome. It was no wonder Nan could not resist. Among the trio, Zhang Yang had spent the most time with Nan, a bond forged since their days in diapers. Why is that? Because he is good-looking. He is undeniably a person who values appearances. Hence he possesses an acute understanding of Nan's thoughts. This individual may appear imposing and indifferent, yet deep down, he craves beauty. With such an exquisite person in close proximity, sharing the same living space, Nan's disposition is bound to weaken. He would be left utterly incapacitated. Shu Yiyu cast a glance at Zhang Yang, feeling a sense of grievance. What can he do if the scoundrel Nan forbids him from speaking? He yearns for a legitimate identity, yet the other party is unwilling to grant it. Recalling the scoundrel's words from earlier, he felt a pang of frustration. As he contemplated what excuse to concoct, the door to the ward suddenly swung open. Nan, with a pallid face, beckoned him with a feeble hand, whispering, "Come in." Shu Yiyu instinctively glanced towards Zhang Yang and the others, who retreated several paces in unison, gesturing for him to enter. Nan, noticing Shu Yiyu's reluctance to meet his gaze, felt his grip on the doorknob tremble uncontrollably. "Hurry in," Zhang Yang urged, nudging him with his elbow. Shu Yiyu couldn't help but inwardly critique. Why is it that now he isn't afraid of being discovered? Quickly, come here. Nan grasped the doorframe, the effect of the sedatives waning, leaving his legs weak. Without hesitation, Shu Yiyu complied, walking over to support his arm with proper decorum. Inhaling the familiar scent emanating from Shu Yiyu, Nan felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, yet he was dissatisfied with the distance between them and leaned into his embrace. Shu Yiyu glanced down at the person nestled in his arms. This was his own doing, and surely a hug would be harmless, so he tightened his hold. Guard the door. Nan instructed the Alpha remaining inside. The Alpha nodded. Please secure the restraint. Understood. Nan replied with a furrowed brow, displaying evident impatience. Once the others had exited, Shu Yiyu effortlessly lifted the man and placed him on the bed, gently brushing aside the bangs clinging to Nan's forehead, softly inquiring, "How do you feel?" Nan, feeling a surge of frustration, snapped back, "What does my condition have to do with you? I was here all afternoon." Shu Yiyu offered an explanation. "Do I care that you were here?" "You do care," he retorted. "Nonsense." Shu Yiyu responded, "I sought you out for joy. Yet all you do is bring me trouble." "I did not," Nan scoffed. "I've been lying here for ages. Where have you been?" "I had to step out for a bit." "Is my affair less significant than your trivial matters?" Nan's voice rose, his neck reddening in agitation. "You are important." The ailing often exhibit a touch of drama. Nan felt that Shu Yiyu was dismissive of him, rendering everything he said unsatisfactory. "Oh, how eloquent. You are truly important." "Nan," Shu Yiyu grasped the man's hand, pressing a kiss upon it, his gaze filled with warmth. Your friends were here this afternoon. It was inconvenient for me to accompany you. What were you afraid they might do? Shu Yiyu, feeling a wave of grievance, continued. You were the one who said you didn't want our relationship to be discovered. Minin shot him an exasperated look, feeling a greater sense of frustration welling up within. Why are you so obedient in other places? His expression was incredulous. What do you mean by that? Damn it. I have nothing to say. Inan pounded the bed in frustration. Shu Yi held his hand gently, asking, why are you so fierce? Inan scoffed. What, can't stand it? No, I actually quite like your demeanor. I listen to your nonsensical ramblings every day. Inan shot him a cold glance, pointing at the phone in the corner like a corpse, demanding, why didn't you message me? The instructor from the finance department is my brother. I forgot to take leave from military training, and he dragged me in for a lecture. Don't lie to me. I was in the training room, and if you're worried, go check the surveillance. As he spoke, he leaned down, tried to get closer. Inan raised his hand to push against Shu Yi's chest, saying, why are you getting so close? You're all sweaty. Keep your distance. Shu Yi was almost brushing his lips against Inan's. You're angry. Let me soothe you. Damn it. I'm not that easy to placate. I'll remember this incident. Well, you can punish me however you like, but you mustn't stay angry. With a smirk, Inan hooked his finger around Shu Yi's neck, lifting the corners of his mouth. Shu Yi, yes, your words are truly persuasive. Only to you. There won't be a next time. I dare not have a next time. Inan was indeed easy to appease. Seeing the man so compliant eased much of his frustration. Dare you mark me? Shu Yi gazed at him, unabashed desire glimmering in his eyes. Why wouldn't I? Inan leaned in, kissing the corner of his mouth. I'm a bit special. I know. You know again. I know everything about you. What do you think? As you wish. Seeing the man's earnest expression, Inan felt inexplicably relaxed. How could Shu Yi always manage to pacify him? Then, do you still dare to mark me? Shu Yi leaned closer, their foreheads touching. You should be the one afraid. Inan sat up slightly, tilting his head to expose the back of his neck. His tone suggestive. Do you dare? Are you sure? Shu Yi held his shoulder, applying some pressure. You understand what I mean. No regrets? Inan softened his body, leaning into his embrace. A privilege that belongs solely to you. Shu Yi gazed into the depths of Inan's dark eyes, his sharp teeth glistening. He could hardly resist such temptation. Inan lowered his head, biting his fingertip, unable to conceal his excitement and madness, along with an unwavering determination to claim his prey. Yenxing stood quietly at the door with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat. After waiting for Shu Yi to emerge without success, he realized they must have chosen the second option. With a resigned sigh, he sent another message to Linling, informing her that she need not make a wasted trip. His gaze fell upon his husband's profile picture. He tapped the screen lightly, but ultimately tucked his phone away. It was better for Shu Yi to explain this matter himself. The dual A's. I hope the outcome is not too difficult to navigate in the future. Chapter 15. Introducing my roommate, the blue and white hospital room grew increasingly warm due to the heat radiating from the two individuals. The ventilation system hummed busily, maintaining a high-intensity circulation that could barely clear the ever-thickening scent of pheromones. Shu Yi had shed his usual gentleness, becoming wild and domineering. The fierce tide swept over the mint lemon, seemingly intent on devouring it entirely. However, an increasing amount of pheromones began to wander freely, and an indescribable sense of dependency surged from the depths of the heart. All right, enough. Minin turned his head, opening his eyes, and gently tugged at the man's hair, pulling it back slightly. Shu Yiyu, momentarily lost in ecstasy, looked up with a bloodthirsty exuberance. Gradually regaining awareness, his voice was husky. What's wrong? Minin seized his clothing for support, sitting up and leaning against the man's chest, attempting to calm his inner turmoil. Feeling better? It's all right. Do you want more? Come on. Don't you like it? Damn, stop with the nonsense. Minin nudged him with his elbow, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Shu Yiyu grimaced, rubbing his already injured abdomen, daring not to provoke him further. He reached out to encircle the man's waist, his gaze lowered, and in the next moment, his tongue brushed lightly, leaving no trace. What are you doing? Min exclaimed in surprise, only to be pulled back into submission. Shu Yiyu grew assertive, and Min found himself yielding. The man's kisses traveled down until they met his slightly parted lips, transitioning from delicate tenderness to overwhelming possessiveness. Unable to restrain himself, he surrendered completely to the indulgence, yearning to drown in the sea of gentle desire. Min felt as though he were suffocating from the kisses, instinctively wanting to escape. Sensing the man's movements, Shu Yiyu opened his eyes and domineeringly grasped Min's chin, pressing him into the center of the pillow. They were both men, and amidst this back and forth, emotions surged, and the atmosphere gradually became intoxicating. Min was engulfed in the richness of vodka, unable to extricate himself, surrendering to thoughtlessness. In the tug-of-war between acceptance and rejection, infinite thoughts emerged. His warm palms roamed recklessly, fueled by frustration, hindered only by the layers of fabric that provoked his anger. Shu Yiyu, unwilling to venture out bare-skinned later, could only kiss while restraining Min's wandering hands. In a low voice, he cautioned, "If you keep pulling, it will tear." Min lifted his head, splaying his fingers to grasp the back of Shu Yiyu's neck, pulling him back to his lips. Their warm breaths intertwined once more. Words fragmenting, "Then you do it yourself." Shu Yiyu pinched his distinctly boned hand. "You're sick. Stop messing around." Min scoffed, "Just a slight fever." "Behave." "What?" The man provocatively lifted his chin. Shu Yiyu met his gaze, his fingertip brushing against the thick eyelashes, eliciting a tingling sensation. From their first encounter, he had found those eyes extraordinarily captivating, smoothly contoured almond shapes, with both upper and lower lashes elegantly curled, starkly contrasting in black and white, overly clear and simple. More importantly, those eyes had once held only him. Regrettably, he had lost that because of his own negligence. In the days to come, Shu Yiyu yearned to reclaim that space for himself, and only himself. His fingertips glided over the man's cheeks, rosy as peaches, lightly adorned with beads of perspiration, enhancing an inexplicable allure. His lips, no longer pale, were now adorned with a charming hint of red, exuding a captivating allure. There will be plenty of time ahead. It is best to rest well. Min pushed him away and sat up, twisting his neck, chuckling. "I suppose you have a little conscience left." "A setup? And you're not falling for it?" "If my conscience were devoured by a dog, would I still come? With beauty before me, it is not entirely impossible. Yet today shall be the last." Min retrieved a pillow to support his back and leaned in, speaking softly. "Are you willing?" "What do I have to be unwilling about? There are always better options ahead." Shu Yiyu cast him a blank stare. "Don't even think about it." "Why?" "Only I can mark you." "Oh, don't say such things. I find them unappealing." Min scoffed dismissively, a smirk already gracing his lips. Being contradictory has never been exclusive to Omegas. With his personal charm, he could easily enchant many. Shu Yiyu picked up the backpack from the floor and retrieved a bandage. "Look down." "What a hassle," Min muttered in disdain. Shu Yiyu routinely examined the wound, which had been gnawed at fiercely and was starting to ooze. "It's bleeding." "The dog is fierce. There's no helping it." Time to grind it." Min grasped his chin. "Open your mouth. Let me take a look." Shu Yiyu complied and opened wide. The alpha's distinctive sharp teeth had not completely dulled. Min ventured in and rubbed his thumb against them. Indeed sharp. Shu Yiyu observed intently, then suddenly smiled, his lips softening. Min felt a wave of warmth and instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Damn, so sweet. Dog. Your loyal hound. Why are you so eloquent now?" Shu Yiyu teased, finding his clumsiness rather endearing. "You've always been good at this." "Oh, yesterday you couldn't even let out a peep. The atmosphere wasn't right. I heard your excuses. I'll tell you every day from now on." Min scoffed again. "Don't, too much of it will make you sick." "I'll say it while we're doing it." "Tch." Min clicked his tongue, unable to retort. After sniffing the room, which bore little scent, Shu Yiyu turned off the ventilation system. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly midnight. He then asked Min, "It's getting late. Should I stay with you while they go back, or let them stay here with you while I return?" Upon hearing that he might leave, Min's heart sank. "Try leaving and see what happens." "Didn't you say you didn't want others to know about our relationship?" "What identity do I have to stay?" Min crossed his arms, gazing at Shu Yiyu with a half-smile, letting out a cold snort. Such heavy resentment? Not at all. I respect your thoughts. It doesn't really matter if they know. It mainly depends on you. I'm indifferent. Why does it sound so awkward? Min straightened his back, displeased. Shu Yiyu, not wanting to provoke him, softened his tone to explain. Mainly, I feel I'm not that embarrassing. You take me out without shame. Is it really a matter of being presentable? It's fine. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. Shu Yiyu leaned against the bed, appearing quite large, yet exuding a demeanor like a devoted partner. Min cast him a perplexed glance, feeling inexplicably heavy-hearted. Did he actually feel a twinge of sympathy? In truth, aside from Suong and a few others at school, he had little interaction with anyone else. They were merely acquaintances. What is the big deal? Their lips were sealed, and there would be no issues at all. It is far better than displaying such a pitiful demeanor now. He, the one who has been bitten, embraced, and persistently tormented, is the very person in question. If we were to assess the situation, it is he who truly suffers, is it not? Why then does he appear so wretched here, with a furrowed brow? Min pondered, suspecting that perhaps his mind had become unhinged. The rules were established by him, and it was he who sought to shatter them. What was the purpose of this? After fixating on Shu Yiyu for a considerable moment, he only felt more vexed. Such a handsome individual naturally attracts attention. How could one bear to see him wronged? Stay here. Let them return. Shu Yiyu smirked. Would it not be rather inappropriate? What I say goes. Infuriating man. Should I go and speak with them? I shall accompany you. Min tossed aside the covers, slipped into his slippers, and absent-mindedly traced the 2 bite marks, musing that those canine teeth would inevitably wear down. Shu Yiyu, following closely behind, couldn't suppress a sense of satisfaction. At least now there was a glimmer of hope. As Suong and the others observed me, Nan emerging, they hurried over. Zhang Yang, uncharacteristically serious, inquired earnestly, "How are you feeling?" "I am fine. You all should return." "Shu Yiyu can stay." "By what right does he remain here?" Zhang Yang quietly probed, the scent of vodka emanating more strongly from Nan. He could surmise what had transpired. With a swift motion, Suong delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Why ask so many questions? Zhang Yang, taken aback, clutched his head in dismay. What is wrong with asking? Min waved a fist at Zhang Yang, then turned to Suong and Mu Zi with renewed seriousness. "This is Shu Yiyu, my roommate. He will have my back. Consider him one of us. Is he reliable?" Zhang Yang scrutinized him from head to toe. "More reliable than you. Just a roommate? Nothing more?" Zhang Yang, unable to contain himself, pressed on. Min cast a sidelong glance at Shu Yiyu and retorted to Zhang Yang, enunciating each word. "Mind your own business. It is getting late. Do not delay your rest." "Nanzi, we shall come to fetch you in the morning," Suong said, pulling Zhang Yang along. "Very well. We're off then." Indeed, as Suong led Zhang Yang away, he remarked, "Why are you in such a rush? What Nanzi says is final. Even after all that, I am not anxious." Nanzi is not lacking in discretion. He is simply love-struck. Today he is a roommate, and tomorrow he will be a boyfriend. Zhang Yang exclaimed animatedly. Suong patted his shoulder. "If he truly wishes to be with someone, should we not support him?" "Who says that? I absolutely do not support this. I'm the first to oppose." "As if he would heed your opinion. You ought to consider how to explain this to anyone." "Oh, I feel as if the sky is collapsing." Zhang Yang clasped his head in despair, on the verge of a breakdown. This was a serious introduction, and it would inevitably lead to formal recognition. Would he even have time to pack his belongings and run away from home? Chapter 16. I am determined to put an end to him. Alphas possess remarkable self-healing abilities, regarded in the contemporary world as a divine gift from the Creator. Due to the sensitivity period, Min experienced a high fever. Yet after being soothed by Shu Yiyu's pheromones, he awoke the next day as lively as ever. Rejoining military training elicited no discomfort. Rather, I found myself invigorated, more so than before. However, the September sky offered no hint of the refreshing autumn, with each day sweltering like an oven. Nan, delicate and fair-skinned, had been under the sun for over a week without tanning, resulting in a layer of skin peeling and hanging dry on his face. After purchasing water, Shu Yiyu noticed a man lounging carelessly in the sun, his hat placed beneath him. "Put on your hat. It's scorching," she remarked, observing the 2 red patches on his face, which struck her as rather amusing, thinking that soon he would bear unsightly scars. "Huh, what do I care about beauty?" he retorted dismissively. Yet despite his bravado, the hat was firmly atop his head. Min turned to glance at Shu Yuyu's teasing expression, a wave of embarrassment surging through him. "What are you looking at?" "I just dislike the heat," he protested, extending a bottle of mineral water towards her. "I want cola," he added. "Be good, drink water. It will help your face heal quickly." "I wouldn't trust you for a second," he scoffed, before vigorously twisting off the cap of the water bottle and guzzling it down in one go. Shu Yiyu passed the remaining drink to Suong and the others. He had seamlessly integrated into Nan's small circle, spending the breaks during military training in their company. Zhang Yang took a sip from the drink and then jumped down from the elevated step to sit beside them. His companion playfully draped an arm over his shoulder. "Bro, this is impressive. How did you manage to make him so obedient?" Despite his disdain for Shu Yiyu, Zhang Yang was genuinely intrigued by his ability to tame Nan. What was he like before? He pondered, recalling the myriad of times he had been bullied, wiping away a tear of bitterness, a notorious troublemaker, arrogant and confrontational. Shu Yiyu nodded in agreement. "But now, he seems entirely transformed," Zhang Yang mused, stroking his chin in search of the right words, finally exclaiming, "Obedient. He is incredibly obedient now." Shu Yiyu glanced at Nan, who was engrossed in a game, and replied, "He has always been well-behaved." Zhang Yang started in disbelief. "Brother, we must speak honestly." Shu Yiyu shrugged and remarked, "Nan, playing on your phone under the sun is bad for your eyes. Why are you so concerned about me?" Shu Yiyu, "Me perfectly fine." Nan grumbled, scanning his surroundings before striding up a few steps to find a shaded spot free of sunlight where he resumed his game. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed, while Shu Yiyu merely smiled in silence. In truth, there was no question of being obedient or not. It was simply that this man had bestowed all his kindness and patience upon him, both in the past and present. "Hey, this is our spot." A languid voice suddenly interrupted from above. However, Nan was in the midst of a crucial moment in his game, remaining still as he replied, "Wait, you can sit beside us for now." "Kid, stop pretending. This is my spot, so move aside," retorted a boy named Duze, a newcomer from the computer science department. He was relatively new to the capital, having come from a well-off family. Accompanied by a throng of sycophants who dutifully followed his lead, he was audaciously brazen. When had Minun ever been so insulted? He retorted instantly, "You dare claim that your position makes it so? I could just as easily declare this school mine. Would you cease attending, then? What audacity is this to challenge me?" Duze, who had always enjoyed the favor of fortune, found his words echoed back to him. Not only did the other party dismiss him entirely, but they also dared to retort, triggering his impulsive adolescent rebellion. With a heated mind and absent reason, he advanced and kicked Minun's phone away, sending it flying far off. Minun's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, launching a tirade filled with vehement curses. "I curse you, you wretched spawn. I shall send you to your demise today. You think you intimidate me? I stand here unafraid." Duze was clearly not one to be trifled with. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, each gripping the other's collar, baring their teeth. When Shi heard the commotion, she rushed over, followed closely by Zhang Yang. Duze's head buzzed with the shock of being so openly insulted. Never in his life had he endured such scorn. "What is your name?" he demanded. "I am Minun. And who might you be?" Duze could tolerate Minun's indulgences, but recognizing him was another matter entirely. "I am Duze. I am offering you a chance. Clean this place up and crawl through my legs. Call me father, and I might consider sparing you." Minun, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes, scoffed, "I shall beat you down until you kneel and call me father." Duze was met with another round of insults, his face darkening with fury. He clutched Minun's collar, ready to strike, but was restrained by Shu Yiyu, who firmly held his wrist. "What is going on?" she inquired. "He kicked my phone away." Minun pointed to the scattered, gleaming metallic parts in the distance. "Is that who you're talking about? I am here to fight you." Duze was now thoroughly enraged. He lifted his foot to strike Shu Yi's knee, while simultaneously releasing a pheromone to exert his pressure. In truth, Shu Yi could have retaliated with her pheromones. But being in school, with the Omega Lounge nearby, the repercussions of provoking Du Zhe's pheromones could be dire. After a moment's hesitation, she was struck hard, losing her balance and falling to one knee. Seeing Shu Yi being attacked ignited a blaze of fury in Minen's eyes. He swiftly retaliated with a punch to Du Zhe's face, then seized his neck, lifting him and throwing him down the staircase. The resting platform was not low, standing at about 2 to 3 meters high. The surrounding minions were left in shock, hastily rushing down to assess the situation. Zhang Yang shouted in a panic, Suong, 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 stop shouting and go see. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly, dashing down to check on the fallen individual. Minen assisted Shu Yi in sitting nearby, glancing back to see if Du Zhe could rise. Just as he prepared to charge down, he was restrained by a firm grip on his wrist. Do not act rashly. He dared to strike you. If I don't end him today, I am not Minen. It's just a minor injury. It's of no consequence. Shu Yiyu rose to his feet and bent his knees, asserting that there was no significant issue. You can't even touch me with a fingertip. I could easily break a leg, he exclaimed fervently. For heaven's sake, we are in school. Suong positioned himself in front of him, gesturing frantically at Zhang Yang to hasten their departure. Zhang Yang briefly examined Du Zhe and, relieved to find no injuries, thought to himself that otherwise, his father would surely be furious. Receiving Suong's signal, he and Mu Zi swiftly assisted in escorting Du Zhe away to prevent any further altercations. As Minan witnessed their retreat, he shouted provocatively, Coward, why are you running? Remember, my name is Minan. If I catch you, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Du Zhe, undeterred, lifted his feet off the ground and defiantly retorted, Am I afraid of you? If you have the guts, come down and continue the fight. Zhang Yang interrupted, smacking Du Zhe on the head. Quiet down, or also your mouth shut. Do you even know who I am? My father is Du Wei, and I assure you, your fate is sealed. Minan, restrained by Shu Yiyu, could only stomp in frustration, nearly bursting with anger. He turned to Shu Yiyu, berating him. How could you be so useless? How could such trash injure you? Shu Yiyu, feeling quite innocent, simply aimed to avoid trouble. Was I not paying attention? Not my fault. He replied. Those were mere weaklings, easily dispatched. Why are you so feeble? Observing Minan's irate demeanor, Shu Yiyu felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. Grasping Minan's wrist, he brushed his thumb against it in a comforting manner. It's truly nothing. In the future, steer clear of such incidents. Let me handle it if there's trouble. Why do you seek the commotion? All right, from now on, I'll protect you. It has always been my duty to shield you. Very well. Does it hurt? Roll up your pants. Let me see. Despite his fierce words, Minan's actions were cautious, as if fearful of causing further injury. It's really nothing. Let me see. Minan's impatience grew as he observed Shu Yiyu's reluctance. He swiftly rolled up the pant leg, revealing several scratches. Shu Yiyu's fair skin appeared alarming against the marks. Damn it. I'll make sure to remove those shoes. How could they cause such damage? Shu Yiyu glanced at his leg, noting the minor blemishes. It's nothing, truly. It doesn't hurt. I shall take you to the infirmary. By the time we reach the infirmary, the wounds will have healed. Damn, I'm feeling pent-up frustration. Shu Yiyu chuckled softly. It's hardly a big deal. Why be upset? You're hurt, Minan replied, cautiously gripping Shu Yiyu's pants, his brow furrowed with concern, his expression revealing no trace of concealment. Warmth flooded Shu Yiyu's heart. Why are you so kind? Minan shot him a petulant glance. I've always been this way. Shu Yiyu gazed at the refined profile of the man beside him, reflecting on a past life where he had always yielded and prioritized Minan. A wave of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he taken the time to appreciate him? Why had he been so indifferent? Unwilling to offer even a modicum of affection? This person had perpetually loved him unconditionally. Even now, he remained steadfast, hard on the outside yet tender-hearted, unable to bear the sight of him in pain. Shu Yiyu suddenly felt a loss as to how he could possibly be better than him. Under the cover of clothing, she discreetly entwined her little finger with the man's, her throat constricting as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I long to kiss you." When Minun lifted her gaze, she was unexpectedly met with a man's eyes filled with desire, causing her heart to constrict. How could he possibly endure this? Chapter 17. Unable to swallow this resentment, though Shu Yiyu had received a kick, he dismissed it entirely, swiftly casting the incident from his mind and indulging in food and drink as usual. His limp did nothing to dampen his good spirits. Minun, however, was unable to shake off the discomfort of his companion's injury. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, restless and agitated. This grievance must be avenged, otherwise restful sleep would elude her for the entire year. She could not let it go. How could the one she had nurtured with care and resources suffer such indignity? Typically, when their quarrels grew fierce, she never left a mark on him. Yet that despicable cur had dared to kick him. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. She was determined to reclaim her dignity. On Friday, after military training concluded, Minun arranged to meet Su Ong and the others at the school cafeteria. Recently, Shu Yiyu had whimsically joined the student council and was perpetually busy. Minun found this rather distasteful. Their encounters had already been rare due to their differing departments, and now, with her council commitments, even the evenings were occupied. However, today presented an opportune moment for her to engage in mischief. The four of them squeezed into a small corner, ordering a table full of snacks. Minun leaned on the table and asked Zhang Yang, "What has to deal with that guy, Duze? Why are you still thinking about him?" "Of course. If I don't break a leg, I'm not Minun," Zhang Yang retorted. "Didn't you already teach him a lesson? Don't stir up trouble. It's not enough." Zhang Yang continued to stuff his face with fries, enjoying them immensely. "It's not a big deal. He just scraped his skin a little. Shu Yiyu is an alpha. She won't care about that." Minun narrowed her eyes dangerously and replied coolly, "I care." Zhang Yang set down his fries, leaning in conspiratorially on her shoulder, and asked, "Be honest. What exactly do you feel for him? What do you mean? Don't you think you're overly concerned for Shu Yiyu? It's such a trivial matter. She probably didn't even think about it. Yet here you are, eager for revenge. She's with me. If she suffers, I must stand up for her. A small injury? The size of the wound isn't the issue. It's about the humiliation. I'm listening to your nonsense. Minun, you're not acting right." Minun shot him an irritated glance, shrugging her shoulders dismissively. "Don't crowd me. It's suffocating." Zhang Yang dropped his hand, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with a serious expression. "Buddy, it's fine to talk about romance in college, but don't entangle yourself too deeply." Minun remained silent, her fingers pinching the straw, stirring the ice in her cola with a clattering sound. "Don't forget your responsibilities." Minun found this all rather bothersome. Yet she had no choice. She shot Zhang Yang a cold glance, devoid of emotion, and asked, "What have I done? Is it worth all this fuss over such a trivial matter?" Minun locked eyes with Zhang Yang, her expression inscrutable. However, as the fingertips pressed firmly against the straw, the beverage cup toppled over. Liquid cascaded from the table, dripping down in a rhythmic manner. Zhang Yang, unperturbed by the incident, was fully capable of handling the situation if it came to that. He merely allowed it to unfold. Their gazes met, and sparks flew in the air. Su Ong hastily grabbed a few paper towels to cover the spill and fetched a nearby trash can to clean up the mess. He then shot Zhang Yang a glance, signaling him to refrain from saying too much. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, unusually serious, unwilling to let the matter slide so easily, and lowered his voice to continue. "I have no objection to you having your fun, but is that really the way to go about it? You think you can just play around?" Bainan kicked away an empty chair nearby, the loud noise drawing the attention of those around. Muzi approached to retrieve the chair and set it back in place, apologizing to the onlookers. "I'm sorry, everyone, please continue with your meals. My friend isn't quite himself today. No need to mind him." Bainan clicked his tongue and shot Muzi a glare. "You're the one who's not right in the head." Muzi, being the straightforward type, was not one to retort sharply, merely patting Bainan's shoulder and seriously advising, "Be mindful, we're in a public space." Bainan sat back down, muttering under his breath, "Look at what Zhang Yang is saying. Is that even sensible? He just looking out for you. Me perfectly fine, be non asserted." Muzi could tell that the situation was more complex than it appeared, not to mention Zhang Yang and the others. However, Bai Nan's obstinate nature only fueled his defiance. After some thought, Mu Zi tried a softer approach. We're not trying to stop you. We just worry you'll end up feeling worse. I understand. I know my limits. Zhang Yang, running his tongue over his teeth, thought to himself that Bai Nan had no concept of limits at all. It was painfully obvious to anyone with eyes how differently he treated Shu Yiyu. Every time he saw her, he clung to her like a dog to a bone. If she were nearby, his gaze was so intense it could almost be felt. Zhang Yang couldn't help but curse. You just know how to boast. I think you've lost your mind. Bai Nan, feeling guilty, surprisingly refrained from retorting, pressing his lips together in silence. He understood their concerns, primarily stemming from the turmoil at home. If it got out, it would surely lead to chaos. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to dismiss the idea that it was merely a game, and even in Shu Yiyu's absence. He didn't want to undermine this man in front of his good friends. Indeed, as Zhang Yang pointed out, certain things were subtly deteriorating. Binan harbored acknowledged apprehensions. Yet he could still manage to let them simmer, all for the sake of fleeting joy. Zhang Yang pondered that some matters required an early warning to avoid an inextricable descent into greater suffering. Bai Nan, reality is harsh. Some things cannot be done merely by wanting them, and some people cannot be possessed simply by desire, he warned. Bai Nan sneered coldly. You should know what ought to be done and what should not. I know exactly what I'm doing, Bai Nan replied, casting a ruthless glance at him before carelessly tossing the mangled straw onto the table. Zhang Yang had intended to say more, but feared it might backfire. Bai Nan could be quite immature at times, and if his attempts at persuasion failed, leading to rebellious behavior, he would truly be left with no choice but to concede. The atmosphere was tense and fraught with unspoken animosity. Zhang Yang raked his fingers through his hair and noticed the plate drenched in beverage. Damn it, you've soaked my fries. Minan leaned closer for a glance, descending the steps. Serves you right. I don't care. You need to buy me a new order. I have no money. Minan shrugged his shoulders. His current focus was on nurturing a delicate flower, saving his funds for more significant purposes, even though that flower only consumed and never spent a dime of his. Where's your money? Zhang Yang remarked. I've noticed you become quite the meddler lately. Isn't it because your brain seems to be visibly shrinking? Curse your shrinking brain. Just make sure you don't fall prey to some little enchantress who will leave you penniless. Zhang Yang suggested with an implicit warning. Minan grined, deliberately taunting. Wheeling. Zhang Yang clutched his hair in despair. Sooner or later, you'll find yourself in tears. Spare me your ominous predictions. Let's get serious. Bring Du Zhe to me. You still haven't forgotten about him? Zhang Yang snatched Mumu's fries and began stuffing them into his mouth. I intend to deal with him. Why are you so stubborn? Mumu, help me find him. Minan, doubting Zhang Yang's reliability, switched his target. Mumu, in the midst of eating a burger, glanced at Minan, then at Zhang Yang, finally settling his gaze on Suong. Is it absolutely necessary? Suong adjusted his glasses, addressing Minan. Of course. I won't be able to sleep tonight unless I break his legs. Du Zhe's family is not simple. Don't provoke him, Suong advised, pressing Mumu's phone back down. The circle of elites in the capital is quite small, and those worth mentioning are even fewer. After Nin took action that day, Suong had already made arrangements to silence any rumors. While some may treat certain matters as trivial, for them, it becomes societal news. Despite being a newcomer, Du Zhe was entangled with several prominent families, which explained his audacity. Minan scoffed, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, exuding arrogance. I'm going to deal with him, though I do not recommend you pursue this. I know he will be at Mint tonight, Suong replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. The other three immediately grasped the implication. Minan stood, casually placing a hand in his pocket, grinning confidently. Tonight, I'll treat. Let us meet at Mint. Zhang Yang slumped in his chair, mumbling about being beyond help. He had no desire to cast another glance at this bewitched sun. Chapter 18. Childishly captivating as night fell, the sky darkened with heavy, swirling clouds. A gust of wind picked up in the evening, hinting at possible rain later that night. Minan returned to his dorm to change clothes, while Shu Yiyu remained in a meeting. The welcome party for new students was next month, and they were currently in the process of collecting and selecting performances. A specific ringtone chimed on his phone. It was a message from Shu Yiyu. Are you back? I'm showering and changing, getting ready to head out soon. With whom? With Zhang Yang and the others. Message me when you arrive. I have a bit longer here. Minin glanced at the time on his screen. It was nearly 11 o'clock. From a cabinet, he retrieved one black t-shirt after another, slipping them on as he faced the mirror, typing and tidying his hair simultaneously. Why so late? The program changed. Needs to be rearranged. Be careful outside. Don't get involved. Otherwise, you know what that implies. The thought of Shu Yiyu's face made Minin curl his lips in disdain. He could not fathom what allure that shabby student council possessed to warrant such eagerness. Shu Yiyu perused the message without a hint of discomfort, fully embracing the possessiveness towards men, even reveling in it. Utterly perplexed as to why he had felt troubled in his previous life. Don't worry, that's uncertain. The student council lacks everything except for omegas. Leaning against the window, Shu Yiyu's expression softened. I don't favor omegas. One should not speak too definitively. The attraction between A and O pheromones is an uncontrollable factor. The man's fingers hesitated, the smile that had adorned his face gradually fading. Indeed, he could only mark Shu Yiyu due to a physiological flaw. Yet Shu Yiyu was not bound by such limitations. Like all normal alphas, he inherently craved omegas. A sudden wave of dissatisfaction washed over Minin. What was the point of an omega, so delicate and troublesome? Yet beneath it all, an uneasy feeling surfaced. A bittersweet thought emerging. No matter how undesirable, omegas were ingrained in their very genes. How bothersome. Minin ran his fingers through his hair, realizing he was merely creating his own troubles. Shu Yiyu had to belong to him, at least for now. This man was his exclusive alpha, untouchable by anyone else. Meanwhile, Shu Yiyu had no intention of seeking an omega, his fingers flying across the phone screen. I won T. Their pheromones were indeed perfectly matched. They were, after all, a natural pair. The attraction between A and O pheromones was commonplace, but what relevance did it hold for him? He did not like it, and neither would Minin. As long as their bond was profound enough, external factors would not sway them. He had no doubts about his feelings for Minin. Gazing at the resolute 3 words, Minin pouted slightly, feeling a sense of relief as he approached the door, slipping on his shoes and casually turning off the lights. A sudden thought struck him. If they were to mark each other, could it deepen their bond, akin to that of an omega? Minin stared at the man's profile picture, which resembled a starry night sky, hesitating momentarily over the keyboard before deciding to inquire. If I wish to mark you, would you be willing? Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, finding this quite an intriguing question, a first in 2 lifetimes. He pondered seriously for a moment, realizing he did not seem averse to the idea. As long as he was on top, what harm could a bite on the neck do? I would be most willing. Minin clicked his tongue, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face, yet stubbornly retorted. A man's words are deceitful. If I deceive you, I'm a puppy. Why do you enjoy playing the dog so much? Woof. Shu Yiyu, you can only belong to me. I am yours. Shu Yiyu, aware of his limited energy, had no interest in placating another ancestor. Minin huffed, filled with sweet words. Yet, he relished it. Taking out the car keys to ignite the engine, a voice command was issued. Drive, contact me upon arrival. The soothing sound echoed in my ears, and, after several listens, it inexplicably stirred a yearning within me. After a moment of contemplation, I sent a message. Be safe. I will await your return at home. The expressionless face of Nan softened into a faint smile. He pressed and saved the message. At the mint candy bar, when Nan arrived at the private room, Suong and the others had already indulged in several rounds of drinks, as they had been frequenting bars since their teenage years. Such a small amount of alcohol was hardly noteworthy. What on earth is happening? Nan inquired, observing Zhang Yang sprawled on the floor, clinging desperately to Muzi's calf. Suong stood up, adjusting his glasses. We waited for you for ages. With nothing to do, we had a few more drinks. He then pushed the numerous bottles of alcohol aside, attempting to conceal his own inebriation. And Muzi, I haven't drunk, he replied. Nan speculated. Did you get a new car again? Muzi, recalling his beloved vehicle, smiled shyly. Yes, the XX Dynamic Series. I've been waiting for half a year. Yinan nodded in understanding. No wonder he had lost interest in drinking. All right then, how are the arrangements? Muzi yanked Zhang Yang up from the floor and unceremoniously tossed him onto a nearby, small sofa. The tall figure, over 6 feet, hung limply over the backrest like a towel. The person has been dispatched. Shall we head over to wait? Su Ong shook his head to stay alert. Yinan glanced at the unconscious Zhang Yang. What about him? Leave him here. We'll come back for him later. Su Ong replied unfeelingly. Very well, let us depart. They exited the bar and took a side path, circling to the back of the mint candy, where a dead end awaited. The dispatched individual was efficient, and it wasn't too long before they lured the person over. Yinan held a sack in hand, cloaked in darkness. Little one, are you not afraid of me devouring you in such a secluded place? Why be afraid? Young Master Du's interest in Xiu'er is a blessing for her. I shall lead the young master to partake in some delightful activities, shall I? Of course. How could it be otherwise? The darkness enveloped young Master Du, and I guided him along. Your hands are so smooth, I remarked. Does young master like it? Yinan observed Du Zhe step ahead, then swiftly moved behind him, deftly wrapping his arms around his head. He seized the stick that Mu Zi had passed him and struck it against Du Zhe's knee. Taken by surprise, Du Zhe crumpled to the ground, clutching his head and crying out, Ah, help! I've been murdered. Yinan discarded the stick and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, maintaining a stoic expression without uttering a sound. Initially, Du Zhe attempted to shout, but soon only pleas for mercy remained. Once Yinan had vented his frustrations, he beckoned to the two waiting nearby. The trio did not retrace their steps, but instead climbed over the wall at the back alley and, with Mu Zi driving, returned directly to the school. I'm heading back, Yinan informed the two. All right, I'll return to the dormitory with Mu Zi, Su Ong said, his legs beginning to wobble after completing their task, leaning heavily on Mu Zi for support. Be mindful, when this person is intoxicated, it can be quite alarming. One must act decisively and without hesitation. Minun instructed Mu Zi. I understand. If he misbehaves, we shall retaliate without mercy, a knockout. Mu Zi exaggeratedly mimicked a choking gesture. Minun approvingly gave a thumbs up. The three of them, carefree in spirit, had not anticipated the chaos that Zhang Yang would bring. In the mint candy bar, a poised and handsome young man gazed at the man sleeping on the sofa, a strange smile gradually emerging on his previously expressionless face. Zhang Yang, shall I take you back? Back? Yes, let us go back. In retrospect, Zhang Yang often found himself gnashing his teeth in frustration about that day. Being forgotten by friends was one matter, but then there was that treacherous man who picked him up only to discard him after use. He spent a long time searching, grieving, and missing out on many things. When Minun arrived home, it was past 1 a.m. Shu Yiyu was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. You're back. Why are you still awake? Minun slipped off his shoes and approached. Shu Yiyu took his hand, leading him to sit at the edge of the sofa, encircling his waist with both arms. You can't sleep without me. Having just come from the bar, I reek of alcohol. I'll take a shower first. You wait for me in the room. Let me hold you for a moment. Minun gently smoothed Shu Yiyu's tousled hair. You're so clingy. Yes. Having not seen you all day, I missed you. Given your obedience, I shall indulge you. Shu Yiyu reclined onto Minun's lap, intertwining their fingers, only to discover a sticky sensation. Where have you been? Shu Yiyu sat up, palms facing up, revealing crimson specks on his fingers. Minun then opened his hands, revealing his knuckles were scraped. Surprisingly not feeling any pain. I'm not sure where I bumped it. Little liar. Shu Yiyu frowned disapprovingly. Minun had no intention of hiding the truth. I went to confront Du Zhe. Shu Yiyu was not taken aback. He retrieved a first aid kit from beneath the coffee table. Your hand. Are you upset? He asked, somewhat apprehensive. Not at all. Shu Yiyu held Minun's hand, carefully disinfecting the wounds with a cotton swab. What's with your attitude, then? Minun frowned in displeasure. Shu Yiyu gently stroked the back of his hand, explaining, I'm concerned for you. There's no need to injure yourself over someone like him. Minun, displeased, retorted, who allowed him to touch you? A single punch for me is too lenient. I'm fine, and you're not angry anymore. As long as I'm here, no one dares to harm you. I will not let it go. Thank you. Shu Yiyu was somewhat surprised, then smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. radiating sincerity. Though he believed himself quite capable and not in need of protection, the feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. "Who says you're mine now?" Minun crossed his legs, exuding confidence. "Well done." Shu Yiyu chose not to argue. Minun, in some aspects, did appear a bit childish. Yet he could not deny the charm of this person's candidness. Shu Yiyu held Minun's hand, clean and elongated, which prompted him to lean down and plant a gentle kiss. "In a moment, I shall assist you with your shower. Do not let your wounds touch the water." Minun tilted his head back, his gaze earnest and profound, then slowly bending his fingers to scratch his palm. A suggestive smile graced his lips as he spoke in a low voice. "If you wish to do something, just say it outright. Why be so coy?" Shu Yiyu pondered. What does he desire? However, feeling elated today, she found little to resist. The man, though his face betrayed no shyness, had ears that flushed crimson. The words she had intended to reject were swallowed back. How could one refuse such an opportunity presented so readily? Chapter 19. No one is allowed to leave. Minun possessed a profound territorial instinct. Although they were accustomed to close proximity in their dormitory, often entwined in the living room, sometimes he would remain in Shu Yiyu's room. Today marked his first initiative to invite her into his domain. Shu Yiyu trailed behind, her eyes roaming with curiosity. The last time she had hurried in and out, failing to notice the details. Before her lay an expanse of minimalist white, with sparse belongings. Yet each detail resonated with a strong personal touch. Simple, candid, bold, and genuine. A bed, a bookshelf, a gaming table, an armchair, and a woolen carpet. Nothing else adorned the space, all unified in purity. Hanging before the floor-to-ceiling window were sheer curtains with intricate patterns, paired with heavy, ash-gray blackout fabric. The previously rusty iron railing of the balcony had been replaced with black, vintage, lace-like wrought iron. To the left stood a flower rack, starkly showcasing 2 pots of cacti, one of which bore a delicate purple bloom, adorably perched at the center. Curiosity piqued, he reached out to poke at it, only to be surprised by the prick of its fuzzy spines. "Be careful. That thing can sting," Minun warned, though it was too late. Shu Yiyu raised her finger, which now bore a minuscule black mark. Rubbing it with her thumb, she felt a slight sting. Though her fingertip was injured, inexplicably, it was her heart that ached. Shu Yiyu often felt she had missed out on many things. The figure etched firmly in her mind seemed, at that moment, as fragile as a photograph. Utterly devoid of soul. What had the Minun of her past truly been like? Suddenly, she found herself unable to assert with certainty. Beyond the suffocating possessiveness, everything he had shown was undoubtedly what she would admire. Was that truly Minun? Had he authentically been himself? She couldn't help but question whether those she believed to understand him truly did. The memories of their initial acquaintance had blurred, as their relationship had not been harmonious at first. After they became a couple, Minun had consistently mirrored Shu Yiyu's persona, in both image and preferences. Their rooms exuded a grand yet simplistic palette of black and gray, a fusion of technology and modernity, stark and cold. Shu Yiyu adored this aesthetic, reminiscent of her former self, emotionless and detached. Yet now, she sorrowfully realized that aside from the small habits accumulated over time, she may have never truly known that man. "Minun," Shu Yiyu instinctively called out. The simplicity of those 2 syllables felt fragmented, concealing the deep-seated fears within. Stumbling twice over the few steps from the balcony to the bedroom, she felt the weight of uncertainty. Minun had just shed his shirt, standing tall by the bedside. As he stumbled forward, a sense of urgency compelled Shu Yiyu to step closer and steady him. "Why the rush?" "I'm right here," he said. Shu Yiyu's face paled slightly as he scrutinized the figure before him. This visage, one he had gazed upon for countless days and nights, should have been etched in his memory. Trembling, he enveloped Minun in a tight embrace, his arms drawing him closer. Minun, lacking a shirt, winced at the sharpness of Shu Yiyu's nails. He had intended to retort, but the sorrowful aura radiating from Minun stifled his words. What had transpired? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, and now a cloud of discontent loomed. Shu Yiyu remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. "Damn it, where's your voice?" Minun's temper flared, as it often did. I'm not unhappy. Then what's bothering you? Just let me hold you for a moment. Minan furrowed his brow, wrapping his arms around Shu Yi's waist. His tongue brushed against his teeth, awkwardly searching for the right words to offer comfort. It was a first for him to resent his own inability to articulate. After a prolonged internal struggle, he rested his chin on Shu Yi's shoulder and said, "If anyone bothers you, just tell me. I've got your back. There's nothing to fear. You have me to protect you, and no one will dare lay a finger on you." This was perhaps the most sentimental declaration Minan had uttered in his 20 years, his tone stiff and unrefined. A wave of warmth surged through him, a heat that he sought to mask with a feigned nonchalance as he patted Shu Yi's back. Upon hearing Minan's words, Shu Yi felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, leaning his head against Minan's nape. Minan sensed a rush of warmth, suppressing a shiver as he shrugged his shoulders. Shu Yi, however, offered no response, merely raising a hand to caress Minan's neck, tracing the line of his collarbone. Minan, growing impatient, recoiled slightly, only to be drawn back again. Resigning himself to the moment, he tilted his head, creating an elegant curve. Shu Yi lowered his gaze to the intricate patterns etched upon Minan's skin, his eyes growing fervent. His voice was nearly inaudible as he murmured, "I want a mark. Damn, give me a warning." Shu Yi pulled Minan closer, their knees brushing against one another. Minan, losing his balance, stumbled back until his back met the wall. Shu Yi leaned in, supporting Minan's head with one hand while the other caressed his exquisitely handsome face. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against Minan's, from cheek to mouth, planting gentle pecks, each touch delicate and soft. Minan's hands casually rested on Shu Yi's shoulders, his legs slightly apart, eyes half closed like a languorous cat. Shu Yi approached with an unprecedented devotion and tenderness, yearning to melt Minan's heart with love. An alpha, after all, was not immune to such temptations. With just a kiss, the room became saturated with pheromones, an unusual tranquility enveloping the air. The once vibrant scent of vodka softened, yielding to an intimate warmth. As the flavors mingled, they transformed into a rich, full-bodied essence. Outside, the dark clouds loomed ever lower, finally releasing a gentle rain. The balcony door stood wide open, while the pristine white curtains were drawn tight, though they allowed glimpses of shimmering light to seep through. A multitude of delicate raindrops stealthily infiltrated the room, carried by the wind. A fine mist enveloped the space, and, as the temperature rose, moisture pervaded every corner, creating a damp atmosphere. Minan lay buried amidst a pile of pillows, his expression weary. Alpha indeed possessed remarkable physical resilience. Yet even he could not withstand the relentless torment from an equally matched alpha. The intimacy of their embraces deepened within the mundane fabric of daily life, their pheromones blending into a stable harmony. The sense of reliance buried deep within him grew increasingly potent. What was once manageable now felt inescapable. The anxiety suppressed within him expanded infinitely, leaving me inexplicably irritable. Recalling the words spoken by Zhang Yang in the small cafeteria that evening, he understood the reasoning behind them, yet found himself struggling to maintain control. They were no ordinary alphas. Besides the glory of their lineage, they bore personal missions. The initial playful intent had transformed, and the burgeoning possessiveness could not be feigned. The thoughts of an alpha were simple and direct. Even though Nan had never experienced love, he recognized that his concern for Shu Yiyu had crossed a line, enduring the dizzying entanglement of their pheromones. He suddenly craved affirmation from Shu Yiyu. Even without a future, even if only the present moment mattered, this man must remain firmly within his grasp. He raised his hand to grasp the man's arm, his gaze reflecting a chilling intensity. "I have something to tell you." Shu Yiyu pulled him closer into an embrace. "What is it?" "You do not have the right to leave on your own accord until I release you." Without hesitation, Shu Yiyu responded, "All right." He had lived his life solely for Nan, desiring nothing but this one person. Instantly, Minan's previously elevated heart sank, his arm resting against the man's chest as he tilted his head back. A cruel smile twisted his lips. "Shu Yiyu, remember what you said. You possess no initiative. It would be wise to rid yourself of such thoughts. Otherwise, you will not know how you will meet your end." Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Minan gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce. Did you hear me? I did, he replied calmly. I am not jesting with you. And what about you? Shu Yiyu queried, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, though a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Minan fixed his gaze upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his tone as defiant as ever. In this game, I hold the reins. As long as you obediently comply, I shall ensure that you are well taken care of. Shu Yiyu bit his tongue, feeling a momentary constriction in his chest. This wretched creature. It was clear that he had become truly wicked. Indeed, only someone with shallow love could utter such infuriating words. Shu Yiyu gazed at the breathless Minan, feeling a sudden disdain for the pace of their development. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to feign vulnerability, lowering his eyelids in a display of feigned distress. He placed Minan's hand over his heart. Minan. The man lazily lifted his eyelids. What is it? Shu Yiyu had never lacked in affection towards him. His melodious, deep voice was enticing, laced with an easily perceptible plea. I would give you my life, just do not leave me. Minan's face bore an expression of calm, yet the slight heaviness of his breath betrayed a hint of his unease. Shu Yiyu reasserted his lips against the man's, a fleeting sense of triumph flickering within him. The quotes from scoundrels are utterly detestable. I wish to hear none of them. Chapter 20. My wife is so hard to pursue. In a past life, Shu Yiyu spent the entirety of her university years idly drifting. Her elder brother had already taken over the family business. Her second sister flourished in her personal career, and her younger brother held a notable position in the military. Meanwhile, she possessed numerous shares and funds under her name, engaging in daily transactions that yielded substantial returns. Her sole aspiration back then was freedom, embodying the essence of a carefree individual. Interestingly, Minan eventually ascended to the pinnacle of success, earning more and faring better than her. Shu Yiyu dared not claim that she would surpass Minan's achievements in this lifetime, but she felt the need to at least not fall behind. Otherwise, meeting the parents would be quite awkward. Thus, she earnestly re-engaged with university life, finding it rather enjoyable. However, just as her good fortune seemed to flourish, she was notified of an increase in special training content. The rationale was utterly absurd. Due to the exceptional physical capabilities of the freshmen, the training regimen was adjusted to better harness the latent potential of alphas. Initially, the announcement went largely unnoticed, as they were all confident alphas, exuding an air of bravado. Yet, the following day, the once nonchalant crowd returned, each one emerging utterly spent, their laments echoing through the halls. Every project began with a grueling number of repetitions. Even running required a minimum of 10 laps, a challenge no one could withstand. They were to endure this daily torment. Was it not akin to being flayed alive? Numerous students with weaker physiques sought out the student council and counselors to protest, yet the school was resolute in their intention to educate them thoroughly. Alas, they remained obstinate, proceeding with the training as usual. Soon, the once boisterous alphas fell silent, their energy sapped by exhaustion. The intensity of the training proved overwhelming even for the most physically capable, including the formidable Minan, who was renowned for his late-night endurance. Initially, upon returning at night, he would cling to Shu Yiyu, seeking kisses and embraces, playfully demanding more. Those days were blissful. Now, he was utterly worn out. Upon returning to the dormitory, he longed to collapse in a bed, unwilling to lift a single finger. At first, he could not abide Shu Yiyu's apparent ease and was determined to compete with her. However, he succumbed to fatigue within 3 days. Shu Yiyu had grown accustomed to such challenges from her time in the military, setting her apart from the pampered offspring of affluent families. Yet, the young master could not tolerate her serene demeanor. Fueled by an alpha's innate combative spirit, he exhausted all his strength, ultimately collapsing from his own efforts. Eventually, he was so fatigued that Shu Yiyu had to carry him back. To express his dissatisfaction, he insisted on a rigorous session of training before finally being taught a lesson. Minan, in tears, pounded the bed in frustration, only to subsequently abandon all pretense of restraint. Whenever fatigue overwhelmed him, he would seek out Shu Yiyu, clinging to her as if she were a mere ornament. Exhausted, he would fall asleep instantly. She, ever considerate, never disturbed him, even accompanying him in the shower and providing a soothing massage afterward. If one awakens with hunger, the capable and resourceful Shu Yiyu, with her exceptional culinary skills, ensures a delightful late-night feast. Life is indeed splendidly enjoyable. However, Minen's initial desire to reclaim his alpha dignity swiftly dissipates. His mind is consumed daily with thoughts of the allure of being an alpha. Occasionally, when he overhears Zhang Yang and others discussing the virtues of certain omegas, he cannot help but silently refute their claims. Can a small omega bathe him? Can a small omega lift him up and down? Can a small omega massage him? An omega is merely a revered ancestor. Yet, in Shu Yiyu's presence, he assumes the role of the esteemed one. The more he contemplates, the more satisfied he feels. His expenditure is truly worthwhile. With a buoyant mood, everything seems pleasing. At the outset of intensified training, he would passionately espouse traditional culture daily, but soon he transformed, resembling a different person altogether. The instructor's commands were met with unwavering obedience. He remarkably earned the sole A in the entire class, a testament to his immense joy. In contrast, Shu Yiyu found her own path less facile, having been tirelessly occupied for half a month. Today marked the final day of military training, and with Shu Yiyu returning alongside the troops, the Saturday special training was naturally canceled, bringing her a sigh of relief and a sense of completion. After class, she habitually went to the computer science department to fetch Minen. Upon her arrival, he was utterly exhausted, so much so that he eagerly clambered onto her, seeking her embrace. Amused, Shu Yiyu playfully patted his backside, greeted Suong and others, and took him back to the dormitory. After a thorough cleansing, they shared a bath together, during which Minen stirred awake, whimpering for closeness. After ensuring his comfort, Shu Yiyu found herself perspiring anew and had to clean up Minen before returning for another shower herself. Standing before the window, towel wrapped around her, she dried her hair with an impassive expression, her heart a tempest of frustration and agitation. Initially, she had intended to take things slowly, but now impatience gnawed at her. Recently, she had subtly inquired multiple times about the progression of their relationship, only to have Minen evade her questions. In their previous life, they officially became a couple by the end of the first semester. Now, several months earlier, they had accomplished all that was in with a resigned sigh. Shu Yiyu lamented when he would be able to openly hold hands, share a kiss, and call him dear without reservation. He had been so overt about his affections lately, yet the other seemed blissfully unaware, as if blinded to his intentions. Several times, he contemplated directly addressing his feelings, but the dense expression on the other's face compelled him to hold back, fearing it might backfire. While Nan harbored reservations, Shu Yiyu could only speculate. He was not well acquainted with the Mi family, only aware of their significant contributions across various artistic domains. The family had produced numerous distinguished individuals, aside from the esteemed artists of the previous generation. Currently, the renowned film actor Mi Chun was Mi Nan's Omega younger brother. The emerging talent in the painting world was Mi Nan's Omega sister, and the 2023 Best New Singer was his Omega cousin. Many other notable figures thrived in different fields, predominantly Omega. Mi Nan was likely the only alpha in their illustrious lineage. As Shu Yiyu pondered this, his gaze darkened, no matter the obstacles in their path. He could never forsake Mi Nan. He had missed one opportunity and would not allow another to slip away. Regardless of the arduous journey ahead, he was determined to overcome every challenge. This man was his for the taking. Shu Yiyu expressionlessly dried his hair, carelessly tossing the towel onto the bed. Without donning any clothes, he wrapped the towel around himself and headed next door to confront the scoundrel. The little one was well fed while he had yet to eat. There were always various means to compel him to yield. Following the conclusion of military training, the new student welcome party was scheduled for October 8th, the first day after National Day. After hardship comes sweetness. When the alphas beheld the program lineup, their weary hearts found a flicker of solace. Of the 20 performances, 15 were led by Omegas, easily stirring the hearts of these young alphas. The university life they had longed for was about to commence. Filled with dreams and love, the school, which had languished under the oppressive military training, suddenly sprang to life. Various clubs began to actively recruit new members, with flyers and posters plastered everywhere. As Shu Yiyu passed by, he intended to ask me, Nan, and hoped to coordinate their attendance together. At noon in the cafeteria, me, Nan, Su Ong, and Mu Zi, all from the computer science department, hurried to the school canteen after class. Zhang Yang from the medical department arrived later, only to find them nearly finished with their meal. "Why are you so heartless, never waiting for me?" he exclaimed. "I ordered for you." Mu Zi pushed a burger combo toward him. Zhang Yang quickly unwrapped it, munching while exclaiming, "Moo Moo, you have a good heart. Hurry and eat," Mu Zi urged. Zhang Yang was genuinely famished, finishing the burger in just a few bites. Sipping his drink, he inquired, "What are your plans for National Day?" "I have an appointment," Minan replied, glancing at his phone. "With Shu Yiyu?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, abruptly setting down his drink. "Yes." Minan finally diverted his gaze from his phone. "Where are you trying to join in for? Where are you all going?" Zhang Yang gazed intently at him, unblinking. "I won't tell you." Minan cast a triumphant glance in his direction, dismissing him entirely. "I disagree. What do I care about your disagreement? I am indifferent. Will you take me with you?" "No," Minan replied curtly. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of irritation, downing his drink in one go and exchanging a knowing glance with Mu Zi and Su Ong. They must not allow the two of them to venture out alone. Su Ong and Mu Zi exchanged glances, shrugging in response. What's the point? Chapter 21. From now on, Zhang Yang is the enemy. The azure waters met the sky in a seamless horizon, transitioning from deep to shallow, boundless and infinite. A languid breeze stirred the waves, carrying fine sand back and forth in gentle undulations. Occasionally, small creatures wandered along the endless shore, momentarily lost in contemplation before retreating into the sea with the returning tide. At the edge of the beach stood a white private villa, its floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the shimmering sunlight. Two figures appeared to stand by the window, their closeness obscuring clear vision. Those two were Nan and Shu Yiyu. The seaside vacation had long been planned, although Nin preferred to keep a low profile. He could not escape the high spirits of his family. His face was recognizable even on the streets, and in the capital, where the social circles often overlapped. He found little reason to explain himself when spotted. However, after 7 days of separation, Minan felt an undeniable restlessness, as if he had suffered a loss. Not only had he spent money, but he was also filled with unexplainable frustration. After much contemplation, he decided to purchase a small beach, allowing them to stay together, free from prying eyes, in a relaxed and carefree environment. Yesterday was a holiday, and neither of them spent the night in their dormitory. The sudden solitude felt as though something essential was missing. Before dawn, Minan called Shu Yiyu, and the two quickly gathered their belongings, heading straight to their destination. Upon arrival, without even unpacking their luggage, Minan pulled them inside, and they immediately succumbed to their desires. Shu Yiyu had been exceedingly indulgent lately. He allowed Nan to act as he wished, never uttering a negative word. With a firm grip around the man's waist, he drew him closer, eagerly reciprocating. Minan entwined his hands around Shu Yiyu's neck, bold and uninhibited, surrendering to the moment. Their lips met, silencing any sound. In the throes of passion, accompanied by the crashing waves, only the soft splashes of water could be heard. Perhaps it was the knowledge that they were alone that made Nan more candid than ever before, each reaction magnified, filled with exhilaration. With a reverse grip, he shed his shirt, taking Shu Yiyu's hand and guiding it slowly across his skin. The man's hands were exquisite, with rounded, clean nails. The smoothness of his palms as vodka began to disperse, it stimulated the refreshing notes of mint and lemon, erupting in an instant. Nan suddenly hunched his shoulders, his delicate atoms apple rolling. His lips parted slightly, soft and inviting between his teeth, captivating the heart. The hands that were once upon him had vanished, leaving only the man clad in tailored trousers with intertwined legs. Nan, in a languid whisper, tightened his grip around the man's waist, kissing him softly on the ear with a husky call. Leaning in towards his warm lips, He took hold of his hair, taking the initiative. A kiss that stirred the soul, embraced in fervor. Under the intoxicating influence of vodka, the mint and lemon completely lost control, releasing freely in this vast expanse of sea. Let us return to the room, Shu Yiyu said, lifting him effortlessly. Yinan did not resist, his hands tangling through the man's hair, a soft dance of intimacy. The doorbell rang incessantly, as if someone were in urgent need. Just as Shu Yiyu prepared to mark his territory, the ringing sounded again, rather insistent. Yinan, lost in ecstasy, pulled him back, his voice hoarse. Ignore it, continue. The doorbell chimed once more. Shu Yiyu pressed a gentle kiss on the man's crown and released him. It must be something urgent. Damn it. Yinan gurumblet, running a hand through his hair as he climbed off the bed. The mingling of pheromones made his legs weak, nearly causing him to fall. Shu Yiyu caught him around the waist. I'll answer it. Yinan turned to embrace the man, nuzzling against him. I don't care who it is. I don't want to deal with it. Listen, it sounds urgent. It might really be something important. I'll make it up to you tonight. Yinan, visibly displaced, insisted. You must come with me. I can accept that. The unexpected warmth of his words surprised Shu Yiyu. Why are you so enthusiastic today? He mused, smoothing the man's tousled hair. Yinan, contemplating a room devoid of vodka's aroma, knew he would find it impossible to sleep, a wave of unease washing over him. After a moment of silence, feigning indifference, he remarked, primarily, your ability to get things done is commendable. Shu Yiyu replied, is that a compliment? Absolutely 100% praise. Then should I strive to do even better? I wouldn't mind if you were a bit more vigorous. Shu Yiyu thought to himself, surprised he hadn't noticed how eloquently Yinan could speak before. Just as the words left his mouth, the doorbell rang again. Yinan sprang to his feet. Hastily dressing and gritting his teeth, he better have a truly urgent matter. Otherwise, I swear I'll murder him right here. With that, he stormed downstairs to open the door, while Shu Yiyu retrieved his slippers. Upon opening the villa door and seeing Zhang Yang, Yinan felt an overwhelming urge to end him on the spot. If it weren't for Shu Yiyu restraining him, he might have indeed acted on that impulse. What on earth are you doing in my villa? You had better provide a reasonable explanation, or I swear I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Yinan seethed on the brink of explosion. Zhang Yang crossed his arms defiantly, unfazed, and scoffed. You won't shake me off that easily. Su Ong and Mu Zi exchanged knowing glances, subtly retreating a step. In the next moment, Yinan executed a flying kick, sweeping his long leg and sending Zhang Yang sprawling to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, Zhang Yang scrambled to his two individuals. Having fought since childhood under the same Sand instructor, are well acquainted with each other's techniques. After several rounds, neither has gained an advantage. Su Ong, after a brief pause of about 10 minutes, approaches with Mu Mu, each acting as a mediator. All right, everyone, we're here for fun. Let's not escalate things. Fun? Who wants to play with him? Nan retorted. You've changed, Nan, Zhang Yang exclaimed, embracing Mu Mu with a hint of hesitation. Get lost. How did you find me here? Su Ong adjusted his glasses and replied. Zhang Yang mentioned it. I just bought this house. Oh, am I not allowed to investigate? If you're upset, take it out on me. Zhang Yang shouted, heeding behind Mu defiantly. Nan, cracking his knuckles, warned, you've grown bold, Zhang Yang. I've even started looking into your father. Get lost. I'm staying with you. And so are they. Su Ong interjected, since we're all here, let us enjoy a few days together. With such a vast beach, it'd be dull for just the two of you. I don't find it dull at all. Nan insisted. We're bored and have nowhere to go, so just entertain us. Exactly. We used to have fun together. This sudden separation feels awkward, Mu Mu chimed in. Nan, exasperated, asked, when are you going back? Zhang Yang scoffed, opening the trunk to reveal a massive red suitcase, placing it on the ground. We'll leave when you do. Nan, incensed, replied, I'll deal with you. Come on, hit me. Zhang Yang shamelessly taunted, patting his backside. Fuming, Nan broke free from Su Ang's grip and chased after Zhang Yang. Realizing the predicament, Zhang Yang bolted, but not before reminding Mu Mu, remember to put the luggage inside. Nan lunged, tackling Zhang Yang into the sand, unleashing a flurry of blows. He had finally carved out time for an uninterrupted week with Shu Yiyu, preparing meticulously for days, cleaning, stocking up supplies and decorating the room. He had discreetly hidden transparent cubes throughout the villa, ready for some intimate and thrilling escapades. Now, with so many interruptions, his plans lay in ruins. XXXX. The joy is gone. Chapter 22. A vague affection fuming. Nan Nan unleashed his frustration, not holding back as he pinned Zhang Yang to the sand and delivered a barrage of strikes. Zhang Yang, finally crying out for mercy, pleaded, "I was wrong. Brother, you're my dear brother. Please stop." Nan Nan, gripping his face and pressing it into the sand, snarled, "Only now do you acknowledge your mistakes. Too late. Calling me Father 1T help. I'm punishing you for ruining my plans. How could you, Nan Nan, you heartless fiend? This is torture. It hurts so much. Oh, my arm. Let go. I'm breaking. Father, you are my father. I want to do it again. Once more. Do you dare to test my resolve? I might just toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Nan perched on his back, one hand twisting his arm and the other pressing down on his head, delivering a menacing warning. Zhang Yang had his face pressed against the beach, mouth full of sand, spitting and sputtering. At Nan's words, the leader protested indignantly. "Am I the one who misled you? It's you who's unreliable. It was all fun and games until you took it seriously. What a farce. Nan, let me tell you, this situation can escalate quickly. Do not let it spiral out of control. I'll be damned if I care about your warnings. You know my grandfather, so go ahead. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Nan released him with a sudden jerk, rising to brush off the sand from his clothes, his expression darkening. Zhang Yang, shaking his head like a dog to rid himself of sand, sent particles flying everywhere. Nan walked a few steps away in disdain. "What are you hiding from? It's still your doing. You deserve it." Once Zhang Yang had cleaned himself up, he touched the split at the corner of his mouth, wincing at the sharp pain. Shaking his head in disbelief, "You're finished, Nan." "What do you mean?" Nan asked, perplexed. Zhang Yang, shedding his nonchalant demeanor, posed a serious question. "Do you truly mean to pursue this?" With his hands shoved deep into his pockets, Nan lowered his head, absent-mindedly kicking at the sand beneath his feet, and replied coolly, "It's none of your concern. You are my friend, and I cannot simply ignore you. Besides, your mother entrusted me with your care. What do I, an adult, need looking after for? In my eyes, you remain a little child. Are you addicted to throwing punches?" Nan raised a hand towards him. "Do not act foolish. You are the one who acts foolishly. I see you as a simpleton, about to be deceived for money, affection, and emotions." Nan scoffed. "Let him try to deceive me." Zhang Yang looked at him incredulously. "Are you really that eager to fall for it? Mind your own business," someone retorted, anger turning to embarrassment. "Never would I have thought that Shu Yiyu holds such allure." Deep down, Nan felt equally bewildered. He couldn't articulate it, but if his mother were to inquire, he would have to feign ignorance. Zhang Yang tilted his head to observe Nan, his expression fraught with helplessness. "You know I cannot lie to your mother. One must learn to adapt. You are well aware of the kindness your mother showed me." Zhang Yang lowered his gaze, his right hand gently caressing his left wrist, tracing the uneven scars that marred his skin. A prominent burn wound snaked its way across his arm, a reminder of a time when, without Nan's mother, he might not have survived. Nan understood this was Zhang Yang's burden, a lingering sense of indebtedness, though in reality, there was nothing owed. "Do not dwell on the past." Zhang Yang pursed his lips and placed a hand on Nan's shoulder. "Be honest with me. Do you truly have feelings for him?" Nan remained silent, uncertain of what love even entailed. Even now, his thoughts were consumed with a desire for possession. He could not articulate what emotions he harbored for Shu Yiyu, only that he instinctively resisted defining their relationship. Initially, he had been drawn by mere physical attraction, having never encountered a man whose appearance and physique so perfectly resonated with his desires. It was not that he had not received advances from other attractive alphas. It was simply that those with desirable bodies often lacked appealing looks, while those who were handsome failed to meet his standards. Only Shu Yiyu could bring him such satisfaction. The more time they spent together, the more he felt content, and the man's temperament was quite to his liking. Nan was not one to easily engage in conversation. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, his violent, capricious nature and impulsive temper. Yet, he was willing to soften his demeanor in front of Shu Yiyu. He was uncertain whether this constituted affection, but for now, he was genuinely pleased with Shu Yiyu. Inan, we grew up together. I could never be a stumbling block for you. However, when you decide to pursue something, I hope you can inform me, so I know how to support you. No matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Inan raised his hand to clasp Zhang Yang's shoulder, his fingers tightening in a firm grip. Brotherhood does not require excessive words. Sometimes, a simple act of support is all that is needed. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Inan candidly stated, I cannot articulate what exactly this feeling is. But you can't seem to part with him, can you? Zhang Yang pointedly remarked. It appears so. Zhang Yang had long believed that Inan was doomed, yet Inan himself remained oblivious. Inan, whether your feelings are genuine or merely a fleeting whim, do not allow yourself to be hurt. Zhang Yang felt a sense of helplessness. If it were possible, he would wish for everything to revert to normal. However, matters of inclination are predetermined. If his friend is resolute in pursuing this path, all he could do was offer support. Inan turned to glance at his unreliable friend and chuckled softly. All right, leave yourself some options. Don't foolishly sever all escape routes. That notion is flawed, Inan countered. If you like someone, you should pursue them without hesitation. Zhang Yang widened his eyes in shock. My dear Inan, I never realized you were such a romantic. Isn't that the most fundamental principle? Who can guarantee love lasts a lifetime? Can you? Why can't I? Inan retorted, his conviction unwavering. He was certain he could achieve it. Whether it was liking or loving, once determined, it should be a lifelong commitment. Yet, if one ultimately fails to attain it, the resulting anguish will be magnified. If he wished to escape, then he would have to shatter his wings and break his legs. He would do whatever it takes to grasp what he desired. Inan lowered his gaze, concealing the tumultuous obsession and fervor within. It seemed he had suddenly grasped something profound, but still required time to validate it. Zhang Yang observed the refined profile of the man beside him and playfully pinched his back. Can you not act like a normal person? Inan winced from the sudden pain, pushing him away and bending over in an exaggerated leap. Right now, I only wish to take you down. Rein in those extreme thoughts. I was saying if you're acting like a lunatic, I'm going to tell Shu Yiyu to run. Nonsense. Do you dare? Oh, are you scared now? Worried? I told you I knew you liked him, yet you refused to admit it. The expression Inan wore when mentioning Shu Yiyu was unexpectedly gentle, a softness he was not even aware of. His tone involuntarily softened. In this lifetime, I've encountered someone so perfectly compatible. Would you let them go? Compatible? You're merely infatuated with his beauty. Inan raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem? You're a notorious playboy. He likes me just the way I am. Zhang Yang exclaimed dramatically. Do you even have any shame left? You were devoid of dignity when you were with me. If you get dumped later, don't come crying. Meaning gave him a light slap on the back, and their leader frowned. Get lost. You ominous crow. Look at Shu Yiyu, so flamboyant and visibly restless. How can someone like you be so composed? Just take a look at yourself. What a nuisance. When it comes to Shu Yiyu, he genuinely wanted to see more. An Omega had created a voting thread about the most desired boyfriend. What nonsense is this? Your little Shu is in first place. Every little Omega in the school wishes to be bitten by him. Minin pressed his fingers together. Send it to me. Zhang Yang gleefully pulled out his phone and shared the link. As Minin quickly skimmed through it, his expression darkened further. The site had numerous high-definition close-up photos of Shu Yiyu. Minin fixated on those images, feeling increasingly displeased. Why do they even have these photos? Zhang Yang glunted offer. It's not like he never goes out. He must be seen by someone at some point. Minan coldly snorted, then flipped through his friend list and directly messaged a classmate from the computer science department. 10 minutes later, the post turned into a 404 error, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. TSK, who would dare to shut down the beloved site of the little OS? Zhang Yang infamously. What's it to you? Can't you be a little gentler? Is this how you treat Shu Yiyu too? Doesn't he mind? I choose my friends. You're not worthy. Zhang Yang clutched his heart dramatically. Ever since entering college, I've truly realized that our friendship is merely plastic. I see through you. Do you believe I'll continue to hit you? Of course, why wouldn't I? My teeth are rattling. Your age has nothing to do with my osteoporosis. Stop blaming everything on me. With your attitude, even cats and dogs would abandon you. Is Shu Yiyu blind? Min halted his steps, turning around impatiently. Does it concern you? Zhang Yang shot him a glance. If you keep being so fierce, you'll scare people away. Oh, he must be head over heels for me. My heavens, are you feeding me dog food? You really can't stop rambling, can you? Can we move along? Minan and Zhang Yang returned to the villa, both covered in sand. It was then that he noticed, apart from Su Ong and Mu Zi, Alpha Lu Hong, who had just returned from abroad, Omega Shun Zihan from the girls' school, and her friend Enoch. Minan glanced at Shu Yiyu in the distance and sighed deeply. When would they be able to share a world of their own? Chapter 23. You are my alpha, Michigan, and bypassed his friends, displaying a hint of disdain. As he walked over to Shu Yiyu with a face full of grievance, pulling him into a secluded room. He leaned his head against the man's shoulder. His voice muffled, so annoying. Not annoying. Yes, annoying. Absolutely not. Minan lifted his head, wrapping his arms around his neck. Shu Yiyu. The man embraced his waist and softly replied, So annoying. Shu Yiyu chuckled, ruffling Minan's messy hair, gently brushing the sand off his face. Little calico. I shall not allow them to linger. They must depart by nightfall. Can I not stay a few more days? Having grown up together, the novelty has worn off. Particularly with Zhang Yang. I am indifferent. I can mingle with them. Shu Yiyu does not resist his friends. In a past life, due to his own circumstances, his relations with them were strained. In this life, he intends to make a good impression, and if there is an opportunity, he would gladly embrace them all as allies. One more friend means one more source of support. Securing the only alpha of the Mi family is no small feat. Nan subtly brushed the palm of the man, gesturing towards where his friends were. Let me introduce you. Shu Yiyu remained still, parting the hair that obscured his vision, and offered a faint smile. Have they not already met me? Minan raised an eyebrow slightly. There are still a few who have yet to make your acquaintance. The calm depths of his gaze stirred with a hint of intrigue. How will you introduce me? Minan leaned closer to the man, playfully poking his chest, lowering his voice to intentionally elongate the teasing tone. Since you've been behaving well, shall I elevate your status? I do not wish to merely be a roommate or an ordinary friend. What would you prefer to be? Shu Yiyu bit his lip. Lowering his gaze, what do you think? Minan's eyes fell on his chin, noticing the stubble that had grown since his hasty departure that morning. He extended his hand, brushing his thumb against it, smiling. How would I know what you were thinking? Shu Yiyu clasped his wrist, preventing that indiscreet finger from wandering. I desire a legitimate identity. Shu Yiyu admitted to pressuring him. Such a splendid opportunity should not be wasted. Minan harbored a few speculations but chose not to voice them, feigning ignorance. What legitimate identity? For instance, a boyfriend. Minan feigned surprise. His mouth agape. So you wish to be my boyfriend? Shu Yiyu laughed, his words imbued with absolute conviction, enunciating each syllable. Your boyfriend, your alpha, your lawful partner, including the name inscribed on your future tombstone. I hope that name shall be Shu Yiyu. Minan stared at him, his heart surging in an instant, pounding wildly. A tingle spread from his tailbone, racing to his brain, a burst of exhilaration igniting within him. This man seldom spoke, yet when he did, his words struck a chord deep within. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Are you willing to accept this? Minan did not respond immediately. Despite his heart's complete acceptance, he maintained a semblance of rationality, unwilling to be swept away entirely. They were not ordinary alphas, and without certainty that they could traverse the journey together, he hesitated to make promises lightly. Minan felt his breath quicken, grasping the man's hand with a hoarse voice. Shu Yiyu, you must consider this carefully. This path is not as easy as it seems. Are you afraid? Shu Yiyu entwined his pinky with the man's, like a knot, binding them until death. Minan's expression was inscrutable, his gaze intense, as if he sought to see through him entirely. Shu Yiyu candidly laid bare his heart, fearful that he might not be seen clearly, anxious that his expressions were insufficiently evident to inspire trust. I am unafraid, he mused to himself. Minan's tightly pressed lips turned pale as his gaze fell upon their intertwined hands. He had always admired Shu Yiyu's hands, fair, immaculate, elongated, with pronounced knuckles. Typically cool to the touch, yet when caressing him, they radiated warmth. Shu Yiyu, Some matters once ventured upon are for a lifetime. Indeed, there is no path of return. I understand. I shall not permit you one. Very well, Minun quietly observed, discerning the veracity of his words, and, as if he had resolved upon a certain determination, he extended his hand, fingers intertwining with Shu Yiyu's, his words imbued with strength. What I desire must be firmly grasped in my own hands. Shu Yiyu raised his hand to caress the side of the man's neck, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I feel the same. Let me reiterate. I shall not afford you the opportunity for regret. I fear only that you might regret. Minun's fingers gradually closed in, concealing his inner turmoil. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he was acutely aware that he could not be so selfish as to disregard the interests of his family. Yet this man was irresistibly alluring, a temptation he could scarcely resist. Though the future remained uncertain, in this moment, he chose Shu Yiyu, selfishly, unequivocally living for himself. So, have we reached a consensus? As if to assert his resolve and simultaneously warn Shu Yiyu, he declared that once entangled, there would be no possibility of escape. Shu Yiyu gazed steadily at him, focused and tender. I look forward to your guidance, my boyfriend. Minun, with unwavering conviction, replied, I look forward to your guidance, my alpha. Shu Yiyu's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing violently. His alpha stirred a deeper affection within him than mere boyfriend status. He seized the man's chin and kissed him fiercely, marking him with a simple yet profound imprint. Minun pressed his forehead against the wall, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The vodka of the day was unusually exhilarating, a rush of mint and citrus coursing through him. To be cautious, Shu Yiyu always kept barrier patches on hand, carefully applying one to the man. As Minun continued to regain his composure, he could not help but curse softly as he felt his glands being compressed. Damn, that hurts. Next time, be gentler. How many next times will there be? I could never harm you. Minun turned, leaning against the wall, the corners of his eyes slightly reddened. Shu Yiyu caressed his cheek and leaned in for a gentle kiss. Hiding one's feelings is unbearable. After a few moments, as Minun felt himself settle, he tightened their entwined fingers. Let's go. I wish to introduce you to my friends. They walked side by side out into the living room, which was already a cacophony of noise, vibrant enough to prevent any lull in the atmosphere. Are you Omegas? How can you whisper so much? Shun Zihan, closest to them, approached as Minun emerged. What brings such a busy person here? Shin Zihan, who attended a girls' school in the neighboring city, rarely returned. I brought Inua out for a stroll. Where did you meet this handsome fellow? Do introduce me. The slender phoenix eyes scrutinized Minun, a teasing smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Shu Yiyu. Minun stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the man, her expression possessive as she declared, Mine, do not look. Shin Zihan erupted into laughter, slapping her thigh. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a situation. Enough of the chit-chat. Minun shot her a glare. Pulling Shu Yiyu into the living room, where she briefly introduced Lu Heng, Shun Zihan, and her friend Inua, noting that they seldom frequented the place. So familiarity would suffice. Are you serious, Nan? Introducing us so casually? Shun Zihan was a social butterfly, akin to an omega version of flamboyance. What else should I do? Rattle off your illustrious achievements? Minun retorted, incredulous at her friend's audacity. You're such a poor friend. This is Shu Yiyu mine. Quite literally mine. Minun grasped his hand without a hint of hesitation. What? Nan, you're amazing. Lu Heng, who had been living abroad and was out of the loop, was taken aback to learn that Minun had a boyfriend and a male one at that. Zhang Yang, unfazed, merely remarked, he's the charming little devil I mentioned before. Lu Heng nodded in realization. A handsome man. Shun Zihan chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. Nan. Among our diverse group of friends, I admire you the most. Minun regarded her with a knowing look. Admire what? You could do the same. Shu Yiyu turned to glance at the Omega, Inua, who sat quietly on the sofa. Her past had not been kind to her. Their group had grown up together, sharing few secrets. Shin Zihan smiled dimmed slightly. I fear it might be a fleeting passion, ending with even friendship at stake. Many matters cannot be judged solely on appearances. One must venture to discover the truth. Shu Yiyu looked at me, and before turning back to Shen Zihan. If he had the chance to start anew, he wished to assist, to see if their stories could unfold differently. Shen Zihan eyed Shu Yiyu with curiosity. Knowing me, Nin would never disclose their affairs. Affection cannot be concealed. Shen Zihan raised an eyebrow. Nan, you've chosen well. I quite like your partner. Nin shot a glance at Shu Yiyu and replied, your approval is unnecessary. You're rather possessive. Zhang Yang, bewildered by their cryptic exchanges, had little interest in their convoluted gossip. He climbed a few steps and clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right, enough of this. We've spent the morning chasing me Nan and neglected breakfast. Time to prepare for a barbecue this afternoon. Let us go. I'll grab the drinks from the car. Though Shen Zihan was an Omega, she defied convention and was more akin to an Alpha in spirit. I'll go with you, Inua said. Rushing to Shen Zihan's side, it's hot outside. You might get sunburned. Inua, an endearing and soft-spoken Omega, had deep dimples that appeared when she smiled. Her voice sweet and timid. I want to join you. Shen Zihan had no resistance to her charm. All right, let us go. He grasped her hand gently, attentively holding up an umbrella against the sun. Slightly tilting his head, he inhaled the faint scent of milk wafting from her nose. A wave of uncontainable excitement surged within him. Some things should not be relinquished too early. How could one know the outcome without attempting? Chapter 24. A toast to the present day in their everyday lives, these affluent scions, who seldom engaged in menial tasks, displayed remarkable down-to-earth qualities when outside. Those responsible for burning charcoal, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, and plating dishes worked with clear roles and an impressive sense of order. The culinary arts were a compulsory course for Omega students, and while Shen Zihan had never passed, Inua excelled, thus taking charge of all the snacks for this event. I'll handle it. You can help me peel the garlic and scallions, Inua said, taking the noodles from Shen Zihan's hands, preparing to make a cold dish. Let us not make too much, just enough for the two of us, no need to worry about them. Zhang Yang happened to be nearby, tending to the charcoal. He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Zihan and, with a sycophantic smile, addressed Inua. Sister Inua, please don't listen to her. Save the children. We're nearly starving. Your laughter is utterly revolting. Keep your distance, Shen Zihan retorted, moving beside Inua to block Zhang Yang. You can't be so stingy, Shen Zihan. Sister Inua belongs to everyone. Inua, a shy girl, spoke softly to Zhang Yang. I'm just making a cold noodle dish. It'll be ready in 5 minutes. Shen Zihan crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang. Why should I care if you eat? Inua is making this for me. Zhang Yang, undeteret, stuck his tongue out at her. Shen Zihan, in a fit of frustration, snapped her chopsticks in half. Zhang Yang, I swear I'll make you pay for this. Zhang Yang leaped up, shutting off the gas torch and tossing it aside, running while shouting, come and catch me if you can. I'm a little dog. Stop right there. Shen Zihan hurled the broken chopsticks at him, chasing after him with fervor. Shu Yiyu glanced at the pile of charcoal on the ground, approached, and took over Zhang Yang's task, only to discover that the charcoal was entirely new. Minen followed suit, kicking aside the neatly stacked bamboo charcoal. Zhang Yang has been at it for so long, and he hasn't even warmed the edges. I'll take over, Shu Yiyu said, arranging the charcoal into a structure, placing a piece of alcohol in the center, and soon the fire blazed to life. Minen crouched beside him, watching intently. So efficient? Yes, we often cook in the army. Shu Yiyu replied. Is it fun in the army? Not really. We rise at 4 every morning. So early? Actually, it's not necessary. But my brother insists on waking me up. He can't bear to see me suffer alone. Is it that instructor from last time? Minen recalled vaguely. Indeed. He is coming next week. Would you like to meet him? Huh? Minen stood frozen, thinking he had misheard. My third brother, Shu Yin. Shu Yiyu felt it would be nice. A glance here and an introduction that would eventually bring everything together. Does he know about our relationship? No, he doesn't. Then how will we go about it? Just introduce you directly. Are you certain he won't harm you? Inen gazed at him, speechless. Shu Yiyu paused his actions, contemplating. You make a valid point. Inen bit his lip, feigning nonchalance as he inquired. Will you be honest with your family? How will you introduce me to them? What if they oppose us? Have you reconsidered? Weren't we supposed to be official? Am I still to remain a secret? He felt a twinge of sorrow, realizing that while he had envisioned a future, Shu Yiyu was only focused on the present. Shu Yiyu turned to glance at him, tousling his hair gently. Don't overthink it. Don't burden yourself. He had traversed life's trials before, but Yinan had yet to do so. At 20, there was little need for excessive contemplation. Passion was sufficient, and he had ample time to nurture their bond. I might put you through some hardship for a while, Shu Yiyu admitted. No, I won't feel wronged. I will wait for you. Will you not be unhappy? As long as I am with you. That's all that matters, Shu Yiyu replied sincerely. Family approval, while a delightful bonus, was not essential. After all, it was Yinan who shared his life, and as long as he was willing, Shu Yiyu would always remain. How is this supposed to be arranged? Shu Yiyu pondered, unfamiliar with his dual-layer grill, unsure of where to place the additional iron rack. Yinan reached out to take it, placing it on the lowest tier, feeling somewhat despondent. He was elated that Shu Yiyu wished to introduce him to his family. Yet the thought filled him with guilt. They were two souls meant to synchronize, but his timidity had caused a rift, leaving them trailing behind. The Yi family was a force he felt ill-equipped to face. Shu Yiyu glanced at the suddenly quiet man, suspecting he was lost in his own thoughts again. He wrapped his arms around Yinan's waist, pulling him close until their bodies touched. Yinan, caught off guard, stumbled forward, bracing himself against Shu Yiyu's chest. What are you doing? Being with you. Yinan playfully swatted him. You're incorrigible. Stop overthinking. Now I'm starting to feel anxious. There's nothing to fear. No matter what happens, Yinan, as long as you desire it, I will always be here. Yinan looked at Shu Yiyu in astonishment, noticing an unprecedented seriousness on his face. He lowered his gaze, allowing himself to relax. This man, with his charming words, had a way of soothing him. You two are quite the sight. While we toil away, you're here embracing each other. It's quite distracting. Step aside. Suan approached, carrying a large platter of skewered meat, his eyes pained at their closeness. Chef, please, allow me to serve you, Yinan said, pulling Shu Yiyu aside. The scent of the barbecue was inviting, but he had little desire to prepare it. Suong placed the platter on a nearby rack, oiling the skewers and seasoning them in swift succession. Suan, it smells wonderful, Zhang Yang exclaimed, having just evaded Shen Zihan, who had been chasing him. I've prepared cold noodles, smashed cucumbers, and sweet and sour bean sprouts. Let's tidy up. Things are nearly ready on Inua's side. Ino raised the cold noodles, and just by its appearance, one could tell it must be delicious. Let me help. Zhang Yang, upon hearing there was food, eagerly rushed over to assist. Musi quietly squatted nearby to sneak a taste, only to be caught red-handed by Zhang Yang. Moo, if we're going to eat, let us sit at the table. Why are you squatting there? Musi, uninterested in his banter, gave a thumbs up to Ino. Once Ino tidied up the preparation area, despite their familiarity, she habitually blushed. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's incredibly delicious. Musi sincerely praised, finishing one bowl and asking for another. With ample time, Ino had prepared quite a feast, and Zhang Yang made several trips back and forth. The group, engrossed in their meal, momentarily forgot their playful banter, ravenously gathering around the dining table. By the time Shen Zihan returned, they had already consumed a significant portion. What the heck? You lot are hogging everything? The barbecue hasn't even started. Zhang Yang replied with a mouthful of food. Seeing Shen Zihan return, Ino hurried over. Zihan, what's the matter? She presented her small food container. I saved some just for you. Shen Zihan accepted the pink rabbit-shaped box, which was quite generous in portion. Ino, blushing, leaned in and whispered, I included your favorite shrimp. They don't have any. Shen Zihan tightened her grip on the food box, the faint scent of milk wafting up. How about you let go now? Observing Ino's rosy cheeks, she held back her emotions. Thank you, Nono. It's nothing, hurry and eat. Ino looked at her expectantly, her eyes wide and innocent, resembling a fawn. Let us eat together. I'll feed you. Ino carefully consumed the shrimp she offered, her entire face turning crimson. At that moment, Shen Zihan suddenly found some truth in Shi's words. She too should muster some courage, for one cannot afford to regret when it's too late. Oh no, Mumu, that's my skewer. Minen, don't be too greedy. There is plenty left on the grill. Why must he eat mine? Because I want to. Hey, Shu Yiyu, can't you control him? Zhang Yang pounded the table loudly. I'll side with him. Suan, I want to switch seats with you. I refuse. Shin Zihan, don't come over. This is our girls' table. Oh my, am I being isolated? Joyful moments always seem to pass swiftly. Shin Zihan announced her intention to fetch some drinks and returned with 3 full boxes, red, white, and beer, resulting in a jubilant atmosphere as they began to mix drinks. This group possessed remarkable stamina, and amidst the clamor, they ultimately drank every last drop. At the end, only Minun and Shu Yiyu remained standing. After assisting everyone to settle in the guest rooms, they finally returned to their second-floor quarters to wash up. Chapter 25. Unfinished business. By daylight, the villa was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light emanating from the master bedroom on the second floor. The atmosphere within the room was richly enchanting. A generously sized low bed, with snow-white sheets, housed a figure whose translucent, luminous skin added to its allure. Minun was nestled within the blankets, revealing only a delicate, sensual curve. Her physique was indeed remarkable, with graceful necklines, slender shoulders, and prominent collarbones. With both hands raised high above his head and restless legs entwined within the sheets, Shu Yiyu lay beside him, tender kisses cascading upon a man's arm. The warmth of affection spread, trailing along his spine. Yinan grasped his hair and turned her head, inviting a kiss. As Shu Yiyu leaned in, their breaths intertwined, igniting a spark of passion. Having just confirmed their relationship today, both harbored varying degrees of fervor. Even the exchange of kisses felt significantly more intimate than usual. Their touches seemed insufficient, as if they could never be close enough. Yinan's tongue glided over Shu Yiyu's swollen lips, rolling him beneath her. From her elevated position, she pressed a hand against his chest, her fingertips dancing. Do the words spoken this morning still hold weight? Shu Yiyu, steadying himself at her waist, gazed at her exquisite physique, his eyes darkening. They do. What are your desires? Yinan leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear. The sensation coursed through him, creating rippling waves that gathered towards a climax, solidifying into a palpable tension. Shu Yiyu narrowed his eyes, his breath quickening, instinctively shifting his body, only to be firmly restrained by Yinan. Are you attempting to escape before it has even begun? It tickles. Where does it tickle? Allow me to assist. Everywhere, Shu Yiyu replied, gripping her waist tightly, leaving deep impressions. Yinan offered no resistance, becoming increasingly adept at eliciting responses from him, their intimacy evolving from awkwardness to familiarity. Several times, they teetered on the brink of complete surrender. Is this your skill? Shu Yiyu leaned against the pillow, observing the tautness of her back. Speak, you nonsense. Yinan reclaimed her supporting hand, encircling his neck and sealing all conversation with a kiss. The room's temperature gradually rose, their bodies slick with sweat, inseparable in their embrace. The sea breeze whipped up the waves, crashing rhythmically against the tranquil night. Ultimately, Zhang Yang and Shin Zihan, along with their group, spent 5 days in the villa before returning home to their respective families. Shu Yiyu and Yinan finally seized the opportunity to be alone, with only 1 day of vacation remaining. Indeed, the days spent with a group of children had been exhausting. Zhang Yang and Shin Zihan were brimming with energy, their incessant chatter akin to 100 ducks quacking simultaneously. Suong and Lu Hong were somewhat better, but they were night owls. If the moon was awake, so were they, gaming through the night and demanding to rise early to play. More than once, they had nearly succumbed to exhaustion on the sea, and had it not been for Shu Yiyu's vigilance, they might have faced dire consequences. Muzi had no particular hobbies, easily mingling with everyone. He would play with Zhang Yang during the day and game with Suong at night, enjoying the most carefree existence. Everyone relied on Inua for sustenance, and within just 2 days, she had worn them thin, with Shin Zihan exploding from the pressure, while Shu Yiyu took on the responsibility of cooking. 3 days later, he had completely won over Yinan and her companions, including Yinan herself. Zhang Yang was the first to switch allegiances, showing no semblance of decorum. Yinan shook her head in disbelief, realizing that there was nothing a good meal couldn't resolve. If 1 meal failed, 2 would suffice, and if those didn't work, Several would surely do the trick. We have departed. Our next encounter will be during the winter break. I hope you all are still together by then, Shu Yiyu remarked, resting her elbow against the car window as she spoke to Minun. Over the past few days, Minun had been basking in a blissful state, impervious to any negativity. Don't jinx it, he retorted. If you're leaving, then hurry up. Shu Yiyu made a face at him. Oh, Minun, cherish the love you have. I am well aware, perhaps even more than you, he replied. Hey, don't underestimate me. Next time we meet, we shall see who is truly happier. Minun glanced at Inuo in the back seat, steadied himself against the car door, and leaned in to whisper, What's the matter? Can't you contain yourself? Shu Yiyu laughed, unabashedly admitting, Seeing you both so happy makes me envious. Well, you're an Omega, after all. You won't suffer too greatly. Just remember to hold onto Changgu's golden leg tightly. TSK, you seem intimidated by my brother. Good luck, my friend. Just wait and see, Minun teased. As they prepared to leave, Shu Yiyu fastened her seatbelt, waved goodbye, and pressed the accelerator, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Zhang Yang stood behind and was caught in the whirlwind, exclaiming in exasperation, Damn it, Shu Yiyu. Minun chuckled beside him. She is already far gone. You should hurry and pack up. Minun, my dear Minun, you truly have no heart, Zhang Yang lamented. I've told you countless times. There is no love for you here. Do you believe I want to leave? Just hurry and go. Suong finished gathering his belongings and joined the conversation, calling out to Zhang Yang, If you keep dawdling, I'm leaving with Moo Moo. Are you all set? It's just you left. Didn't you have something to return to? Right. My mentor assigned me to a lab session. I'll grab my bag and be off in 5 minutes. Make sure to wait for me. Zhang Yang dashed back to his room without further delay. However, his suitcase was not properly zipped, and upon exiting, its contents spilled everywhere. The group scrambled to help him tidy up, causing a significant delay. We're off too. You two stay safe, Suong cautioned, his concern evident. Yes, drive carefully. Minun, boys must take care of themselves when out. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. It's not worth it. Zhang Yang chimed in, resembling a doting father. Minun gave him a light shove. Suong, hurry and take this madman away. It's painful to watch. Zhang Yang buckled his seatbelt. All right, we're leaving. Make sure to drop me a message when you return. Understood, Minun replied dismissively. Shu Yiyu, keep an eye on Minun. He is careless. And don't let him fall into the sea. Zhang Yang cautioned, his reluctance evident. Enough already. We are leaving, Suong declared, rolling up the window, mimicking Shu Yiyu. He pressed the accelerator, drowning out Zhang Yang's words in the roar of the engine. Upon returning to the villa, Minun and Shu Yiyu surveyed the disarray of the room and shared a resigned smile. When there are many people, the house inevitably becomes chaotic, both being somewhat fastidious. They tacitly began to tidy up. Fortunately, the house was not excessively large, and with the abundance of advanced equipment, cleaning was a breeze. Most of what they had upon arrival were disposable items, which they promptly packed and discarded. Finally, they activated the vacuum cleaner, allowing it to operate freely, and completed their task with ease. Initially intending to enjoy a leisurely vacation, they found themselves engulfed in a thorough cleaning. Inan tossed the gloves into the sink and stretched languidly. I'll prepare some food. You should step outside for a bit. There should still be fried chicken and beer in the fridge. Inan rubbed his hands together. All right, let us set it up by the beach. I'll join you once I'm done. With a playful gesture, Inan wrapped her arm around the man's neck and pressed her lips against his. This is what we call culinary delight. With the entire villa, now, just the two of them. Wasn't it a perfect opportunity to indulge? Thoughts flitted through her mind as her hands explored, slipping beneath his clothing. An hour later, on the beach, Shu Yiyu and Inan each settled into a sun lounger, with refreshing fruit drinks at hand, relishing the rare tranquility that enveloped them. However, their bliss was short-lived, interrupted by the sound of Shu Yiyu's phone ringing. Who is it? Inan asked, visibly displeased as she set her drink down. The student council. Don't answer it. All right. Shu Yiyu obediently pressed the decline button. Yet the next moment, a message arrived via WeChat. Shu Yiyu smirked. Perhaps it's something urgent. Inan sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to carve out a moment for just the two of them. See, it seems our plans are falling apart. Shu Yiyu handed over the phone for Yinan to see. There's a welcome event for new students tomorrow, and two groups of performers have encountered an incident during the break, so they need substitutes. Why on earth are you so insistent on joining this student council? Shu Yiyu leaned on her hand, watching him as she gently explained, the perks of a student council allow me to see you anytime, anywhere. Huh? For instance, attendance checks, morning exercises, evening self-study sessions, plus I can have access to a private lounge. When you're free, I can invite you to chat or engage in enjoyable activities. Yinan exclaimed, what the heck? The student council has turned into a new game, specifically to woo him? Chapter 26. Shall we share the stage? Shu Yiyu, not in a rush to return, lingered by the seaside, and the two slowly drove back to school in the afternoon. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shu Yiyu gathered the laundry and tossed it into the washing machine, tidying up the remaining items. During his hurried departure, he had only grabbed a backpack, most of which contained Yinan's belongings. After changing clothes, he approached Yinan, who was lounging on the couch watching television. Are you staying here? Or will you join me for a visit? Can I go? Why not? It's not a secret organization. Although Yinan didn't voice it, she was quite curious about what Shu Yiyu did in the student council daily. Are there many people? There shouldn't be too many today. Will it be awkward? As Shu Yiyu organized his bag, he smiled. There won't be many. It won't be awkward. I'd love for you to accompany me. Yinan tossed off her slippers and exclaimed, of course. Little master, shall we change shoes? Yinan approached the door and picked out a pair, but halfway through putting them on, she noticed a small stain on her clothing and suddenly felt underdressed. Wait a moment, I need to change. Shu Yiyu adjusted her bangs. You look great. There's no need to change. No, I just got juice on it. 1 minute. Yinan pointed at a barely noticeable mark on the edge of his clothing and dashed back to his room. Moments later, the sound of rummaging filled the air. When he emerged again, his outfit had changed, his hairstyle was perfected, and he was adorned with a fragrant essence, radiating the brilliance of a leading character crowned with roses. Standing tall at the doorway, one hand on his hip and the other brushing aside his bangs, he asked Shu Yiyu, what do you think? Have I captivated you? Shu Yiyu inexplicably sensed a hint of comedic charm in him and played along with his performance. Indeed, you have enchanted me utterly. However, I must admit, I prefer you in your natural state, devoid of clothing. That is the vision that resides in my heart. Yinan tossed a slipper at him playfully, exclaiming, damn, you incorrigible lecher. Shu Yiyu deftly caught it and set it aside, responding, yes, I enjoy being flirtatious with you, completely entranced beneath your denim. My goodness, Shu Yiyu, you are quite terrifying. Well, it could be worse. Yinan moved to the shoe cabinet, resuming his search. He finally pulled out a pair of white sneakers, and after a twirl in front of the mirror, he declared himself ready. Let us go, he said. Shu Yiyu approached and draped his arm around Minan's shoulder, affection radiating from his face. One word, handsome. Of course, Yinan replied, shaking his hair confidently and striding ahead. Shu Yiyu followed with a smile. The student council was situated quite a distance from the dormitory, one to the east and the other to the west, spanning the entire campus. Even though the holiday had not yet concluded, many students had already returned, forming groups throughout various corners of the school. As Shu Yiyu and Yinan strolled along the tree-lined path, they undoubtedly created a striking scene. Occasionally, passing Omegas couldn't help but stop and stifle squeals, even attempting to sneak a photo, only to be deterred by a single glance from Yinan. Ah, you are rather popular, Shu Yiyu teased, nudging Yinan with his elbow. With your looks, you certainly have the upper hand. Omegas prefer your type over mine. And how would you know? Yinan muttered, recalling the website where he had been criticized last time, grumbling. I just know. Shu Yiyu rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 hats, handing one to Yinan. Put on. No. What's wrong? I just style my hair. Why should I cover it? Fine, Shu Yiyu replied, placing the hat on his own head and putting the other back in the bag. Yinan glanced at the handsome man beside him, feeling a sense of novelty. This was their first time walking shoulder to shoulder through the school. Shu Yiyu, Yinan called. Yes. Would it be too conspicuous if we held hands? Shu Yiyu blinked, easily detecting the subtle anticipation in Minan's voice. He reached out and took Minan's hand. Not at all. I want to walk with you. Yinan curled his fingers, his face relaxing, and a brilliant smile blossomed on his already exquisite features, illuminating him entirely. His palms, whether from nervousness or the sun's heat, grew damp and clammy. He deliberately slowed his pace, letting his gaze drift behind Shu Yiyu, where a rebellious strand of hair danced with each step. A wave of gratitude washed over Minun, thankful that it was Shu Yiyu he had encountered. He stood hand in hand with him beneath the azure sky dotted with clouds, unperturbed by the stares of others, brave and sincere. Shu Yiyu, he called out. The man turned around. Thank you. Shu Yiyu smiled, pulling him closer. I should be the one thanking you. Without Minun, there would be no present-day Shu Yiyu. Everything I yearn for, every improvement I seek, is rooted in my desire for Minun to flourish. Are you daring enough to be a little bolder? Under the sunlight, Minun seemed to radiate a glow, particularly his exceptionally bright eyes. Shu Yiyu clasped his waist with one hand and leaned down to kiss his lips. If one were to ponder who truly understands Minun in this world, it would undoubtedly be Shu Yiyu. In October, the fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, sweet and intoxicating, even in the absence of the trees themselves. The tree-lined path was flanked by dense foliage, dappled shadows dancing upon the two of them. Occasionally, a passerby would glance in surprise, yet there was no hint of panic or disdain. They merely covered their faces or mouths, hastening past, only to glance back. Faces flushed with the realization that indeed, handsome men often end up together. The two of them lingered on the path, indulging in each other's company. And as they arrived at the student council, the meeting was already halfway through. Shu Yiyu ushered Minun in through the back door. There were only 5 or 6 activity coordinators present. Yiyu, you're here, called out Alpha Wang Yifan, the student council president. Just arrived, there was traffic. Oh my, little Yiyu, your friend is exceptionally good-looking, exclaimed the vice president, a love-struck Omega named Guomyukin. Hello, Em Minan. Under normal circumstances, he would hardly pay attention. But today was different. After all, these were Shu Yiyu's colleagues. Muchen. Goodness, up close it's even more astonishing. Thank you. Does Nan have any talents? Can he sing, dance, or play a musical instrument? Guomyukin was an enthusiastic Omega, truly deserving of the title of president. As Wang Yifan suffered from social anxiety and served primarily as the council mascot, most of the student council's affairs were orchestrated by Guomyukin, and only when a formal presence was required did Wang Yifan step in. As Guomyukin put it, the president was overwhelmed with responsibilities, disliking meetings, and Omegas generally lacked the authority that Alphas commanded. Wang Yifan's serious demeanor often intimidated newcomers, making him seem unapproachable, yet he effortlessly commanded attention. Their partnership in managing the council was harmonious. Minun glanced at Shu Yiyu and said, Sorry, I don't possess any special talents. Guomyukin was primarily captivated by his appearance. Even if he contributed nothing, his mere presence on stage would elevate the atmosphere. No worries, it was just a casual inquiry. Guomyukin turned to Shu Yiyu and said, By the way, we are short 2 performances. I'll fill in for one with the president. Can you take on the other? Upon hearing that Shu Yiyu was to perform, Minun's eyes sparkled with excitement, anticipating his refusal. Sure, Shu Yiyu replied calmly. Minun's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene of him performing on stage. Shu Yiyu gently squeezed the man's fingers and asked Guomyukin, Can it be any content? Absolutely. You are the visual highlight of our student council. Though, I must admit, I believe your friend might be even more attractive than you. If the two of you could perform together, I guarantee the ceiling of the gymnasium will be pierced by the cries of the Omegas. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Huh? Minun discreetly shook off Shu Yiyu's hand, looking up at him in bewilderment. Nan, would you consider joining me on stage? Are you serious? Shu Yiyu? What would he perform? Breaking bricks with bare hands, smashing stones on his chest, or perhaps a live demonstration of martial arts? Upon hearing the possibility, Guomyukin eagerly interjected. Singing and dancing are perfectly acceptable, especially simple pop songs. With both of you looking so stunning, even reciting a piece would undoubtedly be a sensation. He possesses numerous talents. Shu Yiyu remarked with a knowing smile, his gaze filled with certainty. Minun was genuinely astonished. Indeed, he was well-versed in a variety of instruments. What? How do you know? I know everything about you. Do you truly wish to go? I want to accompany you. Meeting the man's earnest gaze ignited an unexpected surge of impulse within Minan, and the words slipped out, "All right, Shu Yiyu, I will support whatever you wish to do." In Chapter 27, Loving You is Inevitable, Gwamyukin, witnessing Minan's agreement, clapped his hands decisively. "Then it's settled. Shu Yiyu, could you submit the program to me by tomorrow morning? This evening would be ideal." "That would be perfect. I'll ensure the sound crew is prepared in advance." "Certainly. If there is anything we can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. We still have funding available." Shu Yiyu nodded, indicating he would not be overly polite. "Understood." Gwamyukin contemplated, ensuring nothing was overlooked, before transforming back into an eager fan, his small fists clasped to his chest, his large eyes sparkling with excitement. "I am so looking forward to your performance." Shu Yiyu, envisioning Minan's dazzling presence on stage, smiled. "You may look forward to it." Gwamyukin, brimming with enthusiasm, playfully remarked, "Now that you say that, I am even more eager to see it." Wang Yifan finally reacted, belatedly asking Gwamyukin, "So, is everything settled now?" Gwamyukin glanced back at the uncooperative Wang Yifan, letting out a silent sigh. "Yes. We should prepare diligently as well. There's still time for a rehearsal tomorrow morning." Upon hearing they could leave, Shu Yiyu promptly announced, "Then Minan and I shall take our leave." "All right, thank you for your hard work, especially for making this trip during the break." Gwamyukin gestured with an open palm. Omegas inherently exude warmth and approachability, a natural trait. Although Gwamyukin is a male Omega, he possesses a remarkably adorable appearance. His figure round and cherubic, not in a way that suggests he is overweight, but rather in a delightful, plump manner. He typically livens up the student council atmosphere, contributing to his lively and extroverted personality, and in the presence of familiar faces, he unconsciously exhibits affectionate gestures. Shu Yiyu received a warm response. While Nan generally avoided interactions with Omegas and tended to steer clear whenever possible, after this brief encounter, he found himself thinking that Gwamyukin was rather endearing. Stealing a glance at the man next to him, who wore an expression of indifference, he felt a strange sensation stirring within. On their way back, an unusual silence enveloped them. This was not due to Shu Yiyu's reluctance to converse, but rather Nan's stubbornness to ignore him, even denying him a mere glance. Sometimes, alphas could be quite straightforward. A few probing questions could easily resolve matters, yet he insisted on allowing the other person time to cool off. In truth, Nan could not even discern the source of his displeasure. He simply felt a sudden wave of discontent. If the man had only coaxed him a bit, he would have readily acquiesced. But today, just a couple of inquiries were all he received before silence fell. Was it because he was an alpha that he was unworthy of a little extra reassurance? Would he have acted the same way if the roles were reversed? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, until he felt entirely suffocated by his emotions. This silence persisted until dinner, where Nan still appeared listless. Only then did Shu Yiyu realize the gravity of the situation. He knocked on the door to his room, entered, and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling back the covers that shrouded Nan's head. Leaning in cautiously, he asked softly, "What troubles you?" Nan lay sprawled on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling light, utterly silent. Shu Yiyu decided to slip under the covers beside him, wrapping his arms around him. Nan made no move to resist and shifted slightly to find a comfortable position against him. Then, in a hushed voice, he called out his name, "Shu Yiyu." Resting his head against Nan's neck, inhaling the faint scent, Shu Yiyu replied, Do you think Omegas are good?" Nan inquired. "They are quite lovely. Aren't they? What makes them so? Are they good people?" Nan scoffed before pressing further. "Do you wish for an Omega?" "Why would I want an Omega when I have no affection for them?" Images of various Omegas flashed through Nan's mind, recalling their characteristics. Most were soft, fragrant, adorable, and had a penchant for being endearing. Shu Yiyu's hand slipped beneath his shirt, his thumb caressing the smooth skin. It dawned on him that Gwamyukin must have provoked Nan earlier. "My alpha is also soft, fragrant, adorable, and capable of being endearing." Nan grasped Shu Yiyu's wandering hand, his voice deepening. "I am irritable, obstinate, arrogant, capricious. What is so appealing about me? There are no specific standards. It just so happens to be you." TSK, Shu Yiyu. Why is your tongue so sweet? I could be even sweeter. Would you care to sample? Damn, it's rare for me to have the time to chat with you. Can't you be serious? I am earnestly requesting a kiss. Stop it. Enan, you could stand to be a bit more confident. Shu Yiyu lowered his head to his gland, murmuring softly, I like you. I like that you are an alpha, that you care for me, that you pay attention to me constantly, and most of all, I adore how you want to possess me. Minen's spine was as straight as a bow, unwilling to discern the veracity of the man's words. As long as the emotion of the moment was genuine, he was prepared to believe. Many had professed their affection for him, yet those same individuals could never fully embrace him. But Minen was a person who displayed nothing but his true self. Ultimately, those who professed their love could not even accept the most fundamental truth. Shu Yiyu. Will you leave me? I will not. Minen turned over, positioning themselves face to face. Think carefully before you speak. Shu Yiyu leaned in, brushing his nose against Minen's, before placing a gentle kiss on the man's lips. From the very beginning, I have been quite certain. Minen wished to lay bare his feelings, willing to lower his defenses and show vulnerability. I'm a bit afraid. Afraid of what? Minen could not articulate precisely what he feared. An inexplicable dread had taken hold of him, as if he might lose him at any moment. Yet nothing had transpired, and everything was progressing positively. Minen felt he was worrying unnecessarily, but his intuition warned him that this could be a portent. I fear I cannot keep you. Shu Yiyu reached out, tracing the contours of the man's handsome face with delicate strokes, his voice soft, yet imbued with profound affection. It is I who have exerted every effort to remain by your side. It is I who dread that a moment's carelessness might lead to your loss. It is I who earnestly plead for just one more glance at you. It is all me, Minen. I love you more than you can imagine, care for you more deeply than you know, and there is no need for any concern. Shu Yiyu is yours in this life, the next, and the ones that follow. As long as you want me, I shall never willingly leave you. Minen, this is my promise. How could he possibly depart from such a hard-won opportunity? Minen never denied that he was a formidable alpha. Yet, within Shu Yiyu's heartfelt confession, his eyes glistened with tears, gripping the fabric on a man's back tightly. Minen cried uncontrollably. He was not a person easily assured of safety, which fueled his intense possessiveness, merely a reflection of his fear of loss. Those things once possessed, yet ultimately lost for various reasons, left nothing behind. Shu Yiyu was too good, and Minen cherished him immensely. The fear of losing him was overwhelming. The only conclusions he could fathom were madness or death. What else could he do? He could not even entertain the thought of inflicting harm upon Shu Yiyu. The only means to alleviate his suffering was through self-torment. Unbeknownst to Shu Yiyu, Minen's mind was plagued with haunting thoughts, yet he maintained his initial fervor. The tragedy of the past life was not without warning. This life's repayment was justified, reborn solely for Minen. His purpose in this life was to bestow upon this man an abundance of love, fulfilling what had remained unaccomplished in the previous life. Chapter 28. The Melody Composed Together with You. Shu Yiyu stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Although he had seemingly regained 6 years of lost time, he remained intrinsically the same individual he was 6 years hence, exuding an air of maturity that belied his age. He tugged at the cuffs of his shirt, feeling a slight discomfort. Having worn a suit only a handful of times in 2 lifetimes, he had specially requested the butler to procure 2 outfits for this performance. They were identical to the one worn by Minen, a simple yet deliberate choice to indulge in a couple's attire. Are you ready? Minen inquired, leaning casually against the doorway. Impeccably dressed, Shu Yiyu gazed at the man behind him in the mirror, a natural in any attire. Even without bespoke tailoring, the fit was nearly perfect, each line falling precisely into place. The silver-gray tailored suit featured a cleverly designed indentation along the sides, accentuating the man's slender waist. The perfectly sculpted backside was snugly encased within the suit trousers, the seams falling straight and unwrinkled. A glimpse of dark socks peeked out, complemented by polished black leather shoes. With every gesture, the diamond cufflinks, meticulously chosen by Shu Yiyu, sparkled brilliantly, adding to the man's undeniable elegance. Shu Yiyu's gaze deepened as he tossed aside his tie and approached Minen. His fingers glided from the forehead down to the chin, gently lifting it. Minun offered no resistance, merely tilting his head back in response, his clear eyes glimmering with a playful smile. "What is it?" Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, landing on those delicate lips, swallowing hard. "I seem to have inadvertently lost myself in your eyes. Are you satisfied with this face?" Minun teased. "I adore it. Such a mouth you have." "It truly speaks to my heart," Shu Yiyu replied, his tone laced with longing. "Do you like it? What do you think? Since you enjoy it, why not savor it?" Shu Yiyu inclined his head, sealing their lips together. A gentle smile spread across Minun's face as he responded, their connection igniting an unspoken passion. As they parted, traces of their encounter lingered on their lips. Shu Yiyu caressed his own thumb over his reddened mouth, satisfied. "You look much better now." Minun's gaze sparkled, his tongue grazing his lips as his chest rose and fell slightly. In a hushed voice, he murmured, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. I relish the exchange." Shu Yiyu said, pointing playfully at the mark left on his lips. "No need to get too affectionate. We might be late." "Not a chance. We are the finale." "Really? Going all out?" Minun exclaimed in surprise. Shu Yiyu shrugged nonchalantly. "The president arranged it. If we mess up, it will be quite the spectacle, a mortifying disaster." Minun had not shared the details of their performance with Zhang Yang and the others, feeling the pressure of time and uncertainty. "Are you sure?" "Confident, indeed. I sense you are aiming to sabotage the event." "Why do you say that?" "The score you provided feels rather stifling." "Fear not. It shall culminate in a beautiful conclusion." Shu Yiyu's fingertips brushed against Minun's brow, his voice distant, as if laden with deeper meaning. "What do you mean?" Minun, confused, looked up at him with clear eyes. Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, concealing the tumultuous sorrow within, picked up the tie, carelessly tossed onto the bed, draped it around his neck, and placed the other end into the man's hand. Minun grasped the tie, perplexed, and inquired, "What are we doing?" "I can't." Shu Yiyu looked at him for help. "Oh, so there are still things you can't do." "I'm not some sort of polymath. Even if I could, I wouldn't admit it." From a young age, Minun had accompanied his parents to various banquets, effortlessly tying intricate knots and ties, even with his eyes closed. He swiftly fashioned a Windsor knot with deft fingers, leaving no time for Shu Yiyu to cultivate any flirtatious atmosphere before it was abruptly concluded. Adjusting the tie, Minun gazed into the mirror and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Shu Yiyu could not suppress a slight twitch of his lips and managed a dry compliment. "Impressive. Are you sure you don't need to rehearse?" "No. Just follow the score when it's your turn to play," Shu Yiyu replied, donning his suit and guiding Minun to stand before the mirror together. Clad in matching suits of the same color, with identical cuffs and shoes, their hairstyles even strikingly similar, yet each exuded their own distinct charm. Standing side by side, neither overshadowed the other. Minun's allure stemmed from his refinement, while Shu Yiyu emanated a serene, aloof grace. One radiated aggression, the other, embrace. They complemented each other. A match made in heaven. "Damn, I find myself reluctant to let you go out." Minun pinched Shu Yiyu's cheek, his face a clear display of displeasure. "I am self-aware enough to know I can't compete with you." "You understand nothing," Minun retorted disdainfully. It was his appearance that most attracted Omegas. The thought of the man, soon taking the stage to be scrutinized by others, ignited a flicker of possessiveness within him. "Don't be upset. I am yours. And they can only envy." Minun pouted. "Not that it's public knowledge. Who even knows who you belong to?" "Let us go." Shu Yiyu glanced at the clock. It was already 6:30. Reluctantly, Minun followed, as Shu Yiyu clasped his hand, drawing him close and teasingly scratching his palm with a finger. The proud man remained silent, only managing to subtly lift the corners of his mouth in the dim light. T University boasted a grandiose gymnasium, spacious and elliptical, its surface adorned with glass curtain walls and LED displays that transformed with vibrant patterns. Shu Yiyu and Minun entered through the exclusive passage, where the performers had mostly assembled. The backstage area was expansive, featuring numerous lounges. 25 rooms in total were allocated for this event. They were the final group to perform, and their room was conveniently located first. Shu Yiyu led Minun inside. Being a wealthy institution, the lounge was furnished with sofas, televisions, and an abundance of refreshments. "Wait here for a moment." I'll check if they need any assistance. Minan had no objections, opening a bottle of cola and reclining on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Shu Yiyu went to the main control room to find Wang Yifan and the others, who were nearly overwhelmed with tasks. As soon as Guom Yukin spotted Shu Yiyu, he rushed over. Seeking help. You? Can you watch the stage for a bit? This is the program list. We need to verify the music, lighting, and special effects. I have to go over the program with Wang Yifan again. All right. Guom Yukin did not dare to waste any time and hurriedly pulled Wang Yifan to confirm the process. Both of them felt as if they were being thrust into a situation beyond their control. Wang Yifan, akin to a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, was utterly incapable of singing or dancing. Fortunately, Guom Yukin, who enjoyed playing with magic tricks in his spare time, selected a few simple yet amusing acts to fill in. Alas, time was of the essence, and their synergy was limited, resulting in some minor flaws even at this late hour. They hurriedly rehearsed several times, and as the program progressed, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Guom Yukin and his team were the third to last to perform. Although there were some unexpected hiccups in between, they ultimately managed to conclude their acts successfully. Each performance was limited to no more than 5 minutes, and the entire process unfolded rather swiftly. Nan, I've called you over. Hurry and get ready. Guom Yukin rushed over, still in his original attire, with me Nan leisurely following behind. Shu Yiyu handed him the event program and grasped Nan's hand, tilting his head to ask, "Are you nervous?" Nan cast a fleeting glance at him. "If you aren't nervous, why should I be? Let's go." As the stage curtain was drawn, darkness enveloped the gymnasium. Shu Yiyu led Nan to sit before the white piano and lifted the lid. Once the host announced the name of their piece, he effortlessly struck the piano keys, unleashing a cascade of cheerful, lively melodies. As the music began to resonate, the curtains slowly drew apart. A beam of white light illuminated the left side of the stage, casting its glow upon the white piano, while everything else remained shrouded in darkness. Shu Yiyu's fingers danced across the keys, producing bright, melodious sounds that embodied pure joy. Gradually, a mist of white vapor ascended in the center of the stage, enveloping everything in its embrace, and the music came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, a second beam of white light shone, expanding the circle of illumination. Shu Yiyu and Nan appeared before the audience. The spectators unmistakably recognized the duo on stage, and waves of excited gasps surged through the crowd. Unperturbed by the reactions, Shu Yiyu and Nan positioned their hands in perfect unison upon the piano keys. Then, a deep, mournful resonance began to emerge, reminiscent of a lament or a cry for help, a profound entanglement of anguish. The score had long been etched in Nan's memory, yet he could not comprehend why Shu Yiyu chose such a heavy, oppressive piece. Each note struck made Nan's heart quiver, as if he were intimately familiar with these melodies. The sorrow welled up within him, causing a fleeting moment of hesitation, stifled by a wave of pain. Nan was bewildered, wondering why he felt such deep empathy. This was not his composition, yet he fully grasped its sorrow. Shu Yiyu's expression was grave as he interwove the rich piano notes with delicate chimes, an abrupt yet natural juxtaposition, akin to the remnants of sweetness in painful memories. As the performance progressed, Nan's heart ached ever more intensely. He turned to look at the man, filled with confusion. Sensing Nanis Gaze, Shu Yiyu slowly curved his lips into a faint smile. It was a blend of profound sorrow and joy, an eternal farewell between life and death, a silent confession and remorse, all entwined together in a manner that was heartbreakingly despairing. This moment would remain etched in Nan's memory for countless years to come. Whenever he felt the urge to give up, he would take a moment to reflect and repeatedly remind himself, this man, even in death, would remain steadfast. Chapter 29. Jealousy can be ferocious. The weighty sound of the piano grew increasingly oppressive, the tempo escalating into a frenzy, devoid of structure. The melody surged and plummeted, spiraling out of control. Fingers struck the keys with a clattering intensity, assaulting the eardrums and reverberating through the mind. The atmosphere was thick with tension, leaving everyone in the room on edge, as if struggling to breathe. Min held his breath, focusing intently, his fingers dancing across the black and white keys. Terrified that a moment's distraction would lead to a wrong note, Shu Yiyu followed closely, transitioning from heavy to light, suddenly breaking apart. The delicate, crisp sounds surged back, intertwining with high notes, while the mournful wails began to falter. The entire musical composition, once dead silent, gradually rekindled with vitality. As the conclusion approached, Shu Yiyu's gaze settled on the man's long fingers. In a previous life, Min often relished playing the piano and had invited him numerous times upon discovering his talent. Shu Yiyu had never acquiesced, unwilling to accommodate out of disinterest. This sheet music was the sole remnant left to him by Su Ong after Min's passing. He understood it encapsulated their story, each note steeped in sorrow. The watermarks on the paper, the faded ink, layered and mottled, told tales of grief. Even without witnessing it firsthand, he could envision the man's despair and helplessness at that time. The sensitivity to such emotions was an innate trait, and he had endured its torment. How could one combat instinct? Just as hunger compels one to eat and thirst drives one to drink. The only outcome of unmet needs is death. Yet Min resolutely chose to probe time and again. Shu Yiyu could never comprehend the man's inexplicable stubbornness. He was but a worthless trifle. The man could easily erase all traces of him and start anew. Yet he refused, choosing instead to endure wounds. To cling to the pain Shu Yiyu had inflicted, allowing it to scab, only to peel it away again. At times, he felt hatred for Min, wishing that if he must leave, he could take him along into death. It would be preferable to languish in the purgatory of the living. Initially, he dared not even glance at Min's writings, fearing that any hint of longing would shatter his defenses. Later, he played it repeatedly at home, hoping to empathize and thus punish himself. Yet each attempt felt insufficient. He could not bear such profound silence, rewriting a beautiful ending instead. It seemed as if this would alleviate some of his guilt, but in reality, it was mere self-deception. Some individuals are spoiled from the very beginning. Without madness, death, or loss, one cannot truly understand oneself. There was a time when he felt utterly blank, lacking even the courage to the very end. I never wished to utter that one phrase of affection. Yet, was it truly necessary? The depth of my feelings had long been established. How could we possibly remain together for 6 years without growing weary of one another? The foolish man is too lazy to ponder, while the astute man overthinks. One believes there is no love, while the other thinks love is unattainable. Two individuals devoid of voice, what conclusion could they reach? Their tale was fated to conclude in tragedy. As the curtain fell, Shu Yiyu struck the black keys with one hand, producing a series of lively notes. Thus, it came to an end. The auditorium fell into a momentary silence, followed by resounding applause. As the lights illuminated, each face bore traces of mixed emotions. Shu Yiyu took Min's hand and walked to the front to bow in gratitude, never releasing his grip. He was aware that this was not a splendid performance piece, nor did it possess a complete score. The reason Shu Yiyu chose to play, it was to shatter the remnants of the past. He yearned to break free from the shackles of confinement and start anew. He firmly believed that a Min like that could never reappear. Their story in this lifetime would be a joyous chapter from beginning to end. Shu Yiyu bowed in homage to Min, pledging allegiance to him as king. The New Year's Eve party joyfully concluded with a simple speech from Gwamyukin. All the sorrows and joys were like fleeting winds in the hearts of the youth. After shedding tears and laughter, they all cheerfully prepared to go out for dinner, as if those tears had never been shed. Shu Yiyu and Min declined the student council's invitation, returning to the dormitory in silence, a silence more terrifying than before. Min was not one to keep things bottled up. He paced back and forth, then directly sought clarification. He pushed open the man's door, calling his name with a serious expression, Shu Yiyu. Turning from the window at the sound of his voice, Shu Yiyu replied, "What's wrong?" Min stared at him, seemingly silent for a few seconds, then slammed the door shut, swiftly loosening his tie and tossing it aside. He stepped forward, gripping Shu Yiyu's collar with a rough and aggressive motion, glaring fiercely. "What on earth are you hiding from me?" Shu Yiyu blinked innocently. "I have nothing to conceal from you." Min raised a document bag, his voice icy. "Where did this score come from?" "I composed it myself." He quietly added, with reference to a past life. Min threw it heavily to the ground, his mood plummeting. How could a decent person write something that even he found disconcerting? "I'll be damned if I believe you. You must be lying. Don't give me that. I don't want to hear it today. Are you sure it's just me?" "No, Messy X is involved." Shu Yiyu shook his head repeatedly, adamantly denying. "No. Such a misunderstanding cannot exist." Min glared at him with a fierce gaze, clearly skeptical. "I swear, there truly is nothing. Don't deceive me. It's impossible to deceive you." Min clenched his fists, pressed his lips together, and spoke devoid of emotion. "Shu Yiyu, do not force me to investigate you." Shu Yiyu grasped his hand firmly, a mix of laughter and tears in her eyes. "I truly have no ex. It has always been you. If you wish to investigate, feel free. My heart is unburdened." Yet, the matter perplexed Min further, his handsome brow furrowing in thought. The sheet music he had at the time was but half complete, and he had felt its weight while memorizing it, never anticipating that their duet would prove this challenging. Shu Yiyu gently pressed her hand against his brow, patiently explaining, "Do not overthink. It was merely a spontaneous expression." Min hesitated. "Are you hiding something troubling?" "There have been matters," she replied. "Can you share them with me?" "Of course, but not at this moment." Min reached for the man's neck, leaning in closer, a dangerous air enveloping him as he pressed against him. "He isn't some wild man, is he? It's irrelevant. Do not let your mind wander." "Very well." Min cast a glance at Shu Yiyu, refraining from further inquiry. Knowing that the other harbored secrets, yet could not share them, was a profoundly uncomfortable realization, but Min did not wish to press him. Shu Yiyu wrapped his arms around the man's waist, resting his head against his shoulder, warm breath cascading forth. "Are you feeling sympathy for me?" "I feel nothing of the sort. Your words contradict your heart. Don't cling to me. It's utterly vexing. Do not." As he said this, he burrowed against the man's neck. Min tilted his head, nudging his arm. "I've come to realize you are increasingly irreverent." "In what way?" "What on earth is with your tight embrace? You smell so good. For heaven's sake, what nonsense is that?" Shu Yiyu cupped the man's face and kissed him. Min's mind, already in disarray, became further entangled, his pheromones escaping uncontrollably. The alpha's desire for dominance surged to its peak. Min averted his gaze, lowering his head to hastily unbutton his shirt, the fabric flying to the ground. He then sought to remove Shu Yiyu's clothing, exerting such force that 2 buttons popped off. Emotionless, he ground his fingers against them before tearing apart the shirt entirely. Before Shu Yiyu could react, Min leaned down, sealing their lips together with fierce intensity, all prior practice forgotten in this overwhelming moment. A metallic taste flooded their senses. Shu Yiyu, pinned beneath him, attempted to shift their positions, but was firmly restrained by Min. "I'm not pleased at the moment. Do not provoke me." Shu Yiyu caressed the man's face, both tender and earnest. "What must I do to bring you joy? Stop with the trivialities. Allow me to mark you." The man's eyes, deep as the ocean, regarded Min, who appeared restless and agitated, slowly softening his demeanor. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, "As you wish." Chapter 30. Perhaps it's best if you take the lead. Min observed the man's split lip, a flicker of regret stirring within him. His fingertips grazed the injury. "You're hurt. It's of no consequence." Shu Yiyu replied. Min lowered his head, their noses touching, breaths mingling as they exchanged warmth, igniting every nerve within. He began to mirror the man's usual gentle gestures, a faint hint of mint wafting through the air. Min found himself entranced, unable to break free from its allure. The bitterness in his mouth lingered, a reminder of the cigarettes he could not abandon. Since the advent of Shu Yiyu's presence, he has come to understand the essence of true addiction. His kiss starkly contrasts with his demeanor, void of any chill or restraint. It is unabashed, domineering, imbued with an all-consuming fervor. He finds himself immensely fond of such a kiss, as if he occupies the most significant place within Shu Yiyu's heart. Inan becomes acutely aware of his lack of self-control, the string of reason within him snapping asunder. All his emotions seem to be tethered to the man's hands, easily manipulated at will. Their lips occasionally collide, igniting a vexing pain, yet it cannot deter their resolute desire to draw closer to one another. Inan realizes he can never surpass Shu Yiyu in the realm of kissing, despite having initiated the encounter. Ultimately, it is he who surrenders. Damn it! Away from those irresistibly captivating lips, Inan feels a twinge of disdain for his feeble self-discipline. What is the matter? Why ask so many questions? His face flushed. He appears somewhat flustered. Shu Yiyu gazes intently at him, his eyes unwavering. All right, I want to ask. Do as you wish. I shall not refuse any of your desires. Inan curls his fingers, fully aware of the seriousness in his tone. He parts his lips, but emits no sound, only gazing deeply at him, his heart ablaze. Truly, it is infuriating. Each time, he is precisely ensnared, utterly unable to resist this man, akin to a beguiling spirit or demon. Fully cognizant of the impending doom ahead, he nonetheless yearns to leap forward without a second thought. Inan closes his aching eyes, his lips trembling slightly. He knows that certain things have unwittingly transformed beyond recognition. In this moment, he must relinquish himself entirely. Noticing the man's sudden silence, Shu Yiyu pulls him closer, encircling his neck. At the moment their gazes meet, both experience a faint tremor. It is said that the eyes are the truest conveyors of emotion. Shu Yiyu gazes deeply, his hand caressing Inan's cheek. Suddenly filled with boundless courage. Inan, I love you. This belated declaration of love, 6 years in the making, arrives at last. Fortunately, in this lifetime, everything is still timely. Inan's heart races violently, even forgetting how to breathe. His throat tightens, the struggle almost unbearable, as if something warm longs to escape but is forcefully restrained. After a moment of silence, Inan raises a hand to shield his forehead, entirely devoid of his usual bravado, appearing resigned, as if submitting to fate. He utters softly, Shu Yiyu, if you treat me poorly in the future, I will kill you. Though the words may seem juvenile, they convey the most sincere affection of a young heart. He resolves to brave all obstacles for this man, exhibiting an unwavering courage. Inan's world is simple yet extreme. When he loves, he does so wholeheartedly, offering his very soul. When betrayed, he wishes for nothing less than the other's utter destruction. Shu Yiyu wraps his arms around Inan, pressing him to his chest, earnestly providing a response. All right. Their eyes lock, sparks flying. For a fleeting moment, Inan feels dizzy, appearing somewhat pitiful. Shu Yiyu, hold me. His body, uncovered, is caressed by the evening breeze, bringing forth a chill. Unable to resist, she nestled into his embrace, yearning to share warmth. Shu Yiyu wrapped one arm around his waist and placed the other gently on the back of his head, softly patting his taut spine in a patient manner. A hint of fong protruded as Inan leaned his forehead against his neck. Shu Yiyu showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, she tilted her head and raised her shoulder. Instinctively drawing closer, Inan gazed at the slight circle she formed, as if confirming his possession, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, both proud and childlike. Shu Yiyu cherished the innocence reflected in his expression, her eyes brimming with affection. She gently grasped his chin, leaning in for a peck. Inan had grown accustomed to her little gestures, responding instinctively without a second thought. In a fleeting moment, Shu Yiyu's breath faltered, her gaze dimming. Are you marking me? Inan, in a daze, bore a faint blush on his face, soft and delightful. He stammered, what nonsense! How can I mark you like this? Shu Yiyu's throat bobbed awkwardly as she tightened her embrace. Her gaze lingered on Inan's delicate lips, unable to contain herself any longer. Inan was caught off guard, a sharp pain following immediately. As a brilliant light flashed, he suddenly recalled their fateful meeting, perhaps from the day of a mark. It was destined that he would be bound to this man for eternity. In October, the weather gradually turned cool in the late night. Occasionally, a bothersome breeze would sweep through, lifting the white gauze curtains in a whimsical dance. Inan lay despondently on the bed, his almond eyes awash in crimson. Shu Yiyu entered with a bowl of freshly cooked noodles, placing it on the desk. He knelt beside the bed, brushing his fingers against Inan's forehead, asking, "Feeling any better?" Inan rolled his eyes, casting a glance at him before returning to stare blankly at the ceiling. What nonsense! He felt as if a steamroller had rolled over him countless times, too weary to lift even a finger. Damn it, that selfish man. Why doesn't he just end it all? Inan could not fathom why, in a matter that involved two, he always ended up utterly devastated. As an alpha, where did he fall short? Why could Shu Yiyu so easily trample his dignity as an alpha? I cooked your favorite Sansia noodles. I can't eat a thing, Inan replied, his voice hoarse, unable to suppress a cough, discomfort evident. Shu Yiyu handed him a water cup from the bedside table, saying, "Drink some water." Inan, yielding, took a sip from his hand. "If you eat, I'll bring the small table over. Can I just get up to eat? I'm not disabled. Yet." His knees buckled, sending him back down. His head throbbed, his entire body ached, and he couldn't help but complain, "Damn, Shu Yiyu, if I ever play with you again, I'll change my surname." Shu Yiyu suppressed a laugh, pulling him into his embrace. "But you seem quite happy, don't you? Speak with your conscience." "But you're crying." Inan felt he might lose his mind, quickly covering his ears, staring at Shu Yiyu in shock. "You're finished. You're finished. Shu Yiyu, you're finished. It's beautiful. I adore it." Shu Yiyu bit his lip, recalling the image of the pearls caught in his eyelashes, igniting a wave of longing within him. "Close your mouth. Do not utter another word. Are we to dine on noodles? Bring them to me." He glanced at the crimson hue of his ears, arranging the small table. It's no longer scalding. The temperature is just right. Initially indifferent, Meenan felt a pang of hunger upon seeing the noodles, which were a feast for the senses. He lifted a strand to taste, finding the flavor as delightful as ever. "Ah, an exceptional man," he mused, emphasizing his. Meenan, with chopsticks between his teeth, grinned like a lovesick fool, while Shu Yiyu offered silent companionship. In his rebirth, he had mastered one skill: observation. He had come to realize how many poignant moments he had overlooked in his previous life. Should the fried egg be shaped like a heart? It symbolizes my love for you. How utterly repulsive. You do not fancy it? Not particularly. Why do you so relish being insincere? Meenan raised an eyebrow, swallowing a mouthful of noodles, mimicking his tone. Not particularly? Shu Yiyu propped his chin on one hand, his eyes sparkling with warmth, playfully echoing, "I absolutely adore it." Chapter 31. Shall we go on a date? After satiating his hunger, Meenan stretched his hands, retrieving his phone to summon Zhang Yang and others for a gaming session. Unbeknownst to them, he had attended the welcome party for new students, leading Zhang Yang to bombard the group chat with hundreds of messages in protest. Meenan effortlessly skipped over them all, not bothering to read a single one. Shu Yiyu took the bowl downstairs and returned to the room, now holding a set of pajamas that Meenan usually wore. It was time for a shower. Siege the city. Meenan's fingers danced rapidly over the screen, his head never lifting. Shu Yiyu leaned in for a glance. The game was nearing its conclusion, and he patiently waited by his side. 5 minutes later, the game concluded. Meenan nudged Shu Yiyu with his elbow, proudly pointing at his gaming account, seemingly awaiting praise. "MVP. Impressive, isn't it?" Shu Yiyu smiled, his brows arching. "Quite remarkable." He had intended to play another round, but Zhang Yang and the others announced their intention to retire for the night, prompting him to notice the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he was about to dive under the covers when Shu Yiyu stopped him. "So, it's time for a shower." Exhausted, he had no desire to move. "Shall I assist you?" Meenan glanced at Shu Yiyu, lazily extending his hand. "All right. The primary responsibility lies with you." After all, they had shared a bed for over a month. There was no reason for modesty. They were well aware of each other's intimate details. Shu Yiyu bent down, lifting Meenan into his arms, playfully jostling him. "Have you gained weight?" "I prefer to call it being fit, not chubby. I'm not an omega." "Indeed, you've become sturdier," Shu Yiyu remarked, squeezing Meenan's legs. "Don't take advantage of me." Meenan, with one arm draped around his neck, playfully extended his leg. "Shall we take a bath or a shower? What about you?" Shu Yiyu pondered for a moment. "Let us bathe together." "Very well. Two shall enjoy the bath. Who desires to take advantage of whom?" Minin wrapped his other arm around Shu Yiyu, playfully toying with his hair at the nape of his neck, smiling silently. He then inquired, "Is there any wine? What do you wish to drink?" With a heavy gaze, Minin leaned close to the man's ear, his voice low and husky. "Vodka." Shu Yiyu replied, "I apologize. It's truly not his lewd thoughts. It's just that what he said is quite suggestive." Glancing down at the man in his arms, Minin turned on the bathtub faucet and settled on the edge with him. "All we have is iced cola. No iced beer?" "Yes, but I want to let you have any." "TSK. Shu Yiyu, you've deprived me of too many pleasures. It's too late today. We have class tomorrow." Minin recalled that Su Ong had indeed mentioned classes for the following day. However, he felt no fear. It was an elective, and he could choose not to attend. "I'll be free tomorrow morning. I can accompany you. It's not easy to pass courses at T University, and if you fail, I'll have to deal with it too." Minin clicked his tongue, a sweet warmth blossoming from his heart, filling his chest until his voice turned soft. "Why are you so clingy?" "Is this clingy?" "Yes." Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow. "You don't like it?" "No. I actually enjoy your clinginess." "Then you must express your affection directly from now on." "TSK, stop being so self-absorbed. That is not permissible. You like me this way." "When did I say I liked you?" "When you kissed me, when you cried, when I stopped." Minan's delicate face flushed crimson as he sternly interrupted. "Shu Yiyu, you have no shame. Not in front of my wife." "Who is your wife?" "You can consider me your husband." Minin rolled his eyes, exasperated. Conversing with this person was a surefire way to drive him mad. Shu Yiyu turned off the faucet, noting that if they were too full, things might overflow. Testing the water temperature, he found it just right, shedding his clothes and joining Nan in the tub. "Damn!" Minin jolted as the water splashed, grimacing as if his features were contorting. If possible, he wished he could punch the man twice. Shu Yiyu adjusted their positions, settling Nan on his lap. "I'll apply some ointment for you in a moment." Minin held onto the man's arm, his back straightening, gradually acclimating to the warm water. Eventually, he stretched comfortably and turned to shoot a playful glare. "Your conscience seems to have arrived a bit late. You wouldn't allow it earlier. Damn it, can you just be quiet?" Shu Yiyu chuckled, wrapping his arms around Nan's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. "I'll remember for next time." "No, there's no need. You'll feel uncomfortable." "Saying it makes me even more uncomfortable." "I was wrong. Your realization comes a bit late. I'll be more astute from now on." Minin earnestly patted Shu Yiyu's thigh. "You have a long way to go. I'll try to take smaller paths." "Why do you always have such twisted logic?" After sitting for a while, Minin began to feel discomfort in his back. After all, they were two tall men, struggling to stretch their limbs. This bathtub, barely over 2 meters, felt cramped, and he couldn't help but complain. "It's a bit tight. Next time, let us get a bigger tub." "You're wealthy. My alpha gives me a monthly allowance of 15,000. A bathtub is merely a trifle. I could buy several." Shu Yiyu said earnestly while embracing his shoulder. Minin chuckled. "And yet, I still have to pay for it myself." "Where's your phone?" "In the pocket of my pajamas." Shu Yiyu reached for the garment, illuminating the screen. "Password." On my birthday, Minin raised his hand to scratch his cheek, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and ultimately resignedly remarked, "It's your birthday too." In truth, he was well aware. This man's thoughts were easily decipherable, regardless of a lifetime. Once their relationship was confirmed, it had always been this code. Shu Yiyu opened a payment application, directly linked his bank card, and set it as the primary payment method. Minin did not deter him. In fact, he felt a sense of pride, although they were both men who had not experienced their first love. The sweet little nuances between young couples, each one he yearned to explore. Whether or not to use Shu Yiyu's card was one matter. Whether he was willing to share was another. Minin was quite pleased with this behavior from the man, struggling to suppress the upward curve of his lips. He feigned nonchalance and inquired, "So generous?" After setting everything up, Shu Yiyu placed his phone on a nearby cabinet. "I only have this one card. Feel free to use it." Compared to Nan, he was genuinely financially constrained. The money in his card was likely only sufficient for his own sustenance. However, it was the thought that truly counted. After all, he was the heir to an entire conglomerate. Though merely a freshman, he had already begun to engage with corporate affairs. He recalled that in the previous lifetime, Minin would take over the group the following year, becoming the executive director of the Mi family. This thought made Shu Yiyu ponder. He certainly could not continue to rely on passive income. Yet, he lacked specific aspirations or notable skills. In this era, finding work was arduous, and navigating the professional landscape was challenging. Shu Yiyu awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and decided to revisit the matter later. All right, if you insist on using it, I won't hold back on saving. No need to save. Spend freely, Shu Yiyu replied generously, as the amount was not substantial. As autumn approached, Minen inquired, shall we shop for some clothes? Shu Yiyu had no objections. Of course. This Saturday? Sound good. Then let us grab a meal together. Just the two of us. Shu Yiyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, recalling from their previous life, Minen had always wanted to invite him to watch a movie together. Yet for some reason, they never found the opportunity. Shall we catch a movie as well? Would you like to? Although Shu Yiyu held little interest in films, the idea of attending one together intrigued him. He nodded. There's a blockbuster premiering this Saturday. Minen endeavored to maintain his composure, not wishing to appear overly elated and risk being teased by the man. Yet internally, he was overjoyed. Attending a movie was undoubtedly an essential component of romance. He yearned to go. Oh, how he longed for it. Seeing that Shu Yiyu did not respond immediately, he hesitated and asked again, Are we going? Of course, why wouldn't we? Then I'll book a ticket. This film is quite popular. Minen nodded. Is 8 p.m. acceptable? Any time works. Then I'll reserve for that time. All right. I'll find a restaurant. What would you like to eat? Steak. I haven't had in ages. As she pondered her first serious date, Shu Yiyu meticulously selected a restaurant that would exude formality and satisfy her companion's tastes. After narrowing down her choices, she ultimately decided to present him with two options. However, when she turned to inquire, she found Minen already asleep against his chest, quietly tucking away her phone. She gently adjusted him for comfort and placed a tender kiss atop his head, whispering, Good night. Chapter 32. The last two classmates in the early morning light. Minen slowly opened his eyes, his senses enveloped by a faint trace of vodka. A fleeting sense of exhilaration washed over him, reminiscent of the capriciousness of youth, satiated with ease, yet hungry just as swiftly. He reached out beside him, feeling a lingering warmth. It had not been long since he had risen. Sitting up, he stretched his neck, invigorated by a refreshing sensation, and the discomfort he previously felt had dissipated entirely. Minen couldn't help but marvel at the inherent vitality of alphas, having unlocked new ways to harness it. Shu Yiyu entered the room and, noticing he was awake, approached the bedside to plant a kiss on his forehead. I was just about to call you, but it seems you managed to rise on your own, she remarked. So early? Classes? You must have skipped, she teased, raising an eyebrow. Get up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and come have breakfast. Minen flopped back under the covers, muttering, Ugh, feels like I've gained a father. Call me daddy, she teased back. Not a chance, Minen retorted, hurling a pillow in her direction. Shu Yiyu caught it effortlessly, a bright smile blossoming on her lips, emitting a soft, light-hearted giggle. Minen gazed up at her, his heart fluttering. The man, enveloped in soft light and shadow, exuded an irresistible tenderness. His hair, half dry and tousled, framed his face beautifully. The loose, finely knitted black sweater accentuated the elegance of his neck, while the sleeves draped over his pale wrists, cradling the pillow with fingertips adorned in a delicate blush. His white casual pants pooled on the floor, and he, unbothered, stepped directly onto the carpet without slippers. He appeared both languid and aloof, yet the warmth in his eyes, fixed upon Minen, was unmistakably genuine. Minen averted his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sometimes, the most potent allure comes in silence. Flustered, she scrambled from the bed and dashed to the bathroom, hastily closing the door behind her. Supporting herself against the sink, she caught sight of her flushed cheeks in the mirror and inwardly cursed. What a mess. I'm hopelessly ensnared with no way back. With an impassive expression, Minen grabbed a cup and began her morning routine, mentally preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Some matters are destined to be arduous from the outset, and under the veil of uncertainty, one must always be ready to face whatever comes. When Minen emerged, Shu Yiyu was already seated at the dining table, awaiting her. The spread was simple, a ham and egg sandwich, unmistakably crafted by the man himself, robustly packed, accompanied by 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. The young master was discerning, not particularly fond of fruits, but he could tolerate a couple of sips in the morning. Minen pulled out a chair and sat across from him, taking a bite of the sandwich and nodding approvingly. Impressive. Shu Yiyu rested her chin on her intertwined fingers, gazing at the man before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. You look wonderful today. The identical black knit sweater and white trousers donned by Yinan evoke an entirely different style, proud and flamboyant, yet accentuated by her exquisitely delicate features. She exudes an alluring charm. Yinan sipped her juice, leaning forward, the 60-centimeter tabletop barely creating a sense of distance between them. Shu Yiyu lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes casting a beautiful shadow. Sunlight danced between her lips, softening the intensity of her allure. In the throes of passionate romance, rationality was a mere illusion. From the moment Yinan opened her eyes, her mind was consumed by the desire for a fervent kiss to envelop him in her essence. When it came to possessiveness, she believed she had mastered the art. After a tender moment, Shu Yiyu helped Yinan pack her bag, tugging the satisfied girl along to class. As they stepped out of the dormitory, they were met by a throng of onlookers. A shared glance revealed their mutual understanding, an orientation gala. Although they were participating in a joint event, Shu Yiyu's popularity far surpassed Yinan's. After all, the notorious young master was not one to be trifled with lightly. Surrounded by admirers, a daring Omega approached to greet them, presenting gifts. Junior, I'm Triple X from the finance department. Could I have your contact information? I'm from your class, the 3rd one. My name is XX. I made this by hand. Wow, you're so handsome. Junior, I'm from medical department. Hello, I'm... Shu Yiyu, startled, retreated repeatedly, exerting considerable effort to extricate herself. Grabbing Yinan's wrist, she dashed to a secluded spot before coming to a halt. Yinan, hands buried in his pockets, with his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, radiated a palpable low pressure. The fact that he did not explode in anger was a testament to his restraint. The corners of his mouth curled into a half-smile, mischievous and slightly wicked. How thrilling it must be to be so famous, he remarked. Shu Yiyu waved her hands innocently. Not at all. What's wrong? Aren't you tempted by all these eager Omegas? I don't like it. I don't need anything. I turn them all down. Her survival instinct was quite strong at present. Yinan's expression darkened, and in an effort not to appear petty, he ultimately chose to endure. However, upon arriving at their classroom, they could not escape the curious glances of both alphas and omegas, all fixated on them. Zhang Yang, sitting directly in front of them, had no class until 10:40 a.m. and had come to bask in their attention. How does it feel to be famous? He asked, turning around with a smirk. Yinan, legs crossed and hands still in his pockets, maintained a significant distance from the table, casting an impatient glance at Zhang Yang. Look at what you both are wearing today. I almost thought you were siblings. Zhang Yang rested one hand on the table, unfazed. I get it. Why should I care? What good words can come from your mouth anyway? Get lost, Zhang Yang. Yinan kicked his chair. Fearless as ever, Zhang Yang pulled his chair closer and turned toward Shu Yiyu, playfully asking, do you know what the latest rankings are on our campus network? Shu Yiyu glanced at her phone and turned it toward him. As it happens, I'm the administrator. Student council privilege. The campus network is under our management. Hand it over. With a cold expression, Minen extended his hand towards Shu Yiyu. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders and quickly turned away. Shu Yiyu offered his phone, which Minen accepted, immediately met by a prominent headline. Most desired to be tagged. First place, Shu Yiyu. Scrolling down revealed a photograph of the man from yesterday's farewell, alongside relevant personal details and contact information. Students at T University were all part of the same circle. The Omegas were far from delicate young masters or mistresses. They reveled in their pursuits, and if the match was suitable, it was not uncommon for families to unite and strengthen their ties. Minen, irritated, ground his phone in frustration, battling an impulse to act recklessly. Yet reason prevailed. There was no turning back now. This was not the right moment. Should he publicly declare it today, tomorrow the patriarch's car would be parked at the school gate. The post had already been deleted, so don't dwell on it, Shu Yiyu urged, gently pressing down on Minen's hand. Why do you attract so much attention? You're not lacking either. I can have them all deleted together. It's bothersome, he replied. Not bothersome, not worth it. I warn you, don't lose sight of yourself when the school gains notoriety. Shu Yiyu laughed softly. Who else could I be but your alpha? Minun responded with a nonchalant hum, returning the phone to him, tilting his head away to conceal his dark thoughts and obsessive tendencies. It was already challenging to possess something exclusively, let alone a person. His earlier good mood had plummeted. Shu Yiyu, keenly aware of Minun's displeasure, scratched his palm. Their unrecognized feelings were far more unsettling than those of ordinary couples. Shu Yiyu aspired to be Minun's anchor, yet he clearly lacked the trust needed to achieve that. Any slight disturbance could shatter their fragile bond. Minun was inherently sensitive and suspicious. In his past life, he chose to endure alone, and he could not afford to repeat those mistakes in this life. Shu Yiyu did not desire Minun's self-sacrifice. Love should embody authenticity. His fingers tightened gradually, and there was no escape for him now. You may possess me completely. Minun grasped his hand firmly beneath the table, their fingers entwined. His grip was so tight that the knuckles turned pale, articulating each word deliberately. You can only be mine. All right, I, Shu Yiyu, was about to express my feelings when the professor, lecturing on stage, interrupted. The last two students in the front row? Yes, I mean you, the professor. A tall man in his 50s or 60s with frameless glasses and a serious demeanor addressed them. Shu Yiyu looked up in confusion, the pointer directed squarely at him. Kulme, just as the class ends, you will demonstrate one last time for everyone. Minun bit his lip tightly, his gaze fixated on the alpha at the podium, cursing inwardly. What a mood killer. Chapter 33, A Small Heart. Minun and Shu Yiyu could only muster the courage to walk up, relieved that both had thick skin and felt no embarrassment. The professor flipped through the student roster and inquired, "What are your names?" Shu Yiyu, Minun. The professor scanned the list before lifting his gaze to two individuals. Shu Yiyu is not here. Is she not in our class? Shu Yiyu candidly replied, I am from the finance department next door. So you have a keen interest in our computer science program? A bit of interest, Shu Yiyu remarked, glancing at the disgruntled man beside her, thinking to herself that he had no interest in computers but was rather intrigued by the students in the class. Have you attended today's lecture? Shu Yiyu leaned in for a closer look, catching a glimpse of the web animation topic, which stirred a faint memory. Yes. As for this student, despite Nan's usual defiance, he would never dare to provoke the professor, especially since he had mastered such concepts back in middle school. Yes, he affirmed, then proceeded to elucidate a few key points that were prone to errors. The professor, recognizing his understanding, dismissed him with a wave of his hand, permitting him to return to his seat. Shu Yiyu intended to join him, but was halted. Wait a moment. Since you are so fond of computers, why not apply today's lesson to create a web animation? With that, the professor activated the main control and connected all computers, gesturing for Shu Yiyu to proceed. Shu Yiyu bit her lip, resigned to return, and stared blankly at the empty web page for a spell. The introductory computer science course was relatively simple, yet the reality of her advanced age and years since graduation weighed heavily upon her. Glancing around, she spotted the textbook beside her. Shu Yiyu leaned forward and examined it, discovering code formulas within. Attempting to type a string of letters, she instinctively crafted a segment of code. Some memories may be dormant, but never truly vanish. Minun used to send her various little animations. Initially, she found them delightful and memorized many. However, her interest waned quickly, drawing upon that flicker of memory. Shu Yiyu finished the code, making slight modifications based on Nan's teachings. She saved it, converted the format, and reopened it. The result was simple, a series of capitalized letters and chaotically bouncing in the center of the web page, ultimately aligning to form a heart shape. Upon completion, Shu Yiyu glanced toward Nan, who had just lifted his head, and their eyes met, sharing an unspoken understanding. It appeared he had indeed paid attention in class. Next time, he should be mindful of classroom decorum and refrain from whispering. Shu Yiyu, unusually obedient, nodded respectfully. You may leave now. The professor instructed as he turned off the main control screen, tidied his belongings, and assigned group work before dismissing the class. Zhang Yang observed the emerging design and was instantly incensed. He accepted and supported their relationship, yet harbored reservations about the longevity of two alphas together. Zhang Yang felt perpetually conflicted. He wished for me Nan's happiness, yet feared for his heart. In this era, being a good brother proved to be the most challenging endeavor. Contemplating this, he bit his lower lip, silently expressing his frustrations by tugging at Mu Zi's sleeve beneath the table. Then, turning to catch a glimpse of the love-struck man, he felt a pang of envy. Pouting, he coyly remarked, "Isn't your man being a bit too blatant?" Meenan snorted lightly, pride radiating from him. "I take pleasure in it. TSK, look at how happy you are. Can't you show a bit of ambition and not be so easily appeased?" The expression on Meenan's face stiffened as he rubbed his face with his hand. "Is it that obvious? What do you think?" Zhang Yang's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Meenan cast him a sidelong glance. "I think it's fine. Why don't you let Mu Zi take a look? Afraid others won't know this affection is meant for you? What do I have to fear? Damn, knowing is one thing. It has nothing to do with them." Meenan was utterly indifferent to others' opinions. "Be careful, or the old man will invite you for tea. Don't bring your troubles here. Go play by yourself." "Absolutely not. How bothersome. Why are you drawing attention to me?" Meenan flicked his fingers at him, watching as Shu Yiyu approached, his eyes sparkling with joy he could not conceal. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, shaking them, but Meenan had no time to pay him any mind. His entire being was focused on his partner. After exchanging simple greetings with them, he walked away, lost in his own world. Zhang Yang gazed at their departing figures, feeling increasingly desolate. He tugged at Mu Zi's sleeve, starting to pull at it again, whispering in frustration, "It's over, Mu Zi. Why do I suddenly feel they are so well-matched? My eyes must be failing me." Mu Zi, being pulled off balance, could no longer endure it. He yanked his arm back, flattening his sleeve with force. "It's quite expensive. Our Nan will soon belong to someone else. Do you still have time to worry about your clothes? I'm just a father at heart." Mu Zi rolled his eyes, readjusting his sleeve. "Shu Yiyu is quite good. Even so, he is still an alpha. Can you provide me Nan with an heir? Even if they could, I doubt Nan Zi would want anyone else wedged between them." "Damn, now that you mention it, it really does feel that way. So let it be. You all have no idea of my suffering." Sandwiched in between. In front is Meenan's mother, my benefactor. Behind is my old man, my biological father. Mu Zi solemnly patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Take heart. Get lost. If those two can remain this good together, I'll just have to risk being cast out of the family. But I fear." Mu Zi wrapped his arm around Zhang Yang's shoulder. They had grown up together, their bond naturally deeper, yet the choice ultimately rested with me, Nan alone. As friends, we must trust him. Zhang Yang leaned his head on Mu Zi's shoulder, feeling increasingly desolate as he considered his own predicament, missing the fervent gaze from behind them. A gentle and refined man stood with a furrowed brow, his tall frame poised, gripping his book so tightly that the pages were crumpled beyond recognition. Meenan was elated by a simple heart design, basking in its warmth throughout the day. This fervor showed no sign of waning even into the late hours of the night. Tossing and turning in bed, he was ultimately drawn into Shu Yiyu's embrace for stability. Not sleeping? Meenan's eyes were wide in the darkness, his voice tinged with lingering excitement. "I can't sleep." Shu Yiyu tightened his hold around Meenan's waist, reminding him, "You have class tomorrow." "I know." Meenan turned to face him, whispering, "Shu Yiyu." "I'm very happy." Shu Yiyu gently stroked his hair, silently adding that he had been joyful all day long. "Shu Yiyu, I'm truly delighted to have met you." Shu Yiyu's breath quickened slightly, tightening the embrace around him. "So am I. Have you ever done this with anyone else?" Meenan admitted to his sensitivity and possessiveness, yearning to know if this affection was exclusively his. After much entanglement, Shu Yiyu replied, "No." "I believe you. You can trust me at any time." "Shu Yiyu, I cannot sleep." Shu Yiyu, both amused and exasperated, covered his mouth, saying, "Be good, rest early, or you may find it hard to rise." Meenan turned his head away, insisting, "I will manage." He was so exhilarated that sleep was the last thing on his mind. Shu Yiyu, holding his head, leaned in to touch the tip of his pert nose. "Aren't you tired?" "Not at all." "Aren't you weary?" "Not in the slightest." Minen was completely oblivious to the danger lurking in the man's voice, entirely unguarded. Shu Yiyu's palm caressed his lean abdomen as he spoke in a hushed tone. That must mean I haven't worked hard enough. Then he flipped over, pinning the man down. Since you're not tired, let's engage in something meaningful. Chapter 34. The similarities of now and then the weekend arrived as expected. The weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze. There was sunshine, green grass. And Minen's mood was delightful thanks to Shu Yiyu. It was his first genuine date, and to claim he was not anticipating it would be a lie. His heart had been restless since Friday, every cell radiating joy. As Zhang Yang put it, young Master Minen willingly succumbed to the whims of love. Usually astute, he found himself utterly befuddled in Shu Yiyu's presence, both easy to deceive and to placate. Bursting with excitement, he lay awake through the night, leading to another ecstatic experience that left him in tears. Shu Yiyu never spared effort when it came to sleep. As dawn broke, young Master Minen could hardly contain his eagerness to rise. His hair needed styling, clothes had to be selected, and shoes coordinated. Like a peacock preparing for courtship, he flitted about the wardrobe. Did he usually care about such matters? Not at all. A naturally handsome person could make even a burlap sack look fashionable. Yet, with Shu Yiyu as his partner, he couldn't help but put an extra thought. Once everything was in place, it was just past 6 when his phone began to vibrate furiously. Zhang Yang was frantically messaging in their small group. Minen, unusually patient, tolerated it. After all, over the past few days, Zhang Yang had appeared quite pitiful. He had been unexpectedly bitten by an omega, leading to gland inflammation during his sensitive period, only to discover that some pheromones had not been fully metabolized. Initially thinking he had transitioned, a quick check revealed the shocking truth. He was, in fact, an omega. Clearly, Zhang Yang had no recollection of being bitten. The occurrence of omega biting alpha is not uncommon, as there are individuals with a myriad of peculiar preferences. However, all markings share a common prerequisite. Diffusion metabolism must occur in a conscious state. Otherwise, the phenomenon of pheromone retention may ensue. This is not difficult to manage. A simple extraction will suffice. Aside from the embarrassment, there are no other significant issues. In response to the schadenfreude of companions, Zhang Yang vehemently declared that he would unearth the culprit, regardless of the depths he must delve. He insisted that one must kneel and bow 3 times, calling him father, before he would relent. Yet, the unpredictability of life prevailed. In the end, he found himself yearning to kneel and bow, calling the other father. I truly have no recollection of when I was bitten. Please help me recall. I'm losing my mind. Why are you all still sleeping? Get up. Quickly. Get up. My innocence is gone. Nan casually flipped through his thoughts. The only incident that came to mind was the last time at the mint candy bar when they had forgotten Zhang Yang. He hesitated briefly before editing the message. During the incident with Du Zhe, where did you wake up? One cannot allow his brother to suffer such a secret loss. Zhang Yang gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, seemingly recalling he was at a hotel. Hotel? Wasn't it you who took me there? No. We left you behind at the bar. Zhang Yang stared blankly. What do you mean by forgot? Literally. Zhang Yang exploded in fury. What the hell? You heartless brutes. You just left a beautiful young man like me out there. Check the surveillance. If that fails, consult Uncle Kuan. Zhang Yang was beside himself. Consulting Uncle Kuan is tantamount to announcing to the world that I was bitten by an omega and ended up in the hospital. Handle it as you see fit. Minen put away his phone and ignored him thereafter. Zhang Yang collapsed on a bed, furiously pounding the mattress. He pressed his hand against the still swelling gland, his expression darkening. Damn it, let me not discover who did this. Meanwhile, Minen, noting that it was still early, contemplated preparing breakfast for the man, as it was typically Shu Yiyu who took on this task. However, he did not harbor high expectations. His culinary skills were limited to frying an egg and sizzling a sausage. On the matter of cooking, Minen willingly conceded, as he could not compete. Upon waking, Shu Yiyu found no one around and directly pushed the door open. Breakfast was already laid out on the table. Good morning. Minen turned around, basking in the sunshine. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Shu Yiyu leaned against the doorframe, yawning lazily. Those who wake up early get up. Shu Yiyu pointed at the well-presented fried egg on the table. Is it really that impressive? Minan's eyes sparkled with anticipation of praise. Of course. Excellent. The man naturally played along. It's nothing. Hurry and wash up. We have ample time. Shu Yiyu gestured at the clock on the table. Noting it was only a little past 7, Minan pulled out a chair and sat down, explaining, "We need to leave early. We're heading to Jindu." "So far?" "Yes. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I have something to pick up last minute." "No more chatter. Quickly get ready." Shu Yiyu approached him. Pouting, "Give me a kiss before you go." Minan disdainfully pushed his face away, exclaiming, "You haven't brushed your teeth." Yet, he leaned in again. Minan seized his disheveled hair and casually rubbed against him. "Go on." Shu Yiyu, feeling the dampness on his face, contentedly returned to change his clothes. After they had a simple breakfast, they set off. Minan had previously exchanged his sports car for an SUV, spacious and comfortable. "You drive," he said, handing over the keys. Shu Yiyu took the keys and naturally settled into the driver's seat. Minan adjusted his seat back and stretched his long legs, comfortably reclining. Although T University could not be deemed remote, it was situated quite a distance from the city center. The capital's bustling heart, Jindu, was about an hour's drive away. Shu Yiyu opened the map to check the route. The names of the roads had changed over the past 6 years, yet he decided to follow the navigation. Minan could tell from his demeanor that Shu Yiyu was not an experienced driver, as he recalled that he likely did not own a car at all. He stared at the man's profile for a moment before asking, "Do you like this car?" "Not bad," Minan replied. "Would you like it as a gift?" Having just confirmed the route and feeling hesitant to drive too fast for fear of making a wrong turn, Shu Yiyu laughed at his words. "Why the sudden generosity?" "Because you don't have one. But having one like mine isn't the same." "How is it different?" "I want you to have one. I do have one at home, but I haven't brought along." Shu Yiyu recalled the car, suddenly remembering he hadn't visited the old Shu residence in quite a while. Since his rebirth over a month ago, apart from sending a few messages in the family group chat, consulting the butler twice, being beaten by Shu Yiyu a few times, and spending a few hours at the ancestral home during the National Day holiday, he had seemingly lost all contact. Upon reflection, he realized it made little difference. The familial ties of the Shu family were thinner than paper. Who besides Shu Yiyu had reached out to him? The two elderly men couldn't even recall how many sons they had, nor did they respond to messages in the family group. Forget it. It was better to stay with Minan, where love abounded. "Would you like me to give it to you?" Minan asked again. Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, directly refusing. "It's too extravagant, and I seldom need it." A car worth several million was offered so casually. No wonder Zhang Yang claimed he was being swindled. Minan, adept at picking up on key phrases, rephrased it to mean he does not desire it. With a cold expression, he leaned against the car door, his fingertips rhythmically tapping his knee, remaining silent. Shu Yiyu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending trouble. Glancing at the man's unsavory demeanor, he could only continue to explain, "What's yours is mine, and vice versa. There's no need to distinguish so clearly." "Is that a tongue twister?" "No. It's all our possessions. Why separate them?" Minan gazed out the window, wearing his usual haughty expression, though his brows relaxed slightly as he huffed. "I suppose you have a point. It's simply the truth." Shu Yiyu quietly exhaled. Although it was the weekend, they had left early, and the roads were not congested. An hour later, they arrived at the Jindu building. Minan led the way to their destination, the Jinrui Lai World Watch. Shu Yiyu looked up to see the familiar logo, touching his now empty wrist. Some matters seemed to inexplicably coincide with the past life. Chapter 35. Indeed, it was preconceived. Minan tilted his head, observing the man who had suddenly come to a halt, and inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" Shu Yiyu glanced at him, suppressing the peculiar sensations that had arisen within and followed suit, his voice slightly taut. "Nothing." "Welcome to Jinrui Lai," greeted the attendant at the entrance. Donning a deep purple suit, Minan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the commotion, the manager hurriedly stepped forward, his demeanor submissive. "Young Master Mi has arrived. The watch has been processed, as per your instructions. Please take a seat in the lounge while I prepare it for your review." Shu Yiyu lagged a step behind, his expression stiff and somewhat awkward. They had visited this place in a previous life, albeit at a different time. Back then, they had been together for quite a while, and a sense of weariness had begun to settle between them. Minan's increasingly obsessive possessiveness weighed heavily on Shu Yiyu, who felt an incessant urge to escape. It was as though he had entered a dead end, with no path to salvation left. At that time, Shu Yiyu had initiated a breakup, which Minan had vehemently opposed. Ultimately, he had to forsake his pride, choosing to acquiesce instead. An inexplicable anguish burgeoned from within, gradually consuming him. Shu Yiyu trembled uncontrollably. A mixture of heartache, guilt, and the essence of Nan himself overwhelming him. He fell a step behind, gazing at the man's erect silhouette, and took a deep breath, feeling a heavy tightness in his chest. In the lounge, refreshments were prepared, yet Minan merely glanced at them without touching anything. The reason was simple. He favored carbonated drinks over tea. Noticing that Shu Yiyu had again fallen behind, Minan scrutinized him with a serious expression. "Do you not wish to accompany me?" "Of course not," Shu Yiyu promptly denied. "Then why the peculiar behavior?" Minan approached and seated himself, casually taking a sip from a cup of tea to ease his tension before feigning ignorance. "What did you purchase?" With one hand in his pocket, Minan withheld a direct answer. "You will know shortly." As he spoke, the manager emerged with an exquisite black box. Minan accepted it, opening to reveal a minimalist mechanical watch. Its surface bore only simple markings, the rest a subtle blend of silver gray and white. He had instantly taken a liking to it that day, feeling it was particularly suited for Shu Yiyu, detached, cool, and aloof. Minan pushed the box toward Shu Yiyu with resolute tone. "It's a gift for you. You cannot refuse." Shu Yiyu did not reach out for it. Staring at the identical design within, a sense of trepidation creeping in, Minan, assuming he was concerned about its value, pressed it firmly into his hands. "It's not expensive, merely a watch. This is the first gift I've ever given you, and you must accept it." Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, pulling it out to pinch between his fingers, tracing the back of the watch, the same position, the same inscription. Nampes. He felt a wave of disorientation, as the present Nan appeared to overlap with the Nan of his past life. Yet, the expressions on their faces were entirely different. It dawned on him that the Nan of that time had not been happy at all. He had worn this watch for an extended period, not out of fondness, but from a sense of obligation. At that moment, he perceived it as a shackle bestowed by Nan, a chain that curtailed his freedom. Thus he was disinclined to accept it. Consequently, he opted for silent cruelty, the price of which was the near severing of his palm and Nan's shattered self-esteem. Yet ultimately, a favorable conclusion eluded him. In the 6th year of their union, he resolutely decided to depart, only to be crushed under the wheels of Nan's vehicle, along with the years they had shared, leaving behind naught but remnants and ashes. Nan, observing Shuyu's silent demeanor, found himself momentarily at a loss regarding his true intentions. The young master, for the first time, presented a gift to the one he cherished, feeling a tumult of emotions, now heightened by a sense of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to inquire directly. "Do you not like it? You may choose a style that pleases you." Shu Yiyu gazed at the reclaimed watch, his eyes welling with warmth. How fortunate he must be to retrieve each precious item he had once lost, one by one. "I adore it, I truly do." Nan, noticing the sincerity in his unwavering gaze upon the watch, felt his heart begin to settle and leaned in to ask, "Shall I help you put it on?" Shu Yiyu extended the watch towards him, lifting his wrist in affirmation. "Yes. I believe this style suits you perfectly. I will cherish it dearly. Thank you. Thank you for always loving me. Thank you for allowing me a fresh start." "It is my pleasure, as long as you are happy," Nan replied, a hint of bashfulness evident as he touched his nose. Shu Yiyu turned the watch upon his wrist, lifting his gaze to Nan, offering a genuine smile that radiated from the corners of his mouth to his brow, infused with joy, emotion, and a sense of unexplainable relief. The once reckless young master suddenly grasped the essence of shyness, a delicate blush gracing his cheeks. He furtively glanced away, yet could not resist the urge to steal a glance back. "Ah, how strikingly beautiful you are when you smile." Shu Yiyu pulled down his sleeve, concealing the watch within, and suggested to the man, "It's nearly lunchtime. Returning to East City now would be impractical. Shall we find a nearby restaurant?" Although he had made reservations at a Western restaurant, The reality of returning was unfeasible. Yinan, unparticular about food, shrugged nonchalantly. Still Western cuisine? Let us explore and find a place with fewer patrons. Very well, let us go. Shu Yiyu entwined his fingers with Yinan's, wrapping them one by one until they were tightly clasped beneath their sleeves. The corner of Yinan's mouth, which had only just been subdued, began to curve upwards once more. He found it inexplicably delightful, a sensation he had never experienced before, though they had not engaged in anything particularly joyous. The mere presence of this person beside him brought him comfort. A glance, a subtle gesture, a simple word could ignite a cascade of happiness within him. Yinan realized he was hopelessly enamored. Let us dine. This place seems promising, Shu Yiyu remarked, gesturing towards a restaurant on the upper floor. Yinan preferred sweeter flavors, and such establishments were rare in the capital. This one in the Golden Capital was the only of its kind. I'm open to anything, though you may find the dishes there unfamiliar. Not at all. I am not picky. The two of them were indeed worlds apart when it came to their culinary preferences. Shu Yiyu had a penchant for spicy food, while Nin could barely tolerate it. In their previous life, he had endured considerable hardship just to accommodate her tastes. Yet, he chose to ignore it. By the time they entered the establishment, a considerable number of patrons were already seated, concerned about the noise. Shu Yiyu requested a small private room and diligently studied the menu. Fortunately, the dishes favored by the man were all available, habitually selecting his favorite items. She handed the menu back to him and inquired if there were any other dishes he desired. Yinan, having frequented this restaurant before, was quite familiar with it. As he twirled a pencil in his hand, he took note of Shu Yiyu's preferences, only to discover that they mirrored his own. Unable to suppress a raised eyebrow, he set the menu down and asked, "Have you been investigating me?" Shu Yiyu looked at him in confusion. How do you know what I like to eat? Such tastes were rather peculiar among alphas. Aside from those within his immediate circle, few were privy to them. After dining together for 6 years in a past life, one would assume such knowledge was natural. Yinan, however, was skeptical of his words. Shu Yiyu, what is it? Have you secretly harbored feelings for me for a long time? The act of pouring water came to a halt as she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile. There's truth in that. My affection for you has long been premeditated. Chapter 36. Quite interesting as the meal progressed. Yinan felt his waist soften, his legs weaken, and a warmth that he could no longer conceal blossomed in his heart. His lips curled into a proud smirk, his expression radiating an undeniable air of arrogance. Throughout the meal, he scarcely needed to extend his chopsticks. A mere glance would suffice to have the food delivered to his bowl. Each bite, whether savory or sweet, seemed to be infused with honey. Today, Yinan gained a fresh perspective on the man before him, aptly summarizing his demeanor as attentive and considerate. He couldn't help but commend his own taste in partners. His 2 decades of solitude seemed to have been a prelude to encountering Shu Yiyu. Previously, he had found it irksome to witness others transferring food between bowls, but now, the same practice seemed to invite a double standard when it came to himself. What was the issue? Having shared a meal with intimate closeness, why would he be apprehensive about a pair of chopsticks? It was evident that love had a way of dulling one's intellect, and Yinan was particularly susceptible to this affliction. In their previous life, Shu Yiyu had always been the recipient of indulgence, but now, with their roles reversed, he discovered a certain amusement in the experience. Here, you know this too? Yinan exclaimed in surprise as he accepted a small bowl filled with peeled and fried river shrimp. He truly relished this delicacy, yet he despised the task of peeling the shells. Although he always ordered it during outings, he had never tasted it, only savoring the aroma. Shu Yiyu, wiping his hand with a few tissues, remarked, "You're just lazy." In the past, when their relationship had been more amicable, he had peeled it for Yinan a couple of times, and each time, he had devoured it with gusto. Back then, it was clear that he simply preferred not to lift a finger, hence his reluctance to partake. The peculiar habits of a young master were numerous, and Shu Yiyu had always been aware, merely unwilling to invest the effort. Those who possess something often share a common flaw. They never learn the true meaning of cherishing. That's not it. They're small and easily caught in the teeth. My technique is rather lacking. Are you now criticizing me? No, You certainly won't. In the future, I shall peel, making myself appear useful. Yinan, with slender fingers poised elegantly, deftly picked up the complete shrimp that had shed its shell from the bowl, popping one after another into his mouth. Your sweet nothings have been thoroughly deciphered. A truth indeed. Tisk, logically speaking, considering your assertion, this is our first romantic venture. How is it that you seem so much more experienced than I? I suppose I possess a certain innate talent. Shu Yiyu, brimming with confidence in this regard, retorted. Yinan jabbed his chopsticks into the bowl, feeling somewhat indignant. So, does that mean I lack a romantic sensibility? Shu Yiyu refilled his glass with water, placing it within his reach, shaking his head. You need not do anything. Your mere existence embodies my romance. Yinan's heart fluttered in ripples. He inwardly cursed, his expression peculiar as he maintained a stiff facade, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing crimson upon meeting the man's gaze. With a fist pressed against his cheek, he turned his head slightly, mumbling incoherently, "Damn, I truly concede defeat to you. Quit with the foul language. Why do you care so much?" Well, someone ought to. Yinan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, parched with thirst. I feel like having a smoke. Eat some meat. Shu Yiyu placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into his bowl. Everything is subject to your scrutiny? Indeed. Impressive, Shu Yiyu. Yinan ground his teeth, firmly seated without budging an inch. Primarily, it was because you were willing to grant him face. All right. Only you can voice your opinions. Shall we head to East City? Of course, why not? I mentioned I wanted to buy something. Yinan's phone was linked to the man's card, and the urge to swipe, it was quite tantalizing. Shu Yiyu caught a glimpse of the man's mischievous grin and understood his thoughts. He suddenly felt a pang of concern. What if there wasn't enough to spend later? Should I borrow some money from the big guy? What reason would be suitable for borrowing a large sum? A car? A house? Even as they traveled to East City, Shu Yiyu remained preoccupied with this matter. Although the consumption here was outrageous, according to Yinan's spending habits, he could easily face bankruptcy. Yinan's shopping was typically quite carefree. He would buy what he found beautiful, what he had never seen before, the latest arrivals, peculiar items, and things that no one wanted, driven solely by the desire to buy. Today, it was a rare occasion to be out with Shu Yiyu, yet he harbored other thoughts. Shall we take a look inside? Yinan hesitated at the entrance of a sleepwear store. Shu Yiyu had no objections, although they had no need for sleepwear. Adding a bit of enjoyment by putting it on and taking it off was certainly welcome. Do you like this one? Yinan set down the garment he was holding and approached. The man held a silver-gray silk robe. From its hue to its texture, everything resonated with his tastes. Curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but wonder how this man seemed to know him so well. Who has betrayed my secrets? You have yourself to blame. I've torn apart countless robes just like this one in my past life. The thought darkened his gaze, fixed upon the fabric. It was a perfect opportunity to purchase a few more pieces. He would try them on tonight. There will always be a moment when I uncover your secrets. Shu Yiyu was now entirely focused on selecting sleepwear. This one is also quite nice. Isn't the color a bit too bright? Yinan pinched the hem of the wine-red garment, noting that its fabric was considerably lighter than the previous one. You are fair. It looks good on you. Shu Yiyu gazed at him with expectant eyes. The implication was unmistakable. Minan's fingers stiffened momentarily, and a sudden warmth enveloped him. What on earth? I asked you to buy clothes, and your mind wanders to such frivolities? Isn't this for purchasing clothes suitable for such activities? He inquired. Didn't you bring me in here? Minan scoffed, selecting 2 light-colored pieces from a pile. What about the others? Are you planning to wear them? Not that I couldn't, he replied, crossing his arms, his gaze appraising. I didn't realize you had such a penchant for this style. Shu Yiyu blinked, puzzled. What style? Minan gestured with his chin towards the remaining sleepwear. Shu Yiyu smiled broadly, leaning closer to whisper in the man's ear. Let me assist you. A wave of warmth washed over Minan, causing him to involuntarily shrink his shoulders. Damn it, this is getting absurd, he thought. He found himself inexplicably intrigued by the sight of the man's lean, yet toned physique. Shu Yiyu's eyes sparkled, as if illuminated from within. Raising a hand to feign a casual adjustment of his bangs, he softly replied, As you wish. Shu Yiyu's smile widened even further as he addressed the attendant. Hello. Please wrap these up for me, and I'll take this one along with this and this and this one too. Minen, observing the burgeoning pile of sleepwear, stepped forward to firmly grasp Shu Yiyu's hand, gritting his teeth. That's enough. Unfazed, Shu Yiyu held onto his wrist, stroking it gently with his thumb. I know. He then turned back to the attendant. I'll need all in XXL, 2 of each style. Minen raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with a hint of danger. All of them? Yes, Shu Yiyu insisted. With so many, will you ever wear them all? It should be quite quick, as long as he tears them off frequently. Minen observed Shu Yiyu's eager expression and, not wishing to dampen the mood, ultimately relented with a resigned twist of his lips, waving his hand in concession. Fine. Buy them all. After all, wearing them together means I won T lose out. Shu Yiyu rubbed his hands together excitedly and approached the cashier. Just as they arrived at the counter, a familiar female voice broke through, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Well, if it isn't our dear Yiyu. Minen turned towards the voice and was greeted by a stunningly beautiful and mature woman. Her features were exquisitely defined, her long, dark waves cascading down her back, exuding a relaxed and carefree aura. The form-fitting spaghetti strap dress accentuated her alluring curves, inviting boundless imagination. A subtle yet enchanting fragrance lingered in the air, prompting Minen to ponder if she was an Omega. Before he could gather his thoughts, the woman leaned in, draping herself casually over Shu Yiyu's arm. Minen's gaze fell upon their entwined hands, the tension in his mind snapping abruptly. Chapter 37. You're giving it all to me before Shu Yiyu could utter a word. He was abruptly pulled back with great force, stumbling unsteadily until Minen caught him, steadying him. The man's voice was cool, don't touch without permission. Shu Yiyu noticed his displeasure and gently held his hand, whispering, I didn't touch. Shu Yiyu crossed her arms, her enchanting eyes lifting slightly, resting on their clasped hands. Her heart mildly startled, observing Shu Yiyu's easygoing demeanor. A flicker of mischief crossed her face. After a moment of contemplation, I feigned a gentle demeanor. What does it matter to you whether they engage with Shu Yiyu or not? Minen smirked slightly. Whether it matters or not is none of your concern. I simply dislike you getting too close while speaking. Shu Yiyu, undone that, spread his palm and then pointed a finger at Shu Yiyu's chest, his gaze provocatively fixed on Minen. I insist on getting closer. Shu Yiyu instinctively retreated. Evading Shu Yiyu. This display of self-preservation amused Shu Yiyu, who lightly covered his lips and teased. It seems that after these days, Shu Yiyu has grown distant from me. Shu Yiyu cast a wary glance at the mischievous Shu Yiyu, then began to rub her wrist again. Turning around, she noticed the man's dark expression, the veins on his forehead subtly pulsating. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she attempted to explain, Let me tell you, what is there to say? It would be better to come inside and reminisce with me. Shu Yiyu interrupted once more, seizing Shu Yiyu's wrist and pulling her towards him. She possessed considerable strength, nearly dragging Shu Yiyu along. Minen quickly supported the man, his eyes glinting dangerously. This woman seemed to have a death wish, daring to meddle with him. Do not lay a hand on me, Minen warned in a low voice. Shu Yiyu, utterly unconcerned, replied, I intend to touch you. Shu Yiyu, caught in the middle, helplessly interjected, Stop it, let me speak. Minen's glands were already unstable, and with the recent stimuli, his emotions flared, causing his pheromones to surge forth, creating an overwhelming aura. They had always been intertwined. When Shu Yiyu unexpectedly caught a whiff of mint lemon, a fleeting sensation of dizziness washed over her. It was primarily excitement, not intimidation. However, Shu Yiyu was forced back a few steps by the pheromones, his gaze skimming over me and before landing on Shu Yiyu, and he teased, You, aren't you going to help me? Minen let out a scoff, his anger intensifying. He gradually tightened his grip on the man's hand, as if intending to sever the tension that had ignited within him. Shu Yiyu pressed down on his hand, preparing to explain once more. But Shu Yiyu interrupted again. My dear Yiyu, it appears you haven't visited me in quite some time, because you have found a new partner? The woman casually tossed her long hair over her shoulder, stepping closer to them. At this remark, Minen's chest heaved twice, and he turned to glare at Shu Yiyu, his eyes filled with anger and devoid of doubt. He was merely displeased at the thought of Shu Yiyu being touched by others. He did not believe a single word she said. Shu Yiyu frowned and pleaded, "Sister, oh, how annoying. I am not that much older than you. How can you call me sister?" Shu Hai exaggeratedly raised his voice, continuing along with her words. Then, standing face to face with Nan, their energies clashed fiercely. The tone of Shu Yiyu's voice, laced with a hint of submission and even desperation, sounded entirely different to Nan. No man had ever spoken to him in such a manner. What right did this woman have? Where did you come from? Nan asked, his brow furrowed. Me? Do you wish to know? Shu Hai twirled a strand of hair around his finger, his posture both alluring and flirtatious. Let me tell you, what do you want to say? There is no need for excessive words. Merely visit my home a few more times. The interrupted musings of Shu Yiyu continued. Upon hearing the suggestion of frequent visits to the home, Nan's knuckles began to crack ominously. This woman was undoubtedly provoking him. Nan unobtrusively positioned himself in front of the man, his thin lips pressed tightly together, a tempest of emotions brewing beneath his calm exterior, foretelling an impending storm. Shu Yiyu tugged at his wrist, resolutely intent on clarifying the situation. Nan, allow me. We can discuss it later. Yet he coldly thwarted her attempt. Desperate to explain, Shu Yiyu was left speechless. What invitation to your house? Nan glared at Shu Hai, his voice chillingly frosty. Do not misconstrue. He merely initiated a conversation. Shu Hai interjected with a grin. It's been a while since you visited me during the holidays. I've missed you dearly. Nan revealed no hint of restraint, exuding an air of fierce determination. Oh dear, he is upset. You, come protect me. Shu Hai pretended to be alarmed, dramatically covering her mouth. Shu Yiyu rolled her eyes, pulling the man closer to her side, unable to tolerate any further. Shu Hai. Then, turning swiftly to Nan, she declared, "This is my biological sister. We are family." What nonsense! I absolutely do not believe she is your sister. Nan retorted incredulously. Yes, family, Shu Yiyu affirmed earnestly. Shu Hai, the second of the Shu family. A female alpha who delights in masquerading as an omega and has spent a century ensnaring her younger brother into trouble. Throughout their childhood, Shu Yiyu had borne the brunt of her sister's mischief. Nan stood rigid, disbelief coursing through him as he reconfirmed. Sister? Biological sister? Indeed. A sister sharing the same father, she replied. Goodness! Nan exclaimed, aghast, standing helplessly to the side, ultimately seeking solace by clutching at the sleeve of Shu Yiyu. He felt as though he could not endure any longer. What had he just done? He had nearly contemplated committing fratricide against his future sister. Observing the rapid change in his complexion, from red to white, then pale to green, and finally back to red, Shu Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle. What is the matter? Why did you not disclose this sooner? Nan hissed in a low voice. Shu Yiyu scratched her cheek and blinked a couple of times. I wanted to say it, but you all kept interrupting me. He had been striving to explain, only to be thwarted repeatedly. It's all your fault. The irritable young master had no reason to reason. With nowhere to vent his frustrations, he delivered a swift kick to Shu Yiyu's calf, nearly toppling her over. Shu Hai could no longer contain her laughter, her voice brimming with delight. You are still as foolish as ever. Shu Yiyu straightened, pointed her shoe, and inhaled deeply. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall inform our elder brother. Shu Hai shot her a playful glance. You've become increasingly dull as you've grown. You were far more adorable as a child. Ha! Ha! Shu Yiyu awkwardly chuckled, lamenting that there was not a single sane person in the entire Shu household, himself included. And this is all you're doing. That cannot be blamed on me, she replied, glancing at Nan. The latter resigned himself. It is my fault. My sister's fault. She eats excessively and has nothing better to do. You, are you uttering such things in my establishment, hoping to get yourself slaughtered? Your establishment? She raised her head to take a look around. Shu Yiyu turned to glance at the sign above the door, where a few letters had twisted into shapes so distorted that they were nearly unrecognizable. However, she could vaguely discern the words, Blue Sea. Apologies. I truly did not pay attention at that moment. Shu Yiyu decided to check on her relatives and inquire about a discount. When will you be back? Yesterday. What a coincidence. Did you bring a gift for my brother? Huh. Look at these. Shu Yiyu gestured towards the gift bags on the counter. Shu Hai reached out, pulling her younger brother aside, their foreheads touching. Speak. Shu Yiyu feigned ignorance. Speak of what? Be careful, or I shall tear you apart. If she couldn't sense the underlying tension from that young man who seemed ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle, then her years of experience had indeed been in vain. What do you want to know? Shu Hai tightened her grip around the man's throat, threatening in a low voice. Speak quickly. Shu Yiyu casually pushed aside her sister's hold. Want to know? What do you think? Shu Hai raised an impatient eyebrow. Look, I'm giving all away. Shu Yiyu draped her arm around her sister's shoulder, pointing at me Nan with a bright smile. My wife, your sister-in-law, isn't she handsome? Chapter 38. A heart ablaze with passion in the private dining room number 1 of the East City Sichuan restaurant, Minan sat upright at the VIP table, breathing cautiously. His handsome face bore evident signs of anxiety and confusion. He stared unblinkingly at the black ceramic cup in front of him, not daring to glance at Shu Yiyu, who sat beside him. He could not fathom how a simple date had turned into an unexpected revelation of their relationship. Observing me, Nane silence. Shu Yiyu poured him a glass of water. What's wrong? Minan recalled the earlier tense atmosphere and felt embarrassment wash over him. He glanced sideways at Shu Yiyu, then quickly averted his gaze, his lips moving silently, barely audible. Nothing. Shu Yiyu smiled subtly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Minan pushed her away in mild annoyance, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Shu Yiyu's smile blossomed fully as he surveyed those seated nearby, saying, Allow me to introduce you. The man's eyes widened in surprise and delight before he composed himself, nodding seriously. Shu Yiyu gently squeezed his shoulder to encourage him to relax. Proceeding with the introductions, this is my second sister, Shu Hai, whom you've already met. This is my brother-in-law, Xiao Shi, my nephew, Shu Yiyu, and the twins, Shu Yiyu and Shu Yiyu. Upon hearing the names of the twins, Minan looked at Shu Yiyu, his lips pressing together, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Shu Yiyu shrugged in explanation. My father was determined to have an Omega, but in the end, not only did he get an Alpha, but he also ended up with 2. In a fit of frustration, he just picked names at random. I see. Your younger brothers are quite adorable. Minan, unsure of what else to say, could only offer a dry compliment. Shu Yiyu took his hand and placed it beneath the table, where Minan willingly clasped it in return. He was indeed nervous. Meeting the parents was something he had never dared to envision. And the twins sat next to Shu Yiyu, both curiously watching Minan. Brother, please quickly introduce who he is, Shu Yiyu urged, tugging at Shu Yiyu's sleeve with a hint of impatience. Minan turned his head, their gazes locking in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Yiyu solemnly declared, This is Minan, my beloved. Before the words fully escaped his lips, a sharp pain pierced his hand. Looking down, he saw Minan's fingernails embedding into his flesh. What is it? He inquired. Minan's eyes, dark and profound, remained silent yet brimming with emotion. He mulled over the term beloved, savoring it as it lingered on his tongue, filled with tenderness. His heart raced uncontrollably, warmth flooding his ears. He had not anticipated that Shu Yiyu would employ such a term to delineate their relationship. Emotions surged within him like molten lava, searing his chest with fervor. This infuriating man had an uncanny ability to evoke profound feelings within him at the most unexpected moments. Instinctively, Minan tightened his grip, feeling a mix of reluctance and helplessness. Since meeting him, he often found his tear ducts more readily activated. Just 2 simple words brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. Shu Hai cradled her chin in her hands, exuding an innocent charm. Who could have guessed she was an alpha? Though her social circle lay beyond the domestic realm, she was always well informed. Observing their casual interaction, she remarked, The surname Mi is quite rare in the capital. With a subtle smile, Shu Yiyu replied, It is indeed the Mi family you are thinking of. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shu Hai's eyes as she rested her chin on one hand. I didn't realize you were so formidable. You still fall short compared to me. The identity of Xiao Shi was truly explosive. After all, she had once risked her life to marry him. Shu Hai raised an eyebrow and resumed eating, aware that some matters were best left unspoken. Now that everyone is introduced, let's dine. Feel free to order anything else you desire, she called out. Shu Yiyu sensed the tension in Minan's posture, his thumb gently rubbing the space between their hands, offering silent comfort. Minan lowered his gaze, revealing a few red crescent marks, then delicately touched the spots where blood had begun to surface. He gently squeezed Shu Yiyu's fingers, their eyes meeting in a moment that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Shu Yiyu and Shu Yiyu were growing restless. At just 10 years old, these two cherubic twins, with exquisitely chiseled features, were bound to grow into handsome youths. Their resemblance to Shu Yiyu was striking, making it evident to any discerning eye that there was a familial connection. However, Shu Hai bore little resemblance to them, which led Minan to overlook this aspect initially, resulting in a significant misunderstanding. The twins were filled with curiosity about Minan, often stealing glances at him. In their small world, such beautiful beings were a rarity. And Nan undoubtedly stood out as the most captivating individual they had encountered. After much hesitation, Shu Yiyu finally grasped Shu Yiyu's sleeve and asked, "Brother, does beloved mean the same as boyfriend?" He was the younger sibling, and compared to his brother, Shu Yiyu was far more extroverted. Shu Yiyu seldom encountered twins, as they resided with Shu Hai, adhering to the family's customs. The elder brother leads the second leads the third, and the third leads the fourth, waiting for the older ones to grow before guiding the younger ones. Originally, Father Shu intended for the eldest to take charge, but considering his responsibilities with the family business, he handed the reins to the second. It is impossible to let them manage on their own. The irresponsible father merely gave life, never nurturing them. Indeed, is he an omega like the second brother-in-law? He is an alpha. Yet, the elder brother possesses such striking beauty. Shu Yiyu chuckled softly, rarely witnessing such brotherly affection, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "You have good taste. Brother, will you always be with him?" "Of course." "Oh, what a pity." Shu Yiyu tilted his head, casting a dangerous glance at Shu Yiyu. "If you break up, may I be with him?" Shu Yiyu's thoughts were simple. He desired to possess such a beautiful person. Shu Yiyu cast a disdainful glance at the oblivious Shu Yiyu, and in an instant, their brotherly bond dissipated. Coldly, he uttered two words, "Dream on." Although Shu Yiyu was young, children of the Shu family were precocious, adept at reading the room. "Second sister, fourth brother, is bullying me." Shu Hai, holding his chopsticks, "Serve food to Xiao Shi. Not scolding you is already lenient." Shu Yiyu returned to his seat, protesting. "As my guardian, you should stand up for me. He is also your guardian. Fourth brother is still a child. Third brother oversees him. Eat properly and talk less. I fear that by the time we return, only your brother will be left. Eat." Shu Yiyu deftly filled his younger brother's bowl with food. Isolated and helpless, Shu Yiyu ultimately chose to eat in silence, vowing internally to find someone even more beautiful than his brother in the future. This thought took root in the young Shu Yiyu's heart, gradually growing into a towering tree with the passage of time. He never forgot his childhood wish, yet he continuously encountered obstacles. Eventually, he fixated on discovering a charming, soft omega from the Mi family, whose mere touch would bring tears to the eyes. The patriarch of the Mi family nearly tore off the roof of the Shu family estate over this matter. Of course, that is a story for another time. Observing that Nan had hardly eaten, Shu Yiyu began to serve him, selecting some vegetables and fish. "Take your time. The dishes here are a bit spicy." "I can handle it. Can you not eat spicy food?" After all, today Shu Hai was hosting, and Xiao Shi was attentive to the needs of those around him. Hearing Shu Yiyu's comment, he inquired. Nan, seated directly opposite him, met his gentle smile with his gaze. The man had sharp features and stood tall, at least 180 centimeters, maintaining a rigid posture that betrayed no hint of being an omega. In contrast, Shu Hai appeared delicate and fragile, creating an amusing juxtaposition that almost led to a misunderstanding of their genders. "He was just joking. I can eat anything," Minan quickly clarified. "No waities. What do you like to eat? I can order more." Xiao Shi's voice was exceptionally gentle, each enunciation measured and unhurried, evoking a profound sense of comfort. "There is no need to trouble yourself. I can manage to eat." If you require anything, feel free to let me know. All right, brother Shao, you eat. I shall not trouble you. That simply will not do. You are the alpha of a you, and it is my duty to care for you. If you do not choose me, I shall take the liberty of selecting some dishes. Thank you, brother Shao. I can eat on my own. There is truly no need for such fuss. Nan, already flustered, stammered in his speech, overwhelmed by the situation. Do not mention it. It is only right. Shu Yiyu gently pressed down on the man's wrist, placing the deboned fish into his bowl. Eat with peace of mind. Ba, sha lo vi li, chimed in the youngest, Shu Yiyu. Xiaoshu held him close, observing how he fixated on Nan, and softly urged, call me brother. Goo, all right. Shu Yiyu, a male alpha merely 3 years of age, had his finger in his mouth, drooling a long string of saliva. Having never interacted with children before, Nan, aware of his own lack of amiability, forced a stiff smile. Hello. Goo, lovely, the child repeated. Thank you. You are quite beautiful as well. Nan realized he had stumbled upon a family of aesthetic enthusiasts. Never had he been more grateful to Madame Mu Wan for bestowing upon him a visage so striking it could incite ire among the gods. When Shu Yiyu was pleased, he began nibbling on his finger, gazing hungrily at Nan. Left with no choice, Nan could only return a foolish grin to the child. Xiaoshu, unable to bear it any longer, warned the little one. You must not stare at others. It is impolite. Okay, lovely. That is still not permissible. All right then. And you cannot eat your finger. Xiaoshu withdrew his hand, yet the little one, undeterred, promptly shoved it back into his mouth. Wearing an expression of triumph that was utterly adorable, Xiaoshu, not at all annoyed, handed him a tissue to wipe away the drool, and then passed the little one over to Shu Hai. Shu Yiyu cast a tearful glance at his father, his face etched with betrayal. Xiaoshu offered him no acknowledgement. Consequently, Shu Yiyu curled up in Shu Hai's lap, visibly losing the vivacity he had just exhibited. Feeling a hand resting atop his head, he looked up to meet his mother's bemused gaze, promptly removing his finger from his mouth and sitting up straight. Shu Hai's expression remained unchanged as she spoke in a calm tone. You must listen to your father. Otherwise, you shall face your mother. Understood, mother. Satisfied that her son had complied, Shu Hai turned to Xiaoshu, her face radiating a desire for praise. Xiaoshu played along, adopting a tone entirely different from that used with the others, filled with tenderness. Well done. Nan, though inexplicably inundated with their affectionate display, could not suppress a swell of envy. Chapter 39. From now on, we are family. Although Shu Hai was the host of the gathering, her words were few, with Xiaoshu predominantly enlivening the atmosphere. Through this, one could glean a glimpse of his character, which was not as gentle as it appeared. In fact, it could be described as somewhat aloof. Occasionally, when he lifted his gaze, warmth would only surface when directed toward Xiaoshu. When we arrived at the scene, it was only after he removed his makeup that we discovered the Omega was actually an alpha in disguise, much like Second Sister. Shu Yiyu remarked in disbelief. In the next moment, a chicken bone struck her squarely on the forehead, leaving a red mark. Shu Yiyu, unfazed, touched her forehead and gazed longingly at Xiaoshu. Do not bully my brother. He bullied me first, retorted Shu Hai. All right, when we get home, you'll have to rewrite the family rules 10 times. That sounds reasonable. Shu Hai replied, beaming with a sweetness that belied his alpha nature, exuding a fresh, delightful charm. Shu Yiyu slumped her shoulders, devoid of energy. Shu Yiyu affectionately patted her brother's head, feeling helpless. After all, it was Xiaoshu who called the shots at home. Nan was quite curious about this pair and occasionally stole glances at them. He was taken aback to learn that Xiaoshu was a police officer, but considering the man's demeanor, it seemed fitting. During the meal, he shared amusing anecdotes from his duties, his humor engaging the atmosphere and preventing any awkward silences. Not only did the children enjoy it, but Nan listened with rapt attention, his earlier tension gradually dissipating. Their social circle had never lacked for exceptional omegas, gentle, lively, charmingly articulate, and varied in nature. Yet, encountering an omega as down-to-earth as Xiaoshu was a first. The subtleties of his upbringing were evident. His every gesture exuded the refinement of nobility, while he remained modest and serene, much like those around him. The server returned twice with new dishes, balancing sweet and savory flavors with meticulous thoughtfulness, avoiding any ostentation. The selections were common yet delicious, and special treats were ordered for the little ones, covering all bases. As the atmosphere at the dining table warmed, Minan began to relax. Having mingled with the elite since childhood, he was at ease in such settings. His earlier nervousness was merely due to the unexpectedness of the situation. A glance at Shu Yiyu, who was diligently serving him, and then at the twins beside him, who seemed to be eating as if in a brawl, piqued his curiosity about their family dynamics. This topic, once broached, opened the floodgates for Shu Hai's chatter. Minan finally discerned which Shu was associated with Shu Yiyu. The true scion of heaven had been right beside him, and he was completely unaware who was Shu Changji, the marshal of the 1st Military District, and Luo Yi, the commander of the 1st Military District. It was no wonder he hadn't recalled them immediately. These two were exceedingly low profile. Minan had only seen interviews with them on television, and due to the sensitivity surrounding their identities, people seldom mentioned them in private. Thus, while many were aware of the Shu family in the capital, few had actually encountered them. The only member Minan recognized was Shu Hang, the rising star in the business world, whom he had met once at a banquet. In recent years, the family business had flourished under his leadership, slowly unveiling the family's enigmatic facade. As for the others, they had rarely made public appearances, so when Minan first heard Shu Yiyu's name, he had never considered the possibility of her belonging to such a distinguished lineage. He never anticipated that the person he was romantically involved with would turn out to be the son of a marshal. The unexpected revelations of that day were simply overwhelming, leaving him utterly confounded. After the meal, Shu Yi unceremoniously accompanied Shu Hai to the store to casually swipe the pajamas they had previously agreed upon. Shu Hai regarded her as somewhat unreliable, yet the items in the store were undeniably trustworthy. Among the 100 or so blue SEA stores nationwide, there was but one designer, Xiao Shi. Being a police officer was his profession, while design was merely a hobby. Talented individuals often exude an enviable capriciousness. The couple had initially sought to earn a bit of pocket money out of boredom, yet they unexpectedly became a global sensation. Observing Shu Yi's audacious actions, Minan prepared to discreetly settle the bill at the counter, only to be stopped by Xiao Shi's hand. Since it was their first meeting and he hadn't prepared anything, he considered these items as small gifts, not particularly valuable, and encouraged Minan to select a few more if he wished. Minan glanced at the price tags in his hand. Even the most casual item was priced in the tens of thousands, rendering this small gift quite burdensome. However, recognizing the sincerity behind the gesture, he felt reluctant to decline entirely. After some contemplation, he replied, "There's no need for so many. One will suffice, and I shall settle the rest by order." "Xiaonan, may I call you Xiaonan?" "Of course. Let us not be so formal. We are, after all, destined to be family." Minan looked at Xiao Shi, increasingly impressed by this brother-in-law. How could someone speak so melodiously? For some inexplicable reason, he felt a bit flustered and touched his ear, discovering it was once again uncomfortably warm. "Thank you." Xiao Shi gently patted Minan's arm, saying, "No need for thanks." Unbeknownst to Shu Yi, a small episode had transpired with Minan, who was eager to take home one of every style available. Ultimately, after a hasty sweep of various items, he left feeling quite satisfied. After bidding farewell to Shu Hai and his wife, Shu Yi placed their purchases in the car before the movie had even begun. The two strolled leisurely through E-City, treating it as a post-meal digest. As they walked, Minan scrutinized Shu Yi closely. To be honest, he was undeniably handsome, with a physique that was truly exceptional. Yet, that nonchalant demeanor bore no trace of the marshal's resolute and courageous spirit. "What are you doing?" Shu Yi asked, tilting his head, having noticed Minan's gaze lingering. "Are you really Marshal Shu's son?" "Yes. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "They aren't important." Minan was left utterly speechless. How could they not be important? What could possibly be more significant? Shu Yi reflected on the stern faces of his two fathers, one strict and the other even more so. With a light scoff, he remarked, "Just two deadbeat dads. Famous figures, pillars of the nation, the light of the people." Shu Yi acknowledged their professional achievements. Indeed, They possessed some talent. However, this did not alter the fact that they were, in fact, deadbeat fathers. Mina responded, "You actually look disdainful." Disdainful? They brought me into this world without a proper name, and they remain unredeemed as deadbeat dads. Mina chuckled at the names of his several brothers. They must be exceedingly busy serving the people. I can fully understand. Shu Yiyu cast a cool glance at Mina, his face radiating innocence, and languidly declared, "They certainly weren't busy when they were having children." Mina was momentarily at a loss for words. How does one even respond to that? A master of time management? Not quite fitting. Mina could only awkwardly wave his hand, declaring, "These matters are trivial." Shu Yiyu, indifferent, replied, "It's nothing. Don't let them intimidate you. They are merely two ordinary individuals. Not at all ordinary. They lack any extraordinary abilities. I don't care. Shu Yiyu, what should I do if I feel a bit elated?" Shu Yiyu shook his head and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not become too buoyant. Their glory belongs to them. Why is your mindset so upright? The old man ingrained in us from a young age the notion not to overthink. What they possess ultimately belongs to them, and what we desire must be earned through our own efforts." Mina nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely." Reflecting on the man's future accomplishments, Shu Yiyu could not help but express, "Thus you must grant me a little time to ascend gradually." Mina, with one hand in his pocket, exuded unrestrained confidence and audacity. "You need not worry about that. I am exceedingly wealthy and adept at making money." Shu Yiyu could not suppress a smile. Indeed, he was quite skilled at generating wealth. "Does that not place considerable pressure upon me?" "What pressure could you possibly face? Just swipe my card. Are you going to support me?" Mina halted, his eyes sparkling with extraordinary brightness, a smile slowly blossoming at the corners of his lips. "Why not? I would gladly offer you everything I possess, provided you remain by my side and do not wander off." Chapter 40. The heart thief. Shu Yiyu's hand, resting on Mina's shoulder, gradually fell away. Fingers intertwined, gazes ignited with fervor. Memories of a past life resurfaced, where he likely harbored similar sentiments. Driven by the desire to be together eternally, he meticulously arranged every detail. Through the seasons, from head to toe, every trivial matter was accounted for. Even after leaving school, the home they shared was furnished by Mina, tailored entirely to Shu Yiyu's preferences, and inscribed with his name. Previously, he had deemed the man foolish for pouring his heart into a relationship devoid of a clear outcome, even extending financial support. Now, he realized that this was a unique form of possession exclusive to men. What he once scorned was now fervently sought after. Shu Yiyu's hand brushed against the corners of Mina's eyes, causing the man's lashes to flutter, delicately grazing his fingertips like feathers against his heart, igniting a tingling sensation that surged from his spine to his mind. He yearned to kiss him passionately, to witness the man's tear-filled eyes glistening with emotion. Shu Yiyu's gaze fell upon Mina's lips, and his heartbeat quickened. The atmosphere thickened with an air of intimacy. Just as Mina opened his mouth to speak, Shu Yiyu pulled him into the adjacent stairwell. Darkness enveloped them, and a sense of dampness spread. Yielding to the moment, he clutched the man's clothing, balancing restraint with fervor. Shu Yiyu's kiss was fierce, a tangled embrace filled with yearning. He permitted no retreat, igniting a scorching fire between them. After a prolonged moment, their foreheads met, legs intertwined. Mina experienced a fleeting sensation of weakness in his limbs. Shu Yiyu's voice, husky with emotion, declared, "I am utterly serious. I never joke about such matters. Shall we continue?" Mina bit his lip, stifling a pained smile. "Be cautious outside." Shu Yiyu lowered his head and nuzzled against him, a wave of heat surging within. He longed to consummate their desires on the spot. The thought of the nightgown in the car made his yearning even more unbearable. Tonight he must try it. "All right, let us go." Mina nudged the man, still resting upon him. Shu Yiyu urged him to step outside once more. The film was set to commence in half an hour, allowing them ample time to explore. Surveying their surroundings, he noticed a throng of people not far ahead, gathered around a claw machine. "How about a chance to showcase your skills?" he suggested. Mina retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Let us catch a doll." Shu Yiyu pointed towards a row of self-service claw machines beside the cinema. reminiscing about how long it had been since he last played and expressing a desire to try his luck again. Following his gaze, Min observed the machines. But instead of the dolls, he noticed only a multitude of young and attractive omegas. He coolly remarked, "Are you interested in catching a doll? Or are you more captivated by the omegas?" Shu Yiyu was taken aback by this unexpected display of jealousy. He playfully tugged at Min's unruly hair, which only quivered slightly without being subdued, mirroring his owner's silly demeanor. Min leaned back to evade him, exclaiming, "Don't mess up my hairstyle." There's a rogue strand. Meanwhile, Shu Yiyu, ever the vain one, picked up his phone to take a picture, and after scrutinizing his reflection, he carefully tucked the rebellious hair back into place. After a few attempts, he inquired, "What do you think?" Shu Yiyu nodded affirmatively. "Handsome." As they conversed, the crowd around the claw machine began to disperse, prompting Min to grin broadly. "Let us go catch a doll. It's on me. Do you even know how to play?" he asked, revealing that he had never engaged in such an activity. Shu Yiyu gestured towards the QR code, explaining, "Just scan to pay." Min obediently approached, asking, "How much?" 20, came the reply. "Are you insulting me? How many do you intend to catch?" 2,000, he jested. "The most expensive is 5. How long do you plan to keep at it?" "Fine then. Hand me a basket." Min promptly scanned for 200, resulting in a cascade of coins spilling from the machine. "1/2 each," Shu Yiyu said, taking a share. "Which one do you fancy? I'll catch it for you." "The pig," he replied, noting its soft, pastel pink hue that bore a resemblance to Min in his eyes. "What sort of taste is that? Adorably cute?" Shu Yiyu teased. "How do you operate this thing?" "This young master is a novice in such places," Min confessed. Shu Yiyu stepped beside him to demonstrate. "Insert the coin here, maneuver the joystick, find the right position, then press the confirm button." As Min watched the claw descend, it initially grasped the plump pig perfectly, but then, in mid-air, it wobbled and ultimately dropped it. "Is this claw rigged? I clearly saw it loosen its grip," he exclaimed, trying to remain upbeat. "Let me give it a go." With sleeves rolled up, the young master earnestly began his analysis. Shu Yiyu merely felt a twinge of impatience, casually tossing in a few coins without much expectation, aware that the success rate here was notably low. Meanwhile, Min was fully engrossed in the machine, meticulously repeating the sequence of inserting coins and pressing buttons, only to face the same disappointing outcome repeatedly, which drove him to the brink of frustration. After yet another failure, he could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, does this thing even have a success rate?" Just then, 2 distant omegas exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, I got it! I got it!" Their synchronized joy elicited a laugh from Shu Yiyu. Min, however, was undeterred. "Damn it, I refuse to believe in such luck. It's merely a matter of probability. A 1T let it get to me. No way. Why can they succeed, but I cannot?" Min retrieved the coins once more, tossing them into the machine with utmost concentration, inching forward with swift precision. As the piglet teetered at the edge of the opening, it was abruptly thwarted by the barrier and sent tumbling back. Min clenched his fists, the veins at his temples pulsing, his lips pressed tightly together. "Damn it!" He pressed on. Shu Yiyu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued to fish for the elusive prize, eventually managing to pull one out. He handed it over to Min, saying, "Here you go." Though one of the coin slots was empty, the man with empty hands received the star-shaped prize. His expression one of deep frustration. "What am I doing wrong?" Min responded, offering him the remaining coins. "It's merely a matter of luck." "How incredibly unfortunate am I?" "Just a bit." "Damn it. Shall we continue?" "Of course." 5 minutes later, a certain someone with empty hands and an equally empty basket quietly retrieved his phone. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Help me find out which company operates the claw machine outside the 5th floor of E-City. I want all the information in an hour." Shu Yiyu, with one hand in his pocket and a playful touch on his nose, stifled a laugh. "The movie is about to start. Shall we head in?" Min cast him a stern glance, striding purposefully towards the cinema. Noticing that those around them were holding drinks, Shu Yiyu inquired, "Would you like something to drink?" Min turned back. "Do you want something? I can buy it. I could go. How about I get you a cup of herbal tea to cool you down?" "Damn it." Min shot an elbow towards his chest. "Ming da. That sickly sweet concoction is only favored by omegas." "Coffee? That works." Shu Yiyu confirmed his order, Mocha with skim milk. No ice, no sugar. TSK. Have you been stealing my information through some underhanded means? Initially, Minun suspected that someone had divulged his details upon discovering Shu Yi's identity, leading him to think in a rather twisted manner. That's illegal. Oh, you look like a rogue beyond the law. A heart thief? You can play along with that? Shu Yi tilted his head, his words laced with affection. Those little thoughts of yours. Minun chuckled. Is it cold? I only heard Zhang Yang's corny jokes. Cold. Shu Yi handed over the prepared coffee, producing the tickets he had retrieved earlier. Screen 6 is over here. Let us go. As Minun followed Shu Yi, it was, to be honest, his first time watching a movie outside. It wasn't that the young master was sheltered from the world. Rather, with so many stars in his family, he was often followed when he went out as a child. Without bodyguards, his family would worry, leading to the safest outcome, staying indoors. After enduring to reach college where he could enjoy some freedom, the young master had missed out on too much joy. Watch your step. The lights in the screening room had already dimmed, and advertisements flickered on the screen. Minun, slightly night-blind, struggled to see clearly and had to slow his pace. Just as he halted, Shu Yi took hold of his hand. The man exuded a subtle scent of lemon, reminiscent of his pheromones. The two drew closer. Shu Yi whispered softly by Minun's ear, I'll guide you. Minun softly acknowledged with a hum, gripping the man's hand tightly in the darkness. Chapter 41. Who understands this heartbreak? The E-City Cinema boasts the largest giant screen in the capital, featuring a naked-eye 20D surround experience and a 120-channel stereo sound system, offering a truly immersive viewing experience. Shu Yiyu, having purchased VIP tickets, settled into the couple's seats on the second level of the theater. The two of them maneuvered through the crowd, stopping intermittently before finally locating their designated seats, V6 and V7, on a shell-shaped, dark red leather sofa, spacious and comfortable, with a small table in front for their belongings. Yinan placed his coffee on the table, scanning the room filled with a sea of heads. Leaning in, he whispered to Shu Yiyu, Is this film really that popular? She replied with a simple shake of her head. Did you not check the cast list? No, he admitted with honesty. There is a plethora of stars at home. It's hardly surprising. Besides, did he truly come out just to watch a movie? What is there to see? It primarily promotes a romantic atmosphere. Shu Yiyu handed him the ticket stub, and Yinan illuminated his phone screen to catch a glimpse. There, he saw a strikingly handsome man, only half of his sharply defined profile visible, with squinted eyes reflecting a melancholic and desperate expression, gazing into the distance. Yinan raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue in realization. So it's this rascal. Bai Chun, his younger brother, an Omega, was the legendary acclaimed film star. He recalled hearing about the premiere of a film his brother had shot, but had not given it much thought until now, this very day. Shu Yiyu tucked the ticket away and nodded towards the audience below, smiling. Your brother is quite the crowd puller. They are all here for him. Yinan reclined lazily against the sofa. Well, he is an actor of considerable renown. Not just that, I just saw the promotional material. Yes, right here today. And there will be an Easter egg at the end. You seem well informed. Shu Yiyu smiled. I know quite a bit about you. As their whispers faded, the advertisements concluded. The screen suddenly darkened, and the theater gradually fell into silence. Despite Yinan's nonchalance, he found himself fully engrossed in the film once it began to play. After all, he was supporting his own brother, and it was only fitting to give him some face. Shu Yiyu rubbed her empty palms together, reaching out in the darkness to grasp his hand and pulling it onto her lap, feeling reassured enough to focus on the movie. If one were to discuss the storyline of the game adaptation, it was devoid of any substantial plot, merely revolving around themes of individual heroism. However, it must be acknowledged that the visuals were strikingly vibrant and captivating, with action sequences that were utterly exhilarating and the special effects remarkably realistic. The story progressed swiftly, with a series of escalating climaxes that ignited the audience, providing ample stimulation. The character portrayed by Bai Chun was imbued with a tragic essence from the very beginning. A hero could never truly belong to one person. In the end, the protagonist sacrificed his personal desires for the sake of those so-called noble ideals. Heroes always find themselves in such a predicament, honoring everyone except for the one who silently stands by their side, offering unconditional love and unwavering support. The scene ultimately freezes on the desolate faces of the two, each occupying one side of the frame. Though separated by distance, they gaze longingly towards each other's whereabouts, silently yearning. With an expressionless face, Minen clenches the man's hand, deeming the film to be utter nonsense. The two lovers harbor no contradictions, and nothing significant transpires. All for some inexplicable heroism that compels them to part ways. It's a plot seemingly crafted by a toddler's imagination. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes. Pulling Shu Yiyu closer and whispering, "This deserves a scathing review." Shu Yiyu, propping himself on his chair, looks on in confusion. What's wrong? Although the storyline is utterly fragmented, the visual effects are commendable, and Minyu's striking appearance is undeniably captivating. Minen is indifferent. He finds the ending utterly revolting. The director must be lacking in common sense. Such as, I simply detest this conclusion. Shu Yiyu, understanding Minen's nature, realizes he would indeed disfavor such a separation. If it were him, he would undoubtedly find a solution that pleases both parties. The hero triumphs, and the beauty is embraced. It is curious, however, that this man, who has been steeped in the complexities of relationships since childhood, remains naively pure when it comes to love. All right, I shall give him a poor review. Well, Minchin deserves some praise indeed. Reflecting on the slow-motion scene by the seaside, Shu Yiyu genuinely compliments. It was truly impressive. The final frames were breathtaking. Upon hearing Shu Yiyu praise Minchin's looks, Minen feels a pang of jealousy. Gripping his fingers tightly, he warns fiercely, "Do not speak well of other men in my presence. Not even if he is your own brother." Shu Yiyu, caught off guard by the sudden grip, grimaces in pain. "I was merely complimenting you indirectly. Minchin resembles you quite a bit. That is still unacceptable." Minen turns to gaze, his eyes shimmering under the interplay of light and shadow. An enchanting sight that stirs the heart. Shu Yiyu momentarily loses himself in the man's allure, reaching out to caress his ethereal profile. Leaning in to whisper almost against his lips, "You're the most handsome," before sealing their lips together, consuming all. The shell chair serves its purpose well, providing a veil as they indulge in a passionate kiss in the darkness. Minen closes his eyes, his senses heightened, overwhelmed by a medley of delicate sounds. His heart hovers at the brink of his throat, utterly unable to resist the allure of this forbidden thrill. It is not until the lights rise at the end of the film that Shu Yiyu reluctantly pulls away, wiping the traces from the man's lips. Minen turns, burying his face in the sofa backrest, propping his legs to conceal any unusualness, awaiting his gradual recovery. As the credits roll, the lights remain dimmed, and the audience remains seated, undisturbed. A figure slowly descends before the large screen, accompanied by a beam of white light, met with waves of applause from the crowd. "Hello everyone, I am Minchin. Thank you all for watching." Minen straightens at the sight of his brother's grand entrance, pondering, is this a bit too extravagant? I hope it doesn't backfire. He'll be down soon. There's nothing to worry about. I'm not worried about him. On stage, Miyu is introducing today's surprise. We will be selecting 10 fortunate audience members who will not only receive carefully prepared small gifts, but also my personally signed photographs. A wave of excitement erupts from the crowd, with screams echoing throughout. Mi-chan possesses considerable charisma, expertly managing the atmosphere. The audience responds enthusiastically, cheering when he invites them to and falling silent at his behest. As he descends from the elevator, a lottery table has mysteriously appeared in front of the stage, showcasing today's movie ticket stubs under a transparent square cover. Let me check the first seat number: 58, the second, 109, the third, 608, and finally, the VIP couple seats, V6 and V7. When Shu Yi hears the numbers, she is momentarily bewildered, glancing curiously to the side. Unfortunately, she locks eyes with Minan, who wears a rather grim expression. "What's the matter?" "V6 and V7, the man monotonously repeats. "Yes, that's us. I wonder who it is." Minan rolls his eyes and points to the top of the shell-shaped sofa. "Look closely." Shu Yi lifts her gaze, and to her astonishment, she realizes that V6 and V7 belong to them. Minan lets out a deep sigh, feeling that his romantic journey is fraught with obstacles. On their first date, they were interrupted by family. What are the odds? Chapter 42. The moment has finally come. Shu Yiyu glances down towards the exit, which is at least 100 meters away. Moreover, they are seated on the second floor, meaning they will have to navigate the central staircase, drawing attention to themselves in the process. She gently rests her hand on me, Nan's shoulder, deciding to inquire, "What should we do?" "What do you mean? Are we going or not?" Min shrugs indifferently. "It's up to you." Shu Yiyu leans closer. "I'm following your lead. Didn't you say he is handsome? Here's your chance, not only for an autograph, but also for a photo together." "Not as handsome as you," he retorts. Puffed. Shu Yiyu gazes at the man with his arms crossed and playfully pokes his side, whispering in his ear, "I prefer your autograph, especially if you write it on my skin." Min pushes her face away. "You just can't stop talking. If you want to go, then go. I'll follow your lead." Shu Yiyu takes advantage of the dim light to inch closer to him, her tone earnest. If possible, he certainly wishes to meet them. After all, he is not familiar with Nan's family from his previous life. Nan, unable to shake her off, allows her to cling to him, propping his elbow on the sofa and crossing his legs, gently swaying the tips of his shoes. In truth, meeting them is not a concern. Watching a movie together raises no suspicion, and being secretive would only reveal his own insecurities. Furthermore, with Michen's intelligence, akin to a decorative fighter jet, even if they held hands in front of him, he would likely conclude that they simply share a close relationship. Min stands, beckoning to her, "Come. Let us go get the film Emperor's autograph." A faint smile blossoms on Shu Yiyu's face as her voice brightens. "Sure." The two do not walk side by side, but rather one in front of the other as they descend. The audience members whose numbers have been called have long since taken their places, forming an orderly line, patiently awaiting the chance to capture a photo with their idol. Michen glanced around and realized one person was missing. After confirming the seat numbers V6 and V7, he raised the microphone and inquired toward the audience. "Are the guests in V6 and V7 still present? We've been waiting for you." He added playfully, "If you're here, could you please wave at me?" With one hand in his pocket, Min casually cast a glance at the people on stage and raised his hand nonchalantly. "I'm here." It turned out he had already arrived, and Mi-chun, with a strange expression, stared at the man approaching him. After rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm it was indeed his brother, he gasped in astonishment, momentarily losing his professional smile. He nearly leapt up, spun around, and shouted in excitement, "My brother has come to see my movie. Oh my goodness, this is unprecedented." He felt an overwhelming urge to preserve this moment on video as a cherished keepsake once the event concluded. As Min reached his side, Mi-chun instinctively vacated the central position for him. Gazing at his brother's strikingly handsome face, his excitement intensified. He longed to share the exhilarating news in their family group chat, certain it would evoke envy among his siblings. Min, casting a nonchalant glance at the silently contemplative Mi-chun, reminded him, "Aren't we starting?" Realizing his oversight, Mi-chun composed himself and rearranged his expression. Determined not to embarrass his brother, he promptly seized the microphone and, with a lively tone, energized the atmosphere. "Thank you all for being here. There is no limit on photos, but let us not take too long to avoid delaying the next guest." By the time Shu Yiyu and Min returned home, it was already past midnight. Given the lengthy duration of the sci-fi film and the additional time spent on photographs, Min collapsed onto the sofa, too weary to move. Shu Yiyu placed the gift bag from Shu Hai down and approached, gently stroking Nan's hair. Noticing his lack of spirit, she inquired, "Are you going to sleep?" Min turned over, lying on his back and gazing listlessly at the ceiling light, responding weakly, "I'm okay." "Then why the long face?" "I'm still bothered by the film's ending," he admitted, feeling a lingering dissatisfaction. "But that's all in the past. It doesn't feel that way." Shu Yiyu settled beside him, resting his head on her lap. "What should we do?" Rather than merely being upset about the film, Min grappled with a deeper unease within himself. He despised making choices. If both options held equal significance, why not possess both? "Would you leave me for some inexplicable reason?" "I would never leave you for any reason," she assured him. Min placed his hand on his forehead, his expression neutral, yet his tone resolute. "I feel the same way." Shu Yiyu squeezed his fingertips gently. It's just a movie. Don't take it too seriously. Min lifted his gaze to meet Shu Yiyu's eyes. His jawline was smooth and sharp, embodying both strength and gentleness, much like his character. Although he always spoke with a cool detachment, he possessed his own convictions and stubbornness. Min traced his finger back and forth, pondering unspoken words and inevitable choices that lay ahead. He suddenly feared that the questions he might ask would not yield the answers he desired, ultimately opting for silence. Shu Yiyu's fingers danced around the man's hair, observing his somewhat subdued demeanor. She chose not to press further, but instead shifted the conversation, asking, "Are you hungry? I could prepare something for you. I still have some dumplings left from yesterday. You could take a shower first, and by the time you're done, they'll be ready. I do like the pork and cabbage ones. Is it possible to enjoy a drink today?" A barely perceptible lift of her brow indicated that this was precisely what he desired. "Of course, I happen to have a bottle of fine wine on hand." He retreated to his room to retrieve the wine Shu Yiyu had gifted him previously, which was fortuitously suitable for the occasion. "How about this one?" Min glanced at the bottle he handed over, noting it was a Bacchus Tyler, rich yet smooth, with a sweet aroma. With a hint of suspicion, he looked up at him. "Why are you being so generous today?" Shu Yiyu replied with utmost sincerity, "I'm simply happy. Besides, I hope to engage in some even more delightful activities later." Min, feeling truly pleased today, dismissed any doubts and eagerly exclaimed, "Don't touch the wine. Wait for me to finish my shower first." "All right, put on your slippers." The barefooted individual dashed back to fetch his slippers, placing the gift bag atop the bed as he passed. He glanced back at the man busily working in the kitchen, paused for a moment to contemplate, and casually took a piece from within, muttering to himself, "That dog of a man." When Shu Yiyu finished cooking the dumplings, Min had just completed a shower. They stood at opposite doorways, their eyes unexpectedly meeting, and an electric connection sparked between them. Shu Yiyu gazed at the extraordinarily alluring man, unable to suppress a gulp. Min's hair was still damp, droplets cascading down his forehead, tracing along his jawline, and disappearing into the depths of his neck. He wore a wine-red silk robe, accentuating his form as if he were glowing. The loosely tied belt revealed a generous expanse of pale skin, and as he walked, the hem of his robe floated gracefully, exuding an aura of boundless charm. "Damn," Shu Yiyu thought for the first time, unable to restrain an expletive in her mind. What a seductive sprite. Chapter 43. A glass of trouble me, and splayed his fingers, pushing aside the tousled hair that had fallen across his forehead, casually sweeping it back. As if oblivious to Shu Yiyu's intense gaze, he approached the table and pulled out a chair. His robe parted slightly with emotion, barely clinging to his shoulders, which he paid little mind. His long, slender legs crossed elegantly beneath him, the dark red fabric draping in a way that hinted at the depths of unspoken allure. Shu Yiyu's fingers curled around the plate she held, suddenly feeling an unusual thirst. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she moved closer to place the dumplings beside him. "Do you need any dipping sauce?" "No, thank you." Min lifted his misty, alluring eyes, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he regarded her. Leaning back in his chair, his hand propped against the backrest, his collar slipped down his arm, exposing his exquisitely defined collarbone that curved delicately into his shoulders, creating a captivating indentation. He was a striking figure caught between youth and manhood, his proportions impeccable, muscles subtly defined, radiating strength. Yet, there remained a hint of youthful innocence about his face, clean and uncomplicated, coalescing into a uniquely captivating aura. Shu Yiyu's gaze fell upon his pale chest, a veil of desire clouding her eyes, as her throat involuntarily tightened, the silent allure proving utterly irresistible. With a fleeting motion, she ground her fingertips and took a seat beside him, uncorking a bottle of red wine and pouring 2 glasses, which she subsequently handed to the man. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Give it a try." Inan did not resist. He reached for the glass, inhaling the rich, intoxicating aroma. Even before tasting, he felt a slight intoxication enveloping him. Shu Yiyu's gaze was firmly fixed upon him as she licked her lips, toasting him with her glass. Yet, her thirst remained unabated. intensifying with each passing moment, prompting her to pour herself another glass. "Why are you drinking so quickly?" he inquired. "Thirsty," she replied simply. "This wine has a high alcohol content. You're bound to get drunk if you keep this up." Shu Yiyu nodded, her neck taut, realizing that after 2 hurried glasses, she was already experiencing a mild dizziness. Yinan, who typically enjoyed wine, took a sip and found it delightful, raising his glass to admire the liquid's clarity under the light. He turned to her and asked, "Where did you acquire this?" Shu Yiyu, caught off guard, stared at him blankly. Noticing her flushed face, Yinan expressed his surprise. "You can't possibly be a lightweight?" Unprepared for the wine's potency, Shu Yiyu felt a warm sensation spreading within her. Her vision slightly blurred as if shrouded in a thin mist. She rubbed her eyes in discomfort and replied, somewhat muffled, "I hardly drink." To be precise, in her previous life, she had indulged frequently, yet in this life, she had never tasted alcohol. Living in the military had afforded her no opportunities to encounter wine, and she had completely forgotten about this aspect of her past, mistakenly believing herself to be the same heavy drinker she once was. Now, her unaccustomed body could not withstand the effects of alcohol. Yinan, amused, glanced at the bottle and noted its considerable alcohol content, around 46 proof. After placing the bottle back, he playfully brushed his fingers against Shu Yiyu's cheek, teasing, "You're quite the lightweight, aren't you? 1 glass and you're done?" Shu Yiyu pressed her temples, adamantly denying it. "No, I'm still very much sober." "Really?" he replied, observing her glazed expression. "I mean it," she insisted, though her once clear thoughts had turned to mush, and the buzzing in her ears made his voice sound distant and ethereal. Yinan playfully poked her cheek with a finger, his tone mocking. "Sure, keep telling yourself that." Shu Yiyu had never been drunk in front of others. Every instance of her drunkenness had been a solitary affair, leaving her unaware of her behavior under the influence. Under normal circumstances, she would dismiss such comments from him, but today felt different. Determined to express her displeasure, she pouted, shifted her legs aside, and pulled Yinan closer, dragging both him and his chair to her side. She then shoved her glass toward him, firmly stating, "Drink up. Let us both get drunk together." Intrigued by this new side of Shu Yiyu, Yinan decided to tease her further. "If you insist I drink 1 tea that make me lose face, what do you want then? You ought to do something interesting to amuse me." Shu Yiyu, suddenly enlightened, nodded earnestly. "You're right." She raised her glass, downing its contents in one swift motion, then leaned in, capturing his lips with hers. The red wine, too late to be swallowed, splattered across the fabric, blooming into crimson flowers. Despite the haze of inebriation, Shu Yiyu's heart remained undiminished, her laughter abundant. "How delightful this drinking is." Yinan wiped his mouth, feeling that this man, inebriated, was merely taking advantage of the situation. "Is it your joy or mine?" Shu Yiyu playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, giggling. It is you. Your eyes beckon me to act thus." "Did I instruct you to do so?" Yinan retorted. It seemed Shu Yiyu was genuinely tipsy, gazing at Yinan as if he had multiplied into several figures. Her slurred speech became uncharacteristic, soft, and sweetly playful. "It is indeed you." Yinan was almost amused to the point of exasperation. "Can I possibly outdo your flamboyant tricks?" "Not a chance. Pray, tell me where you acquired such fanciful antics." "You taught me." "Impossible. It was you." Yinan scoffed disdainfully. "I have never engaged in such behavior." Shu Yiyu tilted her head, her inebriated gaze clouded with confusion. Surely, it was he who had imparted this knowledge. Why now deny it? "It is you." Yinan gritted his teeth and cursed. "Nonsense." Shu Yiyu felt a pang of injustice at his rebuke. "It was you all along. Why scold me?" Yinan ran his fingers through his hair, exasperated by her drunken state. "Do you even recognize who I am?" Shu Yiyu, lifting his heavy eyelids to meet the man's gaze, certainly knew who he was. Yet his muddled consciousness rendered it difficult to discern whether this was the present Yinan or the past. After a long, silent stare, he gazed dreamily at this familiar yet strange face, the name etched deep within his soul spilling forth. Yinan. Yinan, having waited impatiently for a response, was on the verge of delivering a couple of punches in frustration. He snorted through his nostrils. "Well, you still recognize me. Shu Yiyu's breath hitched. I would never mistake you. So certain? Indeed. Fractured memories began to coalesce. Shu Yiyu pressed his forehead and shook his head vigorously, striving to maintain clarity. He remembered. He had been reborn. But Yinan had not. He was dead. Those deliberately forgotten memories surged forth, causing Shu Yiyu's heart to tighten painfully, rendering him breathless. The familiar sensation of suffocation enveloped him, panic setting in, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Habitually searching for more alcohol, he grabbed the unfinished bottle nearby and raised it to his lips, but before he could take more than a couple of swigs, Yinan snatched it away. The man glared at him disapprovingly. Are you out of your mind? Shu Yiyu did not meet his gaze, watching the liquid trickle through his palm. Struggling to speak, I still wish to drink. He desperately needed the alcohol to numb himself, for only then could he escape the pain. Yinan flatly refused. You are intoxicated. I am not. Do not drink anymore. Shu Yiyu, holding his breath, stubbornly insisted. I want to drink. Yinan cast a glance at him, deeming there was little to discuss with a drunkard, and placed the bottle on the ground. Observing that Yinan truly would not permit him to touch the bottle, Shu Yiyu fell silent, refraining from causing a scene, instead gazing at him with red-rimmed eyes, full of sorrowful entreaty. In this moment, Yinan found himself utterly overwhelmed, raising a white flag in surrender at a mere glance. With a feigned irritation, he muttered, I truly owe you one. Here, drink up. Today we shall indulge until intoxication claims us. He seized a bottle and filled 2 glasses to the brim, handing one over to Shu Yiyu, who accepted it in silence and downed it in one gulp. Yinan observed his bold demeanor and clicked his tongue, resolving that there would be no next time. He would ensure that Shu Yiyu would not touch a drop of alcohol again. Chapter 44. I shall bestow upon you an abundance of love. Room 601 was infused with a faint aroma of liquor. Yinan cast an exasperated glance at the man clinging to the bottle, pinching his face with a fierce tone. Are you deliberately toying with me? Shu Yiyu squinted, lifting his head, his face flushed and his gaze unfocused, thoroughly intoxicated. Yinan had only sipped a few times from the bottle, while the remainder had vanished into Shu Yiyu's stomach. No wonder he was so inebriated, clumsy, and fond of drinking. Yinan tightened his grip on Shu Yiyu's face in a retaliatory manner, leaving 2 glaring white imprints. What do you mean? Yinan gurumblet. Feeling his efforts were in vain, he adjusted his sleepwear and retied his belt, pondering what Shu Yiyu could possibly accomplish in his current state. He could hardly stand. Shu Yiyu, vaguely hearing Yinan's voice, hastily replied, What do you mean by toying? I did not toy. Indeed, you did not toy. It was I who foolishly toiled. Shu Yiyu tossed the bottle onto the table, grabbing Yinan's hand to coax him to sit again. He then placed his hands on Yinan's shoulders, staring for a considerable time before foolishly inquiring, Who are you? Yinan's expression stiffened, a smirk forming within as he decisively shook off Shu Yiyu's hands. The latter, losing his balance, plopped down onto the floor. Serve him right. Now entirely dazed, Shu Yiyu took a moment to gather his thoughts, grumbling as he rubbed his backside. Why did you push me? And why not? Do you wish to see me become even more ferocious? Yinan's temper flared instantly, delivering a swift kick to his leg. Shu Yiyu, feeling utterly wronged after 2 successive blows, protested. I do not want to. Who do you think I am? Think clearly before you speak, or I shall kick you again. Faced with Yinan's furious outburst, Shu Yiyu's survival instincts kicked in, and he suddenly became alert, grinning like a fool. You are Yinan. Yinan's chest heaved as he regarded Shu Yiyu's foolish expression, finding it increasingly unbearable to engage with a drunken fool. Get up. I shall take you to bathe. Shu Yiyu clung to the chair in refusal. I do not want to go. Yinan pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, curling his fingers into a fist. Shu Yiyu, I advise you to comply before I resort to force. Instantly, Shu Yiyu acquiesced. All right. Yinan stood, rolling his eyes in disbelief. What now? Shu Yiyu lamented, slumped over the stool. I cannot stand. With hands on his hips, Yinan resolved that alcohol would never again breach their household. Not even cooking wine. Extend your hand. I shall lift you. Shu Yiyu nodded, beaming at him with delight. Arms wide open, sweetly exclaiming, yes, a hug. Menon gazed at his pristine smile, with an expression of peculiarity. His thoughts whirled as he promptly retrieved his phone, capturing 100 snapshots in rapid succession. Flicking through the images, a sly grin crept upon his lips. He bent down, encircling the man's armpit to lift him up, murmuring softly, "Come on, darling, let daddy hold you." Although Shu Yiyu's mind was muddled, he was stubborn about certain things. "You are Manon, not daddy." Manon chuckled, amused by how suddenly he seemed to regain clarity. "Isn't it good for me to be your daddy?" "No. Why not?" "Because I want to be with him. I want to marry him." Manon's lips involuntarily curled upwards. His demeanor softened. When Shu Yiyu was awake, he found it impossible to resist Manon's sweet nothings, let alone now, when his senses were dulled, yet he still mumbled about him incessantly. How could he not be happy? Leaning closer, he whispered, "Is it only Manon you desire?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Yiyu affirmed, "Yes." Manon's gaze softened, his voice coaxing. "Why?" "Because I love you." "Why love?" "It's simply love. You're so foolish." Shu Yiyu lifted his head, struggling to focus on the man's face, yet he longed to caress his cheek. After several unsuccessful attempts, anxiety overtook him, and he lunged forward, startling Manon into a tighter embrace. Their faces drew ever closer, sharing the warmth of their breaths. At last, Shu Yiyu felt at ease, his hands exploring the contours of the man's face with reverence and care. "Manon," Shu Yiyu called softly. Manon, encircling his waist, caressed gently, his voice momentarily husky. "What is wrong?" "Manon, listen to me." "Yes, I'm listening." "In this lifetime, I will treat you exceedingly well, far better than you have ever treated me." "Why are you so good to me?" Shu Yiyu pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Even in his hazy state, he hesitated to unveil the past hurts. Yet, waves of guilt began to surface, shattering the facade of strength he usually maintained. Pressing his forehead against the man's, a mist enveloped his vision, and soon tears began to cascade down. Manon's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place, unaware of which words had pricked the man's heart. He wished to see his face, but was held firmly by Shu Yiyu's grip on the back of his head, rendering him immobile. He did not comprehend the reason behind the man's tears, but the silent sorrow evoked an inexplicable ache within him. Gathering him in a tighter embrace, Manon held him close, gently patting his back. "Don't cry." Shu Yiyu bit his lip, suppressing any sound, accustomed to this silent confession of remorse. His tears felt like worthless weakness, just like himself and the life he once lived. Perhaps Shu Yiyu still possessed a sliver of consciousness. He simply chose not to awaken. Suddenly, he pulled away from Manon and fiercely kissed the man's lips, devouring them with reckless abandon, intent on obliterating and tearing apart everything. Manon was caught off guard, both by the sudden push and the fervent kiss. Before he could react, his back collided with the edge of the table, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. And then he was spun around, pressed down entirely. The uneaten dumplings lay scattered across the floor, the porcelain plate shattering in response. Shu Yiyu showed no sign of halting his fervor, swiftly shedding his garments and carelessly tossing them aside. His palm pressed against the wine-red robe, revealing the pristine, translucent beauty of his skin. Inan offered no resistance. He was willing to indulge in madness alongside this man. He wrapped his arms around Shu Yiyu's neck, compelling him to lean in closely. One's warmth felt cool, while the warmth of two ignited a blazing fire. Pheromones floated through the air, their familiarity palpable. Their fervent embraces intertwined, lips reluctantly parting, becoming increasingly sticky in their mingling. Inan gazed at the flickering lights, calling out, "Shu Yiyu," until he could muster no more strength to speak, leaving only the occasional irregular breath. Shu Yiyu seemed to approach this endeavor with utmost seriousness, attending to every detail with the intent of achieving perfection, pouring forth all his energy. Inan could only yield to this, though at times he felt exasperated, wishing to tear him apart. "Damn it, Shu Yiyu, what madness is this?" Shu Yiyu bowed his head, sealing every gap. Inan's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down with each flutter of his lashes. Shu Yiyu gently wiped away the traces of his tears with his thumb, his heart a tumultuous blend of guilt and love. An endless tug of war. There remained a void within him, buried deep in the past, impossible to forget. Inan Soverbos. If you must do it quickly. Inan rested his head on Shu Yiyu's shoulder, turning slightly. The potent scent of vodka enveloped him. He adored this richness. He cherished alcohol. Shu Yiyu was his drink. It felt as if they were bound by some inevitable fate. Meeting was destined, love was essential, and being together was the ultimate conclusion. Shu Yiyu glanced at the aftermath, his tongue grazing his sharp teeth, yet he hesitated, simply reaching out to grasp the back of Inan's head, softly pleading, "Inan, I will give you endless love. Will you love me in return?" Inan, impatient, pinched his waist, his voice thick with emotion, having just wept profusely. "I have always loved you so deeply." They were like intertwined strands of hemp, eternally bound, unable to part. Inan, engulfed in a blinding white light, lost all capacity for thought, biting his fingers to silence himself, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 45. A true beast. When Shu Yiyu awoke, the sun hung high in the sky. The balcony door stood ajar, the sheer curtain fluttering in the autumn breeze, illuminating the entire room. Raising his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding light, he slowly opened them, his head pounding. Attempting to sit up, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to find Inan entangled around him like an octopus. Pressing his throbbing head back down, he tried to recall the events of the previous day, but his mind was a blank slate. His last memory lingered on Inan's alluring thigh and the open bottle of red wine. How did he end up in bed? Why did he possess no recollection? Shu Yiyu rubbed her face a few times, tasting bitterness in her mouth, and prepared to get up and wash up. She carefully lifted the man's head to extract her arm. A wave of soreness and numbness suddenly assailed her, causing him to grimace in pain. Minan felt as though he could not even lift his eyelids. The previous day's relentless torment had completely drained his energy. He curled deeper into the blanket, emitting a faint snore. Shu Yiyu observed him, noting only the dark crown of his head, and chuckled silently. After easing her numbed arm, she turned to pull down the blanket, allowing him to breathe more freely. Upon noticing his bangs falling over his forehead, she raised her hand to push them aside, her fingers freezing mid-air as she scrambled to recall the monumental events of yesterday. Minan's face still bore signs of distress. His eyes were red and swollen. His long lashes clumped together. Both corners of his mouth had cuts, and there was an unexplainable fingerprint on his chin. Shu Yiyu was perplexed, her hair standing on end as if expressing her confusion. She extended her finger to compare sizes, and to her surprise, they matched perfectly. Minan, already restless due to his physical condition, was thoroughly annoyed by being disturbed yet again. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. "Enough." Shu Yiyu leaned back to evade him, grasping his arm in her palm, momentarily stunned. That intricate tattoo on his arm was quite the work of art. Gazing at the man hidden beneath the blanket, she swallowed hard and cautiously peeked underneath, discovering a similar disheveled state. Fragments of the previous day's memories began to resurface. Embarrassed, she dropped her hand and immediately grasped the essence of the events. Indeed, he was a beast, so heedless in his actions. It was fortunate that Minan's alpha physique was robust. Otherwise, he would have struggled to piece himself back together. Even on an autumn morning, the sun did not bring warmth. Minan, exposed to the chill, curled up, instinctively inching closer to Shu Yiyu, muttering, "Damn it, Shu Yiyu, I'll die if this continues." Shu Yiyu replied. He had no intention of causing any trouble. Just wanted to sleep soundly. I did nothing. She gently covered him with a blanket, patting his chest softly, holding her breath out of guilt. Once his breathing steadied, she rolled out of bed, standing at the bedside to gather her thoughts about the previous day. Thankfully, apart from the embarrassment, nothing particularly troubling had occurred. As long as he refrained from uttering anything inappropriate, she felt relieved, slipping on her slippers to wash up. When she emerged, Minan had already awakened, lying on his back with a grimace, gasping for air. Upon seeing Shu Yiyu emerge from the bathroom, looking refreshed, he hurled a pillow at her. "Damn, Shu Yiyu, you nearly killed me yesterday." Shu Yiyu had already reflected deeply on her actions. Picking up the pillow, she approached and tousled the man's messy hair, smoothing it down. "I'll carry you to the shower and then tend to your wounds." Minan, eager for assistance. Wrapped his arms around her neck and twisted his ear. Be honest, did you intentionally get drunk? Shu Yiyu quickly shook her head, insisting that what transpired afterward was entirely unforeseen. No, I truly blacked out. I assure you, never again will I drink. Raising his fist, he gestured twice as a warning. All right, no more drinking. Even if Minun hadn't said it, he wouldn't dare to drink again. In his previous life, Shu Yiyu had frequented bars with Minun, indulging in various drinks, starting with beer, then red wine, and subsequently white wine. It was only after living 2 lives that he realized he was a lightweight. If you drink again, I'll make you pay. Fine, no more drinking. Are you feeling unwell? Minun shot him a disdainful glance. You dare to test me. Then come back and ask where I feel uncomfortable. Shu Yiyu sincerely admitted his fault. I'm sorry, I understand now. Minun snorted, grabbing his face and narrowing his eyes. Dangerously questioning, did I want you to say sorry? Realizing he had misspoken, Shu Yiyu quickly shook his head to clarify. I'll be more careful next time. This matter was consensual. There was no need for apologies. If I didn't want you, would you even have the chance to touch me? But can you please listen to what I say? Shu Yiyu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I'll definitely listen next time, although he often overindulged. He couldn't help but succumb to this dynamic each time. Just enough, don't overdo it. Understood. Next time, I want to hold back. Good. Don't hold back. Just hit me as you wish. TCH, it's not me who feel the pain. Then I'll just hit myself. You always talk a good game. Minun, still unsatisfied, rubbed his face vigorously. The previous day, he had cried rivers of snot and tears, yet Minun showed no mercy. Shu Yiyu's features were contorted from the rubbing, and he could only plead gently. I'll never dare again. I promise to align my words and actions in the future. Only then did Minun relent, releasing his grip. Shu Yiyu twisted his limbs in discomfort. My whole body feels tense and uneasy. Shall we take a bath? Too troublesome. I want to sleep after washing. Then let us shower. Just don't make it too hot. It hurts. Shu Yiyu hurriedly pulled Minun into the shower. But when applying ointment afterward, he noticed something was off with the man. He pressed the back of his hand against Minun's cheeks, burning hot. You have a fever. Minun buried himself in the blankets, muttering softly, I feel dizzy. We need to go to the hospital. Minun exploded at the mere mention of the hospital, sitting up abruptly. I'm not going. Shu Yiyu frowned in disapproval. Be obedient. Damn it. How can I go looking like this? Minun pointed at the marks Shu Yiyu had left on him. Feeling too embarrassed to show his face, Shu Yiyu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he suggested, I'll call family doctor. Minun nonchalantly lay back down. No need to make it so complicated. Just buy some fever-reducing medicine. No, you need an examination. I'm worried it might be a gland issue. Minun raised a hand to his neck, which he had pointed out repeatedly the day before, still stiff and painful. This is infuriating. It's all your fault. I've been feeling feverish multiple times because of you. Shu Yiyu licked his teeth, lowering his head in silent concession. Minun shot him a resentful glare, pouting slightly. His own condition could be serious or trivial, but if it was a gland issue, a trip to the hospital would be unavoidable. Is it reliable? Don't worry, it's reliable. All right then. You should rest for a while. I will make a phone call. With a weary acknowledgement, Minun succumbed to slumber. Shu Yiyu closed the door behind him and sent a message to Yin Sheng, requesting his presence. Chapter 46. Is he the bone and you the dog? The infirmary and the dormitory were not far apart. Yin Sheng hurriedly gathered a few commonly used medications into a box and rushed over. After confirming the room number, he knocked twice and the door promptly swung open. Shu Yiyu stepped aside, inviting Brother Sheng come in. Upon entering, Yin Sheng scrutinized Shu Yiyu, finding it difficult to believe he was unwell, and asked, Are you feverish? It's not me. It's Minun. Then why didn't you clarify? Yin Sheng shot him a reproachful glance. Shu Yiyu touched the tip of his nose, offering no further explanation. He is in the room. I just measured his temperature. 38 degrees, not too high. Take me to see him. This way. Yin Sheng halted at the threshold of the room, his gaze fixed intently on Shu Yiyu. What's the matter? Please activate the circulation system. The scent of pheromones from your room is overwhelming, and I can hardly enter. Realizing his oversight, Shu Yiyu quickly closed the door and returned to open a window for ventilation. My apologies, I forgot. Yin Sheng hesitated at the door, uncertain whether he was influenced by Shu Hang or simply decided to intervene. Shu Yiyu, did you even absorb what I said before? Brother Sheng, I understand everything you've said, but I'm not merely playing around. Yin Sheng frowned. Even if the consequences could be dire? Yes, Minun is incredibly important to me. I will not let go. And what about him? Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, falling silent. In his previous life, until Minun's demise, his family remained oblivious to the fact that this man had perished because of him. During that time, he pondered the 6 years they had spent together. Not mere weeks or months, but an entire span of over 2,000 days and nights. What means had Minun employed to erase all traces of their shared existence? So much so that after his death, the name Shu Yiyu was scrubbed clean from memory. Only Minun's closest friends knew of their entangled love and hatred that persisted until the very end. Why the silence? I do not know. Yin Sheng gazed deeply at him, a hint of resignation in his voice. One cannot travel far alone. Yin Sheng and Shu Hang were childhood friends, their families residing opposite each other, bound by a betrothal made in their youth. Thus, Shu Yiyu had grown under Yin Sheng's watchful eye, fully aware of his temperament. If he had not resolved to make a decisive stand, he would never have voiced such sentiments, having conveyed all that he should as an elder. He was nonetheless willing to extend his support as a friend. Shu Yiyu chuckled softly, lowering his head. I know, but one must at least try. Family is undoubtedly significant. Yet for him, Minun holds greater importance. Should they agree, it would be a joyous occasion for all. If not, he would face the world as an adversary, without hesitation. As long as Minun expressed a desire to be together, Shu Yiyu was prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of a lifetime with him. Had he thought this through? He had witnessed unconventional romances before, but most ended poorly. Yes, Yin Sheng's path of love had been smooth sailing from childhood to adulthood. Shu Hang harbored affections for him, and fortuitously, he reciprocated those feelings. Thus, the two naturally found themselves together. Yin Sheng had never encountered emotional setbacks or pressures, which rendered his analysis relatively rational. From a physiological perspective, AO was deemed the most compatible attribute. However, in terms of pheromone compatibility, it was Shu Yiyu and me, Nan, who were truly the most suited for one another. Previously, he had been quite curious as to why AA could exist without repulsion markers, so he conducted a pheromone compatibility test, which yielded an astonishing result of 96%, indicating that they were destined to be together. Yin Sheng held no objections to any attribute of love. He merely felt that the Mi family was rather formidable. However, if Shu Yiyu genuinely had feelings, he wouldn't hesitate to compete for him. If one Shu family member wasn't enough, there was still the Yin family, and if that wasn't sufficient, there was also Xiao Shi. Do you truly feel this way? Shu Yiyu laughed, without the slightest hesitation. Yes, I'm utterly in love. Yin Sheng glanced at his proud demeanor, contemplated for a moment, and said, Brother is unsure of the depth of your feelings, and thus cannot comment. However, you are my younger brother whom I have watched grow up. My bias undoubtedly lies with you. I care not how exceptional the young master of the Mi family may be. I simply wish for your happiness. If he fails to provide that, I will certainly not support you. Conversely, if he can remain steadfast, then Brother Sheng will always stand by your side. Shu Yiyu looked at Yin Sheng, his hands in his pockets gradually closing, feeling deeply moved. Although his family was often unreliable, they proved invaluable at critical moments. Thank you, Brother Sheng. No need for excessive niceties. Just come home for meals sometime, so your brother doesn't keep asking me. I understand. You don't comprehend. Your brother is genuinely bothersome, Yin Sheng remarked, unable to restrain his criticism of his husband. Shu Yiyu recalled how his elder brother had to assume the role of two fathers in managing them, inevitably leading to a somewhat nagging disposition. I understand. The mere thought of Shu Hang trailing behind and incessantly chattering caused Yin Sheng considerable distress. He can't be allowed to manage me alone all the time. You siblings should share the burden as well. Shu Yiyu understood his brother's nature, an authoritative figure in public, yet a devoted husband in private. If I have time next week, I will return. Yin Sheng glanced at him and smiled. Yes, you can bring me Nan along. Shu Yiyu's eyes brightened at this suggestion. All right. Having said enough, Yin Sheng approached the door, inhaled, and detected almost no lingering scent, then called out to Shu Yiyu, "Let us go inside." In the room, the person who should have been sound asleep stirred slightly, reclosing his eyes upon hearing the door open. Shu Yiyu approached the bedside, noticing the man still asleep, and turned to ask Yin Sheng, "Should I wake him?" "No need." Yin Sheng set down the medicine box and began to examine me Nan's glance. As he parted the hair, he discovered layers of wounds on the scalp and couldn't help but scold Shu Yiyu. "I am beginning to reconsider my previous statement. It seems that the young master of the Mi family is the one who is truly troubled. Why would such a spirited young man choose to associate with you? What is wrong? Is there an issue?" Shu Yiyu stood by, perplexed. Yin Sheng scoffed. "Why on earth would such an impressive alpha be reduced to this? Do you treat him like a mere bone? Are you a dog? Have you lost your humanity? Look at what a normal person would do in this situation." Shu Yiyu, feeling guilty, took a step back, absorbing the reprimand. "As an adult, you must learn restraint. Inan's situation is unique. He is recovering well now. But wait until his glands are fully developed before you proceed. I cannot support the dual A mark." After carefully bandaging Inan's neck, Yin Sheng shot a glare at Shu Yiyu and continued, "There's nothing wrong with his glands. As for the fever, you know the reason behind it. The antipyretic is in there. Read the instructions yourself. I'm leaving." Fuming, Yin Sheng gathered his belongings, mumbling, "You alphas are all the same. Only caring for your own pleasure while disregarding others' well-being, recklessly causing chaos. Sooner or later, you'll regret your indiscretions." With that, he slammed the door shut without sparing another glance at Shu Yiyu. Chapter 47. Grateful for a second chance, Shu Yiyu returned to the room with the medication and measured Inan's temperature again. It remained above 38 degrees with little change. He sat on the edge of the bed and began to peruse the instructions. The antipyretic should only be taken if the temperature exceeds 39 degrees, while the anti-inflammatory should be taken once daily before meals. The ointment is the same as the one he used, requiring no additional application. After organizing the medications on the bedside table, he gently brushed his fingers against the man's slightly flushed cheek, observing the dark circles under his eyes. He decided to let him sleep a little longer before waking him up. Adjusting the blankets, he prepared to make some congee, which would warm his stomach after taking the medicine. Shu Yiyu closed the balcony door, leaving a narrow gap for ventilation, drew the curtains tightly, and left the door ajar, able to hear any sounds that might arise. In the dim light, Inan slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling light, his face devoid of expression. He had never anticipated that Shu Yiyu would summon Yin Sheng. Initially unaware of Shu Yiyu's familial ties, he had not connected him to Shu Hang. It was common knowledge that Yin Sheng was Shu Hang's Omega, a fact that had been broadcasted widely, celebrated with grandeur in the capital, showcasing their close bond. When encountering Shu Hai, Shu Yiyu had revealed his identity, which Inan had assumed was merely indicative of a strong sibling relationship. He believed the same would apply should Shu Yiyu be introduced to Mi-chan. However, Yin Sheng's position was different. In large families, certain traditions persist. The eldest son effectively becomes the head of the family after inheritance. In the Shu family, Shu Hang undoubtedly held that position. Yet, Shu Yiyu seemed entirely unperturbed about exposing their relationship, presenting it with such simplicity that it made Inan feel inferior. Even more astonishing was Yin Sheng's support, indicating that Shu Hang likely had no objections. The open-mindedness of Shu Yiyu's family filled him with envy. Inan could scarcely imagine the turmoil that would ensue in his own conservative family upon discovering that their only legitimate son was homosexual. Now, he possesses nothing. And what right does he have to challenge the formidable mountain that is the Mi family? They have countless means to ensure that Mi-Nan vanishes from the capital forever, until he recovers from his illness. Shu Yiyu. The mere thought of this name reverberates in Mi-Nan's mind, weaving a tapestry of sweet, obsessive entanglement around his heart. Undoubtedly, his entire being belongs to this man. Zhang Yang once remarked, with a hint of truth and error, that he is indeed infatuated, yet he harbors a sense of greed. Shu Yiyu is his to claim, and the treasures that rightfully belong to the Mi family shall not slip from his grasp. He does not aspire to be a hero, nor does he wish to compromise or endure silently for the sake of that man. such is not his way of love. Should Shu Yiyu wish to make their relationship public, he would brave the abyss, forging a path of light ahead. He is determined to hold the man's hand and proclaim their love to the world. After all, one must cherish their own beloved. A flicker of joy ignites on Nan's previously impassive face, his eyes shining with resolve. Shu Yiyu, if you do not forsake me, I shall never betray you. This is his vow. When a moment is ripe, he will surely voice it to him. Stirring the bubbling kanji, Shu Yiyu's gaze drifts downward, his thoughts meandering into the past, a wave of bittersweet emotion swelling in his heart. In his previous life, during bouts of fever, Nan had once prepared kanji for him. Yet, the heartlessness of one who disregards another's affections is equally cruel. He does not favor reminiscence, but those memories invade him unexpectedly. Only later does he realize how much that person has endured for him. After graduating from university, Nan became increasingly occupied. The family enterprise was vast, with numerous branches, and securing his position as chairman was no simple task. The board was rife with factions, each member cunning and seasoned, engaging in covert power struggles that posed obstacles at every turn. His every action was under scrutiny, each decision necessitating meticulous consideration to avoid any misstep. Everyone was watching, eager to exploit the slightest error to ensure his downfall. In light of Nan's predicament, Shu Yiyu felt his presence had become awkward, prompting him to propose a second breakup. After leaving school, the two had settled into a life characterized by fleeting encounters. Shu Yiyu did not rush to seek a way out, traversing the world in search of his so-called freedom. Their meetings were often dictated by moments of vulnerability, hurried evenings where they scarcely exchanged more than a few words before parting ways. Clad in their garments, they maintained a courteous distance. As time passed, Shu Yiyu grew increasingly weary. Ultimately, he became exhausted from the charade, merely marking his presence, lacking the desire to engage further. The vast expanse of their bed saw them occupying opposite sides, unable even to share warmth. Nan never forced the issue, accepting all of Shu Yiyu's whims, yet he grew ever more silent, his agitation palpable. Shu Yiyu was not oblivious. He simply lacked the motivation to inquire. He was acutely aware of the rivalries within the aristocracy, knowing that Nan would inevitably acquiesce to the family's demands for a strategic marriage. So he approached their relationship with a sense of playfulness. Apart from their remarkably compatible pheromones, in Shu Yiyu's perspective, Nan was no different from an ordinary friend. Thus, under the guise of a well-meaning excuse, he requested a breakup, to which Nan responded with uncontrollable fury, nearly knocking out his teeth. Nan's eyes were filled with desolation, and his expression was profoundly melancholic. As he departed, he asked, "Shu Yiyu, do you even have a heart?" Shu Yiyu chose silence. The answer was self-evident, and both were acutely aware of it. Perhaps there lingered a shred of selfishness. For having been together for so long, neither wished for an ugly separation. Reflecting on this, Shu Yiyu suddenly laughed, realizing how self-destructive he had been. Idle and restless, he repeatedly tested the limits of a man's patience, and that fool continued to forgive him time and again. After that quarrel, they ceased all communication, as if both were determined to outdo each other in callousness. Consequently, Shu Yiyu's sensitive period arrived a few days earlier than usual. Initially dismissive of the onset, he thought little of it. After all, it was merely a matter of an injection of suppressants. However, after receiving the shot, he experienced a mild rejection reaction, a rather rare occurrence that, inexplicably, befell him. That evening, he began to develop a low fever. The sick often exhibit a touch of melodrama. Lying in bed, he felt utterly drained, as if he lacked the strength even to pour himself a glass of water. But in truth, it was merely his laziness that held him back. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he pondered the need for someone to converse with, and after much deliberation, only Nan came to mind. Yet they were embroiled in a quarrel, the architect of which was none other than himself. Shu Yiyu could not bring himself to lower his pride. Ultimately, he pulled the covers over his head and closed his eyes, opting for sleep instead. When he awoke, the faint aroma of rice pervaded the room, and Shu Yiyu realized Nan had arrived. That moment's sensation is still vivid in his memory, a surge of immense joy. However, at that time, Shu Yiyu felt like a fool, dismissing this emotion as a mere error, a delusion brought on by illness. He desperately sought various reasons to negate it, becoming increasingly frantic. Upon seeing Minun, those feelings spiraled out of control. In a fit of madness, his initial reaction was to push him away. In their struggle, they overturned a pot of kanji that had been simmering for 2 hours, scalding Minun's hand as he held it. Shu Yiyu, seemingly blind, failed to see the pain he was inflicting, shoving Minun out the door and refusing to acknowledge him. He completely rejected any contemplation, spiraling into his own madness. With a jolt, Shu Yiyu was pulled from his reverie. He could hardly fathom what mindset Minun possessed upon arriving, nor how he felt when he departed. Observing the red, blistered fingers scorched by the pot's edge, he realized how just a gentle touch could cause such pain. How much agony must Minun have endured at that moment? Chapter 48. Are you insane? Shu Yiyu coldly stared at the swollen tips of his fingers, then shifted his gaze to the scalding pot. His eyes darkened, and a peculiar, unsettling smile crept upon his lips. What was the use of thought without personal experience? With that in mind, he found himself uncontrollably extending his hand. As the searing pain shot through his brain, Shu Yiyu struggled to keep himself from retracting. The unbearable agony of the burns contorted his features, yet the smile at the corners of his lips gradually widened, a wave of relief washing over him. So this is how it feels. As he opened his palm, beneath the swollen skin, blisters were scattered like a cruel reminder. He carelessly pricked one, his body instinctively shivering, while his nerves felt utterly numb, devoid of any sensation of pain. The physical torment that Minun had endured, he could gradually reclaim. But what of those emotional wounds? How was he to heal them? Minun was different from him. No matter how many times he could start anew, his unwavering sincerity towards love had never faltered. Shu Yiyu had to concede to his own baseness. At the moment he realized his feelings, he had cast blame, blaming Minun for being too good, too gentle and obedient, for possessing eyes that burned with fervent sincerity. At that time, Shu Yiyu had believed he had everything under control, only to find himself thoroughly defeated in the end, left with nothing, a fate he had rightfully earned. With mechanical precision, he finished popping the blisters, turning on the tap to wash them away, the water striking the exposed flesh, sending prickles of numbness through his scalp. Yet he could not quell the resentment boiling within him. What are you doing? Minun stood behind him, his voice calm. Shu Yiyu's heart leaped, his body stiffening in place. Frozen in motion, he glanced at his mottled palm, quickly forming a fist. Turning off the tap, he grabbed a nearby towel, wiping his hands with a mere semblance of effort, letting it drop beside his legs. He turned around, his face adorned with the usual breezy smile. Look who has gotten up. If you need anything, just call for me. Minun stood there, lips pressed together, his expression neutral, silent as ever. Shu Yiyu, momentarily thrown off balance, took a couple of steps forward, lifting his uninjured hand to adjust Minun's hair, smiling as he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I asked you what you were doing." Minun's gaze seemed to chill further, akin to a cold-blooded predator poised to strike, exuding a ruthless ferocity devoid of emotion. Shu Yiyu clenched his fist tightly, the searing pain forcing him into an uncontrollable tremor. Minun stepped forward, gripping his wrist with a mix of restraint and barely contained fury. Repeating for the third time, "What are you doing?" Shu Yiyu lowered his eyes, his throat choking on unutterable words, rendered mute. Minun had witnessed everything from the beginning. He had always sensed that Shu Yiyu bore unspoken burdens. Hence, even when his heart ached to the utmost, he endured it all silently. Growing up in a large family, Minun had faced his share of helplessness, yet overall, he had experienced a joyful upbringing. He could not comprehend Shu Yiyu's actions, which struck him as disturbingly pathological. Why do this? Minun grasped his wrist, wanting to exert force, yet hesitating, ultimately easing his grip as if terrified of causing him harm. Carefully, he cradled Shu Yiyu's wrist in his palm, breath catching in his throat at the sight. He dared not even inhale, fearing that the slightest movement might inflict pain upon him. "I asked you a question, and you've gone mute?" Shu Yiyu parted his lips, yet he ultimately fell silent again. The wounds hidden deep within him were too painful to articulate. The consequence of his own self-sabotage. Unable to speak, it was impossible to voice them. He could only allow them to fester and decay in silence. Mainin held a strong disdain for his shell-like demeanor, his words becoming increasingly harsh. What you are doing is self-harm. You need treatment. Shu Yiyu raised his head, attempting to smile at him, but as he barely lifted the corners of his mouth, his expression froze. Tears began to well up in his eyes, uncontrollably. Don't cry. Mainin hastily wiped his face and retorted sharply. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not crying. Fine? Have you ever seen a sane person eagerly reaching their hand over a hot pot just to play? Even the most hardened of martial artists wouldn't be this reckless. Or have we truly fallen to such poverty that you intend to offer yourself up for a roast, perhaps to prepare a spiced pork knuckle for us? Though Mainin's words were fierce, his tears flowed profusely. He wiped his hand across his face, soaking it thoroughly, and then resorted to using his clothing to dry his tears, applying enough force to redden his entire face. His heart felt as though it were being scorched by an unrelenting fire, causing a pain that rendered him breathless despite no visible wounds. Shu Yiyu grasped his hand gently, offering quiet comfort. Please, stop crying. It is my fault. Mainin forcefully swatted his hand away, glaring at him with fierce eyes that, despite their intensity, were rendered pitiable by their redness. If something troubles you, just tell me. What do you take me for? Or do you believe your secrets are too trivial for me to know? No, I don't. Mainin, please listen to me. Speak. What is there to say? If I hadn't happened to see you today, would you have planned to roast yourself whole next time? Would I only be left with your lifeless body? No, I was just suddenly a bit curious. Mainin could hardly bear it any longer and pushed him away with both hands. Shu Yiyu stumbled backward, inadvertently bracing himself against the stove with his injured hand. The pain rendered him utterly speechless. Mainin was startled and quickly rushed to support him, though his words remained unyielding. I've seen it all now. Never have I heard of someone burning their hand out of curiosity. Are you out of your mind? I'd surely perish from your antics. Before Mainin could finish, Shu Yiyu covered his mouth. Be quiet. Don't say that. You mustn't say anything. Mainin, ablaze with anger, pried his hand away and pointed a finger at his nose, scolding him fiercely. Just because you can't stand to hear it doesn't mean I can't speak. I saw you get hurt the last time you were kicked. I couldn't eat for days, and now you're doing this to yourself. Do you think I can just overlook it? Don't be so selfish. Shu Yiyu was at a loss for words, and despite Mainin's struggles, he held him tightly in his embrace. It's my fault. I won't dare do it again. Mainin feigned a couple of struggles, but fearing further injury, he ultimately relaxed and returned the embrace. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his temper, he spoke earnestly. You can trust me. I can be your support. You can share any unhappiness with me. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, I will stand by you unconditionally. Grasping his clothing firmly, he continued, I am more capable than you might think. I can protect you, Shu Yiyu, as long as you learn to rely on me. Love is mutual. I acknowledge you as my alpha, and you must also trust your alpha. Shu Yiyu encircled Mainin, continuously drawing her arms closer, her heart ablaze. I know I simply find it difficult to comprehend. If we cannot understand, let us not ponder. Life is but a fleeting journey meant for joy. Shu Yiyu, I wish for you to live joyfully. I am sorry. Regardless of what may occur, you have my company. What is there to fear? Even if the heavens were to collapse, sit tight. I shall support you. Shu Yiyu buried her face in Mainin's neck, choked with emotion. Once, Mainin longed to tether Shu Yiyu's yearning spirit, yet hesitated to confine her love within a cage. Now, however, Shu Yiyu willingly offered all her affection, fearful that Mainin might tire of it. Mainin, sensing the dampness of her collar, remained silent, simply embracing her tighter in a wordless show of support. Chapter 49. Your words are commands I dare not disobey. Shu Yiyu nestled against Mainin's neck, quietly embracing her, the faint scent of mint and lemon instilling a sense of tranquility. For him, the past was a prison, a shackle, an eternal sin he must atone for. He loathed the hypocritical, cowardly Shu Yiyu of the past, and even more so the one who had caused Mainin pain and tears. Certain memories he dared not erase easily. He could only recall them repeatedly, reminding himself to avoid repeating past mistakes. His palm rested against the warm nape of Minan's neck as Shu Yiyu gently curled her fingers. It was the pulse of vibrant life. How wonderful it is that he is still alive. Minan felt the man's movements and raised his hand to gently pat his back, hoping to provide some comfort. Yet, already feverish, Shu Yiyu's antics intensified his discomfort, making him feel even warmer. What began as a flush in his cheeks now extended to his neck, a rosy hue emerging, while beads of sweat formed delicately on his forehead, presenting a pallid and weak demeanor. Ultimately, finding standing difficult, he spoke up, "Stop being dramatic. An alpha crying like this would surely incite laughter." Shu Yiyu nuzzled against his neck, reluctant to part, murmuring her apologies. I'm sorry. Upon hearing yet another apology, Minan thumped his back with a fist, exclaiming in irritation, "I really dislike hearing you say that. Must you constantly apologize? I'm about to have an anxiety attack. Just hearing I am sorry is vexing." In an instant, Shu Yiyu pivoted the conversation. "I love you." Minan, clutching the man's shirt, was momentarily taken aback before muttering a curse. Damn this man. He knows exactly how to press my buttons. Shu Yiyu held his face earnestly, saying, "Minan, let's be well together, shall we? Always and forever. Let's remain together. Never to part." Minan placed his hand over hers, his tone somewhat cold. "As long as you are well, do not think about braised, grilled, or spiced elbow. I assure you I can remain just fine." Shu Yiyu thought this matter might very well become an indelible chapter of his life. "I swear, I shall never dare again." "Ha, you are audacious. How can I possibly restrain you?" "You can, and your words are commands I dare not disregard." Minan extended 2 fingers to pinch his lips. "You spend all day saying sweet nothings. If you don't flatter me, fine, I'll believe you once more." I'm being very obedient. But don't tease me. I'm feeling quite dizzy," he murmured, his body growing weak and pliant, only to be caught in Shu Yiyu's embrace. "Look at what you've done. I was already unwell, and you keep stirring things up. Now we have 2 patients in one room, utterly unreliable." Minan pushed against the man's clothing, his vision blurring, the earlier strength dissipated, his voice airy as he complained. Shu Yiyu, with both hands supporting Minan under his arms to maintain balance, couldn't he free his hands and instead leaned in to press his cheek against Minan's feverish forehead. "Is it getting hotter?" Minan lethargically patted his arm. "Of course, even without an illness, you'll make me sick." Shu Yiyu affectionately rubbed his forehead, then wrapped his arms around Minan's waist, effortlessly lifting him off the ground and heading toward the room. Startled, Minan quickly hooked his arms around Shu Yiyu's neck, refraining from struggling too much, only managing to croak out, "What are you planning to do? Are you going to drop me? I can walk by myself. Put me down." Shu Yiyu tightened his grip. "Stay still. It's just a minor injury. Please. Just a moment ago, when I held your hand, who was it that was trembling like a leaf?" Minan retorted, "I'm just worried about you, you know." All right, hurry up. How long will it take to walk just a few steps to the room?" Minan urged impatiently. To alleviate the pressure on his palm, he let himself hang from Shu Yiyu's shoulder, feeling a tightness in his chest. Shu Yiyu quickened his pace, entering the room and pulling back the covers for him to lie down. He grabbed the ear thermometer from the bedside table. "Let us check your temperature." Minan glanced at Shu Yiyu's damp hands, unusually compliant in his cooperation as he arranged the covers and turned his head. 398. He lazily rolled his eyes. No wonder he felt so dizzy, glaring at the culprit. "I've never had this many fevers combined since childhood." Shu Yiyu froze for a moment, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head, looking rather foolish, and offered him a sheepish smile. After placing the thermometer down, he picked up the bottle of fever-reducing medicine but found his fingers covered in painful blisters, so he could only hand it to Minan. "Pour a capful and drink it." "Yes, and please fetch the medicine box. There's a special gel for injuries from Yang that works better than the usual ointment." Minan instructed as he twisted the cap off. "You should rest. I can handle it myself later." Minan paused in his motion to take the medicine, a cutting retort forming on his lips only to be swallowed back down. Though Shu Yiyu claimed he wasn't unwell, who among the ill would admit to their condition? What if he inadvertently triggered Shu Yiyu's depression, prompting him to do something irrational? Minan doubted his ability to restrain him at this moment. With that thought, He downed the fever reducer and tossed the bottle back onto the bedside table, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and softened his tone as much as possible. Please don't irritate me right now. Just do as I ask, all right? She looked up at Minun, the thoughts swirling in the man's mind evident on his face, clearly still concerned about his mental state. With a resigned pout, he acknowledged that his behavior was indeed neurotic. Unsure of how to explain, he could only silently accept the situation. All right, I'll get it. Shu Yiyu retrieved a fully stocked medicine box from beneath the television cabinet. This was prepared by Zhang Yang, with each of the brothers having their own. Zhang Yang's home boasted 2 medical research labs, possessing certain specialized medications not commonly available on the market. However, as the heir, he was able to enjoy some privileges. Minun was suffering from severe dizziness. After taking the medication, he began to feel drowsy but was reluctant to relax until Shu Yiyu returned. He couldn't help but internally criticize Shu Yiyu for his dawdling. Shu Yiyu entered with the medicine box, handing it to Minun before taking a seat by the bed. Minun propped himself up on his elbows, rummaging through the contents before extracting a small blue round box. After sniffing it to confirm its identity, he instructed, "Extend your hand." Shu Yiyu obediently complied. Minun glanced at it, his brows knitting into a frown. The surface was riddled with bubbles, carelessly punctured by fingernails, leaving a patchwork of uneven gaps. Such a beautiful hand, wasted. "Shu Yiyu," he said, "there will be no next time." "All right." Minun cautiously cradled the back of his hand, using a large cotton swab to apply a generous amount of gel. Before Shu Yiyu could register any pain, Minun shuddered, blowing gently into his palm. "Does it hurt?" "Damn, just watching it makes me feel pain. How could you let it get this bad?" "It's fine." Minun, clearly unconvinced, shot him a disapproving glance. "If it hurts, just admit it. I won't mock you." "Well, it does hurt." In truth, there was little sensation. The gel had analgesic properties, providing a cool relief with no discomfort. Yet, Shu Yiyu relished the attentive demeanor Minun displayed towards him. "That's right. I don't care how you present yourself outside, but you need not pretend before me. Feel free to express yourself. Even if you cry 100 times a day, I might only tease you a bit." Minun's head hung low, nearly resting against Shu Yiyu's hand, his breath brushing against the palm, creating a slight tickling sensation. Shu Yiyu instinctively curled his fingers. Minun quickly withdrew the cotton swab, asking, "What's wrong? Did I hurt you? I just need a moment of cool air. Oh, let me blow on it. Is that better?" "Yes." Shu Yiyu observed Minun's dark hair, feeling a longing in his heart and a flutter in his throat, his gaze deep as a tranquil pool, before finally averting his eyes. Chapter 50. A hint of a story. Minun meticulously examined Shu Yiyu's hand from all angles, confirming there were no additional wounds before putting away the medicine box. He then fanned the still-drying areas and explained, "Once it fully sets, it will form a thin film that 1T stick and is waterproof, so it 1T affect your washing routine. By tomorrow morning, it should be nearly healed." Shu Yiyu rolled his fingers, noticing that the ruptured area had fused with the gel and the previously oozing spots appeared smooth. He flexed his palm, feeling no pain whatsoever, and could not detect any discomfort, though he noticed a reflective sheen on his palm, an intriguing novelty. Is the effect truly this remarkable? Yes, it's a military-grade special medication. And you managed to acquire this? There is a nationwide monopoly, half belonging to the Bai family and the other half to the Zhang family. The Bai family? The supplier of the inhibitors? Indeed. Are they on good terms? Quite the contrary. Their relationship is far from amicable. As Zhang Yang puts it, they are sworn enemies. A rivalry that has persisted since the time of Zhang Yang's great-grandfather. Over the years, both families have subtly undermined each other, so they are rivals. Shu Yiyu nodded in understanding. The heir of the Bai family is in my class. His name is Bai Yu, and he is an Omega. We haven't informed Zhang Yang, as his family has instilled a deep-seated animosity towards the Bai family since childhood. This heir of the Bai family is quite remarkable. A bastardy child who has risen to prominence, and the main family currently holds him in high regard without disclosing any information publicly. 10 Zhang Yangs would not be a match for him. The reason Minun knows so much is that the Mi family has had some private dealings with them. As the heir, Bai Yu naturally attends various events and it is evident that the head of the Bai family is exceedingly satisfied with him, closely mentoring him in the intricacies of the business world. Shu Yiyu nodded, suddenly curious. Is there a possibility for a marriage alliance between the two families? Minan chuckled softly. A marriage? It is utterly impossible. They will only forge enmity. Is it that severe? Although he did not pay attention to Minan's friends in his past life, he recalled that Zhang Yang's Omega was indeed named by Yu. Could it truly be that they are sworn enemies? In those years, Zhang Yang pursued Bai Yu with unwavering devotion, almost deifying him. Shu Yiyu stroked his chin, sensing that there were undoubtedly many intriguing stories hidden within this context. Minan shrugged and continued. Everyone in the circle knows that one cannot host a banquet with both the Zhang and Bai families present. Otherwise, the meal will not be consumed. Is that so? From my generation onward, it has indeed been that way. I have never seen them both attend a banquet at the same household. Shu Yiyu smiled knowingly. The future may hold different possibilities. Minan pondered this and agreed. The grievances of the older generation have lingered for 2 lifetimes. By the time of Zhang Yang's generation, all deep-seated hatreds have faded. Moreover, it is impossible to sustain progress while remaining stagnant. Continuous innovation is essential to reach greater heights. In the face of interests, there are no eternal friends or foes. Shu Yiyu glanced at Minan and nodded earnestly. You are absolutely right. It was evident that their lines of thought were entirely divergent. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to enter the business world? Not all. Then why the inquiries? I'm merely a bit curious. Speaking of which, do you intend to enlist in the military? I do not plan to. Then what do you intend to do? Become a house husband? Minan raised an eyebrow. Whose? Whoever asks is the one who owns it. TSK, your words. Shu Yiyu leaned in, brushing against the man's lips, entangling their breaths. His voice a low murmur. You love. Minan did not shy away, casually sliding over and eliciting a hint of moisture. Indeed, it is rather delightful, your lips. Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, filled with inquiry. I wish to kiss you. Minan casually rested his hand on Shu Yiyu's shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. Can't you just act on it instead of asking so many questions? Shu Yiyu's words dissolved into a haze of ambiguous intimacy. As she leaned in, pressing closer, her soft lips traced delicate patterns, playfully nipping and teasing. In mere moments, Minan found himself utterly disoriented, unable to distinguish between the cardinal directions. His mind was a muddled mess, and he struggled to breathe, his face flushed with a deep crimson. Noticing his distress, Shu Yiyu gently cupped his chin and sighed softly, breathe. It was only then that Minan, belatedly aware, relaxed his elbows and reclined fully, inhaling deeply. I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy and in pain. Silly. Well, whose fault is it that I'm like this? It's yours, he retorted. Shu Yiyu brushed her fingers across his forehead, noting that the heat had subsided somewhat. Minan grasped her unblemished hand and pressed it against his face, exclaiming, It's cool. So soothing. You haven't eaten all day. Perhaps you're just hungry and experiencing low blood sugar. I made some congee. Have a bit before you sleep, she suggested. Initially, he intended to refuse, but his stomach, in perfect synchrony, growled in agreement. Amused, he patted his belly. It's like your pet parasite. It responds as soon as you mention it. Shu Yiyu withdrew her hand and asked, Shall I bring you a bowl? Would you like some side dishes? No need. My mouth feels bitter. A little plain congee will suffice. Shu Yiyu went to the kitchen, turned off the flame, stirred the dry layer on top, and ladled a small bowl, bringing it back to the room. It's a bit hot. Please wait, she said, propping him up and placing a cushion behind him for comfort. She stirred the congee to cool it down. Let us check the temperature. Minan instinctively reached out, only to have Shu Yiyu evade him, causing him to look perplexed. She brushed aside the stray hairs from his forehead, her voice gentle. I'll feed you. Minan tugged at the corners of his mouth, struggling to suppress a smile, his finely chiseled features contorting in an adorably awkward manner. After taking a careful sip of the bland congee, he found it inexplicably sweet. With a hint of pride, he raised his chin. You should be the one taking care of me. Indeed, I enjoy caring for you. Then you should prepare yourself. I'm not easy to please. Such as? I have few things I like, but a plethora of dislikes. I know you detest scallions, ginger, and garlic, prefer sweet flavors, and have a fondness for cilantro. What else? I adore bright colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The brighter the better. Who fed you that misinformation? I cannot be mistaken. So certain. Are you? Absolutely. You're right. Shu Yiyu fed him slowly, spoon by spoon, as they engaged in light-hearted banter. While Enan often proclaimed himself difficult to please and picky, his face radiated a rare satisfaction. In Shu Yiyu's eyes, he was the least demanding person. A smile, a hug, a kiss, or even a simple bowl of kanji could deeply move him. What a big fool he was. Chapter 51, The Shu Family. When affection runs deep, even in silence, the air between two souls is suffused with warmth and tenderness. After taking his medicine and finishing his porridge, Minan felt considerably better, his delicate demeanor as a patient fully on display as he clung to Shu Yiyu, basking in their intimate connection until fatigue ultimately claimed him. However, perhaps due to his discomfort, his slumber was restless. He frequently awoke, calling out in a dazed state. Observing his condition, Shu Yiyu decided to change into her sleepwear and lay beside him, providing companionship. She picked up her tablet to check on stocks and funds, noting that the market had been favorable lately, and she had purchased a few new shares. This was her forte. Trading could yield some pocket money for Minan. Subsequently, she turned her phone to browse WeChat. Surprisingly, the family group chat had 99 unread messages. Shu Yiyu speculated it must be the two elders preparing to return. Upon opening the messages, her assumption was confirmed. At the top was a pending group task. Shu Dashwai. Notification. Commander Luo and I will arrive in the capital at 9 a.m. on December 15th. Please tidy up the old residence and yourselves, and prepare a sumptuous lunch awaiting our return. Shu Yiyu mused. Very personal notification indeed. Sweetheart, no time. Shu Dashwai. Sweetheart, temporarily detained. Shu Dashwai. International Police. Sweetheart, yes. Shu Dashwai. Then how are you able to use your phone? Sweetheart. A gadget from the third brother. Shu Dashwai. Is it too late to sever ties? Sweetheart. Xiao sure. Dads, rest assured, I will be there on time. Sweetheart. Then I have some free time now. Shu Yiyu clicked her tongue and continued scrolling. Dr. Yan's Wang. What on earth are you coming back for? Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow. After all, that was why he was called the elder brother. Undeniably imposing. Shu Dashwai superior. Who are you to question my actions? I can return home whenever I please without seeking your approval. Dr. Yan's Wang. The property deed is in Shengxing's name. You personally signed the transfer contract. Shu Dashwai's superior. Dr. Yan. Dr. Yin. Coming, my apologies, Dad. I had a patient. Rest assured, the house is cleaned daily, and I will make proper preparations to welcome you. Shu Dashwai's superior. Sheng is still obedient. Hang a sign at the entrance. Dr. Yin. Of course, father. What should I write on it? Shu Dashwai's superior. No entry for Shu Hang and the dog. Dr. Yin. Understood, father. I assure you I will complete the task. Dr. Yan's Wang. Dr. Yin, dear, how could you bear to let me wander? Dr. Yin. Father, please return soon. I miss you. Shu Dashwai's superior. Did Shu Hang bully you? Fear not. With just a word from you, I can have Shu Yiyu reminisced about the television tower, the tallest structure in the capital, a testament to the affection bestowed upon him by his father, which he found burdensome. Dr. Yin, sending love, Dad. Dr. Yan's assistant. Where has the imposing aura of the domineering CEO gone? Everyone disregarded this message, and Shu Hang quietly exited the private WeChat group. Shu Yin, I have a mission. Shu Dashwai. Shu Yin, when did you acquire a new leader? I was unaware of any assignments being given to you. Shu Yin, it's a significant matter in life. Shu Dashwai's superior. Have you found a partner? Shu Yin, yes. Shu Dashwai's superior. Shu Yin, I didn't pursue it, so it's awkward to mention. Shu Dashwai's superior. Is it really that difficult to pursue them in over a month? Sweetheart, he can't catch up. Shu Dashwai's superior. Shu Yin, it's challenging. Shu Dashwai's superior. What is so difficult? Fulfill any of his needs, as long as you can. Shu Yin, do you approve of our relationship? Shu Dashwai's superior. Why would I disapprove? Shu Yin, so, do you agree? Shu Dashwai's superior. I wholeheartedly support anyone who can take you away. Shu Yin, All right, then it's settled. He said it's fine as long as you approve. Luo Yiyuan, situated in the far eastern lands, frowned upon reading Shu Yan's message, sensing an ominous premonition. What does this rascal mean by that? Shu Changji glanced over. Why not ask him yourself? Shu Dashuai's superior. Who is your partner? Shu Yan, Xiang Yuan. With a snap, Luo Yi's expression turned impassive as he crushed his phone. Shu Changji discreetly shifted aside, offering some comfort. It's quite normal for Shu Yan to develop feelings for someone he has grown up with like Xiang Yuan. Huh. Luo Yi managed a strained smile. Shu Changji promptly silenced himself and began typing. Little rascal, are you tired of living? Xiang Yuan is 10 years your senior. Shu Yan, oh, my teeth are strong. I can chew. Shu Changji stared at the message in disbelief, finding it painfully cringeworthy. Luo Yi crossed his arms, his face darkening ominously. What is going on with Xiang Yuan? I introduced him to someone so handsome and wealthy, yet he disregards them for Shu Yan? Perhaps it's because of his youth? Shu Changji hesitated for a moment. If he prefers youth, I could easily find him dozens in the capital. After all, as long as it resolves his life's significant matter, what does it matter? Damn, the teacher entrusted him to my care. I promised to look after him well. Yet that little rascal has intercepted my plans. If they're to be together, there's nothing I can do. Shu Yan has always been lively, his interests fleeting. I must make a call to inquire. If this is merely a game, I shall deal with him on the spot. He glanced at the shattered phone on the ground, then raised his gaze, fixating on Shu Changji. Here, take this. Someone dutifully retrieved a work phone, presenting it with utmost respect. Luo Yi moved aside to dial Shu Yan's number. Shu Changji cautiously glanced over, deciding to keep his distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Continuing to chat with his sons. Where is the fourth? Has he gone to university? Shu Yiyu. Shu Yiyu gazed at the care emanating from her father, feeling utterly perplexed. Shu Yiyu. Yes, at school. Shu Dashuai. What year are you in? Shu Yiyu. Freshman. Shu Dashuai. How are you just a freshman? Shu Yiyu, what else would I be? Dr. Yin, Dad. Yiyu is at our university. Shu Dashuai. That's great. Both at Y University, you can look out for each other. Dr. Yan's Wang. Dad, I must say, how can you be so forgetful at such a young age? They are clearly at T University. Shu Changji, the elder, glanced at his phone, perplexed, long pressing to leave. Dr. Yan's Wang found himself removed from a group chat by Shu Dashuai. Meanwhile, Shu Hang sat upright in the conference room, witnessing his removal from the family chat. He slammed his palm on the table, startling the product manager who was reporting on a new product, causing him to crush the product he was about to launch with his bare hands. Is this it? A new product launch? Redo it. Shu Hing tossed the plan on the table and returned to his office, extracting his phone to call Yin Sheng and vent his frustrations. On the other end, Shu Dashuai continued to express concern for Shu Yiyu. Are you dating anyone in college? Shu Yiyu tightened her grip on the hand intertwined with hers. Choosing not to evade the question, Shu Dashuai. Impressive to have someone so soon, less than a month into the semester, far better than your useless siblings. Show your father. Shu Yiyu scrolled through her album, realizing she had unconsciously amassed over 100 photos. Although Minen was not fond of photography, he never declined when it came to capturing moments with men. She selected a candid shot bathed in morning light, with a young man smiled radiantly against the orange sun. A vision that stirred the heart. Selected, sent. Shu Dashuai. Impressive, son. Such a beautiful omega. Shu Yiyu. He an alpha. Shu Changji's fingers froze upon reading the message, as he reread it several times, confirming he wasn't mistaken. With a snap, his phone was reduced to fragments. Chapter 52. Why is it back again? A moment of silence enveloped the family group chat. The youngest, now at a closed military academy, was unreachable. The two younger siblings were too young to have accounts, lacking even the qualifications to enter the group. The rest had all met Minen. Thus, it was not shock that filled the space, but rather a surprise at Shu Yiyu's boldness, with no preparation for the couple, delivering the news directly and succinctly. Shu Yiyu. Internal sharing, do not forward. Consequences are yours to bear. Dr. Yen. Fierce. Sweetheart, Dabobi. Fierce 10086. Xiaoshi. Fierce. Shu Yiyu. Just average, Do take care in the future. Xiao sure, it's only right. Sweetheart, Devo Obi. Hubby is correct. Truly wonderful. Shu Yiyu. Dr. Yin invited Dr. Yan's Wang to join the group chat. Upon joining the account, not being a friend of the group, owner Shu Dashuai prompted a notice to safeguard personal information against scams. Dr. Yan's Wang? What on earth? In the presidential office of the Shushi Group, Shu Heng, donned in a bespoke suit from head to toe, radiated fury. He had lost count of how many times he had been blocked. With a storm of anger, he opened the private WeChat of the venerable Shichangzi and fervently typed out a torrent of messages, each punctuated with glaring red exclamation marks, a cathartic release of pent-up frustration. However, a notification promptly interrupted him. You're not yet friends on WeChat. Please add the contact before reaching out. His phone vibrated incessantly, undeniably from his father. Xiao sure. Xiaonan is wonderful. I truly admire her. Keep it up, Yiyu. Shu Yiyu. Thank you, brother sure. Dr. Yan's Wang, what Xiaonan? Dr. Yan, Yiyu's partner. Dr. Yan's Wang. Little Four is in a relationship? Dr. Yan's Wang. Whose child is this? How come I didn't know? You're in a relationship, and you didn't report to your brother? Dr. Yan's Wang. Wait, why does everyone know but me? Yiyu quietly exited the group chat, unwilling to endure his brother's relentless chatter. He tucked his phone away and lay down, propping himself up with his elbow beside Minun. The man furrowed his brow, breathing heavily and sleeping restlessly. Yiyu gently rubbed his forehead and planted a soft kiss, gazing at Minun's slightly pale face, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. He harbored no worries about the potential objections from Shichangzi and Luo Yi. In comparison to them, he was merely a feather on the scale. Both of them had long since abandoned convention. In truth, Luo Yi was a beta, to bear children for Shichangzi. He underwent experimental hormonal treatments to mature his reproductive organs, resulting in not one, but 7 offspring, a feat unimaginable to most. The challenge of beta fertility is a conundrum in the world, yet Luo Yi, through personal experience, made a monumental contribution to medical science. With Luo Yi as a prototype, the research team continually improved the efficacy of hormonal injections, significantly enhancing the fertility rates of betas. Their comprehension of love ran deeper than anyone else's. When Shuhai pursued Xiao Shi, the world stood against them, yet it was Shichangzi and Luo Yi who steadfastly supported her, though they might lack responsibility as fathers. Their fervor in the pursuit of love was unmatched. Yiyu's gaze lingered on Minun's profile, its exquisite contours and defined lines captivating him. He yearned to possess this man entirely. Yet he recognized the lengthy journey ahead. Without a robust support system, he lacked the confidence to negotiate for the only heir. Thus, every resource at the Shu family's disposal must be utilized wisely. Leveraging connections is paramount. Furthermore, the formidable identities of his 2 negligent fathers certainly held a degree of intimidation. Meanwhile, in the far eastern lands, Luo Yi returned from a phone call, his demeanor serene yet empty-handed, his phone seemingly lost to a corner in a fit of frustration. He cast a curious glance at Shichangzi, who sat cross-armed on the sofa, his face ashen. Moreover, the remnants of a shattered phone on the floor appeared to have multiplied. Who had provoked him? Shu Changji wore a grim expression, his lips pressed tightly together as he shook his head heavily. Luo Yi turned on his heel, seated himself beside him, crossed his legs, and pointed with his shoe at some tattered fragments not far away. Did you squeeze this? He inquired. Yes, came the reply. Which child? Shu Yiyu. Luo Yi raised an eyebrow, utterly surprised that it would be the 4th child. In his view, among all the children, that one was the most obedient and reliable. How could he have managed to provoke Shu Changji? What happened? He in love. Isn't that a good thing? Indeed, falling in love is a positive development, but he is quite audacious. He has found us an alpha. Luo Yi exclaimed in surprise, acknowledging the boldness, though he considered it not a significant issue since their family was not lacking in children. He asked with genuine curiosity, who is on top? Shu Changji stiffened. I forgot to ask. Next time, remember to inquire about the essentials. Shu Changji shot him an exasperated glance. Don't you want to know who the other person is? Luo Yi feigned interest. Who? The legitimate grandson of the Mi family, Mi Nan, their only child. It was rare to come across such a handsome boy. He had seen a few, and Minan was one of them, leaving quite an impression. Luo Yi stroked his chin, looking perplexed. Have the children become so down-to-earth lately? Specifically choosing some little misfits? Who was a little misfit? Shu Changji glanced at his beloved, cautiously defending Shu Yiyu. Our little fourth is not lacking. Luo Yi entirely disregarded him, crossing his arms and contemplating the future. If the fourth is on top, we might as well have him marry into the Mi family. That mountain of gold and silver is enough to last several lifetimes. How could I have the confidence to bring someone like that home? Shu Changji retorted. Are we now discussing who marries whom? The real issue is whether those two scrawny arms can manage to wrestle that sturdy thigh. None of these children were easy to deal with. Shu Yiyu, with nothing to do, leaned against Minan and dozed off, only to wake in the latter half of the night when Minan's fever flared up again. Fortunately, he wasn't in a deep sleep. Upon hearing a murmuring sound, he immediately sat up. How are you? He asked, feeling Minan's forehead. Minan wasn't fully awake. He mumbled a few words before drifting back to sleep. Shu Yiyu took the ear thermometer to reassess, revealing a temperature of 39.5 degrees Celsius. He supported Minan and administered a dose of fever-reducing medication, but this time it proved ineffective. The heat surged back within 10 minutes. Shu Yiyu cradled him in his arms, calling Minan, wake up. Minan, his mind clouded, responded instinctively to Shu Yiyu's voice. What? You have a high fever that won't subside. We need to go to the hospital now. Minan frowned, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, burrowing deeper into Shu Yiyu's embrace, resisting. Just taking fever medicine will suffice. I don't want to move. Shu Yiyu pulled him away slightly, his tone growing firmer. No, this isn't a time for jokes. I'm not joking. Have you ever seen an alpha casually go to the hospital for a fever? Shu Yiyu lowered his gaze, his mouth pressed into a tight line. After a moment, he spoke. I'm worried. Once Minan adjusted to the light, he rubbed his face to appear more alert. Let us wait until tomorrow morning. Perhaps it will subside on its own. Shu Yiyu was acutely aware of Minan's obstinate temperament. Glancing at the clock, she noted that only an hour had passed since his last medication. She touched his forehead, which felt even hotter than before. This situation was untenable. She could no longer indulge his whims. Her tone turned resolute. We need to go to the hospital right now. Hey, Shu Yiyu, she continued. When I dressed your wounds this evening, they appear to have largely subsided and shouldn't be causing this persistent fever. There must be another underlying issue. Please, let us get you checked out. Minan clutched her shirt, his face a portrait of reluctance. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. He instinctively reached back to feel the area, which was not only swollen but also alarmingly hot. Unable to contain himself, he swore loudly. Shu Yiyu was startled as he curled up like a shrimp, exclaiming, What's wrong? Minan pressed down on his neck, feeling as if a multitude of needles were piercing him, an overwhelming urge cascading upon him from all directions. He lifted his head, his complexion flushed and his eyes glistening with moisture, his voice hoarse and subdued. I think I'm in my sensitive period. Chapter 53. A punch for you. Minan's face drained of color, anguish evident as he clutched his throat, feeling as if a colossal hand were constricting his windpipe, rendering his breaths labored. He struggled out of Shu Yiyu's embrace, collapsing onto the bed, wrapping his arms around his neck, trembling violently until his body began to convulse. Seeing this, Shu Yiyu hurried forward to secure his limbs, fearing he might injure himself in his struggles. However, the moment she grasped his wrist, a sudden surge of minty lemon exploded forth, radiating aggressively outward. Caught off guard, Shu Yiyu was thrown back by the overwhelming force, crashing against the nightstand, which shattered upon impact. She hit the ground hard, gasping in pain, her back throbbing, struggling to catch her breath. A piercing agony radiated from her spine, and she found herself breathless, her throat constricted. Minan, under the influence of the pheromones, fell into a state of unintentional aggression, yet his subconscious screamed for restraint. Two conflicting emotions wrestled within his mind, a tormenting turmoil as the minty lemon scent intensified. Shu Yiyu rose from the floor, holding her breath. The consequences of such potent pheromones escaping were dire. The Alpha dormitory was equipped with emergency sealing mechanisms, conveniently located at the head of the bed. But Minen obstructed the way. After a brief moment of contemplation, she cautiously approached, pressing the switch just as a defensive wave erupted, countering the indiscriminate onslaught that was perilously close. She feared provoking Minen further, which could trigger a pheromone meltdown. Once the room's sealing measures activated, she quickly retreated. The oppressive force concentrated, and Shu Yiyu hastily maneuvered to a safe area, drenched in sweat. Leaning against the wall, she observed Minen's deteriorating condition. His complexion shifted from pale to flushed, then to a ghastly hue, his lips devoid of color. She yearned to approach him, but was repelled by the minty lemon scent. Internally, she cursed, reflecting on how he usually clung to her like a piece of string. Yet in moments like this, he was utterly unrecognizable. As the room sealed, the air grew increasingly thick and heavy. Shu Yiyu was still contemplating how to approach Minen when he realized he had fallen under the same spell. Staggering a few steps, he leaned against the wall, his hands clenched in a fist beside his legs. Their pheromone compatibility was inherently high, and the intimacy between them was undeniable. Resistance was futile. Damn it! An intense desire relentlessly surged through his mind, while his body was enmeshed in lustful cravings, compelling him to seduce the minty lemon. Yet, the other party was no longer the docile figure he once knew. Even a slight proximity was met with rejection, as if a feral beast had been awakened, unwilling to be touched even in the slightest. The vodka he craved remained elusive, inciting a growing restlessness within him. Shu Yiyu's eyes began to redden. The veneer of gentleness he typically wore shattered in an instant. His expression morphed into one of ferocity, saliva pooling in his mouth, canines gradually becoming prominent. His aura exuded strength and ruthlessness, hinting a loss of control. Minen oscillated between lucidity and confusion, yet instinctively recognized that it was Shu Yiyu, a memory etched into his very bones. Torn between a tender desire to touch and an uncontrollable urge to destroy, he was tormented to the point of agony. Grasping his hair tightly, he curled into a ball, letting out guttural roars from his throat. With the remnants of his awareness, he repeatedly admonished himself not to harm him. He mustn't. Upon hearing the commotion on the bed, Shu Yiyu snapped back to consciousness. Forcefully closing his eyes and biting down on the flesh of his cheek, the metallic taste of iron flooding his mouth. Enduring the pangs of his teeth, he gripped his palm tightly, his nails digging into the thin membrane until it was completely destroyed, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh. He had to remain alert. This was no ordinary sensitive period, but a loss of control over pheromones. An alpha in an aggressive state should not be provoked lightly. Their self-preservation instincts would be heightened, and any reckless marking could lead to dire consequences. He needed to administer an inhibitor. Holding his breath, Shu Yiyu scoured the room for his backpack, which he had carelessly tossed aside upon his return. After a few circles, he finally spotted it beneath the sofa. Without any hesitation, he administered the injection. In an instant, all desires receded like a receding tide. Shu Yiyu slowly slid down the wall to the floor, tilting his head back to exhale deeply. Once he regained some strength, he retrieved a syringe prepared for Minen. As the circulatory system began to function properly, the pheromones in the room diminished significantly, and he felt considerably more at ease. Shu Yiyu rubbed his itchy nose and approached the agitated man by the bed, attempting to soothe him. "Minen, can you hear me?" The man, resting his head against the headboard, perked up at the sound, his ears twitching slightly as he turned to gaze at Shu Yiyu, his eyes devoid of emotion, silent. Shu Yiyu licked his parched lips, hesitant to force the issue, and gradually inched closer, softening his tone. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. You need not fear me." Sensing Shu Yiyu's slow approach, Minen braced himself on all fours, exhibiting a primal demeanor, watching him warily, a low growl escaping his throat as a warning. "Let me help you." Minen tilted his head in confusion, a fleeting moment of bewilderment crossing his face. Yet in the next second, he lunged at the man, propelling himself off the bed with a sudden burst of energy. Shu Yiyu did not evade. He received a solid kick and, seizing the moment as the man landed, promptly brought him down to the ground. Nan, an A-class alpha in a state of uncontrollable rage, possessed astonishing strength, bending his arm to strike at Shu Yiyu's throat. Instinctively, Shu Yiyu recoiled to avoid the attack, but barely steadied himself when the man launched a second assault, driving his knee forward. Shu Yiyu gasped, Nan. He sidestepped in an attempt to grasp him, only to be met with a powerful punch that sent him reeling, the force causing his hand to swell with a purple lump. In pain, Shu Yiyu grimaced, shaking his wrist, causing a spray of bright red liquid to fly out. Minan's vision was momentarily engulfed in red. Droplets splattered across his face. Confused, he wiped his hand across it, revealing specks of vivid crimson. His body, once poised for action, froze in place. After what felt like an eternity, Minan's gaze finally sharpened, fixating intently on Shu Yiyu's hand as his clenched fist gradually began to loosen. Tears suddenly filled his eyes. His lips parted in a silent gasp, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Minan's complexion grow increasingly pale, Shu Yiyu hurriedly stepped forward and enveloped him in an embrace. Softly reassuring, it's all right, calm down. The man remained unresponsive, standing rigidly, his expression contorted by suppressed emotion, his face glistening with moisture. Shu Yiyu grabbed his own shirt to wipe away the remnants, and seized the opportunity to administer a suppressor. Instantly, Minan's body slumped, briefly losing consciousness as the drug took effect and fell against Shu Yiyu's shoulder. Shu Yiyu wrapped his arm around the man's waist, glancing at his sticky hands before carelessly wiping them on his pants. He then lifted Nan horizontally and laid him on the bed, ensuring he was positioned comfortably before inspecting his wounds. The previously bandaged area had been torn open, revealing scratches from nails across his neck. Shu Yiyu carefully avoided the injuries, gently massaging the surrounding skin, noting that it had softened without any unusual protrusions, indicating no serious issues. He located the phone that had been thrown. Its screen shattered into fragments. He contemplated calling Yin Sheng, but upon seeing the time was already 3:10 a.m., he opted instead to draft a message, scheduling a gland imaging for the following day. Shu Yiyu? Minan slowly opened his eyes, the vivid red hue still present, rendering him quite frightening. I'm here. Minan sat up, momentarily at a loss for words. Losing control did not equate to amnesia. He was acutely aware of his recent actions. Observing the man's grip on the phone, a look of unmasked guilt and frustration crossed his face. Shu Yiyu nonchalantly extended his palm, explaining, I did this to myself. It was not your doing. Minan reached out cautiously to hold his hand, turning it over to reveal a dark purple swelling where the veins snaked ominously. Breath hitching. His heart ached fiercely. He murmured, I'm sorry. Shu Yiyu withdrew his hand, ruffling the man's hair. No need for that. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. I lost control. Yes, like an angry little lion, fearsome yet quite adorable in your fury. Minan strained to pull the corners of his mouth upward, attempting to smile in response, but found no joy in it. Shu Yiyu observed his despondent demeanor, exhaling softly as she approached the bedside, kneeling on one knee. Without uttering a single word, she leaned in, fully aware that a stubborn individual would be impervious to reason. She pressed her lips against his directly. What dilemma could a kiss not resolve? If one was insufficient, then two. If two were inadequate, then three, and so forth, until he was devoid of thoughts of anything else. Chapter 54. The ripe fruit of maturity. The room was sealed off by specially designed black partitions. Remnants of the night's earlier altercation scattered across the carpet, yet neither of the two occupants paid them any heed. The hum of the circulation system reverberated, occasionally interrupted by discordant notes, raising suspicions of a potential malfunction. Inan shifted from a passive stance to an active one, only to be reclaimed and dominated by Shu Yiyu. Each time he attempted to speak, he was silenced by the man's overpowering presence, ultimately resigning himself to their shared descent. The entwined intimacy of the night rendered the passage of time irrelevant. When they finally parted, both felt a sense of suffocation. It was then that Shu Yiyu recalled the sealed barrier and hastily opened it, allowing fresh air to circulate within the room. Yinan leaned wearily against the man's shoulder, breathing deeply to regain composure. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on the injury on his hand, exhaling breathlessly. Go wash your hands. I'll reapply the medicine for you. Shu Yiyu glanced at the scabbed wound, wrapped his arms around the man's shoulders, and affectionately nuzzled his hair. Let us embrace a moment longer before we tend to it. Once it's taken care of, feel free to hold me. Yinan pulled him down from his perch, stating, You can do whatever you wish with me. I've already declared that my life is yours. Yinan lifted his eyelids, their gazes locking as he entwined his fingers around Shu Yiyu's. Who desires your life? Just be obedient. If I bandage you up, I want your mind. Consider my apology. Agreed. Now quickly wash your hands. I'll help you with the ointment, and then we can sleep. This time, Shu Yiyu wasted no time, rising to attend to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to cleanse his palm of the blood. Upon his return, Yinan had prepared the anti-inflammatory medicine and special ointment. Having gained confidence from the first experience, though he remained as meticulous as ever. Shu Yiyu, watching him with earnest concentration, felt a warmth swell within. Do you feel any discomfort? Yinan twisted his neck, inadvertently tugging at the injury on his back, letting out a hiss. My neck hurts significantly. He raised his hand to touch it, but Shu Yiyu grasped it firmly. Don't touch it. When you lost control earlier, your glands swelled, causing a slight tear. Very well. Yinan delicately spread the ointment with a cotton swab and continued. It's peculiar. According to Dr. Yin, being together should expedite my recovery. Yet this time it seems worse than before. Shu Yiyu shared his concern, shaking his head. It's hard to say. I've already scheduled an appointment with Brother Shang. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you for a thorough examination. Although Yinan loathed hospitals, he had no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of his health, replying resignedly, All right then. Does your head still ache? With a single hand cradling his face, Minun noticed that the searing sensation had subsided. He turned his head, feeling steady, and joyfully remarked to Shu Yiyu, Well, my head no longer spins, my legs are pain-free, and the fever has retreated. Shu Yiyu, somewhat skeptical, reached out to touch his forehead, finding it cool to the touch. You truly have no fever, she confirmed. Minun swiftly applied the ointment, instructing him to lie back and allow it to dry. Rising, he stretched languidly, twisting his arms and waist, feeling utterly invigorated. Leaning towards Shu Yiyu with a triumphant grin, he declared, I told you, as a proud alpha. How could I be brought down by a mere fever? You didn't believe me. Shu Yiyu affectionately tousled his messy hair, smiling indulgently. Indeed, you're the strongest. Minun replied, Of course. I feel exceptionally energetic now. Just because you feel better doesn't mean you should overexert yourself. You still need ample rest. You can skip your morning classes. I've already informed the counselor on your behalf. Minun nodded. Who would choose class over rest? He changed into his pajamas, pulled back the covers, and nestled in. Shu Yiyu blew gently into her palms, which were nearly dry, then took a quick shower before lying down beside him. They embraced, their feet touching. Minun closed his eyes, his mind churning with activity. After sleeping throughout the day, he found himself wide awake now that his fever had subsided. He lay stiffly, refraining from moving, fearful of disturbing Shu Yiyu. Are you not going to sleep? Shu Yiyu inquired, though she felt quite drowsy herself. Yet, she was concerned for Minun. She rhythmically patted his back, attempting to lull him to sleep. However, upon hearing her voice, he immediately opened his eyes wide in the darkness, his gaze darting around. With his teeth pressing against his tongue, he mused that while the sensitivity might be resolved for others with a simple injection, it was far more complicated for him. He leaned closer to Shu Yiyu, inhaling her familiar scent deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. With a hint of a coy tone, he whispered, I can't sleep. Perhaps I could keep you company with some conversation. What shall we talk about? What is there to discuss at this hour? Do you want to sleep? Minun pressed his forehead against the man's Adam's apple, feeling the vibrations of his speech, and licked his lips, a flutter of desire stirring within him. He realized he was hopelessly drawn back to that intoxicating feeling. I can't sleep, he thought to himself, bemused by this foolish man who had previously offered direct, loving advice during his sleepless nights, yet now feigned a role of a virtuous gentleman. Shu Yiyu, somewhat drowsy, had not quite caught his words and replied in a mechanical manner, "Then I will keep you company." Minun rolled his eyes, playfully pinching his waist and gritting his teeth. "What nonsense!" Shu Yiyu suddenly sprang up, startled, and shook himself awake, feeling a sharp pain in his lower back. The jolt cleared his mind. Minun, taken aback by his sudden reaction, stammered, "I didn't apply much pressure." Shu Yiyu, half amused and half exasperated, turned on the bedside lamp. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Minun gazed at the man's gentle, handsome face illuminated by the light and let out a soft huff. "It seems one must take the initiative." With this thought, I casually tugged at the collar of my nightgown, the already loose robe slipping further to reveal my fair, robust physique. I extended my palm to rest against my body. Whether intentional or not, my gaze shimmered with an alluring light, my lips brushed against each other, and my voice, laced with an irresistible allure, suggested a fire smoldering within my heart. Shu Yiyu gazed at me unblinkingly, grasping my wrist, feigning ignorance. Is this a manifestation of post-sensitivity syndrome? With a playful glint in my eyes, I replied unabashedly, "Yes, quite serious indeed. I must undergo an examination tomorrow." Yet, a tightness gripped my heart. A simple gesture would suffice. After some contemplation, Shu Yiyu declined. That would not be appropriate. Suddenly, I relaxed, collapsing onto the bed. There's nothing inappropriate about it. My fingers gently caressing his throat. "Are you truly uncomfortable? Why would I deceive you? Is it something you desire? How could I articulate such words?" Shu Yiyu leaned against my forehead, laughing softly. "It truly can only be a little at a time." As he spoke, he had already leaned down. I turned my head, fingers entwined in the dark strands of his hair. My gaze drifted, lost in the halo of light against the wall, my voice ethereal, just a little. Shu Yiyu lowered his head, warm breaths cascading, creating a wave of humidity. "Yes, I will manage it well." In an instant, the familiar scent permeated every corner of the room. However, what began as a little ultimately transformed into an overwhelming abundance. The following day, in the afternoon, within the office of the campus hospital, Shu Yiyu and I sat side by side in the office on the 7th floor, hands properly placed on our knees, both wearing earnest expressions as we absorbed the admonitions. Facing us stood Yen Sheng, the usually gentle Dr. Yen, whose face bore an uncommon sternness. His expression serious, as if ready to devour us whole. He paced back and forth, arms crossed. Shu Yiyu and I followed his movements with our eyes, hardly daring to breathe. Suddenly, Yen Sheng slammed his hands on the table, his voice booming. "You two are exceedingly bold." Chapter 55. You Can Only Belong to Me. Yen Sheng was a traditional Omega, with delicate features, a petite frame, and a gentle demeanor. Even when angry, he lacked any intimidating presence, instead exuding an air of innocence that made him seem easy to bully. If one were to ponder why Shu Hang could act so recklessly, it was likely due to the bad habits he had fostered himself. Shu Yiyu and I exchanged surreptitious glances, silently acknowledging each other before hastily lowering our heads. Feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh, Yen Sheng observed us, seated together while exchanging glances, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, which only fueled his irritation. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, quietly intertwining his hands and rubbing them together, unable to quell the regret bubbling within him for having struck the table so forcefully. It truly hurt. In truth, Yen Sheng was conflicted. Though he recognized Shu Yiyu's affection for me, it was merely a present sentiment. Who could guarantee that, years down the line, after experiencing various trials and tribulations, he would remain steadfast in his feelings? He deemed the current situation profoundly unfair to me, which was the root of his indignation. The union of Alpha and Omega is indeed not a trivial matter. Even when it involves a beta, Yen Sheng finds it quite justifiable. Both possess reproductive capabilities, able to engage in physiological or informational bonds according to their preferences. The advantages and disadvantages of either option are relatively comparable, should they wish to separate or divorce. They merely need to sever the bond, although it is generally more painful to dissolve an informational connection. However, alphas are distinct. They cannot reproduce and lack any physiological structure in this regard. Their only possibility lies in forming informational bonds. It is commonplace for alpha pheromones to be incompatible. And while there may be exceptions like Shu Yiyu and Minan, they are few. In situations where marking is already challenging, who would willingly choose to enter into an informational bond, binding themselves for life, is merely a pleasant facade. Even if one is an omega, they would hesitate to place their trust in such a beautiful deception. Minan, particularly, has the entire Mi family to consider. In the end, it could be he who suffers the most. Yin Sheng furrowed his brow, resting one hand on the table while his mind raced. The most optimal solution he could propose would be to sever the bond immediately, yet it was evident that neither of the two wished to pursue that course of action. What are you planning to do now? Dr. Yin, has my gland completely recovered? Minan inquired, touching his neck, feeling a notable difference. The flow of pheromones was significantly smoother than before. Indeed, the bond has effectively filled the gap. Minan hesitated, asking, isn't it detrimental to bond? For Shu Yiyu, it may not matter, but for you, it is quite significant. Yin Sheng retrieved Minan's previous medical records and continued. I have previously mentioned that your gland is in a developmental stage, and it has relied on Shu Yiyu's pheromones to stimulate its growth. This is akin to a child maturing. It will remember what it needs to survive and claim it as its own. Consequently, your gland will harbor two distinct pheromones. Thus, the outcome is singular. You can only be marked by Shu Yiyu and cannot mark others. Isn't that essentially the same as bonding? Yin Sheng extracted two pheromone test reports from his drawer, laying them side by side. Pointing to the first report with a normal genetic arrangement, he stated, do you see this? This represents your pheromones prior to bonding. Now, look at this report, your pheromones after bonding. They have mutated. Minan appeared momentarily stunned, clearly perplexed. He had never heard of pheromones mutating. Yin Sheng glanced at the equally bewildered Shu Yiyu, shook his head, and continued, such occurrences are indeed rare. I have only encountered 2 cases in literature, but they do exist. To put it simply, your pheromones have transformed into a concoction of vodka mint and lemon, quite a fitting blend, akin to a spirited drink. Will this pose any harm to Minan's body? Shu Yiyu expressed concern. Yin Sheng pondered the consequences described in his readings. It posed no threat to his health, as one could hardly be worse off than turning to ashes. No, it will not. Minan tilted his head. Are there any other implications? Yin Sheng contemplated briefly, offering a straightforward response. If the two of you were to eventually implode and wish to part ways, one of you would either perish or the other would. The academic discourse suggests that one who has formed a bond can manipulate the pheromones within their own body to subdue the counterpart. Conversely, if the bonded individual fails to soothe the other during their susceptible phase, the latter is left with no viable options. Pheromones possess an enigmatic quality. Even the creator cannot articulate their essence, rendering it simply a matter of profound mystery. Shu Yiyu tilted his head toward Minan, who coincidentally turned to meet his gaze. Noticing the man's slightly anxious expression, he grasped his hand, gently rubbing his thumb against the web of his palm as a gesture of comfort. This was merely an unforeseen occurrence. Neither he nor Minan anticipated that the final moment would culminate in such a manner. Initially, they had intended to establish only a superficial bond. However, being 2 vigorous young alphas, their innate resilience and exceptional pheromone compatibility led them to embark on a new, indescribable chapter after just a few exchanges. Minan had always been receptive to vodka, and under the influence of their superficial bond, his resistance waned. Before anything could truly begin, he found himself ensnared in its allure. Shu Yiyu, drawn into this overwhelming sensation, was both surprised yet entirely comprehensible. This was a person he had cherished for 2 lifetimes. His previous life ended tragically, while in this existence, he had been fortunate enough to reclaim him. How could he possibly endure the thought of relinquishing him again? Ultimately, what transpired remains shrouded in ambiguity. Perhaps it was the intensity of their emotions, perhaps mere happenstance, or perhaps it was a deliberate act on his part. What is unequivocal is that one desired this connection, while the other willingly acquiesced. Both were complicit in their choices. Shu Yiyu extended his hand to grasp Minan's, his gaze falling upon the man's slender fingers, which were delicate and aesthetically pleasing, slightly smaller than his own. He contemplated a visit to a jewelry store to fully ensnare this man, as he now bore Shu Yiyu's mark, exclusively his. The thought brought a smile to his lips, a blend of joy, affirmation, and anticipation for the future, as if his long-suspended heart had finally found its home. He spoke slowly, with gravity and sincerity, wishing to offer the man a promise that would grant him peace of mind. Regardless of any formal bond, I shall only ever acknowledge you, Minun, in this lifetime. None other will suffice. In that moment, Minun clasped their interlocked hands, his heart no longer racing, but rather slowing, even his breath becoming languid. He slowly lifted his head, meeting the man's gaze, exhaling gently as he asked, "Is that truly the case?" Shu Yiyu encircled Minun's neck, leaning in, his clear eyes shimmering with certainty as he affirmed, "I have never deceived you." In his youth, Minun had scarcely dared to open his heart, yet he had been fortunate enough to encounter Shu Yiyu. An inexplicable familiarity and profound affection enveloped him, as if this person was destined solely for him. This realization was comforting. Should the future demand it, they could face it together. Minun, lowering his head, suddenly broke into a blissful smile. He then raised his chin, embodying an innocent purity. "You are destined to be exclusively mine." Chapter 56. Love is never a mistake. Yin Sheng let out a deep sigh, pressing his fingers against his temples, overwhelmed by an excruciating headache. The stubbornness exhibited by both parties was truly remarkable. Silently closing the medical record, he adhered to his responsibilities as a physician and proposed a professional solution. "As a doctor, I must recommend that Minun undergo immediate cleansing. This is the most effective treatment at present. While the situation has not yet fully integrated, the discomfort will not be as severe. Delaying until later will make it significantly more challenging." Minun shook his head resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. "Are you certain? I believe you should reconsider. This is, after all, a matter of lifelong commitment, and impulsiveness is unwise." Yin Sheng's words were genuinely meant to provide them with a way out. After all, the two were undeniably young, with boundless possibilities ahead. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't regret their decisions in the future. Did they truly believe that simply uniting would lead to universal happiness? The harshness of reality was evident, yet the moment had not yet arrived. Turning his head, Minun's expression turned serious. He inquired of Shu Yiyu, "What you just said was earnest, correct?" "Indeed, through thick and thin, life and death, we are united." "Good," Yin Sheng remarked, "while I strive to resolve the problem. These two are busy flaunting their affection." With affirmation from Shu Yiyu, Minun's previously wavering heart steadied. If a comparison were to be made, it was evident that Minun was far more obstinate. Once he made a decision, it would not be easily altered. "You heard him. Shu Yiyu has promised me. An alpha honors his word." Yin Sheng gazed deeply at him, sighing, "You believe him just like that? How easily deceived you are." Minun responded firmly, "I do believe." "Forever?" A faint smile crept on Minun's lips. He certainly did not believe in the concept of forever in this world. Yet, some things could be safeguarded and fought for on one's own. If that were not possible, then one must seize them. His desire for Shu Yiyu was crystal clear and unwavering. Not only was he captivated mentally and physically, but even his pheromones were utterly enamored. Such a person was someone Minun could never let go of. "Dr. Yin, Sheng, if Yiyu calls you brother, may I do the same?" Yin Sheng cast a glance at Shu Yiyu. What could he do if his younger brother was fond of him? Ultimately, he would still have to indulge him. "Of course, you may." Minun turned to face Shu Yiyu, who looked back with a gentle gaze, seemingly infused with emotions that Minun could not fully comprehend, causing his lips to involuntarily curve upwards. His voice was buoyant, exuding confidence. "Sheng, I adore Shu Yiyu immensely. While I do not believe in forever, I am willing to place my trust in him. However, much of the world is fraught with contradictions. Currently, his feelings were intense. But what about the future? You are not like Shu Yiyu. He has siblings to support him after making mistakes. But what about you?" Yin Sheng hesitated, reluctant to speak so definitively. Yet in essence, Minun was isolated and unsupported. Minun had always displayed a certain naivety in front of Shu Yiyu, and he had naturally picked up on Yin Sheng's concerns. It was reasonable for him to worry, given that the Mi family represented their greatest obstacle, and at present, Min felt powerless. Nevertheless, that would not serve as a justification for their separation. I comprehend Brother Sheng's intention. However, believe me, I too can protect him. Yin Sheng's expression darkened as he stood by the window, his voice softly resonating. The family will not permit you to err. Min smiled equant. He had never feared the hindrance of the family, for his only trepidation lay in the thought of Shu Yiyu not being able to stand by him through thick and thin. Yet now he was assured that their goals were aligned, so what was there to lose in this endeavor? Min lifted his chin and straightened his posture, meeting Yin Sheng's gaze with earnestness, exuding an innate charisma and regal demeanor. Confident and audacious, he proclaimed, "To love someone has never been a mistake." Yin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. This was an unexpected reply, stirring a subtle tremor within him. The youth before him exhibited a calmness and composure that surpassed his expectations, a clarity of mind that was remarkable. He found himself contemplating how Shu Yiyu had garnered the unwavering affection of such a person, with a singular focus on one individual. How could Shu Yiyu not feel the same? He bit his cheek in a feigned calmness. For me, Nin had an uncanny ability to stir his emotions. The guilt from his past life weighed heavily upon him, and a sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart. He had always recognized the fervent nature of love, characterized by devotion, zeal, sincerity, and an all-encompassing willingness to give and possess. Yet, witnessing it anew filled him with both admiration and dread. This fear did not stem from a sense of being trapped, but rather from the anxiety of inadequacy, fearing he might once again disappoint, leaving him to ponder how to navigate such a situation. In this new life, he repeatedly emphasized the need to shower me, Nan, with boundless love, a mantra that echoed in his mind, prioritizing it above all else. However, the reality was that whatever he offered, Nan reciprocated manifold, leaving Shu Yiyu feeling utterly defeated. It was utterly unfair. Will you not regret it? Min chuckled lightly, his tone buoyant. If one day in the future regret does arise, it will not be due to this choice, but rather from disappointment in this person. I understand, he continued. If there comes a day you wish to erase it, I will provide unconditional assistance. Yin Sheng chose not to say more, merely handing over his business card, ultimately deciding to follow his heart and stand by their side, hoping that the two could continue on their journey together, for such profound affection was a rarity to behold. Min accepted the card carefully, placing it into his wallet. "Thank you, Brother Sheng." Casting a glance at the nearby Shu Yiyu, he subtly intertwined his fingers with the man's, relishing in the intimacy of the gesture. Yin Sheng glanced at the two affectionate individuals, a light scoff escaping his lips as he muttered inwardly, "Childish." Yet, he remained patient, advising, "Since you've decided to be together, nurture your relationship with mutual support and care. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. You as well. Listen to me, Nan. Do not be stubborn. Communicate openly when issues arise." "I will," came the reply. "Xiao Nan, if Yiyu ever bullies you, inform me, and I shall deal with him. One punch will suffice." Upon hearing the words, Min immediately broke into a smile. "Brother, you are truly wonderful, exquisite in appearance and kind-hearted. With your protection, Shu Yiyu will undoubtedly think twice before provoking me." When sweet-talking, he was genuinely charming, and it was difficult for anyone to resist. What Omega does not relish compliments? Yin Sheng, though merely an ordinary person, stifled a laugh and urged, "Hurry along. I have a meeting to attend shortly, and some documents to manage." Shu Yiyu slightly nodded at Yin Sheng. "Thank you, Brother Sheng." Yin Sheng returned to his chair, opened the notebook on his desk, and began to write the medical records without lifting his head, waving him off absently. "Go on. Bring me in home for dinner next week." Shu Heng mentioned it. If there are any questions, contact 1323XXXX099. In order to add father on WeChat, he has yet again changed his number. Shu Yiyu chuckled. Why is my brother so determined to add the old man's WeChat? Yin Sheng paused his pen, raised his head, adjusted his slipping glasses, and said earnestly, "Never ask. Or I will regale you with tales from the creation of the universe to interstellar wars." Understanding dawned on Shu Yiyu. and he nodded solemnly. I see. Let us head back then. See you on Saturday. Goodbye. Yansheng swiftly completed his writing, tidied his desk, and began messaging Shu Hang. The bond between these two was now firmly established, and parting would not be so effortless. He needed to have a serious discussion with Shu Hang, urging him to focus more on developing the business, striving to elevate the Shu family name to prominence internationally within the next few years. As the elder brother, Shu Hang must navigate the front lines of this endeavor. Otherwise, when a Mi family truly mobilizes, they would not be left without confidence, struggling for words. Meanwhile, at the Shu Corporation building, Shu Hang was convening a monthly meeting. Initially satisfied with the market share for September and October, he suddenly received a message from Yansheng urging him to exert utmost effort this year, aiming to fulfill the KPI of at least 12 billion by year-end. A wave of panic washed over Shu Hang. His wife was actually encouraging him to earn more. What did that imply? Did she think his current earnings were insufficient? That was unacceptable. He promptly revised the target for the following month, increasing all tasks by 150. As long as he didn't collapse from exhaustion, he would work himself to the bone. He then clutched his phone, bombarded by a cascade of questions. Fear gripped him. Was his wife contemplating leaving? Chapter 57. Upholding my alpha's dignity. Recently, Shu Yiyu found life to be rather indulgent. From the initial carefree joy to the eventual overwhelming experience, it took scarcely half a month. The situation, though seemingly complex, was quite straightforward. After confirming their bond, Shu Yiyu and me then returned to the dormitory, as usual, each engaged in their own pursuits, interspersed with moments of affection. However, as night fell, Minan's clinginess escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Shu Yiyu initially believed it to be a mere after-effect and did not think much of it. Moreover, having lived 2 lifetimes without encountering a Mi who could act adorable and charming, he found it both exhilarating and novel. Proximity incited irritation, distance provoked annoyance, and maintaining just the right distance also drew ire. Ironically, despite the man's stern demeanor, his body remained remarkably honest in its desires. At the outset, both individuals found the situation rather amusing, taking time off to indulge in each other's company as a means to deepen their bond. However, being students, they were inevitably compelled to attend classes, and since they belonged to different departments, Inan had to endure the separation during the day. As night approached, though, his longing intensified, leading to several days of heightened irritability. It was then that Shu Yi sensed something was amiss and promptly contacted Yansheng to explain the situation. Upon realization, he remembered that after forming a bond, there exists a unique dependency phase. Even alphas experience an acute yearning for their partners. During this period, complete reassurance is essential. Otherwise, the partner may become volatile. Given Inan's reaction, it was clear that his needs would multiply. At that moment, Shu Yi, in her naivety, believed she could manage the situation. But a week later, she found herself dialing Yansheng's number again, bearing the burden of dark circles under her eyes. When would this phase come to an end? It was uncertain and depended on the pheromone transformation. Must there be constant reassurance? Yes, otherwise the pheromones could spiral out of control. Are there any alternative solutions? Currently, none. I understand. Thank you, Brother Shang. Shu Yi pressed her lips together and hung up with an expressionless face, turning her gaze to the man lying on the bed, who was watching her intently. Her heart quivered. Very well. She would have to endure further. Another night passed. In dormitory 601, on the south-facing balcony, the curtains that once floated gracefully at the door lay scattered on the ground, stained with leaf remnants. November had officially ushered in autumn, with a chill in the air that swept up fallen yellow leaves overnight. After several days of rain, a damp coolness enveloped the atmosphere. Yet on this open balcony, the two embraced, perspiration beading on their foreheads, trickling down onto the white curtains, creating a beautiful water stain. Inan gazed upward, and unlike the tumultuous skies of previous days, the accumulated clouds finally dispersed, revealing a lazy crescent moon adorned with scattered twinkling stars. He exhaled slowly, a surge of emotion swelling within him, overflowing. The unspoken desires found clarity in the night, unrestricted. His fingertips intertwined with the shadows of the night, and beneath his arms lay the skin as pale as jade. He raised his shoulders, gradually drawing closer, the heat akin to searing flames. As their bodies nearly touched, it felt as if his heart had been drenched in molten lava, bursting forth in an instant. Even their breaths conjured mist that fell heavily and then dissipated softly. As the autumn breeze brushed by, the air grew cooler. Yet at that moment of closeness, the embers of unextinguished passion reignited, ready to ignite at the slightest touch. Their occasionally intertwining fingers felt like a sharp blade grazing the surface, leaving a faint mark before they began to move freely, entangled in a dance of desire. Shu Yiyu leaned against the balcony door, her pheromones momentarily disordered. Inan's eyes shimmered like alluring jewels under the moonlight, his voice sultry and teasing. "What's the matter?" "There's an early meeting for the student council tomorrow morning." The man raised his hand and lightly brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. His voice ethereal. "So what?" Shu Yiyu felt the heat of his breath against her ear, and the carefully chosen words she had prepared evaporated instantly. In truth, it didn't matter much. They could simply change locations. Instinctively, Shu Yiyu wanted to retreat, even her pheromones showing signs of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "It's already past 2 in the morning." Minin raised an eyebrow. "So you plan to ignore me?" "How could I? I merely thought that perhaps those two should really get some proper rest." Minin released her hair and placed a hand on the man's shoulder, gently poking him twice. "What do you think?" Shu Yiyu gazed at his flushed cheeks, her throat constricting, and in a moment of bewilderment, she altered her response. "I believe the meeting isn't a significant matter. If I can't wake up, then I simply won't go. After all, the event can proceed normally without my presence. You are the most important." "Oh, really? You suggested we return to the room. It has gotten cooler tonight." Minin leaned into his embrace. Shu Yiyu lifted him horizontally, his legs curled beneath him, feeling a numbing sensation, with a clear imprint on his knee. As he stood up, he paused briefly before stepping inside. With just a few short strides, his legs swayed left and right, nearly causing Minin to tumble to the ground. Minin wrapped an arm around his neck and teasingly asked, "Are you tired?" Shu Yiyu lowered his head, momentarily stiffening. "Don't ask such a foolish question when you already know the answer." Someone feigned stubbornness, forcing a slight smile and reluctantly shaking his head. No matter how much dignity and alpha had left, he could never admit to such a weakness. "No, it's just an accident." "That's good. The air tonight is pleasant, so we can enjoy ourselves a little longer." Shu Yiyu silently glanced at the moon outside, exhaling a heavy sigh. Never had he longed for dawn so desperately. "Son, how could you bear to see me sad? When will this period of dependency come to an end?" Under Minan's guidance, Shu Yiyu ultimately managed to complete the formidable task of achieving harmony in life. Satisfied, someone drifted into a deep slumber as dawn approached. The next day, the sun leapt into the sky, hanging high above. The sycamore tree before the balcony swayed in the wind, shedding its leaves onto the ground. Inside the room, clothes were strewn about haphazardly. The curtains were nowhere to be found, and bright light boldly illuminated the bed. The two entwined figures slept soundly, limbs intertwined. Suddenly, one of the small mounds stirred. "Get up, we're going to be late." Minin sprang up like a spring, his voice loud and full of energy. He was no longer the same as before. Since their bond formed, the interaction between their pheromones had been remarkably harmonious, surprisingly enhancing his recovery abilities. Previously, if he had maintained this pace, he would have felt as though a truck had run him over, leaving him in a disheveled heap. Now, within an hour, his physical condition could essentially return to normal. Minin quickly used the restroom, toothbrush still in his mouth, as he began to select his outfit for the day. "Why are you awake so early?" Shu Yiyu rubbed his eyes, still in a daze. Minin turned back, his face radiating vitality. "Get up." Shu Yiyu observed his refreshing demeanor and silently touched his increasingly heavy dark circles and thinning waistline, feeling an undeniable sense of role reversal. With a sigh of disillusionment, he collapsed back onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Chapter 58. The heartfelt Omega Manon selected his desired attire and tossed it onto the bed, then eagerly began to choose accessories. Though he was well acquainted with the student council, the fact that he was attending with Shu Yiyu made him want to present himself impeccably. This not only served to deter any hopeful omegas, but also satisfied his peculiar possessiveness. Whatever Shu Yiyu was doing, preparing for, or wishing to do, could not escape his awareness. Manon glanced at the still figure on the bed and inquired, "Aren't you getting up? What time is it?" "It's 8:30. The meeting starts at 9. You need to hurry." Resigned, Shu Yiyu threw off the covers and casually slipped into Manon's robe that lay on the floor. He strolled to the balcony, stretching lazily, and indeed, the autumn air was crisp and refreshing. It was a splendid day. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a pair of hands from behind tugging at the sides of his clothing. "What are you doing?" he asked, turning his head. Manon, appearing somewhat displeased, let his possessiveness surface to the fullest. "Do you have some exhibitionist tendencies? You've already done it on the balcony. What are you afraid of now?" "That is entirely different," Manon raised his voice. "Even if we were being intimate on the balcony, it would be at night, surrounded by solid walls, with no one living across from us. No one could see what we were doing. But now, you're standing out here with your clothes wide open, and anyone below could catch a glimpse." Manon was unwilling to accept that. That was his possession. He couldn't allow anyone to take advantage of it. Indeed, it is different. He had also tried to shield the man's boundless allure to the best of his ability. Manon adjusted Shu Yiyu's belt, warning, "Do not deliberately provoke me." Shu Yiyu grasped Manon's hand and turned around, resting his chin on Manon's shoulder. "I wouldn't dare provoke you. You're rather intimidating." In the past, he wouldn't have dared to inflict even the slightest harm upon him, yet now he wished he could tease him mercilessly. Manon disregarded Shu Yiyu's willingness or reluctance. He had a perfect excuse now. "It's a special period. I can't control myself. You and T want to witness my pheromones spiraling out of control. I fear I might hurt you like last time." Shu Yiyu remarked, "The way you say that almost makes me question whether this dependency phase truly lasts this long. I'm going to wash up. I've left the clothes you'll wear on the bed. Couple outfits?" Shu Yiyu's head poked out from the bathroom, inquiring. Since handing over his bank card, his life had essentially been entrusted to Manon. Daily essentials were meticulously managed. Previously, he had no choice, but now he relished it. Indeed, one's state of mind is paramount. Shu Yiyu thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being cared for again. In the past, he had not understood why Manon liked him, but upon reflection, it resonated with the saying, "Every pot has its lid." If it weren't for Shu Yiyu's idiosyncratic self-assurance, Manon would undoubtedly have faced some consequences. Conversely, had it not been for Manon's particular preference, Shu Yiyu would likely have been branded as an irredeemable scoundrel. Fate, in its enigmatic design, destined them to encounter one another, mutually enhancing each other's existence in their pursuit of becoming better individuals. Who needs an abundance of matching outfits? They suffice with casual wear at home. With a hint of annoyance, Inan shot him a glare before resuming his search for bags and accessories for Shu Yiyu. Upon witnessing the man's serious demeanor, he couldn't resist teasing. "Dressing me up so splendidly. Aren't you afraid someone might steal me away?" At this remark, Inan tossed the accessories back, causing the drawer to slam shut with a clatter. Casting a glance at the carefully coordinated casual attire on the bed, he found truth in his words. He approached, tidied the clothes once more, and retrieved an old sweater of his own, saying, "Wear this. We're short on time." "Hurry up." Shu Yiyu's primary role was to be obedient. Whatever Inan said went, and he dared not challenge it. Once they were ready, they stood before the full-length mirror at the door, a stark contrast evident between them. One resembled a peacock poised for display, while the other appeared as an introverted youth yet to transcend his awkward phase. Inan retrieved a pair of frameless glasses from the sunglasses rack and handed them over, instructing, "Put these on." Shu Yiyu complied without hesitation. "Quite fitting. You look like a studious scholar," Inan remarked. "Most importantly, you like it." "Like it? I adore it," Inan thought, having learned to take the initiative in their relationship. He leaned in for a gentle kiss and opened the door to step outside. Lowering his head, he licked his lips. The taste was delightful. Indeed, he was utterly enamored. In the student union office, Wang Yifan sat quietly in the main seat, a computer in front of him emitting cheerful sounds, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Beside him sat Guamyukin, organizing documents, while further down were the entertainment department, publicity department, and the advertising department's internal staff, including Zhang Yang. "What brings you here?" Yinan inquired upon spotting Zhang Yang seated by the door. His curiosity piqued. Zhang Yang crossed his arms, adopting an air of indifference. With a flick of his eyelid, he signaled his disinterest in conversation. Guomyukin, aware of their acquaintance, offered an explanation. Our original external affairs department head is about to graduate, and since he is from the same department, we had Zhang Yang step in. When did you join this department? I had no idea, Yinan remarked. Zhang Yang shrugged. My cousin. Oh, I see. I almost thought you'd taken on this role because you were in a relationship, Yinan said, pulling out a chair beside Zhang Yang, with Shu Yiyu closely following. Oof. Zhang Yang bristled at the mere mention of romance, and upon seeing Shu Yiyu, his irritation grew. In truth, he held a favorable impression of this man, good-looking, a capable cook, and observing Yinan's devoted demeanor indicated that his charm was equally remarkable, leaving him utterly captivated. After spending time together, he had fully accepted their relationship. After all, few could endure Yinan's eccentricities. However, that did not mean he could accept their union. At the tender age of 20, he found himself in a situation he could scarcely fathom. How dare these two impertinent fellows approach him? Zhang Yang bared his teeth slightly, and upon observing the fatigue etched on his face, he surmised that mischief was afoot once more. Unable to hold back, he teased. What is the matter, Shu Yiyu? You look rather unwell. Have you been sneaking in late-night gaming sessions instead of resting? Caught off guard, Shu Yiyu could only muster a reluctant response. I'm managing. Meanwhile, Yinan shot a piercing glance at Zhang Yang, prompting the latter to retract his head and fall silent. Noticing this, Shu Yiyu curved his fingers over his nose, suppressing a smile. Having grown up together, he fully understood Zhang Yang's frustration. He had not deliberately concealed anything. He simply felt that it was not a matter that warranted public declaration. While others remained oblivious, only Zhang Yang detected the discrepancy. Indeed, the keen awareness of a doctor is unmatched by ordinary individuals. Within 2 days, he pieced together the puzzle, and upon confronting Shu Yiyu with considerable ire, he sternly warned him that should he mistreat Yinan, he would make his life unbearable, no matter the distance. In truth, Shu Yiyu was quite pleased that Yinan had such genuine friends watching over him. Having spent his formative years in the military, he was accustomed to the company of older individuals, and his only true friend was often embroiled in life-and-death struggles on the battlefield, making their encounters infrequent. As Zhang Yang could not openly criticize Shu Yiyu, he resorted to a barrage of messages, sending an avalanche of emoticons that numbered in the hundreds. Feeling his pocket vibrate, Shu Yiyu offered a faint smile, choosing not to even glance at his phone. Yinan, having noticed their exchange and about to speak, was interrupted as the office door swung open once more. Bathed in warm sunlight, a figure entered, radiating a subtle golden hue, with exquisitely chiseled features seemingly softened by the interplay of light and shadow. Long eyelashes cast a delicate fan-shaped shadow upon the cheeks, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight. With slender limbs and an elegant stature, it was evident that this individual was an Omega. Zhang Yang instinctively turned his head, momentarily entranced, his heart racing wildly. The newcomer seemed to sense his gaze, their eyes casually sweeping the room, lingering for an inexplicable moment on Zhang Yang. With a gentle parting of their lips, a bright and melodious voice resonated. I apologize for being late. My name is Baiyu. Zhang Yang's heart nearly stopped, only to resume an uncontrollable rhythm, as if struck by an invisible force. What a surprise. That person's surname is Bai. Chapter 59. The one he admires. Everyone turned their attention toward Baiyu, confusion evident on their faces, clearly having never encountered this individual before. Baiyu, unfazed, confidently stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Zhang Yang, seated nearby, had just clutched his chest in pain when he looked up and was met with yet another stunning visage. As the sunlight dimmed, the face was fully revealed to him, fair and delicate, with skin like porcelain, devoid of any blemish. A pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes twinkled with mirth, their corners curving upward in an innocent yet alluring manner. The lips, tinted with a hint of soft pink, parted slightly to reveal a glimpse of pristine white teeth. A simple pullover sweatshirt paired with denim trousers seemed to have emerged from a realm beyond the mundane, radiating an unparalleled purity. Zhang Yang found himself captivated, his gaze unyielding, as if ensnared by an invisible force, causing his throat to constrict. He struggled to avert his eyes, yet the intensity of that stare was akin to an adhesive, rendering his neck taut with discomfort, unable to look away. Thus, the two sets of eyes met unexpectedly, and Zhang Yang was startled to the point of nearly leaping from his seat. Goosebumps surged along his arms, and his back bristled with an involuntary shiver. He was convinced he must be dreaming, for he found this person astonishingly attractive. His mind erupted in a cacophony of chaotic thoughts, rendering him utterly disoriented. Yu, seemingly aware of his turmoil, allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, transforming his previously placid eyes into vibrant pools of life, sparkling with an enticing allure that was indescribably bewitching. Zhang Yang's breath caught in his throat. His face flushed with warmth, his heart raced, and his legs instinctively drew together. What had merely been a spark of confusion had now escalated into a full-blown crisis. He felt as though he were suffocating, his thoughts spiraling into disarray. Unmentionable images flashed through his mind like a frantic slideshow. Oh dear, was there a fairy before him? In a flurry of embarrassment, he covered his mouth with one hand, attempting to mask his discomfort. This was intolerable. Was there anyone who could share the incantation for the calming spell? He was in dire need of assistance. The more anxious he became, the more serious his expression grew. He clutched the edge of the table, his fingers digging in restlessly. This was a dire situation. The Bai family was truly outrageous. Just as his father had said, none of them were virtuous. This must be some kind of beauty trap. The literature had warned that beautiful individuals often possessed a hidden toxicity. He must not look. He must not look. This was the male equivalent of Medusa. Zhang Yang averted his gaze, tightly closing his eyes, reciting mantras to himself, yet he could not restrain his curiosity. Even with his eyes shut, he found himself blinking, desperately prying open a sliver of vision, only to discover that the other was still observing him. He recoiled as if struck by lightning, his heart swelling with a mix of indignation and despair. Shu Yiyu, observing with keen interest, appraised Yu, appreciating his exquisite beauty, and understood why Zhang Yang was so enthralled. Having never encountered this man in his past life, and being the legendary protagonist, curiosity compelled him to sneak a few more glances. Minan, noticing Zhang Yang gripping the table and trembling, placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, concerned that he might act impulsively. He contemplated suggesting they leave together after the meeting, only to catch a glimpse of his partner's gaze, which was fixed upon Yu with an almost luminous intensity. Minan's expression darkened, and he silently scoffed, glancing at Yu, whose beauty was entirely different from his own. How dare this man feast his eyes elsewhere while neglecting his presence? Leaning forward to obstruct his partner's line of sight, he grasped the soft flesh at his waist and twisted with unrestrained force, leaving no room for leniency. It felt as though the essence of classic culture had unleashed a torrent of fervent expression within him. If he could not control his own gaze in the presence of such beauty, it ought to be restrained. Shu Yiyu, caught off guard by the sudden grip, clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together, his face a kaleidoscope of emotions. Sitting upright, a look of confusion etched upon his face, he gazed pleadingly at Minan, his eyes begging for mercy. What is happening? Please spare me. Minan narrowed his eyes slightly, shooting him a dangerous glare, his lips curling into a displeased frown, seeking death. Shu Yiyu was left bewildered, yet the man had already released his grip, refusing to meet his gaze any longer. Helpless, he could only take out his phone to send him a message. Minan felt the vibration and expressionlessly illuminated the screen, silencing it, thus restoring tranquility. May I sit wherever I please? Yu inquired, noting the lack of response from them. Guomyukin slapped his forehead in sudden realization, standing up to say, "You're the temporary leader of the cheerleading squad, right? Your captain briefed me. My apologies for not recalling it sooner." Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the senior is currently interning and unable to attend, so I'm temporarily handling the recent activity meetings. I have already shared my contact information in the group. As he uttered the final sentence, he cast a glance towards Zhang Yang, as if deliberately addressing him. Zhang Yang, listening to his voice, felt an inexplicable itch in his ears. Though he had done nothing, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The hair on the back of his neck began to prickle, as if he were a small mouse ensnared by a venomous snake. All right, please sit down, make yourself comfortable, Guomyukin said, gesturing to a row of empty seats at the long table. I am Guomyukin, the vice president. Beside me is President Wang Yifan. And here is our supporter Zhang Yang. We do not adhere to many formalities here. It's quite relaxed. Thank you. I am Bai Yu from Computer Science Class 1. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he replied, taking a seat directly opposite Zhang Yang and offering him a sweet smile. Zhang Yang thought to himself, what is this person's deal? Why is he always smiling at him? Are they acquainted? His expression twisted in frustration. Yet, he still grasped the crux of Bai Yu's words, turning to glare at me, Nan with an accusatory look. Nan shrugged, indicating that this was simply how it was. Zhang Yang, feeling aggrieved, pulled out his phone and found their small group chat titled 4 Little Underpants. Zhang Yang, why didn't you all tell me that Bai is in your class? Musi, there are many people with the surname Bai in the world. Zhang Yang, there is only one Bai in the entire capital. Musi, I'm not from the capital. Zhang Yang, me Nan Suong. Suong, it's not like you're in the same class as him. Zhang Yang, but he is in your class. Me Nan, it's not a big deal. He is just an omega. What can you do to him? Zhang Yang, while I may not be able to do anything to him, I can certainly take a detour. Me Nan, he really doesn't attend class often. You can easily pretend he doesn't exist. Zhang Yang, how can I ignore such a large person standing in front of me? By the way, how come I've never seen him before? Me Nan, he doesn't usually come to class like this. He wears black-rimmed glasses. You've seen him several times. Zhang Yang put away his phone, racking his brain for any semblance of memory, but to no avail. He bit his teeth in frustration, resolute in his decision never to set foot in the computer science department again. The determination was as firm as the pain that came with it. The outcome, of course, was deliciously fragrant. Though tardy, it had arrived. Inan exited the group chat, where the pinned messages were from Shu Yiyu. With an expressionless face, he scrolled through the messages, hesitating for a moment before typing a few words laden with resentment. Is Omega good-looking? Shu Yiyu chuckled and swiftly replied, not even a fraction as charming as you. Inan pressed his tongue against his teeth, his face betraying little emotion, yet his heart was tumultuous, feeling utterly hopeless that a mere sentence could soothe him. You only know how to talk. Sincerely, adorable JPG. He glanced sideways at Shu Yiyu, who was grinning foolishly, revealing all 8 of his teeth. Inan silently cursed him for his foolishness. Yet, remembering Shu Yiyu's earlier attention made him slightly displeased. The corner of his lips, which had begun to curve upward, fell back down, leaving him feeling irritable. Then why do you keep staring? I look at him because he has an interest in Zhang Yang. Since entering the room, Bai Yu's gaze had been drifting toward Zhang Yang. Affection cannot be concealed, no matter how well one tries to disguise it. Yet having lived 2 lifetimes, Shu Yiyu could discern it instantly. One could only fear that Zhang Yang's prolonged pursuit of his beloved was driven by more than mere resentment. Otherwise, why would someone once so deeply loved become so cold-hearted? But that was another story, one in which Shu Yiyu could not partake. In this life, he merely wished for them to find some ease. Inan, somewhat taken aback, looked up at Bai Yu, only to meet his gaze. The latter also expressed a moment of surprise, nodding slightly and offering a polite smile before moving closer to him. Oh, Inan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Zhang Yang, who was nearly burying his head under the table, finding it rather amusing. Chapter 60. A need for support. Guomyukin cleared his throat and began the meeting's agenda. The reason I've gathered everyone today is to discuss the upcoming winter athletics meet. As a city-level model school, T University places great emphasis on diversified teaching, and hence the school leadership is quite invested in this event. I've distributed the schedule for your review. Feel free to raise any questions. Guomyukin was already quite familiar with the school's athletic event procedures, having managed various affairs since his freshman year, from confirming dates, competition events, venues, to prizes, he handled everything himself. After all, being the principal's beloved grandson meant he had to pay special attention to the family business. If he did well, the students would enjoy themselves, and in the future, when they married and had children, they would likely continue their education at T University, thus ensuring a steady influx of new students. Flipping through the documents in his hands, Gwamyukin continued, "The event will span 4 days, from December 12th to 15th. The Alpha competition venue will remain unchanged from last year, while there will be some adjustments for Omega, with part of the events held in the gymnasium. The rest area will also be monitored to avoid discrepancies from last year. Internal affairs will follow up on that." "All right, I will send out a checklist later." The leader of the internal affairs team responded affirmatively. The planning team should arrive a week in advance to prepare appropriate posters and promotional slogans for each competition area. And we will also need a detailed map of the venues placed prominently at each entrance. Oh, and please ensure that you do a thorough job with the directional signage. The planning team leader swiftly took notes. Gwamyukin retrieved a stiff card emblazoned with T University's emblem from the folder and passed it to the publicity team. This was last year's registration form, rather rigid and uninspiring. Many Omega members had expressed a desire for a more refined design, so the publicity team was tasked with enhancing its aesthetic appeal. They were to ensure that the revised form was disseminated to each department, with a deadline for collections set within a week. Acknowledged. Regarding the cheerleading team, your minister previously mentioned that the attire was outdated and in need of a redesign. I have already reconnected with designers and manufacturers to accommodate your specifications. The budget has also been reproved, and a substantial funding channel has been opened. So feel free to spend as needed, as long as it meets your preferences. When Gwamyukin applied for this funding, he nearly contemplated dipping into his personal savings. His grandfather was rather stern and did not support the flamboyant nature of the cheerleading squad, yet he couldn't resist their charm. Omega had a need, and he felt compelled to assist. Bayu nodded, expressing gratitude. Gwamyukin scrutinized his notebook, methodically checking off items to ensure nothing was overlooked. He then inquired if there were any other questions. The attendees were not novices. They were well-versed in their roles. Gwamyukin's meticulous nature was evident in the detailed schedule he had compiled, complete with clear annotations, ensuring that even a procedural approach would yield no errors. Bayu glanced in Zhang Yang's direction and spoke slowly. "I do have a small request." Gwamyukin opened his notebook and picked up his pen, ready to record. It was his personal habit to jot down everything, making it less likely for him to forget. "There's no issue. Feel free to voice any requests, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them." It wasn't a significant matter, but the cheerleading team was currently preparing a new opening performance for the school sports ceremony. However, with the cheerleaders being predominantly Omega members, their practice sessions lasted 45 hours, culminating in the need to tidy props and costumes, leaving many feeling overwhelmed. Therefore, I personally hope that during this period, the support team could assist us by providing water and helping to clean the venue when necessary. Gwamyukin understood, recognizing the request as reasonable. He turned to Zhang Yang. "I've attended a few rehearsals and noted the difficulty of the routines. After 2 or 3 hours, it indeed becomes exhausting. Could you consider lending a hand?" Zhang Yang, with a smirk, replied, "No." Gwamyukin's smile faltered, caught off guard by the blunt refusal. Yet he acknowledged that such matters could not be enforced. He then addressed the other groups. "What about you? Could you arrange for a few individuals to assist the cheerleading team in shifts?" The other members exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. The publicity minister explained, "This year, the student council has seen an influx of new recruits, but most of us third-year students are engaged with family businesses at this time, leaving limited manpower available for practical assistance. We genuinely wish to help, but our internal team is comprised entirely of Omega members and with few planners. The technical tasks are beyond the capability of others." Bayu sat upright, appearing unaffected by the ongoing discussion. He merely gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Yang across from him. At that moment, Zhang Yang resembled an ostrich or a quail. As long as he kept his head down, no one would notice him. While he feigned an air of calm, his scalp was already tingling with anxiety. He felt as though this individual was deliberately targeting him. Gwamyukin stroked his chin, resolved to inquire further with the support team, for they were the only group that had encountered no issues prior to the competition. Zhang Yang, why not discuss it with the other team members? It wouldn't be a burden to rotate duties once a week, he suggested. Zhang Yang pondered whether this was truly a matter of inconvenience. It was a problem that both their families could not coexist under the same roof. Just as he was about to refuse again, Baiyu interjected, her voice steady and melodious, if it weren't a genuine necessity. I certainly wouldn't have brought it up in the meeting, Zhang Yang. We truly need assistance, and hope your support team can take turns helping us move some items in the dance studio and occasionally run errands. Guomyukin chimed in. Having an alpha around would certainly ease things. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue, feeling that Bai was rather insincere. Did he truly not understand the animosity between their families? How could he ask for help in this manner? Yet, as an alpha, it seemed rather excessive to refuse 2 omegas consecutively. Casting a glance at the struggling to hold back laughter of me, and beside him, Zhang Yang let out a resigned sigh. He could only accept his fate. All right. Contact me when the time comes. He silently prayed that his father would not catch wind of this. Otherwise, his head could very well be on the chopping block. Upon hearing his agreement, Guomyukin clapped his hands joyfully. That's wonderful. Is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Then we shall conclude for today. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. Meeting adjourned. Everyone was quite busy, so they swiftly gathered their belongings and left. In an instant, the spacious office was left with only Baiyu and Minan. Baiyu neatly tucked her documents in her bag and deliberately approached Zhang Yang, feigning innocence. Thank you. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang reacted strongly, pulling Minan in front of him. Stay away from me. Baiyu maintained her expression, smiled at Minan, and turned to leave. Minan shrugged off Zhang Yang's hand. Are you losing your mind? You scared me. It's not like she would eat you. My father would definitely have my head if I helped the Bai family with errands. Then why did you agree? I cannot bring myself to refuse 2 omegas. How melodramatic. Zhang Yang slumped his shoulders, glancing at the time and realizing he couldn't afford to linger. With a dejected tone, he said, I have a class. We'll talk later. Goodbye. Minan nonchalantly replied. Shu Yiyu, holding the competition schedule, had just flipped through it. The content was quite rich and included many interesting activities. Although he had attended university in his previous life, it was akin to not having attended at all. He hadn't participated in any collective activities and had mostly skipped all of them. However, he remembered that Minan had participated in the track and field events back then, eagerly inviting him to watch. However, Shu Yiyu did not attend. The specific reason for which has faded from memory. All that remains is the knowledge that the man suffered an injury due to an accident, and rather than expressing concern, he even offered a few jibes. The look of hurt etched on his face at that moment lingered deeply in his mind. He once believed he had forgotten, but that was not the case. The thought of this filled him with a sense of panic, as if haunted by the past, prompting him to grasp the man's hand tightly. Minan looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Shu Yiyu, suppressing his discomfort, squeezed his fingers. Are you planning to participate in the event? Are you going? Minan replied with a hint of shyness. He was indeed eager to attend. Having been constrained in his youth, he relished the newfound freedom of university life and yearned to experience everything. If you go, I will go too. Minan chuckled. A couple that sings together, dances together? Shu Yiyu replied in a low voice. Gazing upon Minan's radiant smile, he felt an inexplicable overlap with his past disappointment, causing a sharp pang in his heart. Chapter 61. The Vibrant T University. The Student Council of T University is renowned for its efficiency. Within 2 hours of task assignment, proposals were promptly dispatched to Guomyukin's email, followed closely by various material application forms. Without even glancing at them, Guomyukin approved all requests under 10,000 directly and completed the approval process in 20 minutes, instructing finance to release the funds. The planning team had the venue layout ready the following day, requiring the use of several classrooms from other departments. Wang Yifan served as the mascot, merely overseeing the student council's operations. Guomyukin delegated authority entirely, trusting the seasoned members of the council. With the sports meeting held annually, the procedures remained largely unchanged, requiring only the confirmation and signatures from the heads of each department. The publicity team swiftly created posters for the campus network, updating them punctually at midnight. While by 6 a.m. the next morning, the bulletin boards at the campus entrance had transformed into notices for the university sports meet, with each department's entrance also updated accordingly. Shu Yiyu belonged to the disciplinary inspection team. Apart from the routine checks on Mondays, evening study inspections, and random gate checks, his schedule was relatively free. Recently, he had been enlisted by the publicity team to assist in poster creation. Hand-drawn illustrations posed no challenge for him, as although the Shu family was indifferent, his elder brother enforced a rule that each sibling must master 3 forms of art. Shu Yiyu had chosen piano, painting, and calligraphy, believing these 3 to be the simplest options, and indeed, they turned out to be as easy as he anticipated. Today, with no classes and Bainan only having a half day, he remained in the dormitory to diligently work on the illustrations according to the requirements of each entry. Initially, he struggled a bit, but soon he could discern what to draw at a glance, significantly boosting his efficiency. When Bainan returned to the dormitory and saw posters strewn across the floor, he was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Shu Yiyu, clad in an apron and holding a paintbrush and palette, could not spare a hand to embrace him, so he leaned his face closer instead. A gentle kiss landed on the cheek of Yinan, who, with a satisfied smile, responded, "I am assisting the publicity team with the posters." Can you believe we are still resorting to hand-drawn designs in this day and age? The internal requirements emphasize the promotion of college student culture, necessitating a blend of creativity and manual effort. The facade must be appealing. Isn't computer-generated art also a product of skill and intellect? Yinan retorted, "Do you find my drawings lacking in aesthetics? I never claimed that. Do not cast false accusations upon me." He protested, "I still have a plethora of them. Why create so many? This is merely the second batch I've managed. The first batch has already been taken by the senior from the adjacent building." Yinan casually tossed his backpack onto the dining chair, inquiring, "Is it difficult? Do you need assistance?" Shu gestured with his chin towards an unopened apron. "I have already prepared one for you." As Yinan took the apron, unwrapping it with a smile, he remarked, "So you have been plotting against me all along." "Not at all. It was merely a buy-one-get-one free offer." After fastening the apron, Yinan asked, "How shall we proceed? Is it an impromptu creation?" Shu Yiyu handed him a template, and upon receiving a sturdy card depicting a cartoon animal clutching a soft drink, Yinan looked bewildered. "What sort of promotion is this?" Shu Yiyu shrugged, grimacing slightly, and presented him with a list of companies. "As you can see, are you serious? Are we certain this is a school sports event and not a corporate expo?" I had similar thoughts initially. According to Guamyukin, to entice these privileged students to willingly participate in campus activities, we must offer some incentives. Our school is unlike others. It encompasses the offspring of almost all the elite enterprises in the capital. They come here primarily for networking opportunities. So what about these companies that have distinct promotional slogans? What significant contributions have they made? Shu Yiyu pointed to the first table. These are the sponsors of the school's sports event. Take a closer look at who is listed. Yinan scanned the names rapidly, recognizing several of his brothers among the multitude. They secretly sponsored it without informing me? What could your family, engaged in intangible cultural heritage, possibly contribute? Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow. We also have an entertainment company and various auction houses. Besides, there are numerous idol popular stars at home. Miyu Mitong. And Mi Chen's participation counts as sponsorship too. If we could actually bring them in, it would be an extraordinary spectacle. To his astonishment, Yinan spotted Muzi's name and pointed at it in confusion, asking, "I can understand Su Ang's family being involved in catering, but what can Muzi's family, which runs an airline, contribute?" Shu Yiyu chuckled. "There will be an aerial display during the opening ceremony, complete with a banner trailing behind and a mid-air drawing of the school emblem." Yinan, speechless, smirked. "Our school is rather fashionable, indulging in such flamboyant displays. I heard that the central television of the capital will be conducting a live broadcast." Yinan exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder they are all rushing to sign up. If not to enhance their enterprise's visibility now, who knows if such an opportunity will arise again? What do you think? And what about Baiyu and Zhangyang? Indeed, both of them have also secured sponsorship. It is truly astonishing to witness the juxtaposition of the Bai and Zhang families on the same page. As Shu Yiyu reflected on her recent visits to the dance studio, she frequently encountered Zhang Yang's presence, leaving her to ponder whether he genuinely required assistance or if it was merely a ploy to engage with him. Zhang Yang's family is heavily involved, taking full responsibility for the medical arrangements of this event, while Bayu's contribution is entirely his own, providing a staggering 10,000 rapid repair agents, available for collection after the sports meet concludes. Minen was taken aback. Such a generous offer? Those products are practically sold out in the market. I've heard that even with money, one cannot easily procure them. Consequently, many of our peers who initially had no intention of participating have now registered, and nearly every event is oversubscribed. Did you manage to sign me up? For the 100 meters and 400 meters. The preliminary for the 100 meters is on the 12th in the morning, followed by the finals in the afternoon, while the 400 meters takes place on the 13th, also with preliminaries in the morning and finals in the afternoon. What about you? I'm only competing in the 400 meters. I'll be on duty on the 12th to maintain order at the venue, and thus cannot participate. Minen felt a tinge of disappointment. He wished to run alongside Shu Yiyu on the track. I want to show any mercy when I race against you the next day. Oh, as if he could outpace me. Do not forget that I grew up in the military. Running is my forte. Minen shot him a sidelong glance. You are right. I cannot afford to be complacent. I will seek specialized training in a few days. Just be prepared not to shed any tears if you lose. Who knows who will be crying? However, if you need a coach, my third brother can assist. He is stationed in the capital. Isn't the effect of hiring a private coach different? It certainly is. Private coaching follows conventional methods, whereas my third brother specializes in potential development. He may not excel in other areas, but he is a true expert in this field. Minen rubbed his hands together, intrigued. Ever since their bond deepened, he felt a significant enhancement in both his restorative abilities and physical fitness, and he had long wished to test his limits. Shu Yiyu set aside her paintbrush and palette and inquired, "Are you eager to explore your physical limits?" Minen nodded vigorously. "I feel as though I have improved in various aspects, including hearing, smell, physical prowess, and even sensitivity." He cast a flirtatious glance toward the man, an overtly cheesy gesture that somehow appeared particularly alluring when directed at him. Shu Yiyu recalled the taxing dependency period they had recently endured. In contrast, Minen radiated vitality. Even in their ordinary moments of intimacy, the duration seemed to extend gradually, observing him with renewed energy. Shu Yiyu silently retrieved her phone to message Shu Yan. "Are you free? What is up? I need a new physical training regimen. I told you last time that you were slacking, and you wouldn't admit it. This time, I will definitely train diligently. Saturday morning, at the old training room. All right, I'll bring a friend along." "Sounds good." To maintain her position, Shu Yiyu resolutely refused to allow herself to become idle. Chapter 62. On Saturday, the morning light was gently dawning. Shu Yiyu awakened with clarity, devoid of the usual drowsiness that accompanies the morning. He stepped out onto the balcony, stretching languidly while admiring the vibrant hues of dawn illuminating the horizon. It was destined to be a splendid day, perfect for rigorous training. His enthusiasm for physical conditioning surged, fueled by the desire to provide the utmost experience for Minen, to uphold his future status, and to foster an ultimate harmony in their lives. He diligently revisited the intensive training regimen previously devised by Shu Yan. Whenever he found a moment, he could be seen either in the gym or running laps around the track. If time permitted, he would even complete 500 push-ups as a warm-up before bed. And if Minen desired, they would engage in additional exercises together. What time is it?" Minen grumbled, awakening to the bright sunlight that illuminated his skin with scattered patches of light. He had arranged to meet Sangu in the morning. Groggily checking his phone, he was taken aback. 5:30. "Sangu, isn't even up yet? I almost didn't survive your training yesterday. Let me rest a bit longer." Shu Yiyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression radiating uncontained pride. Clearly, his recent training efforts were yielding significant results, and it seemed Minen was beginning to feel the strain. A newfound confidence surged within him, intensifying his eagerness to see Shu Yan. "I'll get ready. You can sleep a little longer." Minen murmured, pulling the blanket over his head, enveloping himself in it, reluctant to move as his limbs felt heavy with fatigue. His mind drifted into a muddled haze, already slipping back into slumber as he muttered curses about the man who had pushed him to this state. He couldn't fathom where Yiyu had learned such peculiar techniques, but he seemed endlessly fascinated with experimenting on him, employing an array of mischievous tactics. After completing his morning routine, Shu Yiyu felt an exhilarating surge of energy and proceeded to the balcony to perform a set of advanced Qigong exercises. Feeling refreshed, he changed into casual attire, prepared their training outfits, and gathered various essentials. Once organized, he checked the time. It was already 6:30, and he would not allow Minun to linger in bed any longer. However, despite his efforts, Minun remained deeply asleep, unresponsive to his calls. In a last resort, Shu Yiyu scooped him up and carried him into the bathroom for a quick wash-up, dressing him in a pair of pants before taking him along. Shu Yiyu had a strong sense of time. Any tardiness on Shu Yiyu's part would likely result in a severe reprimand. Minun barely opened his eyes when they got into the car, mumbling incoherently as his head lolled to the side, soon succumbing to sleep again. Amused, Shu Yiyu placed pillows on either side of him to cushion his head from any jolts, then gently started the car and set off smoothly. The Shu family ancestral home was located in the southern suburbs of the city, comprising a traditional courtyard. A security officer was stationed at the entrance, and Shu Yiyu, like anyone else, required identity verification to enter. As fate would have it, upon arriving at the door, he encountered Yin Sheng. The doctor appeared equally surprised. They had previously planned a weekend meal, but with Minun's dependence, it had been postponed. Today, without a formal invitation, he had come over nonetheless. Yiyu and little Nan. Has he been dragged here before he was fully awake? Yin Sheng remarked, noting the faint marks on Minun's exposed neck. What are you doing? Exhausting him day in and day out. Shu Yiyu absent-mindedly touched his nose, contemplating that he could not afford to be idle any longer. His status as a superior was swiftly dwindling. I will be cautious, he mused. When have you ever been cautious? He decided to rouse him. Shu Yiyu quickly shifted the topic, parked the car, and gently patted Minun's shoulder. Minun, wake up, we have arrived. Where have we arrived? Minun rubbed his eyes, appearing utterly disoriented. We're home. Yin Sheng leaned down, gazing through the window at Minun's sleep-drenched visage. The corners of his mouth curling into a smile, a stark contrast to his expression when looking at Shu Yiyu. Minun, still dazed, turned his head to stare at him for a moment, and only after a while did he comprehend. Brother Sheng? Yin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Confused, Minun ran his fingers through his hair, questioning, wasn't I asleep? Why are you here, Brother Sheng? Yin Sheng, recognizing his state of confusion, continued. What do you think we are? In our dormitory, Minun replied. I'm not in your dormitory. You are home now. My home. Yin Sheng shifted slightly, allowing Nan to see the courtyard scene. Indeed, look around the Shu family mansion. The Shu family? Minun was utterly bewildered. When did he arrive here? He had no recollection whatsoever. He looked at the man beside him with a puzzled expression. Shu Yiyu, simultaneously unfastening their seatbelts, explained. You looked so peaceful in your slumber that I couldn't bear to wake you, so I simply carried you here. Minun's face instantly turned sour, and he questioned in a less than pleasant tone. Carried? Shu Yiyu's smile brightened considerably as he nodded. Yes, I even made a detour around the dormitory, and many people gathered to watch. Minun paused for a moment, then, upon grasping the situation, excitedly leaped onto the chair. Shu Yiyu flung open the car door and dashed out with astonishing speed. Just try to escape, he shouted. It's not that serious. What about my face? I haven't lost any dignity. I don't believe you. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Minun, with a fierce expression, chased Shu Yiyu around the courtyard. Cursing, this is my first time visiting your home. I was unprepared, and you chose such hideous clothing for me. What kind of ensemble is this? A robe paired with long pants? Why don't you just give me something decent? I might as well end you. Shu Yiyu was struck by a pebble hurled by Minun, and while running, he explained, Ancestor, please listen to my explanation. I genuinely called you several times, but you wouldn't wake up. What could I do? Minun grew even angrier. Who caused me to sleep in? He was about to unleash his wrath when a clear voice interrupted. Well, what a coincidence. Why is it so lively today? Shu Hang, clad in a smoky gray suit with a vertically striped linen shirt, his polished leather shoes gleaming, and his hair slicked back with wax, immediately projected an air of affluence. Mean and abruptly halted, gazing up at the dapper man before him, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Shu Yiyu's. This could only be Shu Hang himself. Shu Hang remarked in surprise, "Oh, I thought it was my younger brother returning. Turns out we have a guest?" Yan Sheng approached with a beaming smile, introducing, "This is Mi Nan." Shu Hang, slightly taken aback, scrutinized Mi Nan closely, and indeed, there was a resemblance. Every previous encounter with him had been meticulously curated. Today, however, his casual demeanor rendered him almost unrecognizable. It turned out to be the esteemed young master of the Mi family. My apologies. As fortune would have it, I too have some free time today, so let us dine together and enjoy each other's company. Mi Nan Sheng, feeling utterly disenchanted, concealed his face at a loss for words. Upon brushing his fingertips against the corner of his eye, he discovered a significant eye crust clinging stubbornly, a true breach of dignity. How lamentable that his illustrious reputation had been tarnished by Shu Yiyu. He had never presented himself so sloppily before. Upon seeing her elder brother, Shu Yiyu reined in her demeanor slightly and respectfully greeted him. "Elder brother." Shu Hang cast a glance at her, reproaching, "Why didn't you inform me about bringing Xiao Nan along? It would have allowed me to prepare in advance. We came to see third brother. Is he home?" "He returned yesterday and is likely still asleep," Shu Yiyu replied, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Yan Sheng stifled a chuckle. Covering his mouth, Xiao Yin came back with yuan. Understanding dawned upon Shu Yiyu as she nodded. Turning to Mi Nansheng, she inquired, "Are you heading to the training room?" Mi Nansheng fixed her with a blank stare for a moment. Though a shadow of a smile played at the corners of his lips, "Sure, lead the way." Oblivious to any potential danger, Shu Yiyu responded eagerly, "Follow me." "All right," Mi Nansheng replied with a strained smile, rolling up his sleeves quietly as he trailed behind Shu Yiyu, vowing to make him regret this encounter. Chapter 63. I knew you liked that the Shu residence is expansive, a necessity given the numerous children. A smaller abode would hardly suffice. The main courtyard, without question, belongs solely to Shu Changji and Luo Yi. While now unoccupied, it houses a considerable collection of military-related documents and literature. Though not classified, these items hold significant value. Hence, a dedicated guard typically stands watch at the entrance. Adjacent to it are two side courtyards, mirroring each other in size and layout. To the left resides Shu Hang, while to the right is Shu Hai. Shu Yen and Shu Yiyu inhabit the courtyard of Shu Hang, whereas the sixth sibling and the twins reside in Shu Hai's quarters. Even the side courtyards offer ample space, each possessing its own entrance, allowing for undisturbed living even within the same building. Each courtyard features a pathway leading directly to the rear garden, which boasts a grand expanse adorned with a lush garden. Towering ancient trees stand sentinel beyond the walls, their canopies sprawling like umbrellas, intricately layered to form a semicircle that casts a refreshing shade beneath. The ground is not paved with ordinary concrete, but rather with custom-cut marble slabs. Each delicately carved square tile is meticulously aligned, some shaped into graceful wave patterns, interspersed with a variety of pebbles, creating a winding path. At the center stands an artificial hillock with a gentle stream trickling down and mist swirling around, where water plants nurture numerous koi. Their vibrant hues and robust forms occasionally break the surface to greet passers-by with gentle bubbles. Just inside the walls, a grove of sturdy bamboo flourishes densely, rustling softly in the breeze. As Mi Nansheng surveyed his surroundings, he found it all rather novel, a stark contrast to the aesthetic of his own home, which, influenced by Western culture, exudes an air of opulent complexity. It resembles a dreamlike ancient castle, imbued with a fairy tale essence, yet within its walls lie the antiquated chains of bygone eras. The feudal ideologies of several generations are vividly manifested in every intricate detail. Upon entering, one is greeted by portraits of the family patriarchs and their illustrious deeds, serving as both inspiration and admonition for the descendants. This constant reminder weighs heavily on every member of the Mi family, instilling a sense of duty and responsibility. The family motto is stark: "You're not entitled to heir," for each misstep could bring disgrace upon the lineage. Once renowned for producing exceptional talents across various fields, the family possesses an extensive collection of treasures, where even a single carpet may have been crafted by a distinguished Mi ancestor. The direct heirs of the Mi lineage are few, with only 2 siblings, both Omega, who lack even the privilege of residing in the ancestral home. As he matured, he was compelled to return periodically to absorb the ancient teachings, a process he abhorred but could not evade. The ancient edifice exudes an air of desolate emptiness, despite housing the world's most extravagant luxuries. It feels less like a home and more like a solemn mausoleum. Min adjusted his coat, striving to dismiss the troubling thoughts as he gazed at the verdant surroundings. The faint scent of bamboo, wafting through the air, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. His memories of Shu Yiyu were scant. His childhood recollections were incomplete. And as he grew older, his time spent with Shu Yan in the military diminished significantly. The siblings of the Shu family were all eccentric and difficult, and merely coexisting with them was a challenge, let alone fostering harmonious relationships. His father had a fondness for traditional Chinese aesthetics. With most of the flowers and plants in their garden cultivated by his parents, alongside a few plump fish that were older than his eldest brother, curiosity piqued. Min peered over, and as the fish sensed his approach, they swiftly retreated to the depths. He reached out to tap a lotus leaf floating on the water surface, and a bold koi circled around his finger. "Shu Yiyu!" Min exclaimed in delight. Observing this, Shu Yiyu emerged from beneath the stone platform, presenting him with a bag of fish food. "I brought you something to feed them. Such a spirited creature. It must take after its keeper, much like comrade Shu Changji." Shu Yiyu remarked nonchalantly. Min shot him an amused glare. Who speaks of their father in such a manner? He tossed a handful of food into the water, and the fish, previously lurking below, quickly surfaced, eagerly competing for the morsels. In the blink of an eye, the food was devoured, and the fish lingered, floating serenely, gently swaying their tails in anticipation. Raising an eyebrow, Min quipped, "Oh, are these little ones waiting for me to feed them? Well, as the saying goes, milk is the mother's gift. They've recognized you as their caregiver." He playfully kicked Shu Yiyu's calf, laughing, "Stop your nonsense." Feigning injury, Shu Yiyu leaned against him, dramatically exclaiming, "Oh no, my leg is broken." Min scolded him while maintaining a firm grip. "Don't be ridiculous. I hardly exerted any force. I swear it truly hurts." Shu Yiyu insisted. Min, skeptical yet intrigued, bent down. "Let me see." Shu Yiyu lifted him up, pouting as he said, "No need to look. A kiss will suffice." Without hesitation, Min slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I knew you were deceiving me." "Just a kiss." Min tilted his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Can you be more mindful of your image in public? We're at home. What image matters? A kiss is all that's needed." Eventually, Min yielded to his persistent advances, perfunctorily pressing his lips against Shu Yiyu's cheek, and impatiently inquired, "Is that enough?" Shu Yiyu gazed down, gripping his chin, gently kneading it before leaning in, murmuring, "Not enough. Let me savor it." Min rested the back of his head on the man's arm, his throat bobbing, fingers tracing the fabric of his sleeve. Initially reluctant, he soon succumbed to the moment. After a while, Min's ears flushed crimson, his eyes misty as he leaned against Shu Yiyu, breathing heavily. Recently, Shu Yiyu found immense joy in witnessing the man's entranced state. Unable to resist the urge to approach, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and playfully pecking his cheek, Min playfully swatted Shu Yiyu's rear. A silent warning, "Don't get too smug." Shu Yiyu unabashedly returned the gesture, relishing in the pride. Just a touch of arrogance. "Why are you so cheeky?" Min retorted. Who encouraged such flirtation? Shu Yiyu's words were laden with meaning, and Min understood all too well. "Don't take it too far." Shu Yiyu, sensing the moment was right, suggested, "Let us head to the training room." "Why have you been so enthusiastic about fitness lately?" Min questioned, curiously sizing him up. Their essay saying that if a man becomes excessively concerned about his appearance, he is likely preparing to stray. Shu Yiyu, candid as ever, confessed, since our union, your physical well-being has significantly improved. How could I remain stagnant? For your happiness, I must strive to keep pace with you. Minen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Exasperated, why are you always thinking about such things? Because someone is quite fond of it. Minen's cheeks flushed at that remark, muttering, who is fond of whom? Can you stop using that line on me? It's no line. I enjoy it too. If you improve, I can't possibly regress. Your satisfaction is my pride. It's a win-win situation. Minen was at a loss for words, utterly bemused, thinking it absurd how Shu Yiyu could twist logic to fit his narrative. How annoying. Chapter 64. You actually upgraded like this? The training room was located in the basement of the backyard, sprawling over 800 square meters, equipped with an array of fitness machines. Wow, this is incredible. Minen, no stranger to impressive sights, was genuinely awed by the facility. He considered himself a fitness enthusiast, visiting the gym 2 to 3 times a week and had encountered numerous professional apparatuses. Yet, he had never seen such a vast and comprehensive collection of equipment. There were also high-tech devices he had never encountered before, possibly exclusive to X company. Pheromone intensity detectors, strength measuring devices, and sensitivity testing instruments filled the room to the brim. On either side, there were climbing walls of varying sizes and obstacle courses, even a liquid rapid repair device. Yan was both astonished and delighted. Is it possible to obtain such a device? Shu Yiyu glanced over, recalling vaguely that it was procured through extraordinary means by comrade Shu Changji from his superiors. At that time, my father was expecting twins, and they both could not bear to see the other suffer, even a little. My father was particularly fatigued and still had to train, relying entirely on this device to endure. Can I try it later? Yan eagerly rubbed his hands together, wondering which alpha could resist high technology. Of course, after the training session, you can use the repair device to rejuvenate. A mere 10 minutes will leave you feeling refreshed. Is the effect truly that remarkable? Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unable to contain his eagerness. Shu Yiyu nodded, having used it since childhood, preparing to elaborate when suddenly a voice interrupted. Why are you only arriving now? The two lifted their heads to see a robust man stepping out from within. Shu Yiyu had just finished training, drenched in sweat and clad in a training suit. Following him was Xiang Yuan, his face flushed yet devoid of fatigue. Third brother. Yuan Go. Shu Yiyu's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, standing at attention and addressing them formally. This was a stark contrast to the respect he showed his elder brother, Shu Hang. While his elder brother's only form of intimidation was incessant nagging, Shu Yin was different. He would resort to physical confrontation if provoked. Had it not been for Xiang Yuan's protection during their childhood, Shu Yiyu might have lost several teeth. You just arrived as your third brother was mentioning you. Xiang Yuan spoke in a soft tone, and if not for his profession, one would never guess he was a decisive commander. Yan blinked and turned his gaze towards him. He was a mixed-blood Omega, quite rare in the military. The man possessed striking features, his skin fair and translucent. He stood tall, nearly 180 centimeters, and beside Shu Yin, he appeared perfectly at ease, even exuding a delicate charm, especially given that Shu Yin towered over 190 centimeters. Resembling a mountain, his eyes were a deep sapphire blue, likely attributed to his mixed heritage, with long, curled eyelashes resembling blooming sunflowers. His naturally curly hair was cut short due to military regulations, yet did not diminish his handsome allure. Shu Yin handed a towel to Xiang Yuan, who accepted it effortlessly, their mutual understanding evident in the mundane details of their interaction. Yan instantly realized that they were a couple. Shu Yin, curious about Yan, inquired of Shu Yiyu. I saw in the group chat that you found a partner. Is this the one? Yes, his name is Yan. Shu Yin raised his hand in greeting towards Yan. Hello, I am Shu Yiyu's third brother, Shu Yin, and this is my partner, Xiang Yuan. Yan quickly stepped forward to stand side by his side with Shu Yiyu. He was no longer as awkward as during their first meeting. He confidently introduced himself. Hello, I am Yan. Shu Yin casually wiped his head with the towel and tossed it aside. We're all family here, so there's no need to be formal. Feel free to enjoy yourselves and play as you wish. Thank you, Sangge. This place is truly remarkable. Shu Yin raised an eyebrow, glanced at Shu Yiyu, and said to Xiang Yuan beside him, "Ah, this kid is quite adept. I like him." Xiang Yuan picked up the towel he had carelessly tossed aside and neatly placed it in a basket nearby. Addressing me, Nan, "I am Xiang Yuan. If you enjoy it, I can guide you through these devices. Is that agreeable?" Nan inquired excitedly, turning to Shu Yiyu. Shu Yin shot a sidelong glance at me, Nan, and, thumping his chest, proclaimed, "Of course, here I am in charge." Shu Yiyu nodded in agreement. "Yes, my third brother has the final say." "Thank you, Yuan Ge. Come on." Xiang Yuan beckoned to him, starting with the simplest tasks. Minen encountered both familiar and unfamiliar equipment and asked questions whenever he was puzzled. Xiang Yuan possessed an extensive understanding of the devices, explaining as he assisted him in their usage. After a sufficient rest, Shu Yin tilted his head towards Shu Yiyu, gesturing towards the training room. "Shall we step in and exchange a few moves? Let me gauge your capability." Shu Yiyu, initially at ease, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, thinking, "All right, here comes another round of beatings." Noticing the spirited Nan, he pleaded with his brother, "Show some leniency, will you? Consider my mood. You don't need to tell me that. What about that kid? How is he faring?" Shu Yiyu glanced back at Nan, who was warming up under Xiang Yuan's guidance, his demeanor softening. "Very well." Shu Yin observed the boy he had raised from a young age, finally growing up, developing affections for someone, a matter that should bring joy, yet he felt an inexplicable pang of envy. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "TSK? What a nauseating expression you wear. What do you know? This is called love," came the response. "As if you've never experienced it. You two are different. It's a gradual build of feelings. Yuan Ge loves you as if you were his son. You don't understand our sense of recognizing one another as our one true love at first sight." Shu Yin scoffed, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. "Oh, I advise you to choose your words wisely." Shu Yiyu promptly sealed his lips, trailing behind Shu Yin into the training room. While changing clothes, he recalled Nan's earlier mention of wanting to undergo a fitness test. Approaching Shu Yin, "Brother, Nan wishes to test his extreme physical abilities." "Sure. When shall we commence?" "Now seems perfect." "Oh, then that works. I'll send a message to Yuan. He is even more proficient at this than I am." As Shu Yin spoke, he sent a message to Xiang Yuan. After confirming with Nan, Xiang Yuan immediately initiated the fitness test. The equipment in the Shu household was more comprehensive than that of professional institutions, ensuring even more precise results. Shu Yin tucked away his phone, cracking his knuckles, and beckoned Shu Yiyu, "Come, give it your all." Shu Yiyu steadied his expression, not daring to slack off, mustering every ounce of concentration. As Shu Yin launched his attacks, he pointed out areas for improvement. "Your reactions are too slow. You aren't lifting your legs. Reverse sweep. Fool. Pay attention to your stance. Stand firm. Stand firm. You should sweep the legs and follow up. Do it again. TSK. What are you doing?" As the session progressed, Shu Yin grew increasingly frustrated, ultimately calling for a halt. "The training was utterly inadequate. Were you my subordinate, I would certainly reprimand you." Shu Yiyu sheepishly scratched his head, aware that he was no longer the youthful 20-year-old he once was. Much had faded from his memory. Shu Yin, hands on his hips, spoke with a stern tone. "Focus and follow my commands. We shall start anew. I shall show no mercy this time." "Understood, third brother." Each attended to their own tasks. And soon enough, the morning had slipped away. On the other side, Nan's test results were finally concluded, nearly exhausting him to the point of collapse. But he ultimately reclined into the repair apparatus as desired. Xiang Yuan, holding the freshly printed test report, meticulously verified the data, and upon confirming its accuracy, opened the door to the training room. Inside, the two had just finished their sparring session, with Shu Yiyu lying motionless on the floor, utterly spent. Shu Yin, breathing steadily, approached Xiang Yuan as he entered and inquired, "What's the matter?" Xiang Yuan, his face alight with joy, looked at him and exclaimed, "The results for me, Nan, are in. Can you guess what they are?" Shu Yin replied nonchalantly, "What's there to guess? It's either an A or an A. It's impossible for it to be an S." Xiang Yuan handed over the report, patting his shoulder earnestly. Congratulations. You are correct. Shu Yiyu, in disbelief, snatched the document, perusing it thoroughly multiple times, his eyes fixating on the glaring crimson in the results column, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. Even a composed man like him could not help but shout, "What the hell?" Chapter 65, Why Not Come With Me? Shu Yiyu endured a thorough reprimand for 2 to 3 hours, and by the end, it was essentially Shu Yiyu delivering blows while he merely received them. His throat parched. He could hardly swallow, sprawled on the ground, utterly fatigued. In a daze, he caught snippets of their conversation, seemingly related to Nan, and instinctively perked up his ears. Shu Yiyu's voice inexplicably rose in excitement, a rare occurrence indeed. Fearing the worst, Shu Yiyu struggled to rise, grasping the railing beside him, asking, "What is this about an A and an S? Is Nan's physical assessment result poor?" Still immersed in his delight, Shu Yiyu glanced at his previously disregarded foolish younger brother, suddenly finding him much more agreeable. Although he didn't possess much utility himself, he had indeed chosen a commendable partner. Eagerly, he inquired, "What is the background of your partner?" Shu Yiyu, still buzzing with confusion, foolishly asked, "What do you mean by background?" Shu Yiyu, showing rare patience, responded, "Where did you meet him?" "A university classmate and roommate." Shu Yiyu stroked his chin, appraising his foolish brother. "How did he come to be interested in you? Is it not perfectly normal for him to fancy me? Our 2 lifetimes together are ample proof of his affection for me, Nan." "Abnormal, exceedingly abnormal." "What is abnormal about it? You are clearly weak and vulnerable. How could he choose you as a partner?" Shu Yiyu, "What do you mean? He is, after all, an A-level alpha. How can he be considered weak?" "Brother, that's quite unfair. I'm the product of your own guidance. If I am inadequate, it indirectly reflects on your capabilities." Shu Yiyu cast him a dismissive glance. "I dare not bear that burden lightly. Can a mere radish grow into a carrot?" Shu Yiyu originally had his hands resting on his knees, but upon hearing those words, he instinctively straightened his back. As a result, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, making him bend over again. When Shu Yiyu set to work, it truly felt like a matter of life and death. His already fragile confidence was shattered into countless pieces. Not only was the conversation dead, but at that moment, his heart also turned cold. He vowed never to speak to Shu Yiyu again. Unfazed by his foolish brother's thoughts, Shu Yiyu clutched the report, eyes sparkling as he observed the rows of alarming red indices. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he excitedly seized Shu Yiyu by the collar, exclaiming, "I'm planning to have him break up with you and come with me." Shu Yiyu's face flushed crimson from the grip, and incensed by the notion of Shu Yiyu wanting to poach Nan, he kicked Shu Yiyu's calf. "Don't speak nonsense, even if you're my brother. I want to hold back." Shu Yiyu released him, saying such a promising talent would be a waste not to join my team. Shu Yiyu pushed him away irritably, standing to the side to straighten his disheveled training outfit, bewildered as he asked, "What is going on? Who would want to join your team for no reason?" "No problems at all. It's just too good to be true." "How do I explain?" S-grade, S-grade. Neither of your fathers are S-grade." Shu Yiyu handed the report to Shu Yiyu, his excitement still bubbling over. Genuine S-grade alphas were exceedingly rare. Even within special forces, there were only a handful. Shu Yiyu had the fortune to undertake missions with them, and having witnessed their prowess, he yearned for such strength. Once fully developed, the potential of an S-grade alpha was ferocious, almost inhuman. With a single move, they could defeat their adversaries. He could hardly withstand even a single round of their attacks. Even though Shu Yiyu's own physical data was nearing S-grade, he would never be able to compare with a true S-grade. Thus, the presence of a living S-grade before him was utterly thrilling. Shu Yiyu examined the report meticulously, and upon confirming that there were no other issues, he sighed in relief, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. In his past life, they had formed a pheromone bond, yet Nan's constitution had not changed. How could the same person yield 2 different outcomes? Shu Yiyu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the data on the test report, which displayed excellent indicators, affirming Nan's robust health. "Yuangu, is this confirmed?" "Yes, I verified it 3 times." Shu Yiyu coolly interjected, "Are you envious?" Shu Yiyu barely spared him a glance, suppressing the strange feelings that threatened to surface, refusing to indulge in wild thoughts. He understood the rarity of S-grade. But no matter how precious, Minan remained Minan. Even if he were super S-grade, he would still only be his Minan. Carefully folding the paper, he directly refused Shu Yiyu. Minan cannot possibly join your team. Why not? Xiang Yuan gently patted his arm, softly reminding him from the side. Minan's surname is Mi. That surname is quite rare in the capital. Shu Yiyu is an ardent training enthusiast, spending his idle hours in the military engaged in combat, thus remaining oblivious to the affairs of his social circle. Conversely, Xiang Yuan, as a commander, possesses an instinctual knack for gathering intelligence. Some information can be effortlessly acquired through attentive listening and observation. Shu Yi's face was a canvas of utter bewilderment. What is the significance of the surname Mi? Is he a descendant of emperors? What nonsense is this? Xiang Yuan playfully shot him a glare. Though a soldier, he is also a striking omega, his subtle movements evoking a delightful sensation within Shu Yiyu. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, he remarked, contributing talent to the nation is an honor for their family. Yet, such contributions require willingness. One cannot simply relinquish the sole heir to serve. Xiang Yuan chuckled, acknowledging that Minan is indeed a rare and exceptional talent, but clearly he is not of their ilk. As a scion of a prominent family, how could he enlist on a whim? Shu Yiyu clicked his tongue in reluctance, muttering, these wealthy individuals are troublesome. Even in this era, they cling to notions of inheritance. Take our father, for instance, 7 offspring in his lifetime, freely choosing to whom to bequeath. Shu Yiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering why they did not simply produce more heirs. It is not as if they wished for so many alphas. The inability to birth omegas was a circumstance beyond their control. Third brother, your assertion is flawed. Our family is equally traditional, adhering to principles of seniority. Get lost. Shu Heng would rather take on the role of a father to the 2 elderly men. Let me tell you, if Shu Yiyu does not strive harder now, he will only find himself at the mercy of me, Nan, in the future. Shu Yiyu, unfazed, retorted, what does he gain from beating me? Shu Yiyu turned his head, casting a disdainful gaze up and down, intentionally pausing at the upper thigh. Indeed, whether he strikes you or not makes little difference. He can easily overpower you in every aspect. Shu Yiyu took a step back, pondering what was amiss with Shu Yiyu today. Was he intent on belittling him? However, upon reflection, he realized that an S-grade individual was indeed formidable. I'm not that inferior, am I? Shu Yiyu's evident insecurity surfaced. Shu Yiyu scoffed. I'm almost embarrassed to call you my brother. Is there any hope for redemption? Perhaps a complete overhaul is in order. It may already be too late. Shu Yiyu lamented. His fragile alpha pride is utterly shattered. When will you find time to give me some physical training? Shu Yiyu disdainfully shot him a glance and outright declined. I'm exhausted. I have no desire to move. Xiang Yuan, unceremoniously, slapped Shu Yi's arm, urging him to speak properly. Shu Yiyu cradled his arm, feigning great grievance. You struck me for the sake of this irrelevant individual. Stop pretending. Shu Yiyu, displeased, clarified. I genuinely have no time. I am preparing to lead a team for winter training camp. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Yuan took the initiative to assume responsibility for the matter. Let us do this. Although Minan has been assessed as S-grade, his physical capabilities currently hover at A. To fully unleash his potential, he will require extensive training and guidance. I will create a tailored plan for him regarding the development of S-grade potential. Your third brother may not be as well-versed as I am. As for Xiang Yuan gazing at Shu Yiyu, he hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. This afternoon, I shall prepare an enhanced training regimen for you, one that will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Shu Yiyu, practically pleading, rubbed his hands together and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yuan. I truly appreciate it. Not at all. Let us head out. The time for me Nan's restoration is approaching, and we must share this good news with him. Just as the 3 of them stepped outside, Minan emerged from the restoration device, looking revitalized as he stretched his limbs, his muscles subtly tensing with the movement, both firm and aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, Shu Yiyu paused, recalling Shu Yi's words. He hesitantly pinched the flesh at his waist, wondering if it had indeed lost some of its former tautness. Chapter 66. I must be quite capable. A sudden and intense sense of crisis welled up within Shu Yiyu. Upon his rebirth, he was already 28 years old. Would this aging heart affect his youthful visage? Unconsciously, he caressed his cheek, noting its fullness and pleasant texture. Yet upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Nan's youthful face, so smooth that not a single pore was visible, glistening with a vibrant, bouncy quality. He deemed it necessary to later inquire with Brother Sheng about any rejuvenating tonics or beauty treatments that could restore his radiance. Maintenance must begin now. After all, his heart felt far too aged. Nan, invigorated, stretched his arms, kicked his legs, and finally rotated his neck, marveling as he gave Yuan a thumbs up. Brother Yuan, this is truly impressive. How do you feel? I feel empowered all over, he replied. Exactly. Your physical assessment results are in, and I have good news for you. Your abilities have elevated. You are now an S-Class Alpha. Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he grasped Shu Yiyu's hand tightly. Stammering, really? Shu Yiyu retrieved the report from his pocket and handed it to him, affirming, indeed, congratulations. Nan flipped straight to the last page of the results, where a bold reds awaited him. In front of so many witnesses, he stifled his excitement and instead exclaimed, I'm so thrilled. It was certainly a matter worthy of pride. Shu Yin remarked coolly from the back. Thank you, Brother Yin. Then, how about you join Shu Yiyu and me in the military? Nan's expression turned perplexed. What? Shu Yiyu shot him a dangerous glance. Shu Yin remained unfazed. Join my squad. Become my soldier. I can even relinquish my position for you. Brother Yin, I do not wish to enlist, Nan protested, as his aspirations revolved around earning a fortune to support Shu Yiyu. Oh, in that case, never mind. Shu Yin replied nonchalantly. Is this such a casual matter? Nan questioned, bewildered. Xiang Yuan, accustomed to Shu Yin's whimsical demeanor, grasped his hand and explained to Nan, while ascending to S-Class is indeed an impressive achievement, let us not celebrate too prematurely. The S-Class potential requires professional development and scientific control to be fully unleashed. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of unintentionally harming oneself or others during moments of emotional turmoil. The S-Class pheromones will also become more domineering. For the sake of better pheromone communication between the two of you, a certain degree of release control is necessary, which may involve the use of some suppressive medication. I happen to possess practical experience in this area, and if you trust me, I can customize a specialized training program for you. Xiang Yuan spoke gently and steadily, which Nan found quite appealing. Brother Yuan, as long as you are willing, I am more than happy to comply. I certainly wish to. After all, S-Class Alphas are exceedingly rare, and each individual would make for an excellent case study. I might conduct some project documentation. Would you mind? Not at all. I have no objections to how you document it, came the reply. That's wonderful. Thank you, Nan. Brother Yuan, let us not speak of this. It makes us seem distant. Shu Yin, who had been listening intently, became displeased at the last remark. You little rascal. Why would you want to sound distant with him? You two are already distant. Quickly, Nan clarified, Brother, that is not what I meant. Xiang Yuan turned his head, casting a sharp glance. Shu Yan's previously perked ears drooped immediately, resembling a dejected husky. Shu Yiyu nearby bit his lip to stifle a laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, his third brother would always be Xiang Yuan's loyal companion, obedient and eager to please. Nan pondered, indeed pleased by his potential upgrade. However, some matters need not be made known to many. Excessive disclosure can lead to unintended consequences, turning good fortune into misfortune. Brothers Yin and Yuan, could you help me keep my status as an S-Class Alpha confidential? Of course, this is your personal information, and we will not share it carelessly. Nan lifted his chin, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you, brothers. You're welcome. Xiang Yuan genuinely liked this child, considering that he was a decade older. He affectionately ruffled Nan's hair. Yet, in an instant, another head popped up beside him. Shu Yin gazed at him with pleading eyes, his face clearly expressing a desire for attention. Xiang Yuan, not wishing to indulge him, nodded slightly to Shu Yiyu and Nan. I have a video conference to attend shortly, so I must take my leave. He then departed without casting a glance back. Shu Yan, feeling slighted, shot a resentful glare at me, and before eagerly scampering after Xiang Yuan. The training room was left with only the two of them. Me Nan beaming, entwined his fingers with Shu Yiyu. So what do you think? Am I impressive? Impressive indeed. You are the best. If you need anything, just let me know. As always, I've got you back. All right, you have my back. Me Nan, feeling uncomfortable, tugged at his collar. I'm all sweaty. I want to take a shower. Shu Yiyu felt similarly. His training outfit clung to his back. Come to my room. I can show you where I lived as a child. Me Nan's interest was piqued. Let us go quickly. The two retraced their steps, and upon arriving at the estate, Shu Yiyu instructed the butler to prepare 2 bowls of noodles. In their household, communal lunches are rare. Only in the evenings do they gather together. While at other times, if hunger strikes, they seek out the kitchen independently. The courtyard's decor is decidedly non-modern, and Shu Yiyu's room reflects this aesthetic. Although it is inhabited by a child, the surroundings exude a vintage charm. A grand bed with intricate carvings and a canopy rests atop an exquisite footstool, accompanied by an elegant chaise lounge. Along the walls, 2 perfectly aligned rows of solid wood bookshelves brim with an array of books. Fortunately, the windows are made of glass. Had they been paper, Inan would have hesitated to speak aloud. Exploring the room, he found it impossible to envision what Shu Yiyu was like as a child. Do you have nightmares sleeping in this bed at night? Shu Yiyu beckoned him to join him on the bed. Not at all. It may look hard, but it's quite soft when you lie down. Give it a try. With that, he flung himself onto the bed. Inan, filled with skepticism, followed suit, discovering a custom soft mattress beneath him. This canopy is truly beautiful, he remarked, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship. The double-sided embroidery, with its intricate vintage patterns, shimmered under the sunlight. Is it inappropriate for us to lie here in our dirty state? Let us take a shower. There are clothes in the cabinet. Choose what you like to wear. Inan hopped over to the wardrobe, greeted by a monotonous palette of black, white, and gray, utterly bland. You were really boring back then. Is this all the colors you had? Shu Yiyu approached, selecting a white long-sleeved t-shirt and casual pants, and playfully asked, who didn't have a rebellious face. Inan couldn't help but mimic a kicking motion. I never went through that phase. He picked a white t-shirt as well, yet, whether by design or chance, he neglected to grab any pants. Upon emerging from a shower, he found himself bare-legged, his pale skin exposed. Shu Yiyu, already defenseless against him, felt a rush of warmth upon seeing such a sight. Where are your pants? Inan, still damp, allowed his hair to fall messily across his forehead as he plopped onto the bed, starkly contrasting against the vibrant sheets. What do you want me to wear? Shu Yiyu cursed inwardly. Or what? I almost wish you were undressed. Inan playfully swept his bangs aside, focusing intently on the man. Earlier in the training room, someone looked at me as if they wanted to devour me whole. Now that I'm right here, they're not interested? Shu Yiyu swallowed hard. Not interested? How could that possibly be? He swiftly approached, leaning in closely. Their breaths mingled, warm against each other. Are you feeling well enough to stir up trouble again? Is that not permissible? Inan casually lifted his shirt hem, revealing skin that had lost the bruises of the previous night. Flawless. Shu Yiyu reached out to caress his cheek, his tone suddenly lowering. If you stoke the flames, you must be prepared to extinguish them. We shall see. Do not come crying to me later. Inan lifted his gaze and pressed his lips against Shu Yiyu's, lingering for a moment before saying, let us see who can endure this first. Shu Yiyu gripped Inan's waist, summoning all his strength. Is an S-class really that formidable? Today, I refuse to be daunted. Let us do this. Chapter 67. Am I not compliant enough? The side courtyard resembles the main courtyard closely, albeit slightly smaller in size. Although they are situated within the same compound, a certain distance separates them. At the center stands a principal building, 3 stories high, flanked by corridors that connect to the residences of Shu Yiyu and Shu Yin on either side. These adjoining structures are somewhat lower, consisting of 2 stories with open-air platforms above. Shu Yiyu's side is adorned with a plethora of plants, while Shu Yan's is undoubtedly filled with fitness equipment. The layout indoors is identical, a living room on the first floor and bedrooms on the second. At this moment, the heavy wooden door to Shu Yiyu's exclusive floor is firmly shut. An eerie silence envelopes the space, reminiscent of an abandoned realm. The curtains within the room have fallen silently at some point, yet they do not completely obscure the view, hanging loosely and casting a veil of ambiguity. Shu Yiyu holds her breath, determined to prove her strength without a hint of mercy. Her movements are swift, precise, and ruthless, embodying a mastery of technique. The initially refreshing atmosphere begins to warm gradually. Amidst the intensifying emotions, a rich aroma, akin to a fine wine, accumulates and ferments in the air. The atmosphere grows still, then slowly stirs back to life, coaxing breath to resume. A heartbeat pounds like a precious gem, while two hearts resonate like the beat of a war drum. Beyond this, no other sound intrudes. Although the curtains are thin, the heat generated by the two spirited alphas inside is palpable. Yinan tears the curtains apart, inhaling fresh air that brings a sense of relief. Internally, he chastises Shu Yiyu repeatedly. Yet what good does it do? He must endure the consequences of his own choices. The person he selected must be loved, even if it means doing so on his knees. After a challenging separation, Shu Yiyu pulls him back again. Yinan gazes at the embroidered curtains, with golden threads swirling in intricate patterns, layers of complex totems overlapping. Damn, some things are indeed better left unsaid. For it is always oneself who bears the brunt. Suddenly, with a thud, his forehead collides with the wall. At last, Yinan, unable to contain himself, grits his teeth and exclaims, "Shu Yiyu." The man in front leans in, feigning innocence. What's wrong? Yinan pushes his face away irritably. How many times have you bumped into me? Did I hit you? I didn't notice. I was too focused. The man blinks innocently. It hurts. I'll rub it for you. He reaches out and pats the top of Yinan's head twice. Yinan strikes the bedboard in frustration, attempting to deliver a stern warning, but only manages a soft and muffled, "Are you done yet?" "I am." "Then can you finish? Are you willing to concede?" In an instant, the man erupts. "I won't concede for anything." "Then it seems this will go on indefinitely." Shu Yiyu, propping his chin with one hand, grins mischievously at him. As their future status hangs in the balance, there is no room for carelessness. Yinan, witnessing his smug smile, feels an urge to throw a few punches and scolds him angrily. "Aren't you childish?" "Not really." "Are you not tired?" "As long as I'm alive, I can keep going. I swear, if you don't die, I'll be the one to perish." Shu Yiyu extended a finger to touch his lips, then leaned in to kiss her finger, saying, "Save some energy to scold me. Utter something more pleasant." Yinan retorted, "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Frustration surged within him, possibly exacerbated by his recent upgrade, heightening his sensitivity to pheromones to an extraordinary degree. Even the slightest hint sent him into a frenzy, akin to being tossed into a whirl of popping candy, bouncing uncontrollably. Shu Yiyu gritted her teeth, feigning composure, yet she stood on the brink of collapse. Claiming she wasn't exhausted would be a lie. She felt utterly drained. Admitting defeat was out of the question, while the dignity of an alpha may not be paramount. Their status was unassailable. She inquired of me, Nan, in a level tone, "Are you convinced?" Yinan replied, "I'm utterly annoyed. Not convinced." 10 minutes later, "Are you convinced now?" Still no. 20 minutes later, "How about now?" No response. 30 minutes later, Shu Yiyu swallowed hard, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Supporting herself against the wall, she demanded, "Are you convinced or not?" Yinan, having exhausted himself, gasped for breath, rolling his eyes. Despite his reluctance, he finally relented. Albeit reluctantly. "Fine. You win. I concede. I concede wholeheartedly. Is that satisfactory?" "Damn it." With a stern expression, Yinan muttered a string of muted expletives. Yet he melted into the man's embrace, allowing himself to be held. When it was all over, Shu Yiyu, summoning her last reserves of strength, lifted Yinan, whose face had turned purple from restraint, and limped toward the bathroom. Shu Yiyu, the true warrior, ultimately affirmed her undeniable dominance. 2 words encapsulated it all: utterly brilliant. After an afternoon of extreme back and forth, both emerged pale by the time dinner arrived, their hands trembling as they held their chopsticks. The gathered guests observed the scene with varied expressions, none oblivious to the unspoken tension. Yin Sheng, in particular, was the most incensed, casting daggers at Shu Yiyu. Nan, overwhelmed by stimuli, found his pheromones uncontrollably spilling forth. Though not unpleasant, they were undeniably intoxicating. Being an S-class alpha, his influence was substantial, leaving the room of alphas and omegas somewhat restless. In the end, the two hastily consumed a pot of nourishing soup before swiftly departing, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Nan was beyond the point of sarcasm, his dignity thoroughly obliterated by Shu Yiyu. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life, all thanks to one person, especially in front of important figures. What could he possibly say? So be it. Let all unravel. Xiang Yuan was swift in action. That very night, he prepared an enhanced training regimen for Shu Yiyu and sent it to her email, thoughtfully including a box of military-grade supplements. As an elder brother, this was all he could offer. The rest would depend on her own fortitude. Nan was not inherently an S-class individual. His potential development would be rather intricate, and there was no need for haste. Progress should be made gradually to transcend his physical limits. To this end, he meticulously devised two training versions, one for beginners and another for advanced practitioners, with the final iteration contingent upon the results of his ultimate physical assessment. After formulating the plan, Xiang Yuan added Nan as a friend and patiently elucidated the key points of each phase and the specific areas where each movement should exert force. Initially, he required Nan to record monitoring videos of every training session, enabling real-time adjustments to the plan through data analysis. Naturally, Nan had no objections and commenced his daily training as instructed by Xiang Yuan. In just half a month, his various metrics had ascended several tiers. Notably, his speed had dramatically improved from 95 seconds for 100 meters to an astonishing 68 seconds, representing a qualitative leap that even Shu Yiyu found astonishing. Concurrently, as his abilities gradually enhanced, Nan discovered an increased sensitivity to pheromones. Under normal circumstances, individuals could faintly perceive each other's scents, akin to the subtle notes of a perfume. However, he now found himself able to sense the fluctuations of pheromones, allowing him to discern whether a person was happy. It was as though the pheromones were communicating with him, a sensation that was both delicate and, in his view, quite troubling. Most of the time, he preferred not to feel the emotions of others, as it held no significance for him. Uncertain whether this was a residual effect, he chose not to confide in Shu Yiyu and decided to consult Yin Sheng for further insight. Chapter 68. The Unrestrained Youth. On December 12th, Monday, the radiant autumn sun cast its gentle warmth, making the day exceptionally pleasant. T University finally welcomed the long-anticipated school sports meeting. At precisely 8 o'clock, all students were poised and ready, filling the entire T University playground. Each department showcased its unique professional characteristics, proudly displaying departmental banners, adorned in fashionable attire, with diverse and creative entrance styles, each remarkable in its own right. Only those who excelled could seize the spotlight today and enjoy the best promotional position on national television. Shu Yiyu, serving as the discipline committee member, found herself on the front lines, gaining a fresh perspective on these affluent scions. It became evident that, united by a common goal, they could be remarkably down-to-earth. For the sake of family interests, they were willing to go to great lengths. They embraced exuberance when necessary, humbled themselves when required, and exhibited flamboyance at the right moments, with their quirky and humorous displays showcasing their intelligence. Truly, they were all exceptional talents. After all, which family did not raise their offspring with high expectations? While academic performance might falter, their talents in various fields were undoubtedly flourishing. At 8:30, the principal's speech commenced. What was originally to be a lengthy and tedious segment was, through Guomyukin's relentless efforts, condensed from an arduous 2 hours to a mere 10 minutes. A few succinct remarks elicited raucous cheers from the audience, a wave of enthusiasm that was unceasing. The principal, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, bore witness to the most well-received speech of his career. At 8:45, the extravagant airplane show officially began, with a heavy plume of smoke trailing behind. The spectacle arrived with a thunderous roar. The extravagant combination of red and green, adorned with glimmering golden flakes, cascaded across the entire sky. It was undeniably grand, perfectly embodying the ostentatious spirit of T University. For aircraft soared and twisted through the air, ultimately revealing the bold inscription, 1212 T University. Journalists from the central station had arrived early, accompanied by a fleet of photographers, strategically positioned in every corner of the playground, eagerly awaiting the commencement of live coverage. Dozens of drones emerged in unison, buzzing as they dispersed into the surroundings. At this moment, the hand-painted posters crafted by the publicity department showcased their full brilliance. Almost every representative in the front row held a cartoon-decorated board, adorned with colorful lights and emblazoned with the logos of various competitors and sponsoring family enterprises. The drones glided gracefully, each sign possessing its own unique character and name. Thus, a nationwide promotional event unfolded effortlessly. Those aspiring entrepreneurs who had missed the opportunity to register or had deemed it beneath them were now seething with envy and regret. Had they known such benefits awaited, they would have fought tooth and nail to participate. They silently vowed to make meticulous preparations for the next year's sports event. Shu Yiyu trailed at the end of the duty line, donned in the school's uniform for the first time, a deep blue blazer with golden stripes, proudly displaying a sizable T University emblem on his chest. He wore a supervisory armband, maintaining order while scanning the crowd, searching for a certain individual. However, the sheer number of students made it difficult to locate Nan. After circling the computer science department 2 or 3 times without success, he was at a loss. He attempted to send a message to him, but received no reply, ultimately resigning to the situation. As he passed the corridor adjacent to the playground, he stumbled upon something intriguing: Zhang Yang and Bai Yu. The opening ceremony had not yet concluded, so what brought these two, from different departments, to this spot? Curiosity piqued. Shu Yiyu stole a few glances at them, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing to look away. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that these two would eventually become a couple. If they could come together sooner, so be it. With this thought, Shu Yiyu smiled softly and redirected his gaze. Meanwhile, in the garden corridor, adorned with cascading wisteria, the petals fluttered gracefully in the breeze. Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered, lost in a state of confusion. Everything seemed to transpire in an instant, leaving him no time to process his thoughts before it was all over. Now, reflecting on his recent actions, he found himself at a crossroads of anger and regret. In contrast, Bai Yu appeared considerably calmer, standing quietly with a faint blush remaining on her cheeks, exuding an endearing fragility. Casting a glance at the reluctant Zhang Yang, a flicker of dissatisfaction and frustration crossed her eyes. Despite the depth of her feelings, she wished not to burden him further at this moment. Raising her hand to touch the bandage, a dull ache pulsed from the wound, and she managed a self-deprecating smile. Although he was the one injured, she felt compelled to offer comfort to this timid man. A fleeting shadow crossed Bai Yu's face, yet he endeavored to suppress his emotional turmoil. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned nonchalance and spoke. "I do not mind. You need not take it to heart." Zhang Yang gazed at him, his expression a transparent mosaic of fragility. Yet he felt incapable of offering solace. He neither had the permission nor the right to do so. The youthful visage of the boy was precisely the one he cherished. Yet alas, it bore no commendable surname. He had felt regret before, but the depths of familial discord rendered even friendship a formidable challenge, let alone anything more. From the outset, Zhang Yang had resolutely articulated his stance, yet this man persistently gravitated towards him. He could neither drive him away nor shake him off. Countless refusals had proven futile. Despite his own inadequacies, he found himself unable to harden his heart when gazing into those eyes. Ultimately, feeling deflated, he resigned himself to the idea of companionship. Over time, it seemed he had become accustomed to this presence. One morning, before the assembly, he unexpectedly noted the absence of the other, and despite himself, he sent a message. By the time he located the man, he had been isolated in a specialized restroom, an unfortunate consequence of sensitive period. Inside that peculiar chamber, there were supposed to be suppressants, yet, ironically, none were available that day. Zhang Yang felt utterly disoriented and was about to procure some when the restroom door swung open and he was unceremoniously pulled inside. Can an alpha resist the pheromones of an omega? Zhang Yang was uncertain about others, but for himself, the answer was painfully clear. No, he could not. He not only indulged himself, but also became enraptured, exerting his will upon this defenseless omega. Ultimately, he wished to evade responsibility, yearning instead for escape. Zhang Yang gripped his own palm tightly, his lips pressed together in silence. He understood the rationale, yet he was unwilling to admit it. Although he was the one who acted, it was Bai Yu who had first drawn him in. Though he had taken advantage of the situation, it was Bai Yu who ultimately released the pheromones that lured him. They had nearly crossed an unmentionable line, yet he restrained himself from committing a grave error. Thus, this was a shared transgression, not solely his fault. Bai Yu too bore a measure of accountability, even if he was merely a victim. Yes, that was the truth. There existed an insurmountable chasm between them. Since Bai Yu was unconcerned, they might as well pretend that nothing had transpired for the sake of both. From now on, keep your distance from me. Zhang Yang listened to the emotionless tone of his own voice, feeling an inexplicable ache within. Yet he understood that some things cannot be possessed merely by desire. He was no longer a child and must learn to make sacrifices. Bai Yu stood dazed for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips, tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Ultimately, he uttered a single word. All right. The two turned in unison, striding forward, suppressing the urge to look back. As Bai Yu walked, he halted abruptly, his gaze lowered, a hint of a fractured smile lingering at the corners of his lips. He mused, indeed, to wish for love was an exceedingly extravagant desire. Was it not true that only by severing his ties could he possibly remain obediently by his side? Bai Yu turned, catching a glimpse of Zhang Yang's departing silhouette as he rounded the corner. The pure and gentle expression vanished in an instant, replaced by fervent affection and morbid obsession. Zhang Yang, do you think you can escape? The things I have marked are off limits to me, and even more so to others. Chapter 69. They appear to be showcasing. After the opening show, the intense and exhilarating competition commenced. Do not be misled by the seemingly carefree demeanor of these young masters and ladies, who appear indifferent to the matters at hand. Yet, for this moment, each participant has undoubtedly undergone rigorous training in private. Their victories are not solely for personal pride, but also for the honor of their families. The legitimate heirs have it somewhat easier. However, for those who are second or lower in the lineage, a single failure could spell eternal disgrace. Such is the nature of family, survival of the fittest. They can elevate an individual, yet they also possess the power to ruin one at any moment. What seems to be merely a simple campus competition at T University can indeed steer the course of their future endeavors. Families are unwilling to expend energy and resources on cultivating a failure. After all, everyone revels in the joy of victory. Thus, even the most delicate Omega would exhibit no signs of complacency. As the competition unfolded with fervor, the events commenced with a high jump and long jump, followed by the 100-meter race with Alpha and Omega separated into two venues, one an outdoor playground, the other an indoor simulated track. T University students are unique outside the campus. A specially assigned security team from the authorities stands fully armed. The Student Council's supervisory group remains intensely vigilant, ensuring order is maintained. Each participant is a delicate creature. Any minor inconvenience sparks complaints. Throughout the morning, he has intervened in countless disputes, unable to extricate himself from the chaos. Yinan stood in line awaiting his turn, accompanied by Muzi and class monitor Sun Kai. Due to the large number of competitors, the participants were divided into 3 heats. During this time, he found himself unable to resist rubbing his nose. The dense crowd and the mingled sense of pheromones left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Subtly shifting to the side, he noticed the pheromones seemed to follow him like a shadow. Whenever he moved, they moved too, wafting intermittently towards him. Yinan, overwhelmed, furrowed his brow in confusion. Having undergone 2 comprehensive examinations at Yin Sheng's, any issues should have been detected by now. Yet, the results were normal, and yet his current state felt anything but. Even breathing seemed laborious. Muzi noticed Enan's persistent nose rubbing and grasped his wrist, inquiring curiously, "What's the matter? You've been pinching it for quite a while. Are you coming down with something?" "No, it's just intensely itchy." "Is it rhinitis?" Enan shook his head. "It's the pheromones. They are overwhelmingly pungent and cloying, persistently lingering around me. Quite bothersome. We should check at the medical station later. You might be allergic to something." Hearing their conversation, Sun Kai leaned in for a closer look and, sure enough, his nose was flushed crimson. Mina nodded in response. "All right, I'll head over after my race." He intended to inquire about the situation with Yin Sheng. If things continued like this, he would truly be at his wit's end. As the three conversed, the announcement reverberated through the air. "Please, the athletes of Group 2 100-meter sprint, proceed to the field. The competition is about to commence. Stand on the corresponding track according to the numbers on your chests." The announcement reiterated, warning that failure to arrive on time would result in disqualification. Muzi extended a fist toward Minan. "Brother, good luck." Minan raised an eyebrow, let out a light hum, and bumped fists back a breeze. "Hand over your things. We'll wait for you at the finish line. Rest assured, friendship comes first, competition second. Just give it your all," Sun Kai said as he took Minan's bag. "Understood. Thank you for your efforts." The two exchanged a fist bump before Sun Kai called for Muzi to head over first. Minan steadied himself, found his lane, and stood ready. He felt no trepidation regarding the race. After a month of specialized training, he was now at a solid S level. The ordinary alphas at school were no match for him. At the sound of the starting gun, Minan surged forward, swiftly taking the lead. He crossed the finish line in a mere 56 seconds. The crowd fell into an initial silence, which was quickly followed by a thunderous cheer. The timing official nearly questioned his own eyes, confirming the results multiple times before daring to record the score. It is worth noting that the world record for 100 meters is 49 seconds, while the highest record at T University is 78 seconds. Minan had astonishingly completed the distance in 56 seconds, marking the emergence of an extraordinary talent at their school. Amid the astonished gazes of the teachers, Minan calmly walked over to Muzi and took a sip from a bottle of water. Sun Kai was so astounded that his jaw nearly hit the ground. He had never anticipated that this seemingly privileged young man possessed genuine prowess. Minan, unable to maintain his composure for more than 3 seconds, began to rub his nose, causing Muzi to feel a twinge of discomfort. "I'll accompany you to the medical station." "No need, I can manage on my own. Zhang Yang has a race later. You should go find him. I'll join you once I'm done." "All right." Muzi understood Minan and did not press the matter further. Sun Kai had no objections. He was merely assigned by the teachers to assist any competitors in need, so his presence was inconsequential. As Minan made his way, he first sent a message to Yin Sheng, and they arranged to meet in the office. The playground was not far from the infirmary, approximately a 5-minute walk. Most doctors were stationed at the temporary medical station, leaving the infirmary empty except for a nurse on duty. The door to Yin Sheng's office was ajar, and Minan knocked lightly twice. "Come in, Brother Sheng. What do you feel unwell?" Minan did not hold back, recounting the recent events in detail, including the progress on developing his S-level potential, along with the relevant data reports he provided. "Is this feeling only experienced after the development of S-level potential?" After some contemplation, Minan realized he hadn't paid much attention. "Approximately so. Do they seem to follow you continuously?" "Indeed, even if I try to evade them, they still pursue me, as if showcasing themselves." Yin Sheng glanced at the report on his phone, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. However, for the sake of caution, testing was necessary to ascertain the outcome. "I require a bit of pheromone." Minan observed his expression, sensing something amiss. "Is there a problem?" Yin Sheng, harboring mere suspicions, refrained from giving a definitive answer. "We can only ascertain after testing. At present, I dare not speculate recklessly." Minan pressed his lips together, tentatively inquiring, "Is it serious?" Yin Sheng saved all the data Minan provided, contemplating before responding earnestly. "It's difficult to say. The severity depends on your attitude." "I understand. Let us first obtain the pheromone. Before confirmation, Brother Sheng, I ask you to assist me once more." Yin Sheng looked up at him, his expression conveying understanding. "Do not inform Shu Yiyu. Indeed, I haven't mentioned this matter to him." Yin Sheng believed it was better for him to remain uninformed. Well, once the results are out, you can tell him yourself. Thank you. Don't mention it. Until the results are available, refrain from overthinking. I understand. Yin Sheng remained silent afterward, preparing to extract pheromone samples with 2 needles. Concerned about the accuracy of the data, he intended to conduct multiple tests. Minun touched his neck. How long until we know the results? By tomorrow evening. All right. Thank you, Brother Sheng. I must take my leave now, as I have a competition to attend. With that, Minun waved goodbye to Yin Sheng, leaving while casually closing the door behind him. He then stood motionless, his expression blank, an unintentional aura of dread emanating from him. After a considerable pause, he finally departed. In the office, Yin Sheng was perusing the academic materials previously sent by his mentor, which contained a detailed account of S-level pheromones. If Minun truly experienced an upgrade in physical capabilities due to pheromone fusion, then the corresponding pheromone could also be classified as S-level. Yet, there exists a significant dilemma regarding S-level pheromones. If this were the case, what would happen to Minun and Shu Yiyu? Yin Sheng gazed at the last sentence of the document, falling into silence. Chapter 70. That was my youth when Minun returned to the playground. His complexion had completely returned to normal. Having shattered the school record in the 100 meters, he was exempt from participating in the subsequent races, awaiting only the final championship event. He initially intended to offer a few words about resting in the dormitory, but upon seeing Zhang Yang's woeful demeanor, he restrained himself. What is wrong with him? Minun asked, placing a hand on Muzi's shoulder, perplexed. Muzi innocently shook his head. He was like this when I arrived. Did he lose the competition? No, he made it to the finals. Did he have a quarrel? I'm not certain. When I arrived, he was just with Baiyu. Suddenly, Zhang Yang let out a shriek, as if provoked. Minun and Muzi instinctively covered their ears, each delivering a kick to his shoulder. He made no effort to evade and fell backward onto the grass with a thud. Even Muzi winced at the sound. Yet he remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. As Minun crouched beside him, she struck directly at his heart. Is this related to Baiyu? Zhang Yang, who had been pressing his lips together, was about to speak when Muzi swiftly pressed down on him. In a stern voice, she warned, do not shout. Zhang Yang glared in anger, conveying his displeasure and a warning not to provoke him. Minun clicked her tongue and gestured for Muzi to release him. Have you offended him? Zhang Yang's expression changed dramatically. He shot up, his face contorted. What do you mean? What do you mean I've offended him? You should ask him who is really provoking him. He follows me around all day without any purpose, knowing full well that our families are at odds. He still insists on coming near me. What is he scheming? And he pretends to be all innocent. For whom is he putting on this act? Minun and Muzi exchanged a look, feeling that Zhang Yang was either on the verge of social death or had already embraced it. Why are you two staring at me like that? If it's my fault, I apologize for the trouble I've caused, Baiyu said directly from behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately exploded, leaping up from the ground. Damn, are you so bored that you have nothing better to do than follow me around? Baiyu's expression darkened as he marched up to him, pressing a restorative drink into his hand, coldly stating, I'm quite busy. I only wanted to give you this. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Just don't lose it. Zhang Yang, watching the man walk away from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of anger. Finally, as if resigned to his fate, he slapped his own face and gritted his teeth to chase after him. Minun and Muzi exchanged glances, sensing that a monumental clash between the Zhang and Bai families was imminent. Meanwhile, Shu Yiyu followed the main group, bustling about, and by noon, having not eaten a single bite, was called away to help. For the first time, she experienced what it meant to be tirelessly busy with no time to rest. Minun had been messaging her, updating her on the competition's progress and sending small videos. Suong had already secured the long jump championship, while Zhang Yang took the title in the 800 meters. With Muzi merely coasting along, focused on participation, the 100-meter race, due to the large number of participants, had only selected the finalists by 1 p.m. Considering the need for explosive speed in sprints, the competition was postponed to 4 p.m. This provided Shu Yiyu with time to adjust, and she requested a brief leave from her senior colleagues before the races began. Hastily, she rushed to the alpha competition area, finding them effortlessly. This group, no matter where they were, stood out as the elite, carefree, and unrestrained. Any one of them could easily be the leading character in a youth idol drama. Surrounded by adoring fans, they drew the attention of everyone around. Even in identical sports uniforms, they seemed out of place in their surroundings, strikingly eye-catching. As if sensing something, the young man suddenly turned around. His eyes were bright and clear, a spirited smile gracing his face. Clad in a sky-blue, quick-dry tank top and shorts with white trim, the T University emblem emblazoned on his back and his cherished lucky number 8 on his chest, he transformed even the most ordinary attire into something of elegance. Shu Yiyu slowed her pace, drawing closer, captivated and unconsciously mirroring his smile. The most remarkable and outstanding presence was undeniably him. The moment Nin discovered Shu Yiyu, his entire being illuminated. The previously suffocating emotions, engulfed by an array of pheromones, began to dissipate. He waved his hand, unable to restrain himself from calling out joyfully, "What took you so long?" His words could not conceal the delight that radiated from him. Shu Yiyu swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to stand before him. Offering a restrained embrace, as he explained, "There were too many matters at hand, and I couldn't break away. The competition is about to commence. I thought you might not make it. I will undoubtedly be there for your finals." A certain proud individual began to boast. "But such a minor event is merely a walk in the park. They cannot possibly compare to you." Nin lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling like stars. He reached out, fingers splayed, grasping Shu Yiyu's wrist, feeling the man's pulsing heartbeat, and the unease within him gradually subsided. Then leaning closer, he inhaled the scent that belonged to him, the itch at the tip of his nose fading significantly. Observing Nin's puppy-like demeanor, Shu Yiyu's eyes brimmed with affection. "What are you sniffing?" "Your scent." Suong stood beside them, witnessing their oblivious display of affection, rolled his eyes while adjusting his glasses. "Brother, it's your turn. Run swiftly now." He nudged Nan with his elbow, reminding him, "I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." In unison, they spoke, "All right." "Okay." Once again, they answered in perfect harmony. They exchanged a knowing glance, and simultaneously, smiles broke across their faces, the unspoken affection evident in their eyes. Shu Yiyu leaned closer to Nan's ear, whispering, "I'll take good care of you when we return." The young man's face flushed a bright crimson. Suong, struggling to contain himself, decided to distance himself by at least 2 meters, fearing he might inadvertently follow their example and engage in early romance. Nin stood at the starting line, while Shu Yiyu positioned himself at the finish. The two shared a silent gaze across the lengthy stretch of the rubber track. As the sound echoed, Nin's focus was solely on the figure of the man before him, wholeheartedly racing towards him. In that moment, all previous worries melted away. He was never a moth drawn to a flame, but rather the fire itself. As Shu Yiyu watched Nin approach, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a surge of excitement welling within him. His eyes were fixed intently on the youthful exuberance of the boy, determined to etch every detail into his soul, to weave it into his very essence, filling the voids of the past. With a final leap, Nin surpassed the second-place contestant, securing an indisputable first position. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Shu Yiyu slowly stepped forward, grasping Nin's wrist and drawing him into his embrace, holding him tightly. The golden sunlight bathed them, softening the contours of their forms, creating an ethereal beauty. Shu Yiyu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this rebirth, profoundly relieved. Regarding Nin's youth, this time, he was fully present and claimed it as his own. This eternal boy, who belonged solely to him, was now firmly etched in his memory. In the air above, a solitary drone, once part of a circular formation, descended unexpectedly, hovering above them. Its blue light flickered, resembling a pair of eyes, closely monitoring Shu Yiyu and Nin. In the outskirts, a magnificent European-style villa stood resplendently. In a spacious and well-lit room, a grand curtain displayed an image of Shu Yiyu and Nin embracing each other. Suddenly, a delicate and slender hand emerged from the screen, its neatly rounded nails gently tapping Nin's face. A soft voice, indistinguishable in gender, murmured, "Naughty little thing." The curtain trembled and fell apart, shattering into fragments on the ground. Chapter 71. Because of you, I have become childish as the premier university of the capital. T University was graciously granted a 3-day primetime live broadcast by the Central Station, culminating in a joyous conclusion filled with laughter from the leaders. Various enterprises seized this opportunity to reap substantial profits. Following this leisurely interlude, the impending final examinations ensued, and both students became engrossed in their studies. Even with her rebirth, Shu Yiyu possessed no extraordinary advantage in academics. Despite attending classes daily, she found herself utterly disengaged, her mind solely occupied by thoughts of Minun. To avoid appearing conspicuously unprepared, she resorted to cramming frantically, immersing herself in a fervent memorization mode. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never been so earnest, yet ultimately she still failed 3 subjects, faring worse than in her previous life when she had never once failed a course despite skipping classes. Minun navigated the examinations with ease. He was never an exemplary student in the conventional sense. His choice of computer science stemmed purely from personal interest, managing to scrape by with barely passing grades. However, as the year drew to a close, he found himself quite busy. January 14th marked his birthday, and as the sole alpha and legal heir of the Min family, such an occasion naturally warranted grand celebrations. According to the family's wishes, it was on this day that he would officially announce his involvement in company affairs as the heir. Joining Huaxing Group had long been a planned endeavor, and Minun had no objections. Initially, he intended to take a gradual approach, as he was alone at the time and wished to avoid the burden of such weighty responsibilities too soon. Now, however, with something precious to protect, he felt that power, wealth, and status were indispensable. The freedom he had agreed upon with Ms. Mu Wan was set for 2 years, but he intentionally advanced it by 1.5 years. After all, he had never truly experienced freedom throughout his life. 6 months of indulgence had yielded him Shu Yiyu, the most rewarding transaction he had ever made, dressed in a bespoke suit adorned with subtle patterns and gold trim. Minun's attire was impeccably tailored, accentuating his strong physique. Standing before the vintage, opulent floor-to-ceiling windows, behind him was a mural of Cupid, while outside, darkness enveloped the world. He turned his wrist to check his watch, then retrieved his phone to compose a message for Shu Yiyu, informing her that he would be staying at the family estate and unable to return. "Miss me?" Shu Yiyu had just finished her evening routine and was drying her hair. Without the man by her side, she dared not set her phone down, fearing she might miss his message. "I just finished washing up. I think of you constantly, wondering when you will return. I won't be back this week." Glancing at the calendar, Shu Yiyu noted that the winter break was just a few days away, during which they would likely be unable to meet for at least a week. It felt as though he had been stolen away from her. Ugh, this wretched school. Why do they have to have breaks? Scrolling down, she noticed a special reminder. It was Minun's birthday, and it seemed that this was the only matter demanding his attention. Birthday banquet? Minun gazed at the message sent by Shu Yiyu, contemplating the drawbacks of belonging to a prominent family. During festive occasions, the element of surprise seemed utterly absent, as even the most trivial matters were often broadcasted to the world. "Shall we not celebrate our birthdays together then?" he inquired. "I have already sent an invitation to my elder brother," Shu Yiyu replied, suddenly smacking his forehead, realizing he had completely overlooked his own sibling. "Understood. I shall certainly be there on time. I will be waiting for you. Anticipate my gift with eagerness." Minun pursed his lips, reflecting on how utterly devoid of romantic inclination this man was. "Why can't you keep it as a surprise? I haven't revealed what it is, but I already know you have prepared a gift for me. Just because I didn't say anything, do you assume I won't gift you anything? Well, I did not expect that. How disheartening. You know nothing about your own alpha." Having stood for too long, Minun felt a slight ache in his legs. He bent his knees and shifted his weight, his fingers flying over the screen as he inquired, "What is it?" Shu Yiyu recalled the item he had secretly customized last week and hurried to his room, retrieving a delicate black brocade box from his bedside table. Deciding to keep the information to himself for now, he replied, "It's a secret." Tantalizing my curiosity, "Are you? You insisted on a surprise. I shall save it for the day itself." "All right, I have matters to attend to, so do not sneak away while I am not around. Shu Yiyu glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. I won't go out. Feel free to check on me anytime. What would you possibly be doing at this hour? Company accounts. Shu Yiyu looked at their chat interface, his fingers grazing the edge of his phone as he slowly typed. Are you preparing to enter the company? Minun did not conceal the truth. Since the end-of-term examinations, he had been diligently following up on company affairs. At the request of Ms. Mu Wan, he had to memorize all financial transactions from previous years, complete financial analyses, propose a 5-year plan, and draft a KPI plan worth 2.6 trillion. Huashan was like a grand tree, its roots intricately intertwined, firmly established in the capital, dominating the area. Once it fell into his hands, it would undoubtedly flourish even more, reaching the zenith of its potential. Yes, I shall officially join the board in the spring of next year. Shu Yiyu placed the towel he had used to dry his hair aside, pulled back the covers, and lay on the bed, staring at the dim yellow ceiling light. An unsettling feeling began to swell within him. How could Minun have started working at the company in his sophomore year when it was supposed to be much later? Shu Yiyu wondered if these changes were a result of his rebirth. While other matters seemed to progress as expected, Minun alone appeared to deviate from the norm. The very notion of rebirth was already absurd, and now so many discrepancies arose. Shu Yiyu suddenly feared that all of this might merely be a stolen fantasy. If that were the case, he dared not contemplate what lay ahead. After waiting for a while, without receiving a response from the man, Minun felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to call him directly. Shu Yiyu snapped back to reality, answering the call instantly. Why hadn't he replied to the message? As he listened to that familiar voice, he rubbed his ears, realizing that the two had not had a proper conversation for days, and he truly longed for it. Shu Yiyu extracted the pillow behind him, reclined on the bed, and jested, I feel utterly incompetent. You've ascended to the position of CEO and reached the pinnacle of your life, while I'm still awaiting a retake. Minun, aware of his meager academic performance, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that requires effort. Shu Yiyu acknowledged, I am indeed striving. However, he added, one must also balance work and rest, lest he become too exhausted. If necessary, he would pull some strings for him. Is your boss's backing really that formidable? Came the playful reply. It's a trivial matter. That won't do. I must pass based on my own merit. It's entirely up to you. You, on the other hand, have much to attend to. Take your time and don't overexert yourself. Minun, gripping his phone, suddenly felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at his blurred reflection in the glass. Even without clarity, he understood the visage he presented. He lifted his hand to cover his face and spoke softly. What should I do? It's only been a short while since we parted. Yet I find myself missing you already. Shu Yiyu turned on his side, a delight and fondness evident on his face, an emotion he was unaware he possessed. I feel the same, he replied. Let us have a video call tomorrow morning. All right, I must be going now. Okay, message me when you go to sleep. Are you keeping tabs on me? Yes, I wish to know. Understood, you should sleep first. Good night, my treasure. Minun pressed his tongue against his teeth, pausing momentarily. A silence enveloped them, and after a while, he breathed softly, good night, my alpha. You hang up, I don't want to. You go first. I can't bear to. Neither do I wish to hang up. But you have to, don't you? Then you hang up. Shu Yiyu chuckled softly. Let us hang up together. I'll count to 3. Minun found the childishness of two grown men engaging in such endearments rather ridiculous, yet he felt unable to resist. Thus, when he was not near Shu Yiyu, he refrained from calling unless absolutely necessary, preferring to text instead. All right. 1, 2, 3. Beep. They both held their breath as they simultaneously pressed the red button. Minun gazed at the phone screen, a silent smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a scoff broke the silence. Who are you on the phone with, laughing so exuberantly? The moment Minun turned his head, he concealed all emotions. His voice devoid of inflection as he asked, Why are you back? At the doorway stood a strikingly beautiful woman, an omega. She was of considerable height, approximately 175 centimeters, with crimson lips and cascading waves, exuding a sophisticated allure in a black and gold V-neck dress that shimmered in the shadows. She casually held a matching handbag in one hand, and her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicked rhythmically as she approached Minun. What? Don't want me back? Idong. Stop treating me like your imaginary rival. Imaginary? No, Minan, you are. Itong suddenly erupted, forcefully tossing her bag at him. Minan bent down to retrieve her bag, placing it on the nearby table. Don't take out your frustrations from mother on me. Itong, this is the last time. He then walked away. In the expansive living room, Itong remained alone, glancing at the bag on the table. She pulled out her belongings and carelessly discarded them into a nearby trash bin.